Let's jump right into this one. Loud gongs and a massive wake-up call echo through the entire camp. The deafening noise instantly reaches a half-asleep Enkrid. Right across from him, Zem violently jerks awake with a loud complaint. He yells that there is something moving inside his shoe, aggressively cursing out a stupid bug. Enkrid opens one eye, silently begging the guy to just shut up. One by one, the rest of the squad wakes up, while our guy reflects on his own life. My name is Enkrid. After causing so much trouble, I was actually demoted from squad leader thanks to these idiots. Meanwhile, Ragna is still drooling on his mattress, completely dead to the world. Jackson is already fully prepped. He sits completely alone outside, quietly whittling a wooden stick. The soldiers line up in formation, raising their war horns high into the air with absolutely massive, imposing energy. Right then, the frontline commander completely roars out the signal to attack. As for Enkrid, he does not actually have any special powers at all. He only made it this far through endless, brutal training. Gripping a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Enkrid charges into battle. He violently kicks an enemy right in the stomach. But a split second later, another enemy tackles him right around the waist, throwing him totally off balance. His racing thoughts match the heavy rhythm of the enemy soldier's brutal attacks. Is this really the end for me? But right before the enemy can take his life, an ally sweeps in just in time to save him. Everyone always said Enkrid had absolutely zero talent, and he knew his big dreams were totally out of reach. Suddenly, from high up above, an arrow completely tears through the wind. It slams directly into the head of the soldier who just saved his life. Deep down, Enkrid always held onto this one tiny shred of hope. Even if everyone laughed right in his face and constantly told him it was totally impossible, he truly believed one thing. As long as he kept a tight grip on his sword, he could actually become a real knight someday. While he is distracted by these thoughts, a blade violently pierces right into him. A completely hopeless dream. Bright red blood wildly gushes from a massive wound on his neck, leaving his body totally powerless. He just completely collapses into the dirt. Now watch closely here. This is important. The entire chaotic battlefield suddenly goes dead silent, leaving only his internal voice echoing out. I never even thought my own death would be this utterly pathetic. Suddenly, a weird blue flame appears out of absolute nowhere. His eyes just glaze over as life slowly drains right out of his broken body. His vision violently blurs from the fatal wound. His expression does not change at all, but the light just slowly fades from his eyes. His body completely dies, still frozen in that exact kneeling position. Then, that familiar sound and shouting completely ring out again. Wake up! Get up! Enkrid snaps awake, extremely confused. Was that just a bad dream? Right next to him, Zem starts checking his morning gear and begins muttering. I think there is something moving inside my shoe. It is a damn bug. Pure, absolute shock completely takes over our main character's face when he actually witnesses this happen again. What? Was that all just some crazy hallucination? But then today's massive battle completely plays out all over again. He still fights with the exact same burning passion. This time, he actually sees the lethal enemy blade thrusting right toward his absolute weak point, but he still cannot dodge in time and takes a direct, devastating hit. That is death number 2. He keeps counting as the insane time loop reaches a 3rd round. Then the enemy blade fatally strikes his weak point for a 4th time. And once again, he wakes up to those exact same echoing gongs. Get up! Hey, wake up! He shoots up out of bed with a completely blank stare, unconsciously raising a hand to touch his own neck. The battle loops again, and his racing thoughts continue right through the absolute chaos. An enemy sword violently pierces his throat, burning pain, gushing blood. He tightly grips his weapon, forcing himself to focus totally on the fight right in front of him. That specific soldier appears again and immediately makes his move. Having locked onto his target, the guy raises his deadly sword high into the air. But this time, Enkrid is waiting for him, totally understanding that this day keeps repeating. His eyes shoot wide open, completely ready to clash with this guy. The enemy soldier totally glares at him and violently thrusts that blade forward. Enkrid stares right back, using his entire body to track the exact path of the sword. It is an absolutely flawless strike. He tightly shuts his eyes, silently thinking to himself, this is the 17th time I have seen this exact blade. The sword strikes his vital point once again, throwing his whole body completely off balance. You and I are literally watching his 17th brutal death right here. Dark red blood violently explodes from the fatal wound, while his racing thoughts completely spiral into absolute chaos. If only I had trained just a little bit harder with the sword. He completely blames his own lack of hard work. The enemy walks away, leaving him to bleed out in a massive red puddle. The world completely shifts around him while his mind constantly asks one question. Maybe I did not actually die here? Then suddenly, a random oil lamp just appears out of nowhere. An incredibly creepy voice echoes right into his ears. Do you truly believe that? He slowly sits up and a highly mysterious shadow just materializes right behind his back. That voice then suddenly offers a twisted kind of encouragement. Try to fight back, feel the pain, and then just give up. Face the pure despair of a wall you can never overcome. The look in his eyes completely changes, his expression turning hard with absolute determination. The loud, chaotic knocking that signals the start of the day rings out. He is already awake, resting a hand on his forehead in deep thought. Then he just leaps out of bed, making Zem next to him completely curious. Squad leader, you actually woke up on time today. He simply glances over and kindly drops a warning. Zem, there is a bug right inside your shoe. The guy raises an eyebrow and slowly looks down inside his boot. He completely jumps back in shock when the bug drops to the floor. Zem's massive, heavy foot instantly sentences that poor bug to death with a brutal stomp. He completely glares up and loudly demands, "You put that in there, did you not? What kind of stupid joke is this?" Enkrid does not even bother looking back and just walks straight outside. "Shut up. I only saw it crawl in there." He briefly glances back over his shoulder, silently thinking to himself, "This is the 18th time I have seen this dead bug." The completely crushed insect lies belly up in a nasty puddle of its own fluids. He asks himself this massive question while pushing the tent flap aside and stepping out. If I see this happen just a few more times, can I finally put an end to this looping day? He actually started training with a sword when he was just a little kid. He learned his basics from a former mercenary who randomly stopped by his village. That tough mercenary gave him a crazy review. "Color me surprised. If you are already this good, kid, you could actually become a real knight." Those exact words instantly planted a massive dream inside his head. He totally started imagining himself as a legendary knight, a total beast who could single-handedly take down 100 men and completely shift the tide of war. An absolute invincible hero, the kind of knight who ends a battle instantly. Everyone would call him the Knight of the Apocalypse. He fully believed he would be the epic main character in some wandering bard's legendary song. Time to go, leave the village, and become a legendary knight. But harsh reality completely shatters all dreams, and he just became the ultimate joke to everyone else. Do you see that absolute failure of a rookie? People just brutally mocked him, saying a coward who cannot beat a dog dreams of being a knight. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, this underdog story is just getting started. Enkrid left his quiet village behind to join a gritty mercenary legion. Stick with me here. He quickly realized his talent was painfully average, but giving up after a single failure? Absolutely not. He firmly believed that pure hard work never betrays anyone. No talent, no problem. He trained like an absolute madman, day and night, rain or shine. He was convinced that with enough time and raw effort, he could conquer absolutely anything. His blade plunged straight into the monster below. He grinded for experience, slowly building up his strength just to finally earn a little respect from the people around him. One thought constantly kept him going. I am getting stronger, and I will definitely become a respected knight. But that intense hope was completely shattered. He still perfectly remembers his own horrified expression when his trusty sword was violently knocked away, followed instantly by a vicious thrust from his opponent, piercing right into his stomach. His racing thoughts began to spiral as the crushing reality of his total defeat fully set in. A young kid from his very own village had boldly challenged him to a duel, and the brutal comment that child casually dropped, delivered with absolute, cold indifference. "Mister, you are way too weak. A 12-year-old kid who only picked up a sword 6 months ago. A stubborn fool who spent over a decade swinging his sword until his hands literally bled, pitifully crushed by a 6-month training genius. Slumped down into the dirt, he just kept asking himself over and over, was all my agonizing effort completely for nothing? Is there really no other way up?" Under that vast open sky, his desperate dream of becoming a true knight felt so impossibly far away. Everyone constantly looked down on him, confidently telling him it was a completely hopeless dream. Sleeping less and eating less than everyone else around him, he just relentlessly repeated the exact same motions, swinging, swinging, and swinging his heavy sword. Another grueling day of training passed by. He absolutely never allowed himself to slack off or lose focus for even a second. He swung so many times his hands violently shook, the blade chipped and ruined. Drenched in thick sweat, he kept desperately gasping for air with heavy, exhausted breaths. The sun slowly peaked over the mountains, signaling a brand new day. His eyes screened pure exhaustion, but the massive tree trunk in front of him, it barely had a few pathetic scratches. All that massive amount of time and effort only left shallow cuts on the bark, and yet he stubbornly refused to drop his sword. Even if I can never become a knight, he took his stance again, preparing to strike. He gathered every last ounce of his life force to carve one more solid slash into that tree. His eyes shot wide open, muscles bulging with intense tension as he made a choice. At the very least, I can become a hardened, highly experienced soldier. He gritted his teeth so incredibly hard they felt like they would shatter, finally opening his mouth to let out a raw, desperate scream of pure frustration. His insane daily training continued without pause, fast-forwarding exactly 3 full years right to the present day. We are now in the Crust Division, Company B, 2nd Platoon, and Squad B. Through sheer grit, he had officially become the respected squad leader of this second-rate military team. It was the absolute highest rank his endless hard work could buy him. Still, being a regular, stable soldier was way better than wandering around as a filthy mercenary. Stepping outside, he glanced at the guy sitting right next to him and called out, "Hey, Jackson." The man shot him a side eye, coldly grunting back in total annoyance. Unfazed, he casually dropped his request, "Cover my morning duty for me today." Jackson instantly pouted, his lips sticking out a mile as he carefully weighed the annoying offer. Eventually, though, he sighed and agreed. "Just remember to swap with me next time." He watched Jackson walk off and couldn't hold back a cheeky little comment. "Oh man, what a grumpy stray cat. Did you see that glare?" But little did Rem know, he was the actual target today. Rem just stared blankly, totally confused by the approach. Trying to dump more work on me? But he looked Rem dead in the eye with a serious request. "The beast's heart. I want you to teach me again." Rem instantly flashed the dumbest look of pure shock at this weird request, but then a smirk crept onto his face. "I thought you gave that up ages ago. You really think trying again is going to work?" The sky remained perfectly clear, completely ignoring the bloody massacre that was fated to arrive. The brutal war between Nalia and Aspen had begun once again. Now pay close attention, this is where it gets crazy. He died in that battle, woke up, and repeated the exact same day. Even learning the beast's heart in every single loop, he could never dodge the blade that always pierced his throat. The soldiers nervously gathered for the massive clash while he muttered to himself. Today, the morale of these troops is surging like a massive tidal wave. They screamed their lungs out the second the attack order dropped, because for him, this is the 20th time fighting this exact same battle. By now, he had every single detail of this repeating nightmare perfectly memorized. He simply leaned back, effortlessly dodging a deadly spear thrust from behind. Next up, an attack from the guy behind him. His eyes burned with absolute, fierce determination, locked entirely on the chaotic bloodbath right in front of him. He shifted his gaze toward his ally, a squadmate named Vli. He is going to die soon. A quick flash of light revealed an incoming arrow, and he moved instantly, throwing his body in the way to block it. Before Vli could even process what happened, another enemy soldier popped up right behind him. What the hell? Moving on pure instinct, he acted again, saving Vli's fragile little life. Even though he literally just blocked an arrow for him, Vli rudely kicked him away. But whatever, he had successfully completed his main objective for today. Now, all that was left was locking eyes with his fated executioner. The enemy soldier currently yanking his bloody sword straight out of a fresh corpse's neck. You and I both know this feeling. The enemy raised his sword, drawing a brutal arc of blood. 20 times. 20 times he suffered a pathetic, agonizing death at this exact bastard's hands, a blade straight through the throat. His face was dead serious, ready to risk absolutely everything on this final clash. Only one burning thought echoed in his mind: I will survive this. Rem's harsh lesson instantly flashed back into his memory: you always squeeze your eyes shut whenever you're in danger. The weapon was casually tossed into the air and caught like a cheap toy. But literally a split second later, Rem's axe was pressed firmly against his neck. Seeing his pathetic, terrified expression, Rem couldn't hold back a deeply sarcastic jab. Look at you. Pull that crap on a real battlefield and you'll die instantly. Have some guts, don't get easily startled or panicked. You need to become someone who doesn't even comprehend death. His pupils dilated wildly at every single word, while Rem's face morphed into something truly terrifying as he finished. You have to become a beast. Snapping back to the present, that same soldier lunged forward like a maniac. But this time, his eyes stayed wide open, silently chanting that exact lesson in his head. This is the beast's heart, a beast that doesn't even know what death is. Am I afraid of dying? No. Every single death only makes me that much stronger. And there it is. For the first time, he successfully dodged that fatal slash. His whole body locked up, eyes glued to the blade while his heart absolutely pounded. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what he does next. Alright, stick with me because this time loop is absolute madness. Enkrid wastes zero time and instantly counterattacks. For the very first time on his 21st attempt today, he finally dodges that lethal thrust. But the enemy soldier smoothly pivots, prepping another brutal strike. The blade lunges straight at Enkrid with terrifying precision. And once again, the target is deadly clear. It is aiming right for his throat. Enkrid's eyes shoot wide open. His body simply cannot react fast enough. The very next thing he feels, the warm, sickening spill of his own blood. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, but it is already too late. The scenery instantly shifts, and that mysterious voice echoes again. He is trapped in this completely endless nightmare of a day. Nothing but absolute agony and despair. A shadowy figure appears on a boat, waiting to collect him. The entity speaks in a dark, heavy tone, urging him to just give up, board the ship, admit your pathetic weakness, and finally set yourself free. Yet, he just sits there, completely frozen and unresponsive. But when Enkrid finally opens his mouth, his voice is packed with raw, unyielding determination. No way, that day is never coming, that absolute bastard. Enkrid actually saw the tip of his blade with his own two eyes and dodged it. Zem slips his boots on and marvels as Enkrid suddenly snaps awake. Hey, squad leader, you are actually up on time today. Internally, however, he is deeply focused on affirming one single fact. I am moving forward, one step at a time. For this 20-second attempt, I will challenge him once again. That agonizingly familiar battle kicks off, quickly reaching its bloody, violent climax. Enkrid stares wide-eyed at the lethal blade zooming right toward him. This is already his 33rd run today. He can perfectly read the sword's path now. He narrowly avoids the soldier's fatal thrust yet again. Enkrid is absolutely determined to dodge before it even touches him, but this time, the merciless blade still manages to slice a terrifying gash across his neck. Now pay close attention, because this loop gets brutal. His expression twists in pain. Damn it, he is way too fast. Enkrid collapses completely powerless to the dirt. Blood endlessly pours from his throat, marking yet another devastating failure for our guy. His necklace snaps, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Back in his mercenary days, Enkrid took on a few monster hunting commissions to get by. It was not exactly like he was forced to take these quests. He just coincidentally ended up helping the desperate villagers in the areas he passed through. The real reason he chose to help, he harbored a massive ambition to become a knight, and protecting the weak is the core duty of any true knight. Just as he was about to leave, a grateful villager shoved something directly into his hands. We are incredibly poor, so this is the absolute only thing we can offer. Shock completely flashed across Enkrid's face when he looked at the item. It was a simple protective amulet. Honestly, it was a complete joke compared to the literal price of his own life. The villager's voice echoes in his memory. This charm can grant your most desperate wish. Snapping back to reality, Enkrid lies completely paralyzed on the ground, blinking weakly at that exact pendant. Could it actually be this? Is this amulet forcing the day to loop endlessly, all because of his desperate wish to become a real knight? Right at this exact moment, an enemy soldier walks up, tossing out a cruel taunt. You must be in serious agony, huh? He raises his blade high. Consider this my grand mercy. Enkrid furiously glares up, his face screaming absolute, bitter defiance. Screw your twisted mercy. In that fleeting second, the soldier's bloodthirsty, psychotic gaze burns straight into his dying eyes. Then, the psycho flashes a twisted, joyful grin as he prepares the killing blow. At this exact moment, Enkrid can finally confirm one terrifying fact. You are a total freak who gets off on stabbing people. Suddenly, that familiar wake-up call hits again. Kicking off the same day. Enkrid rolls out of bed, casually tossing out a warning. Zem, I just dropped a massive bug straight into your boot. Zem's jaw drops in pure shock at this insane morning confession. Huh? What the hell? You literally just woke up. What is your problem? Have you completely lost your mind? Enkrid wastes absolutely no time, just stomping the bug dead. Stop whining and come outside. Teach me the heart of the beast technique. This bizarre request instantly freezes Zem in his tracks. Above them, the sky is clear, with warm sunlight beaming beautifully down. Zem goes all out, trying to drill this powerful technique into Enkrid. His eyes go wide. With absolute maximum focus on the move, Enkrid perfectly dodges Zem's incoming axe swing. You and I know how weak he was, but he repeats this flawless dodge multiple times. Even Zem is totally stunned, raising an eyebrow. He pauses the fight, bluntly calling him out. You are acting weird today. Where did this crazy aura come from? Enkrid just lazily shrugs it off. It is just practice. But obviously, that lame answer leaves Zem completely and utterly confused. But this type of progress is way too fast. Enkrid has practically lived through this exact conversation over 10 times now. Zem stares him down, speaking up again. My family's secret ultimate technique is not something you just casually pick up. Enkrid thinks to himself. He is right. This insane confidence comes strictly from dying horribly. Over and over. Stepping forward, he carelessly deflects the question. Does it really matter? I probably just got insanely lucky to learn it so fast. Enkrid swiftly grabs his solid sword from the nearby weapon pile, turns straight back around, and makes a demand. Fight me for one more round. Zem stands there with his jaw practically hitting the floor at this ridiculously bold move. But immediately after, he lets out a sharp smirk and agrees. Sounds good to me. Even if you master the beast's heart, it is still not enough. Enkrid cannot even land a hit. He is forced to constantly dodge Zem's relentless heavy attacks. The instructor gets more fired up with every swing, loudly taunting him. Just how long do you plan on running away? As our squad leader barely dodges, Enkrid realizes something grim. The only sword technique he actually knows? Not good enough here. Zem's blade successfully grazes him, slicing a tiny cut across his cheek. Enkrid's mind races as he angrily grits his teeth together in deep frustration. It is the Valen mercenary style, a seriously bizarre sword technique created by some random rogue named Valen. A lot of purists completely despise this style. They call it a cheap, filthy trick. Zem charges forward with all his massive strength, shouting that Enkrid's lower body power is absolute garbage. Enkrid dodges again, thinking hard. But honestly, out of everything I have right now, this cheap trick is probably my most reliable move. Enkrid rapidly drops into a heavy offensive stance. Zem's eyes widen at this totally unexpected shift. The chilling image of that psycho soldier unconsciously flashes in his mind. Enkrid decides to perfectly mimic his fatal stab. But despite the effort, Zem easily overpowers him, knocking his weapon completely away. The sword heavily hits the dirt, spinning wildly before finally stopping. Enkrid stares down at his own trembling hands in total, absolute shock. I actually just replicated that twisted maniac's exact deadly thrust. Since I died to him over a dozen times, my body literally memorized his movements. Across from him, Zem lets out a heavy sigh and evaluates the move. Damn it, you almost made me bleed there. Out of everything you have ever shown me, that thrust was your best move by far. It really should be executed like this. Trust me, you are going to want to see how much stronger he gets. You need a bit more power behind it, understand? Your hand should have been way more decisive. How do I even explain it? Hesitation? It is like you are still hesitating at the point of impact. Alright, stick with me here. If your attack just slips past the enemy or gets completely blocked, what's your next move? You need to strike with the absolute resolve of you can't dodge this and you're dead, kid. That's exactly how you grip a sword and unleash a truly fatal blow. Hearing this, Enkrid looks down at his hand, soaking in those harsh words. The explanation was pretty terrible, but he finally understands the gap between his weak stab and that bastard's thrust. Every painful memory and crushing failure vividly flashes through his mind. He quickly realizes his sword's swings completely lack raw power and killer instinct. That soldier's twisted, perverted voice echoes out again. This is my mercy. He casually lands the finishing blow, ripping Enkrid's life away. Enkrid trains relentlessly, desperate to unleash one solid, unwavering strike. But once again, his sword is knocked right out of his hands. The nightmare repeats. The enemy's sickening, arrogant attitude is on full display once again. This is my mercy. The blade shoots straight forward, aiming right for Enkrid's throat. Enkrid's thoughts race as he pushes through today, advancing step by step. But the soldier roars that same phrase again. This is my mercy. Still, he fiercely vows to keep moving forward, even if it's just half a step. The enemy's blade locks onto his neck. This is my mercy. Enkrid just silently keeps count. Day 111. The sword pierces his throat as that sickening voice rings out. This is my mercy. Day 123. The guy's twisted expression hasn't changed one bit. This is my mercy. But finally, on day 124, Enkrid violently roars, charging straight ahead. On the sidelines, Rem frowns, seriously blocking the sudden strike. He was completely caught off guard by Enkrid's insane aggression. The sword in Enkrid's hand doesn't drop. Rem scowls, clearly annoyed, snapping back, "Are you totally crazy?" But right now, blood is pouring down Enkrid's arm. The red liquid heavily drips out as Rem yells, "Your hand is bleeding like a waterfall. Why the hell are you smiling like a psycho?" Enkrid isn't even listening, deeply trapped inside his own racing thoughts. I did it. I finally mastered that absolute bastard's thrust. Now watch closely, this is intense. Enkrid's first killing thrust totally fails. Right now, that soldier swings his blade back, eyes absolutely burning with hatred. He lunges, gripping the hilt tight, thrusting dead ahead. His blade barely scrapes the enemy's armor. At that exact second, the soldier's sword brutally slashes Enkrid's neck, spraying fresh blood. He viciously grits his teeth, silently screaming a vow. I won't blink. I won't drop my sword. Enkrid frantically repeats this to himself, eyes glaring wide forward. Even with that iron resolve, he still collapses hard from the deadly blow. Every past duel leading to that failed thrust flashes by. Instantly, the soldier marches over and stomps down hard right on Enkrid's chest. He flashes a totally twisted smile. You look so pathetic in pain. This is my mercy. But before this maniac can finish it, Enkrid suddenly gasps, tomorrow, followed by a chilling death sentence. You will die. That's Enkrid's only thought. Hearing this, the soldier just arrogantly scoffs and smirks. He roars like a beast and decisively stabs downward. Dead men have no tomorrow. Suddenly, the pendant flashes brilliantly again. The day violently resets with a pathetic bug hitting the dirt. Right after that, a massive boot ruthlessly crushes its tiny body into the dirt. Enkrid tightly grips his sword hilt, staring coldly into the far distance. I saw him coming earlier. Rem hesitates awkwardly before muttering a quick thank you. Meanwhile, Enkrid drops a wild demand. If you're grateful, become my bodyguard. This bizarre attitude makes Rem grumble, unable to hide his annoyance. How can he just casually order me around like that? Can you believe this? Day 125 of this insane loop. Enkrid suddenly yells, "Hey, big eyes." Chris turns around confused. No seconds wasted. He immediately rattles off a shopping list. Get me shin guards, a heavy shield, and a dagger. I'll pay you later. Chris blankly stammers, "Pay later?" As Enkrid's shadow fades away, Chris yells out from behind, "I'm only trusting you because you're the captain. I normally never help anyone. You hear me?" Right then, Rem steps up from behind. Did the old captain bark orders like this too? Jackson, slacking off lazily, chimes in mockingly. You guys are always dumping your dirty work on him anyway. The lazy slacker fiercely snaps back. What did you say? Want to taste my axe? Then it's Auden's turn to clasp his hands in prayer. Good luck, brother. But inwardly, he's seriously concerned. This guy is acting super weird today. He's never this insanely tense. After that, we just see him aggressively swinging his sword like an absolute maniac. Enkrid furiously grits his teeth, completely consumed by pure, unyielding rage. Every single death brings unimaginable agony. What if, even after 10,000 times, I still can't win? If I actually find an escape, what happens next? Will I finally wake up tomorrow, or am I cursed to repeat today? I'm stronger now, should I just be satisfied? No, he doesn't have that option. He has to crush this. Enkrid constantly reminds himself to break through. That sadistic soldier is a massive wall, and he must learn to perfectly thrust and slash. The blade ruthlessly pierces through thick layers of tree bark. Enkrid screams inside his head, I won't let this slide. He viciously grits his teeth, glaring forward as he swings. Crack! The sword finally splits the massive trunk right in half. This blessing demands progress. Back in reality, Enkrid equips fresh armor. He bends down, locking into heavy iron boots. A second later, Enkrid raises a massive shield. His eyes flash with a deadly chill, completely obsessed with one thought: absolute victory. Right on cue, the soldiers blow their deafening war horns. Instantly, the six-man squad marches out, with Enkrid fiercely leading the charge from the very front. The two armies violently crash into each other, igniting a devastating bloodbath. Enkrid locks his cold gaze on the enemy, his mind racing. A guy with zero talent like me survived this nightmare war using exactly 3 things: flawless preparation, blind luck, and an ice-cold brain. Day 46, his left shoulder is crushed by a spiked mace. Day 47, Enkrid rolls past the mace, only to get fatally smashed in the head. Now, he smoothly spins while calculating every angle. Gotta do a full rotation and slice him first. Day 71, an enemy chops Enkrid's leg clean off, leaving him totally helpless. But this time, that blade does nothing against his iron boots. He charges, and trust me, you're gonna love watching him absolutely crush this guy's skull. Alright, you and I are jumping right into day 89. This guy's axe literally chopped his head off before. He can't let him live, or he'll mess up the entire war. Reliving this exact day over and over, Enkrid is an absolute master at throwing weapons now. But there's an enemy behind him, an elite archer known as the Eagle's Claw. No time for him. Enkrid blocks the attack, saves his ally, and completely slices the opponent's neck. Time to face the music. That fated soldier has already locked onto his next target, and yeah, he has that same sick, twisted smirk on his face. But Enkrid? Pure, cold determination. Right in the middle of this chaotic battlefield, these two slowly step toward each other. Boom! The soldier lunges forward like a steel arrow, gripping his sword tight. But Enkrid easily raises his shield to block the heavy strike. Enkrid spins away like a literal tornado. Just dodging won't cut it here. This guy might be a normal soldier, but his strength is insane, basically genius-tier combat. Across from him, the soldier looks completely confused. That looked like an attack, but it was a block. Enkrid figures it out instantly. The guy lacks real combat experience and gets surprised way too easily. The Valen mercenary sword techniques will definitely mess him up. Scraping his foot, Enkrid kicks a cloud of dirt right into the guy's face, forcing him back. Seizing the opening, he launches a brutal counterattack. Now watch closely, because this gets wild. The soldier's eyes bulge, thick red veins popping everywhere. He suddenly pivots, aiming his sword straight at Enkrid. But the blade doesn't even leave a scratch on him. Both fighters slide back to their corners, totally thrown off balance. Instantly, the soldier's eyes light up as he twists back around. Enkrid spins too, his vision completely locked onto his enemy. Enkrid reads the sword's path perfectly. Seeing right through the incoming thrust, he tightens his grip on the hilt and charges straight at him. The two blades violently clash and the soldier's sword completely shatters into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, a shadow raises a heavy bow. An arrow rips right through the chaotic crowd. Back over here, the shocked soldier drops his useless broken sword. Enkrid stares him down, telling himself he's going to win this. But that deadly arrow is flying straight toward them. Right then, a flying axe intercepts the arrow, chopping it out of midair. Without hesitating, Enkrid ruthlessly stabs right through the soldier, giving him the exact same brutal death. Jem roars out in absolute rage, ready to hunt down that Eagle's Claw sniper. But Jackson steps in to hold him back. It is too late, no point wasting energy. Enkrid pushes his blade even deeper. Then, he violently yanks it out, blood spraying everywhere. Soldiers everywhere are still fighting fiercely. Enkrid coldly stares down at the fresh corpse. The battlefield is finally settling down. Dripping with sweat, Enkrid finally allows himself to breathe. A heavy sigh of relief escapes his lips. He looks down at the fallen soldier. The guy's body is trembling, eyes burning with pure hatred. Enkrid raises his sword one last time, his cold voice echoing across the field. "Consider this my mercy." And with that, he cleanly chops his head off. A dark smirk creeps onto Enkrid's face, absolute triumph. "You and I probably thought he was finally safe, right? Think again." Out of nowhere, Enkrid gets violently thrown completely across the dirt. Hitting the ground hard, Enkrid cries out in agonizing pain. Jem frantically rushes over, screaming a warning it is a frog beastman. Morin just stands there like a tower, his face ice cold. Enkrid's features twist in absolute agony. Letting out a quiet sigh, Morin speaks up. "I spent so much effort raising him. Never expected him to lose to trash like you. His custom-trained soldier is completely dead." Meanwhile, Enkrid just clutches his bleeding arm, wincing heavily through the blinding pain. Morin hisses, unleashing a deadly attack as fast as lightning. But boom, an axe chops down. Jem steps in front, perfectly blocking Morin to protect Enkrid. The heavy attacks just keep coming, Jem's eyes flashing with absolute rage. But Morin, he casually blocks every single hit with his staff. Gritting his teeth, Jem charges forward again. Morin looks totally bored while Jem frantically swings his huge axe, hacking wildly up and down. While that happens, a random enemy sneaks up on Enkrid with a sharp spear. Before the guy can even blink, Jackson completely chops his head off. Jem backs away from his assault, glaring intensely right at Morin. Morin also leaps backward, creating some safe distance. The two warriors just stare each other down, weapons gripped incredibly tight. Jem does not even flinch. "If you want to behead our captain, you're stepping over my dead body first." Morin looks confused. "Captain? That pathetic weakling is your captain? Not you?" Jem doesn't say a word back, keeping his eyes completely glued to Morin. The frog warrior bloodline literal-born fighters. Jem knows the only way to kill this damn frog is magic or a direct strike to the heart. Way too annoying. But Morin has his own doubts. Why is a strong guy like him fighting on this petty battlefield? Killing him means actually risking my own life. Morin subtly steps backward. This clash simply is not worth the risk. Morin watches cautiously in silence, then just turns his back to leave. Jem sneers, calling him a coward. The beastman's shadow quickly dashes away, leaving only the howling wind. Jackson throws Enkrid onto his back, immediately facing down an enemy soldier trying to sneak attack. Jem violently interrupts, his massive axe instantly cleaving the guy's head. Now Jackson is getting swarmed by soldiers, but Auden steps in to help. Auden totally smashes a guy's skull. The whole squad works together, carving a bloody path for Jackson. They quickly fall back, forming a tight defensive circle. Enkrid's eyes lose focus as enemies scream to retreat. "That's where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what happens next." "All right, you and I are diving right in." The second that sound echoed, he finally closed his eyes. Around him, total chaos, soldiers scattering everywhere. They left behind an absolute bloodbath. Suddenly, the space shifts. A single drop of water falls from above, and that mysterious figure wakes Enkrid up. The guy sneers. "You survived today, but that is it. You will never break past the massive wall blocking your path. Your only destiny is pure despair. You will give up." Hearing that, Enkrid pushes his hands down and crawls up. He forces his broken body to sit, while the shadow behind him stays collapsed. He leans sideways toward the guy and fires back. "That wall?" Enkrid exhales, his voice practically dripping with absolute resolve. "It only exists to be shattered." The mysterious figure smirks, clearly entertained. "I will be watching. I cannot wait to see the light fade from those ambitious eyes." Snap back to reality. Enkrid gasps awake from the nightmare. He stares at the ceiling, confused. "Where am I?" Right then, another voice completely catches him off guard. Inside the medical tent, Jen tilts his head, looking at Enkrid like some alien. "You slept for 2 straight days. I saved you from that damn frog, remember?" Enkrid slowly sits up, totally dazed. He digs through his fuzzy memories. "That frog? Wait, what frog are you even talking about? Sitting up that fast sends a sharp pain right through his chest. That monster frog? I am actually alive. Jen chimes in, pulling him back. No broken bones, but your head took a massive hit. Do you even remember your best pal? Enkrid frowns, instantly shutting that down. We were never friends. Out of nowhere, the guy covers Enkrid's mouth. Keep quiet. The room falls dead silent. Jen snaps back, sounding completely annoyed. Just because no one cares about your secret, you blurt it out? Enkrid's tone flips instantly. He glares. Are we strangers, or are you my best friend? Pick one. Anyway, you survived to see another day. Meanwhile, Chris leans back in his chair, pouting as he repeats his insane conditions. Captain, you owe me triple for this. Do you have any idea how much money I dropped to get you in here? Here is what you and I need to watch. Enkrid tilts his head, wondering how a grunt got VIP treatment. Then, he calls him out. You vanished during the entire battle. Typical. Chris flips his attitude instantly, putting on a fake smile. Fine, I will give you a special discount. Just pay me double. Outside the tent, a heavy, dark sunset completely takes over the camp's sky. Jackson walks in, staring intensely at Enkrid. Catching that weird vibe, Enkrid immediately pushes him. What is it? If you have something to say, speak. Jackson stays totally quiet and just tosses something right at him. He turns to leave, tossing advice over his shoulder. Apply it twice a day. Do not ask where I got it. Enkrid stares at the ointment, confused. Jackson absolutely hates sharing his things, so why give this to me? Over there, Odin is crying a river, gripping a cross and praying. He just sits by the bed, mumbling non-stop. Enkrid shoots him a deeply annoyed glare. Go away, I am not dead yet. Night slowly falls, leaving only the dim glow from the medical tents. Resting his head on his arms, Enkrid wonders why they are taking shifts. They usually only care about themselves. Are they actually worried about me? Weird. Right on cue, Ragnar bursts in. The second he spots Enkrid, he lets out a loud gasp. He blinks hard, staring with massive, shocked eyes. Captain, what are you doing in here? Without even waiting for an answer, the kid just spins around and walks right back out. Enkrid closes his eyes, sighing. Yeah, Ragnar definitely does not care. That brat is completely clueless. Besides Enkrid, two other wounded guys are in here. One is a platoon leader from another squad who fought him before. Ven glares with pure attitude. What are you looking at? The other nameless guy just stares into space. Enkrid stares at Krang, quietly sizing him up. He looks like a total low-level grunt. How did someone like him end up here? Suddenly, his eyes dart toward a noise. The other two turn too. A girl named Yang steps right inside, walking directly toward Enkrid's bed. Her sharp, pointed ears grab his attention. Enkrid's eyes drop to the weapon strapped across her. You feel that tension? We both know something big is coming. She stands there, glaring coldly into the tent. Who leads Squad 444? That sudden, sharp question leaves Enkrid unable to hide the confusion on his face. Yang's sudden arrival completely freezes the air inside the medical tent. Venens is the first guy bold enough to break the silence. Are you an elf? Feeling disrespected, Yang narrows her eyes and demands his squad number. Intimidated, he answers honestly. I am Ven, leader of Platoon 3, Company 2. She instantly scolds him. Does your unit teach you to address superiors by their race? Venon shrinks back, completely rattled. I am so sorry. Enkrid quietly puts the pieces together. A superior? So she is the new commander for Company 4. He randomly introduces himself. I am Enkrid, squad leader of 4, Platoon 4, Company 4. Yang glances over, completely indifferent. I heard you lead well. I expect great things. With that, she just turns to leave, leaving Enkrid totally baffled. Wait, did she really come in here just to say that? But right before stepping out, Yang suddenly freezes in her tracks. Hold on. She turns and demands the name of the last guy. And what is your name? Caught off guard, Krang just blinks. Huh. Then he stammers it out. Krang. Yes, I'm Krang. Hearing that, Enkrid quietly judges the guy. Did he just make that up? His attitude toward a commander is terrible. Is he some hidden noble? Meanwhile, after getting everyone's identity, Yang just glares at them in dead silence. After a really long pause, she finally turns her back and leaves. Enkrid just watches her go with a cold stare. The long night finally passes, and the sun slowly rises over their brutal war camp. So what do you and I make of this? Back inside, Enkrid is acting strangely, clenching and unclenching his fist, just staring at his palm. All right, jump in with me. The pain is almost gone. Enkrid figures it's time to train and get stronger. He instantly gets up, leaving Venons completely confused. Where are you going? Enkrid just mutters, training ground. Venon scoffs, throwing him a totally dirty look. Idiot, you are a bottom-tier soldier. Stop acting so arrogant. Enkrid could not care less. He just walks straight out of the tent. Krang, the only other guy in there, stays completely silent. Minutes later, his blade catches the sun. Absolute confidence. Gripping the hilt tight, he knows he needs to break down his previous battle. He paid a fortune to learn this visualization trick as a kid. Remembering that final, desperate stab from his last fight still sends a shiver down his spine. What if it fails? Enkrid thinks it over, then finally closes his eyes. Never put all your eggs in one basket. If that main attack misses, he is basically dead. That heavy axe strike was meant to be fatal. After putting everything into that thrust, the next move. Wait. Right in the middle of his thoughts, someone calls out. Working hard, huh? Enkrid snaps his head around. Krang is just sitting right there, watching his every move. Then the questions start. I just don't get you. Your hands were shaking back in the tent, and now you are out here just staring at nothing? Enkrid calmly explains, I am doing this to train my grip strength, just running a mental combat simulation. Krang presses, why even bother? He patiently replies, to avoid any trouble. Even with that answer, Krang is still totally lost. He pushes further. Okay, and then what? You are keeping yourself alive to become what exactly? Enkrid shoots him a quick glance. He falls silent, taking a moment before speaking. It is a dream, but if I actually say it out loud, people will just laugh. It is a dream I am chasing with my pathetic... Pay close attention here, this is massive. Enkrid grips his sword, raises it high, and proudly declares his goal. A knight. Hearing this, Krang just stares blankly. Enkrid throws him another sideways glance. After a long, heavy silence, he finally speaks up again. Well, this is a first. Krang looks confused. First what? Enkrid just smiles. First time someone has not laughed at me. Krang's reply is totally out of left field. Oh right, I forgot to laugh. Looking at you, I know exactly what I need to do. He suddenly stands up, turns his back, and starts walking away. Enkrid watches him leave, his eyes cold but confused. Before vanishing, Krang drops one last line. When you become a knight, remember my name. Enkrid's thoughts completely shift. That was the first time anyone actually supported him. Soon, morning fully breaks. The low-ranking soldiers are already singing their annoying, high-energy marching tunes. A guy with a lute starts it off. Who is the hero of the battlefield? The rest scream, Cypress. Meanwhile, inside their cramped tent, Venance is losing it. Where is our breakfast? Are they eating everything and leaving us the scraps? Enkrid just holds his head in pure annoyance. Today, after waking up to that same old song and a delayed breakfast, Enkrid decides to just wander around camp instead of hitting the training grounds. While walking, he bumps right into Jackson, who immediately checks on him. Captain, how is your wound? Enkrid politely answers, the medicine is working great, thanks. Jackson gently replies, if you are grateful, hurry up and return. A long day fades and night falls again. Right before sleep, Krang says warmly, good night, Enkrid. He politely replies, you too. Then Venance loudly complains, you crazy bastards are going to talk all night. Enkrid ignores him completely. He just goes to sleep early, ending a totally unproductive day. Cypress. Who is the hero on the battlefield? Cypress. The loud, obnoxious singing completely shatters the peaceful sleep in the tent. Enkrid angrily sits straight up in bed. Is that wandering musician back again? I thought he left. Right then, Venance yells from the next bed over. Why the hell is breakfast still not here yet? Are they eating everything and giving us leftovers? Enkrid thinks, man, he is loud. Wait, he said the exact same thing yesterday. Suddenly, a chilling realization hits him. Enkrid is totally freaked out by his own thoughts. Huh, he walks around the exact same camp path. Jackson walks up and asks the exact same question. Captain, how is your wound doing? He hesitates, stumbling over his words. The medicine is great, thanks. Jackson repeats the exact same line Enkrid heard yesterday. If you are grateful, hurry up and return. Those words strike him like absolute lightning. You and I both know what is happening here. Today is repeating yesterday perfectly. His eyes widen as he remembers an old man's warning. Another wall will block your path. Try to survive. Enkrid pieces it together. Was I killed in my sleep without even knowing? He is lost in his own mind, staring up at a massive, invisible wall. This feels way more hopeless than getting stabbed. But despite the frustration, his resolve only grows stronger. Clenching his fists, he mentally prepares for this new trial. Hours pass, and darkness blankets the camp once again. The tent is dead silent, lit by a single flickering candle. Enkrid lies on his side, totally faking sleep. In reality, he is quietly calculating who murdered him and exactly how they pulled it off. They had to slip past all the night guards to get in here. Only a skilled knight could do that. The pieces click together. It cannot be some random assassin. The killer is likely one of us. Someone who knows the healing tent's layout perfectly. An absolute master assassin. The first suspect popping into his head, Yang, he connects the dots. Those silent, lightning-fast fairy steps are absolutely perfect for a stealthy murder in the dark, so she visited just to scout the location. I need to see it with my own eyes to confirm. This medical tent only has one entrance. The plan is simple. Scream, wake the other guys, and ambush her. Now he just has to wait for the assassin. Even with his eyes wide open and on high alert, it happens in a flash. A poison needle sinks straight into his neck before he even senses it. He does not realize it until the piercing pain hits. I did not even see them. He instantly twists his body, trying to scream. He thrashes so hard he falls off the bed, but his entire body completely locks up. Paralyzing poison. So this is how he died silently. He looks around, and trust me, the scene he sees next is going to leave you absolutely speechless. Stick with me, we're jumping straight into a brutal time loop. Platoon leader Ven gets poisoned while the assassin stands right over Krang's bed. Coughing up blood, Enkrid curses the bastard in his mind. The assassin raises his blade high into the air, then plunges it ruthlessly straight into Krang's body. That single strike kills Krang instantly. No last words, no final struggle. He can only stare wide-eyed in his final moments, while Enkrid is completely helpless to stop it. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he watches. Suddenly, a blade tears the tent wide open from the outside, bringing all the bloody chaos inside to a dead stop. Enkrid immediately realizes the assassin didn't come alone. Glancing quickly toward the torn canvas, his eyes lock onto the unmistakable pointed ear of an elf. Looking down just a bit, he instantly recognizes the familiar weapon and uniform standing right there. He confirms it immediately. It is definitely her. Captain Yang suddenly steps out, her figure illuminated entirely by the flickering candlelight of the dark night. After a night of absolute terror, the sun rises once again, signaling the start of a fresh loop. The loud, annoying singing of a wanderer echoes through the air. Who is the hero of the battlefield? Cypress. Meanwhile, inside the medical tent, Enkrid sits deep in thought. 3 identical mornings have passed. He stays constantly vigilant, yet still hasn't spotted a single suspicious person. This isn't going to be easy. He thinks back to the terrifying moment he saw Yang before blacking out. Even if he manages to stop the assassination in the tent, he still has to face that monstrous captain right after. Drowning in absolute helplessness, Enkrid starts feeling like he truly cannot change anything here. Slumping over, he stews in this bitter sense of failure. He felt this exact same despair just a few days ago. The brutal battlefield flashes right across his mind. Enkrid quickly hypes himself up. Even so, he was still the one who walked away victorious. Remembering how he executed the enemy general instantly pumps him full of raw courage. Looking up at the sky, he makes a solid vow. He will definitely find a way out of this mess, as long as he refuses to give up. While everyone is still half asleep, Enkrid suddenly yanks Ven's blanket away. Ven furious shouts out, "What the hell is wrong with you today? Are you completely crazy?" Seeing absolutely no clues anywhere, Enkrid sheathes his sword and starts thinking hard. Assuming the assassins just snuck into the base from the inside is completely wrong. He needs to stay highly alert for an outside attack too. Meanwhile, Ven keeps violently cursing. "You psycho, planning to practice catching roaches with that sword today?" Then he starts mocking him. "I guess that totally suits a low-ranking grunt like you anyway." Enkrid casually fires back. "I didn't expect you to care so much about me." This response makes Ven even more furious. "I'm insulting you. You idiot. Get out of here. I don't want to see your face." Hearing that, Enkrid sighs and mocks him internally. "I was obviously just messing with you." Right at that moment, Krang pulls back the tent flap and walks inside. "Are you two arguing again? Should I just come back later?" he asks nervously, feeling awkward. But Enkrid quickly stops him from leaving. "It is totally fine. Just come in." Hearing that, Ven aggressively drops back onto his bed, grumbling about annoying idiots. As Krang enters the tent and starts packing up his things, Enkrid silently observes his every move. Now pay attention here. This is where it gets crazy. The assassins were watching him closely, so he must be the real target. He's incredibly suspicious, but who exactly is he? I don't want to dig into things someone clearly doesn't want to talk about, just like those other bastards. Thinking this, his gaze shifts toward the other muscular soldiers nearby. Enkrid thinks it over. "Because of this guy, I got dragged into a deadly assassination plot, so I definitely need to ask him." Making up his mind, Enkrid uses a deadly serious tone. "Krang, what exactly are you?" Faced with this sudden, blunt question, Krang just spaces out for a moment. Seeing his unusually slow and strange reaction, Enkrid immediately gets a lot more suspicious. "Did I say something wrong? My communication skills must be absolute garbage." Suddenly, Krang finally speaks up. "What am I?" "Honestly, I really cannot tell you that." Krang's vague, dodging answer only makes Enkrid even more curious. "Why not?" Krang hesitates before replying. "It is a long story." Sensing the guy really doesn't want to answer, Enkrid falls into deep thought. Giving up, he casually replies, "If you say so." Seeing Enkrid back down so easily makes Ven snap. Unable to stay quiet, he angrily shoots right up from his bed. He growls furiously. "Are you kidding me? You obviously wanted an answer. If you're going to back off that easily, you shouldn't have even bothered asking him at all. You idiot Krang, or crap, or whatever. You are definitely not from this kingdom. Anyone can clearly see that. Tell the truth right now. Which country spy are you?" Hearing that insult, Krang's completely harmless vibe vanishes instantly. Instead, a razor-sharp, terrifyingly heavy aura explodes right out of his body. This sudden crushing pressure makes Ven freeze completely, backing down in pure hesitation. Krang slowly takes step after step toward Ven. Once they are standing face to face, Krang firmly states with a dead serious tone, "I have never and will never betray this kingdom." Enkrid watches quietly from a distance and makes a swift judgment. He can see it clearly in his eyes and movements. The true aura of a knight. Ven nervously steps backward and speaks. "Is that really how you talk to your superior?" Krang instantly switches back to his friendly, harmless demeanor and chuckles softly. "I am deeply sorry, sir. You and I both know he's hiding something massive, but Enkrid figures Krang isn't an actual knight, since he was totally helpless against the assassins in the previous loops. He closely watches Krang's overly friendly face, absolutely certain there's a massive secret buried underneath. When night completely falls once again, right in front of the flickering candle, Krang cheerfully says, "Sleep well, guys." Enkrid politely replies back, "You too." Ven is still heavily annoyed by the sweet words and clears his throat. Enkrid suddenly notices Ven's weird, unusual attitude toward Krang tonight. Why is he suddenly acting so soft? Deciding not to care about it anymore, he completely shifts his focus. Staring at the dark scene outside the tent, Enkrid thinks to himself, "If the assassins rush in here, we are all dead meat." Suddenly, instead of lying down, he sits straight up with his sword gripped tightly. Ven immediately notices this movement. "Why aren't you going to sleep?" Enkrid answers with complete honesty. "Assassins are about to storm in here right now, so cooperate if you actually want to survive." Stunned by the sudden intense warning, Ven just spaces out for a second. Then, he simply rolls over in his bed, angrily muttering about him being a total psycho. Meanwhile, Krang just smiles softly in the dark, but with Enkrid's sharp eyes, he instantly reads a totally different, hidden meaning into it. He totally predicted that exact expression. But suddenly, right at this very moment, a strange voice echoes loudly inside his mind. How did he know we were coming here to assassinate them? Hearing the enemy's thoughts directly makes Enkrid's eyes shoot wide open in absolute shock. In a flash, the tent is ripped wide open, and a blade instantly slashes straight across his throat. The strike is way too fast and sudden. Enkrid cannot do a single thing. Shocked, he stares behind him. When did he even get hit? His hand hadn't even touched his sword yet. The assassin then moves like lightning toward Ven and mercilessly finishes him off in a heartbeat. The killer swiftly plunges his blade straight into Krang's chest. Enkrid finally collapses dead. So what do we take from this? Sometimes knowing the future isn't enough to survive it. Alright, stick with me. We are diving into a brutal time loop. The Wanderer's song shatters the quiet once again. Who is the hero here? Cypress Enkrid just sits there, clutching his aching head. This is his fourth loop. With zero proof that assassins are coming tonight, he absolutely cannot ask Venons or Krang for backup. He needs to warn his superiors to tighten security. Without hesitating, he reports it to Graham, but gets violently rejected. "Have you lost your mind? Get lost before I make sure you can never speak again." So that night, he acts completely solo. His plan? Anticipate exactly when the assassins will strike and scream right before they attack. A heavy wind kicks up, putting Enkrid on high alert. Is it now? He hesitates, doubting his own timing. Maybe right now? But the second he opens his mouth, a deadly blade thrusts right from behind. The cold steel effortlessly pierces his throat, finishing him off with just one clean strike. Enkrid collapses as the masked killer rushes straight into the tent. Damn it, they are way too fast, he thinks in sheer shock. Time rewinds once more. Enkrid sets up his battle plan all over again, knowing nobody else is coming to help. I have to ambush them first. He has to strike before they even move. But while he hesitates out there, a hidden figure throws a poisonous needle from the shadows. The toxic dart instantly punches through his throat. He falls, completely helpless, realizing he cannot possibly fight back when he cannot even see who the enemy is. I cannot see them at all, but they are watching my every single move. He stays on max defense, totally alert, but it still does not save him from these sudden fatal blows. Enkrid is at a complete loss. He knows the grim reality: if he cannot dodge that incoming poison dart, it is literally game over every time. The sun rises again. The Wanderer's annoying song plays loud in the fresh morning air. Who is the hero on this battlefield? Cypress Enkrid grips his sword tight. Morning number 20. and I still cannot do a thing. 20 straight deaths. He is absolutely crushed by his own pathetic results. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild. He sits in silence, dead serious, until suddenly, a genuinely creepy smile crosses his face. Pure resolve flashes in his eyes. I have only been killed 20 times, he thinks. Shaking off the gloom, he walks around the camp. He realizes he has to figure out how to dodge that hidden poison dart first before even thinking about striking them back. How to dodge before the enemy even spots him. Enkrid immediately heads over to find Jackson for answers. Right now, Jackson is quietly, carefully cleaning his weapons. Catching sight of him, Enkrid silently murmurs the man's name in his own mind. He suddenly flashes back to a conversation from moments ago, asking exactly why Jackson is known as a perverted stray cat. Zem stopped his intense training, totally caught off guard by the random question. Enkrid added, "Well, you called him that." So Zem slowly explained his infamous reputation. Because he fights totally underhanded, Zem said. He never ever takes anyone on in a direct, head-to-head clash. He just loves stabbing people in the back and running away. Does that not sound exactly like a sly, twisted stray cat? Thanks to Zem's blunt and honest review, Enkrid decided Jackson was exactly the guy he needed. Seeing him approach his spot, Jackson looks genuinely confused by the visit. "Captain?" he asks. Then he drops the usual polite greeting, "How are your wounds doing?" Enkrid does not answer immediately. He is busy thinking this guy could probably crush those assassins with ease. He falls deep into thought. I cannot just keep him glued to my side. I do not have the authority to do that anyway. Enkrid hesitates hard on that detail, but then his mindset shifts entirely. I have to climb this huge, impossible wall by myself. Speaking up to start the conversation, he secretly vows that I just need to become exactly as skilled as Jackson. So he asks, "If someone exactly like you tries to backstab me, how do I block that attack?" Jackson goes dead quiet, totally thrown by the weird question. After thinking it over carefully, he plainly answers, "I really do not know. Nobody has ever survived my ambush before." That freezing, honest answer leaves Enkrid completely stunned in place. Jackson looks up, quietly observing his captain's shocked reaction, before mysteriously lowering his head in deep thought. Then Jackson glances back, casually telling him he needs eyes in the back of his head. Enkrid completely misses the hidden meaning, so he curiously asks for an explanation. "Eyes in the back of my head? What are you talking about?" Jackson looks cryptic and points. "You see that cart over there?" Enkrid lets out a surprised gasp as Jackson points to something important all the way at the back of the camp. I know what you are thinking. How can he perceive something that far away? Does this guy literally have eyes in the back of his head? While Enkrid is standing there completely baffled, Jackson casually continues, "That cart is about to break." And right on cue, the wooden cart violently snaps apart, creating a massive, loud crash. He is beyond shocked that Jackson's wild prediction actually came true. Staring right at him, Enkrid demands to know, "What? Are you some kind of prophet?" Jackson just groans at the ridiculous question. What kind of nonsense is that? Did fighting those crazy barbarians infect your brain or something? Losing all his patience, Enkrid quickly interrupts the joke. "Quit messing around and just tell me how you did it." Jackson points straight to his own ear. Through sound, he explains everything in vivid detail. "I heard the heavy joints of that cart shaking and rattling. Once I hear that noise, predicting what happens next is incredibly easy." Enkrid is absolutely floored by this insane, unexpected revelation. He can honestly hear something that insanely quiet. My own ears would not even catch the cart rolling. While he stands there totally frozen, Jackson adds, "That means you do not always need your eyes to perceive everything moving around you. If you want to train this skill, start listening. Focus all your senses and track down the sounds, no matter how tiny they are." He cannot help but point out, "You are explaining this pretty thoroughly. Before, everything I asked just annoyed you." Jackson turns away to argue back. "It is still annoying actually, but it is way better than letting you nag in my ear all day. You seem totally determined not to give up lately, Captain." Time flies, and night falls fast. Standing his ground, Enkrid hypes himself up. This is the second impossible wall I have to climb. He knows exactly what is coming, the invisible scythe of death. He silently repeats his new rule, "I have to see it to survive." Then, he closes his eyes and pushes his hearing to the absolute limit. Tuning everything out, he tracks the steady footsteps of the patrol guards. Through the dark, he can actually sense the hidden assassin lurking outside. He zeroes in with his hearing, trying to pinpoint the enemy's location. Right then, the killer lands silently on a nearby tent. Enkrid keeps his focus razor sharp. Where is the sound coming from? A split second later, the assassin completely vanishes into thin air. Suddenly, something brutally strikes his neck, making Enkrid cry out in sharp agony. So what do you and I take from this? Escaping death is never easy. He stares in total shock at the dart. Waking up again, he clutches his head while they chant, Who is the hero of this battlefield? All right, you and I are about to watch him refuse to quit. He was frustrated. Zero progress, but his body remembered every single move. Memories of brutal training flooded back. Days of forging a fearless heart and razor-sharp blade skills. Enkrid recalled Jackson telling him once you can gather a ton of useful information just by simply listening carefully. He could pinpoint any location just from the direction and pure intensity of the sound. And when you finally catch those tiny noises from miles away, your ears basically become a second set of eyes. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers made Enkrid jump back in absolute shock right there. Jackson gave him a serious look. Sound is just waves, and these waves are constantly existing all around us. Even in the absolute quietest places, hundreds of thousands of complex sound waves are always weaving together. You just have to grab onto one single wave. That is exactly how I managed to snap that bastard's neck. Then the young guy casually asked him, "Have you been over to that village yet? There is a really pretty girl there." Right then, Enkrid closed his eyes. Inside that chaotic mess of noise, he felt which sounds were blending together, listening closely, picking them apart, and trying to grasp them. The flapping flag sounded like just one massive banner. How many flags were actually out here? 7, or maybe 10. From right to left, 3 people were standing close, and 2 further away. Feeling the rhythm of those sound waves, familiar echoes kept bouncing back. Enkrid paid close attention to everything, even the strange, unknown noises. Then suddenly, someone's voice rang out calling his exact name. Krang walked right up, asking out of pure curiosity, "What kind of training is this?" He was pretty surprised Krang called him that. Seeing his reaction, the guy laughed and said, "Enkrid or Enkrid works fine." Enkrid gave him a totally blunt answer. "I do not really love it, but if you want to call me that, go ahead. I am honestly just sitting here trying to rest." "How does that even look like a training exercise?" Krang quickly pointed out the real reason. "You are not just some lazy guy with 0 skills, right?" Hearing that, he instantly looked straight up at him. "Now pay close attention here, because this is where everything goes wrong." Night fell, an arrow zipped through the air, and Enkrid took the hit before reacting. He realized something and quickly glanced over. Then Enkrid watched Krang let out an agonizing scream as the deadly assassin completely ambushed him. The sharp blade gripped tightly in the killer's hand was incredibly lethal. Ambushed out of nowhere, he could only scream in absolute agony without fighting back. Then, the brutal truth hit him hard. This was his 33rd tragic failure. Reminding himself that this was the 34th attempt, Enkrid felt a heavy wave of disappointment. He still could not hear a single thing. Just like always, he was forced to swallow another bitter defeat. Waking up again, he sat deeply frustrated in the corner. Enkrid quietly told himself something crucial. Smashing through this massive wall of difficulty required more than just motivation, he needed absolute, raw focus. It all came down to pure effort here. No random strokes of genius or lucky divine help needed. Just endlessly repeating the most basic things, never stopping, always thinking, and constantly listening to the shadows. Finally, Enkrid felt at the faint footsteps of an eagle landing right on the tent. He suddenly remembered the exact moment the assassin struck before, quickly snapping his eyes open to stare straight ahead. Krang stared back at him in total shock. Looking completely mind-blown, he asked, "I snuck up quietly. How did you even notice me? You opened your eyes so fast, I really thought you were sleeping this whole time. Or are you actually training to sense killing intent? You are not just some useless rookie, right?" Time ticked down to the exact second the assassin lunged with a deadly arrow, but Enkrid reacted fast, dodging the fatal strike. At that exact same moment, he ripped out the knife hidden right under his pillow. Flipping from totally defenseless to violently offensive, he charged straight at the killer. The assassin was actually caught off guard by this insane reaction. Glaring right at the attacker, he made a bold choice. From this moment on, this guy was no longer an invisible Grim Reaper. The assassin ground his teeth together as his perfect plan crumbled into dust. Lunging forward to strike while screaming a curse, he made Enkrid realize a massive flaw. This killer was only good at stealthy ambushes. In raw close combat, there was 0 chance he could beat the monster who slaughtered Enkrid multiple times on the battlefield before. You and I both know what he is thinking. This guy is the perfect warm-up opponent for a chaotic fight, while everyone else is distracted. Vengeance was already lying totally motionless on the bed, while Krang was still desperately fighting for his life. He quietly reminded himself even though everyone was awake and fighting, he still needed to be extremely careful. Sure, his close combat skills were completely garbage, but he was still a trained killer. Without warning, the assassin hurled a deadly dagger right at Enkrid. Luckily, dodging the lethal blade, he cursed through gritted teeth. The raw pressure from the attack forced Enkrid to step back cautiously, but the assassin refused to give up, recklessly charging forward again. He instinctively glared as absolute danger closed in on him. Then Enkrid had a sudden, shocking realization. Wait, platoon leader Yojang had actually shown up. He instantly told himself he needed to strike first and fast. Enkrid clearly understood the chaotic situation they were in. Hesitate now, and they would absolutely fail. Seeing the interference, the furious assassin screamed out, "Did you call for backup?" Right after that, a massive wave of hidden weapons rained down toward him and Krang. The guy panicked completely in the face of death. Standing close by, Enkrid felt the intense anxiety spiking hard. At that exact second, Yojang dashed out to shield him completely. Every single hidden weapon was perfectly blocked by her flowing cape. Just like that, she kept both Enkrid and Krang completely safe from harm. He was honestly pretty shocked. He originally suspected she was working with this group of killers, but looking at it now, she actually showed up just to rescue everyone in the tent instead. Obviously, this massive shift gave their side a huge advantage. Without wasting a single breath, Enkrid seized the perfect opening and charged the assassin. Seeing his own death approaching, the killer ground his teeth hard. In a split second, Enkrid launched a fierce ambush, but the assassin narrowly dodged it. Surviving by just an inch, he spat out an angry curse. Finally, the coward seized the tiny opening and ran for his life. Standing inside the ripped tent, he stared blankly in the exact direction the killer fled. Enkrid immediately realized a massive problem: that dangerous bastard actually got away. Just then, Krang walked over and said, "It really looks like that crazy assassin was aiming straight for me." He obviously already knew that, just giving a quick nod back. Hearing Enkrid respond, he looked completely stunned. "How could you possibly know about that?" That was when he finally explained it. Those assassins carefully calculated their exact target before making a single move. Me and the other guys in here, we have absolutely no connection to them at all. Yojang stood nearby and totally agreed. Exactly right, that killer was incredibly dangerous. Thank goodness I arrived just in time. The way you reacted to this entire situation, I am honestly pretty amazed by it. Platoon leader. Enkrid watched her carefully, completely lost in thought. He knew she came here specifically to protect everyone, but the secret relationship between her and Krang was still a total mystery to him. What if she was just doing this to keep Krang's dark secret hidden? If that was true, he would definitely become their next target. Knowing he had to stay alert, he gripped his knife tightly in a defensive stance. Right at that heavy moment, Krang suddenly spoke up. "I have something to say. Everyone got dragged into this mess because of me. I really wish nobody had to lose their lives here today." Enkrid stayed completely silent after hearing those heavy words. Yojang paused quietly for a moment, then bowed her head and replied, "That is a wish that absolutely must be fulfilled. So, where does this leave us?" He glanced at Vengeance lying motionless on the bed and spoke up. "It looks like Vengeance was poisoned. He probably will not make it. Let's dive back into the madness. Did anyone else in the camp get dragged into this because of me?" She quickly reassures him. "Relax. We have the antidote. He might actually pull through." Enkrid watches closely, impressed that the captain knows her poisons so well. Krang breathes a sigh of relief. "Let's clean this mess up first. If the rest of the camp shows up, we're going to have a massive headache." Enkrid chimes in. "We need to sweep the area." The assassin had to have left some sort of clue behind. A sloppy hit like that always leaves a trail, but outside, a massive tent is already up in flames. The whole camp is screaming to put out the fire. Enkrid uses the chaos, grabbing Ven and dragging him out. Enkrid realizes the truth. That bastard set the fire on purpose to burn the evidence. Tracking down any solid clues just got 10 times harder. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Yang looks right at Krang. "If he hadn't woken up to warn you, you'd be a dead man right now. Is that why you trust him so much? Because of his raw strength and guts?" Krang nods without hesitation. "Yeah. Don't you think he's exactly the kind of guy we can rely on?" She stays dead silent. Krang is left completely baffled, wondering how the assassins tracked him. He tried so hard to keep a low profile in this camp. Thinking back to Enkrid training like a maniac, Krang just chuckles. "I got way too careless. I swear, I won't let something like this put everyone in danger again. Goodbye for now. I hope we cross paths again." Suddenly, in a pitch-black void, a terrifying Reaper's scythe slowly dissolves into a massive, rushing river. Enkrid glares at a shadowy figure drifting on a boat. The entity's voice is pure ice. "We will meet again soon. Watch closely, this is where everything changes." Enkrid vows to survive no matter what. The next morning arrives, and he realizes he finally broke the death loop. He survived that silent execution. It's the morning after the brutal assassin fight. His senses are completely dialed in. He can hear and see things way sharper than before. But the platoon leader's presence, he couldn't detect that guy at all. Enkrid knows he has to grind way harder if he wants to level up his combat power. It's an absolute miracle he walked away without a single scratch. Suddenly, someone speaks up. "Thanks to your warning, I survived last night's fire." Vengen stares at him, totally baffled. "Why did you bother saving me?" Enkrid is just as confused. What kind of weird question is that? I literally saved his life and he sounds mad about it. Did I do something wrong? Enkrid just shrugs. "You're my comrade. Saving you is literally part of the job. Is that really it? Vengeance falls dead silent. He hesitates for a long time before finally speaking up again. I treated you like absolute garbage before, yet you still saved me. Thank you. Where are you headed off to? Enkrid turns around and gives him a straight answer. Just going to train. Vengeance can't help but warn him. Hey, you know things have been really strange around camp since the fire, right? Enkrid asks what he means. Vengeance whispers that there's a rumor the camp is cursed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ragna is furiously complaining. Wipe that smug look off your face, bastard. He shoves Rem's shoulder. Rem takes the hit and smirks like an absolute psycho. He violently hoists Ragna right into the air. This idiot has a death wish. The other soldiers crowd around, totally confused why they're brawling. Where the hell are the squad leaders? Someone get over here and control your guys. Why are you letting them act like wild animals? Everyone can clearly see this is escalating fast. Zem screams in pure rage, stand back up and you're dead. They violently clash into a brutal fistfight. Zem actually pulls a weapon. All right, fine. I'll give you a haircut with this axe. Ragna furiously snaps back at him. Drop the weapon, coward. Come at me and let's see who dies first. A soldier screams for someone to stop this before it turns into a murder. You and I know rumors like this always mean bad news. Enkrid watches this chaos, realizing the cursed rumors might be fake, but this camp is definitely falling apart. The crowd suddenly spots him, completely shocked and relieved. Wait, you actually survived that massive fire? Man, whatever. Just get in here. Please break these two up. They've gone completely insane. Enkrid casually strolls forward like it's nothing. Yeah, I'm not dead yet. All right, if you two really want to fight to the death, you at least need to tell me why. Time flows on, and a brand new day kicks off. Things have been shockingly peaceful for 3 whole days since returning. Suddenly, Enkrid jumps Jackson is standing right in front of him out of nowhere. Jackson smiles. I walk without making a single sound. Did I wake you up? Enkrid sits straight up. Nope, I was about to go train anyway. Jackson is genuinely impressed. You learned sound perception so recently, and your hearing is already this sharp? Enkrid smirks. I've been grinding hard. He reminds Enkrid to keep pushing his limits, it'll save his life on the battlefield. Enkrid heads out, winter is closing in, meaning the heavy fighting is slowing down. Right now, he's busting out one-arm pull-ups from a tree branch. He reminds himself that this downtime is an absolute blessing. It's the absolute perfect time to get stronger. Suddenly, someone calls out. Enkrid turns toward the voice, completely confused. It's Auden, getting ready to deadlift a massive boulder. He spots Enkrid and waves. Morning workout? You're really putting in the work. Auden casually tosses the giant rock aside. You need to think things through. Enkrid stares at him silently. Auden stands tall, explaining that a shredded body is basically a meat shield. At the very least, you gotta be able to survive a kick from Brock. You're way too fragile right now. Keep training. Enkrid gives him the side eye. This guy acts like he's totally invincible. Still, Enkrid plays it humble. Yeah, I definitely have a long way to go. Auden crosses his arms. Now, about that muscle training routine I showed you. Suddenly, Dem brutally kicks Ragna straight into the dirt without an ounce of hesitation. You lazy trash. All you do is eat and sleep. Ragna hits the ground, desperately struggling to crawl back up. Ragna grabs his sword, shocking Rem. He furiously screams to get out, staring at the door. Stick around, you won't want to miss what happens next. Stick with me here. The chaos is just getting started. Enkrid steps in, begging them to stop bickering. Auden gently adds that violence never solves anything. Zem immediately points at Ragna, complaining that the clueless idiot is trying to starve them. He's way too lazy. Ragna, the squad leader ordered you, so go make breakfast. Hearing this, Ragna sighs. Fine, if the leader says so. Zem mocks him for finally working instead of acting tough. Ragna walks past, muttering to move their smelly gear. Zem actually sniffs his own stuff and scoffs. It smells perfectly fine to him. What is Ragna's problem? Seeing this reaction, Enkrid tells them to stop causing trouble. Are you just incredibly bored right now? Zem immediately turns to him. You finally noticed? Being stuck off the battlefield is driving him completely crazy. His hands are just itching for a fight. Enkrid, clearly annoyed, tells him to stop whining and step outside to spar. Suddenly, the clear sky turns completely gray. Enkrid takes a painful hit, letting out a sharp groan. Zem shows zero mercy, mocking his terrible endurance. Then, Zem aggressively charges forward, launching a fierce assault. Enkrid reminds himself to stay focused using his beast instinct. Right after, Zem swings down with brutal force. He quickly raises his sword to block the strike, using his sharp ears to dodge. Then, he prepares a critical punch, forged through hundreds of bitter failures. Zem charges at Enkrid like an absolute maniac. Seeing an opening, Enkrid realizes it is the perfect time to counterattack. In a flash, he intercepts Zem's wild strike. Zem is stunned by his quick reaction. Enkrid really thinks he has gained the upper hand in this fight, but suddenly, Zem spins around and grabs Enkrid right by the collar. Watch carefully, this is where it shifts. Zem sneers, saying he expected more after seeing his progress. Why is he still fighting so weakly and making this match completely boring? That punch is old news, and he already spotted its weakness. Does Enkrid seriously not have any other moves left? Enkrid suddenly realizes something. He understands now. He has completely changed, both mentally and physically. Even if he has to repeat it 1,000 times, he will keep moving forward. With absolute determination, Enkrid growls to bring it on, vowing to crush him this time. Hearing that, Zem just silently thinks about how incredibly mediocre his skills still are. Zem just stares into Enkrid's unusually fierce eyes. He is genuinely caught off guard, wondering why he cannot look away from that intense gaze. Just why is it so captivating? Still wildly confident, Zem challenges him to at least touch a single hair on his head first. Right at that moment, heavy rain suddenly begins to pour down. Zem shouts in surprise at the sudden downpour. The rain gets much heavier with zero signs of stopping. Soon after, Enkrid enters the tent, gazing back outside. The weather is insanely unpredictable. Zem curses loudly, complaining his feet will get a fungus from all this rain. Meanwhile, Ragna sleeps soundly while Auden sits quietly in a corner. Chris suddenly walks in from outside. He complains about how many plans have been ruined by this rain. It really feels like a dark curse has fallen over their camp. Enkrid gets curious. A curse? Chris looks at him in total shock, asking if he hasn't heard about it yet. The squad leader suddenly remembers something. Now that Chris mentions it, he recalls Captain Vengeance saying something bizarre right before he returned to the camp. Vengeance mentioned a creepy curse spreading through the base. Back in reality, Chris points out the weird weather. Casualties are suddenly spiking, and random fires keep breaking out, especially the scout team, where tons of people got hurt. Everyone blames this mysterious curse. Of course, there is no actual curse happening here. You and I know it sounds wild, but the weather feels magically cursed, which is exactly why these rumors are spreading like absolute wildfire. Enkrid realizes this is a huge problem. Letting fake rumors spread is dangerous, so the higher-ups will probably stop it soon. Drying his hair, Chris curiously asks a question. Why stand in the doorway? Enkrid briefly explains he's practicing his aura sensing. Chris is totally shocked. In this storm, Enkrid just shares his simple reasoning. The heavy rain is exactly why he must train. Zem can't help complaining. What clown show is this? Standing there will only bring them pure bad luck. Jackson finally speaks up. It is actually a solid training method, and he's doing great. Zem gets incredibly annoyed hearing Jackson praise him like that. A second later, Zem furiously yells, "What the hell? Are you teaching him now? Since when do you care about the squad leader? Is this disrespectful jerk really ignoring me?" Hearing this, Enkrid just thinks how insanely noisy they are, drowning out the rain. Suddenly, Auden speaks up. There are plenty of ways to train in camp, even while sitting completely still. Ragna, lying nearby, also chimes in. It's been a while, so let him check on Enkrid's sword grip posture. Zem glares sideways. Seriously, do they all want to train in here now? Meanwhile, Jackson shoots Enkrid a highly meaningful hidden look. Auden smiles brightly, completely cheerful. While Zem spaces out, lost in his own thoughts, he silently realizes something. See that? Everyone is working incredibly hard, not just him alone. Enkrid stares at Auden but stays silent. Soon after, a voice echoes inside a command tent. Order the squad leaders to control their soldiers. Graham directs the team, stating they desperately need to send out another scout squad to investigate the situation before winter finally arrives. But do they lack soldiers to fill the empty spots? Yo Jang speaks up with a suggestion. What about the leader of Squad 444? Graham looks confused. That nameless squad leader? He seems completely incompetent. Wouldn't he just drag the scout team down? But she disagrees, hinting he might bring surprisingly incredible results. Graham gets curious, asking if she has a solid reason for that. Yo Jang casually replies, claiming it's just her sharp elf intuition. Time passes, and the very next day arrives. Right now, Enkrid is standing in her office. Completely shocked, he asks her, I was chosen for the scout team? Yo Jang stays silent, just staring intensely at Enkrid. The scene shifts, returning straight back to the military tent of Squad 44. His bag, sword, and helmet are packed and ready. Someone teasingly asks if the platoon leader summoned him. Enkrid replies with a clearly frustrated attitude. Do you really think I'm a pushover who just lets her do whatever she wants? Chris looks baffled. Then why did you go? She forced you to be a scout, right? Hearing this, a few memories suddenly flash through his mind. He instantly guesses that she must have noticed him right after that wild assassin attack. Enkrid looks down, remembering Krang left camp after that. Zem suddenly asks if he's actually going. That's our cliffhanger, trust me. You won't want to miss what happens next. All right, stick with me, we're diving right into the chaos. He casually suggested backing out, saying he could just reject the platoon leader's orders if he hated them. But instead of his usual rebellious attitude, Enkrid suddenly looked dead serious. All right, talk is cheap. If the higher-ups give an order, I've got to follow it. Hearing that, even Rem could not help but feel impressed. What a model squad leader. Enkrid just sighed helplessly. I am only trying to set an example for everyone. If I do not step up, this entire place will turn into an absolute madhouse. Over in the corner, Auden suddenly cried out in pure despair. Oh my god, why would the heavens hand me such impossible, brutal challenges like this? Regardless, I genuinely pray you achieve exactly what you are aiming for out there. But above all else, please just survive those brutal missions and come back alive. Enkrid grumbled inwardly, feeling absolutely exhausted by all this. Suddenly, Ragnar pushed himself up and volunteered, saying he would do it. He paused for a brief second before asking, "Can I go take your place instead?" But Enkrid lillijat him down without a second thought. No way, you just lack the field experience for this, Zeus chimed in to agree. Yeah, he is actually totally right about that. Listen, Ragnar. Zeus turned to him. You might be strong in other areas, but for this specific job, you cannot compare to him yet. Right then, Jackson casually chimed in while lazily wiping his dagger. So the recon spot the platoon leader mentioned is out in the open plains. Before Enkrid could answer, Jackson dropped a cold, casual warning. If you hear any weird sounds out there besides the wind and the grass, you better pay close attention. That is a massive red flag. It is the absolute basics for dodging a lethal surprise attack. The moment he finished, Jem immediately screamed out in anger. Are you seriously trying to lecture our squad leader right now? You only know how to launch sneak attacks. What do you even know about real recon work? Hearing this chaos, Enkrid just sighed heavily. So annoying. If I leave for this mission, who is going to stop these maniacs from tearing each other apart? Leaving them alone in this state basically guarantees a total bloodbath. He paused, his eyes sinking into deep, heavy thought. But no matter how much I rethink this whole situation, there is literally nobody else more qualified to head out there than me. Enkrid flashed back to his very first days after joining the army. Back then, he possessed absolutely zero special talents or powers. Because of that, he constantly got tossed into the worst possible assignments. He had worked every grunt job imaginable, gaining scattered experience everywhere. But this role right here, this was where he felt truly useful. Suddenly, an enraged Rem charged forward, gripping his heavy axe. You absolute bastard! Jackson refused to back down, drawing his dagger with a terrifying, murderous aura. In a flash, someone quickly stepped right into the crossfire. Now watch this carefully. The two of them were completely ready for a death match. But then, eyes flashing, Enkrid was already standing right between them, blocking their path. He fully understood the burden of being the squad leader. The squad he commanded was the exact group of rejects that the rest of the entire military camp refused to touch. Enkrid stopped the deadly axe blade with his bare hands. What is wrong with you guys? Rem complained bitterly. Captain, that guy keeps provoking me. I absolutely cannot hold back against him anymore. Meanwhile, Jackson just turned his back, not caring at all. You should be thanking our squad leader. If it were not for him stepping in, you would be totally dead right now. Got it? He could not resist throwing one last insult. Yeah, big words. We will see who drops dead first. The room instantly fell completely silent. Enkrid swept his gaze around, silently evaluating his chaotic squad. Sure, they fought like wild dogs, but they were all genuinely skilled warriors on the battlefield. I just really hope they can get along and watch each other's backs in this brutal, unforgiving war. As the full moon rose high in the night sky, his thoughts grew heavier. This upcoming recognition was going to be incredibly dangerous. Even so, he reminded himself to stay calm. I know exactly what I am capable of. Before long, the sun finally rose, bringing a bright new morning. Marching out with a recon unit, Enkrid realized he desperately needed to train harder. He suddenly paused, lowering his eyes to analyze the situation. The recon team would push ahead of the front lines to gather vital intel. Because of that, extreme caution was absolutely necessary, but his careful pausing annoyed the guy leading the march. He opened his big mouth and screamed, "Hey newbie, hurry up and move your feet." Hearing that disrespect, Enkrid looked up in pure confusion. Not stopping there, the loudmouth aggressively pointed a finger straight at his face. I don't care if you were a squad leader before. In this recon team, you're just a rookie. I am the absolute commander here, and you will obey every single word I say. Got it? This arrogant jerk was none other than Andre Gagner, the recon unit squad leader. Right as he finished shouting, a soldier behind him burst into mocking laughter. What can a guy like him even do, Captain? Just ignore him. Pretend he is not even here. Another soldier chimed in with a nasty sneer. Honestly, I bet that loser is completely useless and will just die early. I know what you're thinking. This guy is asking for it, right? Andre obviously looked down on him too. When fighting starts, I guess I'll watch your back a bit. Otherwise, you'll end up a total corpse. I know you lead Squad 4, the unit full of absolute troublemakers. If you are actually managing them, I bet someone pulled major strings to get you that rank, huh? Finishing his insult, Andre confidently spun around and barked orders to the team. All right, enough talking, stay sharp. If we spot any enemies, be careful, but take them all down immediately before asking questions. The whole team shouted back in unison, understood. Meanwhile, Enkrid frowned hard at the group. So bizarre. What kind of stealthy recon unit yells this loudly? With the leader acting like an arrogant, competitive child, Enkrid genuinely wondered if this so-called recon squad would even survive their very first real battle. Suddenly, someone yelled out, "Look, footprints!" Captain Andre tried to look professional, taking a knee to inspect the dirt. Oh, looks like these are just gazelle tracks. Then, a smug, greedy smile spread across his face. All right, let's move. Follow these tracks and we're getting a huge barbecue tonight. But instead of getting excited, Enkrid stared grimly. Gazelles travel in massive herds of 30. Why are there barely any footprints here? These guys seriously had no idea what they were doing. Right then, a teammate walking next to him let out a cold scoff. Gazelle, the hell are you talking about? These prints belong to a totally different species in the same family, but they look nothing alike. Finishing his sentence, he suddenly noticed Enkrid staring right at him, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ah. Then he quickly offered some reassurance. You are new here, so just ignore our captain. He is honestly just a bit immature. This was Eni, a veteran recon team member. From their casual chats on the road, Enkrid learned that Eni actually used to be a professional hunter. Because of that, he had real, hardcore tracking experience for stuff exactly like this. He mentioned things that allowed me to ask a ton of crucial questions, and Enkrid knew perfectly well that this survival knowledge was absolutely vital to keeping him alive in this ruthless, unforgiving war. At the exact same time, Eni cheerfully explained that out here on the wild plains, there are countless hidden trails used exclusively by migrating animals. Tomorrow, I will teach you a lot more about all this tracking stuff. Very quickly, the sky faded to pitch black. A frustrated curse suddenly rang out. Damn it! Because they chased a phantom gazelle all day, the squad accomplished absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Andre was still looking around, muttering confusedly about the tracks. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are jumping right into a literal death trap. He violently scratched his head. Look, since we are here, Mai needs to scout. Meanwhile, Enkrid just quietly lay down to observe in absolute silence. The next morning, the sun rose high over the massive mountains. Down on the ground, heavy footsteps echoed out in waves. Pushing through grass that grew way over their heads, Andrew shouted out, "We are here." He suddenly turned dead serious. This is the exact location our scouting team needs to investigate. They call this place the Green Steppe battlefield. Just like he said, a massive, lush green meadow stretched out before them. Then, he tightly clenched his fists. Bursting with pure confidence, he announced, "We need to carefully cross this area, find the missing team, and capture some enemies for interrogation to earn some major credit." The whole team replied in unison, "Understood." But as they walked deeper inside, Enli hesitated and asked, "Are you seriously just walking right in? Our mission is just to scout the perimeter." Enkrid parted the tall grass and calmly replied, "It is the captain's order. What can we do?" And just like that, Andrew led the team deeper into the Green Steppe. But deep down, he knew the truth. Navigating through this head-high grass was not going to be simple at all. Honestly, I barely managed to do it. Enkrid thought to himself, staring at the backs ahead. This is insanely tough. You cannot understand until you actually experience it. But I really admire the rest of the team here. Not a single complaint from anyone. Suddenly, Enli froze, dropping her gaze straight to the dirt. "I do not see any animal tracks around here, do you?" He calmly replied, "Well, that might actually be the real problem." But Andrew frowned and shot back. With grass this tall, there should be plenty of herbivores, right? Finding absolutely nothing is definitely a huge red flag. Right as he finished speaking, a massive shadow loomed across the ground. Instantly, a furry, clawed foot stomped down hard, sending a tremor through the earth. Enkrid snapped to attention, alarm bells ringing in his head. Now pay close attention. Here comes the nightmare. A massive blue leopard lunged from the thick bushes. Enkrid could not hide his absolute terror. In a split second, the beast's deadly gaze locked right onto his eyes. Enkrid shoved a clueless Andrew toward the dirt, screaming, "Get down now." The moment he spoke, arrows flew out of nowhere, piercing straight through two team members' heads. Andrew watched the brutal scene, his jaw dropping in pure horror. "Enemy attack," they screamed. At the same time, an armed Aspen squad started closing in fast. Seeing this, Enkrid took the lead and screamed, "Run away!" Everyone quickly followed, but the enemies caught up in a flash. A blade was pressed to Andrew's neck, pinning him down. Soon after, Enli met the same brutal fate and was killed. He was the only one left alive. Completely surrounded by enemies, Enkrid desperately shoved the tall grass out of his way and ran for his life. But an Aspen soldier had already drawn his bow, aiming right at him. Sensing the danger, Enkrid glanced back, realizing that the sound detection technique he had mastered was finally going to save his life. The arrow shot forward instantly, but with just a quick sidestep, he completely dodged the deadly strike. Suddenly, Enkrid's eyes widened in sheer horror as he gasped. Even so, in this critical moment, he bit his lip. The chaotic noises everywhere are just way too much. Everything I learned is completely useless here. In just a few short seconds, an inescapable rain of arrows locked right onto Enkrid. Every single one buried deep into his body, sending fresh blood spraying absolutely everywhere. Enkrid could not even believe it. Pure, indescribable horror frozen on his face. If I just knew their direction, I could dodge. But there are just way too many enemies here. In a blink, time rewound to today. Right before entering the Green Steppe, Andrew furiously yelled, "What did you say? Stop the nonsense before I cut your throat." You are probably thinking game over, right? Think again. Enkrid knew this stubborn captain would never listen. Now, he had to find his own way to survive. The evening sunset fell, dyeing everything gold. Amidst the green meadow, rustling sounds echoed out, followed by a loud scream. "It is an ambush! Run away quickly!" By this time, Enkrid was brutally killed yet again. He was completely baffled. No matter which different direction I run, the enemy is always right there waiting to cut me off. But I refuse to give up. I will find another path, because I can literally rewind time and revive repeatedly. Once again, the Aspen archers took aim at Enkrid. Still, he desperately memorized the details. This time, I was killed by 20 archers attacking from the west. Next time, Enkrid picked a totally different route. I ran north to dodge them, but then a full squad of knights blocked me off and surrounded me completely. He lay flat on the dirt, gripping the earth so hard his fingers dug deep. All around him, Aspen soldiers relentlessly searched. Their leader barked out orders, "Find him, he is close." Enkrid struggled to hold on, finally realizing that no matter where he hid or ran, they would always eventually find him. At the exact same time, he observed them and realized something key. These assassins all wore green uniforms just to perfectly blend into the tall grass. Enkrid dragged his heavily wounded body, a major question burning in his mind. Why is their defense so incredibly tight with so many troops here? What on earth are they trying to protect in the Green Steppe? Suddenly, the tall grass right in front of him parted slightly, revealing a flickering campfire in the distance. The craziest part was a row of torn, blood-soaked flags flapping in the wind. Discovering this, his eyes went wide with absolute sheer terror. But right then, a sword plunged violently down into Enkrid's body, spraying bright red blood. A massive crimson pool quickly soaked the dirt. His hand twitched weakly as a single thought raced through his mind. What the hell are these Aspen bastards actually hiding here? The day reset once again. Andrew was screaming his head off. "We need to cross this Green Steppe, locate the Aspen army, and capture some prisoners to extract information." Enkrid thought silently. "Even though I have died and revived so many times, I still have not achieved anything. Every single time I enter that grass, it is an instant death sentence." He was completely puzzled. Why the hell are those bastards staging such a massive ambush? What are they really hiding? I have to survive and uncover the truth. Enkrid finally understood, but without an escape plan, knowing this was totally useless, he just stared off into the far distance. So are we finally going to see him break this loop? Ellie glanced over. Anything to say? Enkrid kept plotting. Everything repeats, but I can't just die. Time to act. Let's dive in. His expression hardens. All right, he's finally made his decision. Right on cue, Andrew notices him stalling and barks. "Hey, rookie, what are you doing just standing there like an idiot?" Max steps in, trying to play peacekeeper. "Look, I know you're mad at the captain, but we're a team. Just let it go. We need to stick together, right?" But Enkrid doesn't hold back. "Honestly, having a guy like him leading us makes me sick." He stares right into Max's eyes, dead serious. "If we follow him, we're all going to die." He knows absolutely nothing about scouting. You defending him won't change a thing. This mission is already doomed to fail. Hearing this, Mac instantly furrows his brow. "What did you just say?" But Enkrid ignores him, just shoving the angry knight aside. "All right, I'm coming." Over there, Andrew scowls and grips his sword hilt. "So you're refusing to follow your commander now?" Enkrid thinks to himself. "I've got my own strategy," but out loud, he plays dumb. "What do you mean? Why would you say that?" Internally, Enkrid knows. "I need to take control of this battle if I want to survive." He suddenly scans the group and declares, "From now on, I'm the commander here. Got it? Meanwhile, his brain is already calculating how to maximize every single ability of this scout squad. Hearing that, Andrew furiously grits his teeth. You bastard. But Enkrid couldn't care less, quietly evaluating the squad members. Out of everyone, Captain Andrew, Eni, and that huge knight are the top three. Based on past ambushes, they've got the actual skills to survive the longest. His gaze shifts to Mac, the hulking knight with a massive scar across his eye. When it comes to fighting the enemy, he's genuinely a beast. But the problem? He blindly follows whatever the captain says. Honestly, you could just treat him like a personal bodyguard escorting some spoiled noble. Now watch closely. Andrew draws his sword, thirsty for blood. Fine. If that's what you want, let's see who's stronger. Winner gets full command over the loser. Pick up your sword. Enkrid narrows his eyes. If this guy was just an average captain, he wouldn't need an escort. That sword stance? Definitely formally trained. Andrew shifts into a full combat-ready position, ready to strike. But then, Enkrid evaluates him one more time. Still, his actual combat experience is incredibly weak. Did he grow up in a noble family? Enkrid suddenly remembers Andrew panicking in the dark forest, full of doubt. But if he's a noble, why risk his life on the front lines just to score military achievements? Then it hits him, maybe his family is in decline. He desperately needs some massive glory to restore them. Tired of waiting, Andrew scoffs in disgust. From what I've seen, your skills are absolute garbage. And you want to lead? You're just an arrogant, ignorant fool. Come here, I'll teach you some manners. Enkrid just sighs helplessly. All right, first things first, I need to focus and beat this idiot before doing anything else. Andrew yells, pouring all his energy into it. I am nothing like you. I have a critical mission that I absolutely must finish. But Enkrid just calmly wags a single finger. All right, bring it. I only need one move to take you down. Hearing that, Andrew completely loses it and charges. Enkrid clenches his fist, silently judging the attack. Andrew recklessly lunged forward out of pure anger, completely failing to observe his opponent. He definitely underestimated me. Enkrid's eyes track every single movement like a machine, and the price for that kind of careless arrogance is always the same. You saw that too, right? As Andrew's sword slashes down, Enkrid's hand blurs. He literally catches the live blade barehanded. Andrew freezes in pure, utter terror. Seizing the opening, Enkrid drives a devastating punch right into his stomach, a guaranteed defeat. The very next second, Andrew coughs up spit in agonizing pain, collapsing straight to his knees, just exactly as predicted. A single, crushing blow. Eni's jaw hits the floor. He can't believe his eyes. Wait, isn't this guy supposed to be a low-rank knight? Instantly, Enkrid calmly announces it again. From now on, I command this scout squad. Any objections? Eni is still totally stunned, while Mac quietly looks away, saying nothing. Andrew struggles to push himself up, cursing under his breath. A few seconds pass. Then, Mac sighs heavily and nods in agreement. Satisfied, Enkrid looks ahead. All right, step one is complete. The squad follows his lead, marching deep into the grassy plains. Suddenly, a guy in the back starts grumbling. What the hell is that bastard thinking? Enkrid pretends not to hear it, and just asks out of nowhere, Hey, what's your dream? Eni blinks, totally caught off guard. Huh, why ask that? Then he awkwardly scratches his head. I just want to live a peaceful life back in my village, with the girl I love. Enkrid nods. Understood. Well, to get that life, you have to survive first. He doesn't stop there, glancing to his right. What about you? The young soldier blushes a bit. My wife just had a baby. Enkrid gives the exact same look. All right, I get it. You need to go home to your kid. Of course, this little interrogation isn't over. He looks at two scowling soldiers. And you guys? The blonde answers, I want a quiet life running a small shop. The brunette chimes in, I want to go back to farming. Then he suddenly turns to the captain. Andrew, what about you? He hesitates, but answers anyway. I want to fulfill my mother's dying wish. Suddenly, Andrew's eyes completely change, turning incredibly sharp. This mission is going to help me do exactly that. I will restore my family's lost glory. Hearing this, Enkrid stops walking. All right, you all have dreams, but to achieve them, you have to survive and make it back. The entire squad is left completely stunned. He clenches his fist, his voice rock solid. And I will do whatever it takes to get you there. Once again, everyone just freezes in shock. Right then, Andrew lowers his eyes and Enkrid notices a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Let that sink in for a second. He's completely won them over. There is honestly no better motivation than sparking hope for their biggest dreams. I've got exactly what I wanted. Dropping the emotional talk, he points forward, issuing an order. You, shoot an arrow at that tall grass. Let's dive into an insane time loop Manhwa. Eni claims the coast is clear, but Enkrid isn't having it. He barks an order, demanding they draw their bows and just shoot. He immediately takes his stance, letting an arrow fly into the distant grass, but for a split second, there's absolute dead silence. Did our guy just completely miscalculate his shot? Boom! A sudden scream shatters the silence. That arrow just scored a brutal direct headshot. The rest of the hidden enemies are left totally completely stunned. Finally spotting them, Annie screams out that enemies are near. The guy next to her panics about an ambush, but Enkrid already has his sword drawn, shouting at them to move. Andrew is absolutely clueless, asking what's going on. Still, he blindly runs after them, cursing under his breath. But Enkrid? He's actually smirking to himself right now. His squad has finally seized the upper hand. In a flash, the squad completely closes the gap on the Aspen soldiers. Enkrid doesn't hesitate for a second, driving his sword down for a ruthless instant kill. His eagle eyes scan the battlefield. Taking the initiative here just gave them the ultimate opening. Realizing they're completely surrounded, the Aspen troops don't even flinch in fear. They quickly spin around, screaming in pure fury. They order an all-out attack, but out of nowhere, Andrew materializes behind a soldier, pressing a blade to his throat for a lightning-fast execution. Meanwhile, Enkrid is quietly analyzing every single detail of this chaotic battle. The enemy is reeling from the sudden ambush, making this the perfect window to violently thin their numbers. He keenly notices something else. Since Captain Andrew is pushing the offensive, his massive knight bodyguard is sticking right by his side to provide heavy support. And of course, Mar decisively executes another Aspen soldier without breaking a sweat. Over here, Enkrid drops another guard, quickly calculating their odds. The success rate of this brutal assault is actually starting to look pretty good. Now pay attention here. The 12 enemies are suddenly down to just 8. Absolute panic hits the Aspen troops as they realize they're being slaughtered, desperately screaming for backup. One guy frantically wonders just how many attackers are actually out there. Enkrid glances over, realizing the remaining enemies are finally starting to stabilize their formation. Right then, heavy footsteps echo through the dirt. The scout squad lines up perfectly, their eyes gleaming with pure killing intent. Enkrid calls out to the team, his gaze razor sharp as he orders the final strike. Immediately, the squad scatters forward, brutally butchering the remaining troops. It hits Enkrid right then. Hiding in this massive sea of tall grass, his squad is practically completely invisible to the enemy forces. The only reason his team was spotted in the previous loop was because of a wild variable from nature. Suddenly, a massive blue panther leaps from the tall grass. An Aspen soldier spots it and screams in sheer terror. The blue panther locks its glowing, predatory eyes right onto him, causing the terrified guard to lose his mind and wildly charge. An absolute suicide move. But before the beast can even strike, Enkrid intercepts the soldier. Suddenly, a vivid memory flashes through his mind. He remembers it perfectly. This was the exact same beast he encountered during his first run through this field. The majestic panther locks eyes directly with Enkrid. Snapping back to reality, Enkrid quickly puts the pieces together. This beast was fleeing from enemy hunters and just happened to stumble into his squad. He glances backward, realizing something huge. The enemies were so completely distracted by this panther that they totally missed the start of the ambush. Sparing this creature is the least he can do, since its interference practically guaranteed their victory. Right on cue, Annie yells out that their side is fully cleared. Mar is still aggressively jabbing his sword into the corpses, clearly unsatisfied. Meanwhile, Andrew leans heavily on his blade, aggressively gasping for air. Without hesitating, Enkrid turns and commands the team to move out immediately. The Blue Panther quietly watches his every move without a single shred of hostility as the scouts push forward. Enkrid thinks back on it. In that first brutal clash, they lost a teammate. Now, only 6 of them remain standing. Even though he has looped through this bloody day multiple times, his single sword can't completely rewrite a massive war. But still, this marks their very first successful operation. Time to hit the next location. Meanwhile, a surviving Aspen soldier hides in the tall grass, tracking the 6 of them. But the guy doesn't get to spy for long. Enkrid materializes behind him, delivering a lethal strike. You and I both know why he's so dominant. Thanks to his time loop, he knows exactly where every ambush is, making flawless tactical decisions on the fly. Enkrid remembers perfectly. If they keep moving straight, they'll walk right into 30 crossbowmen waiting in the shadows. He quickly pivots, ordering the squad down a completely different path. He's calculating every single step to avoid losing more comrades. Flanking them is the only viable option, even if more blood gets spilled. He acts with absolute ruthlessness. Still, they spot a lone enemy scout patrolling their detour. The golden rule here is simple. Eliminate that guy before he signals for backup. It is literally the only play he has right now. Once that threat is permanently silenced, the team can finally move at top speed. They violently break through the enemy encirclement. Nearby, Andrew is going absolutely berserk, butchering troops left and right. Mar glances back, realizing Andrew is getting way too caught up in the bloodshed. The core objective here is pure survival and escape. Trying to wipe out everyone hidden in this grass is just pure suicide. Suddenly, Enkrid barks a strict order. They need to clear this massive field before nightfall. Panting heavily, he aggressively pushes the squad to keep moving forward. But Mar snaps back in total frustration. He demands to know if Enkrid actually knows the route, warning that venturing deeper is basically a death sentence. Enkrid doesn't hesitate for a second. He confidently claims he knows the way. With dead serious eyes, he reminds everyone that he is the commander, and they will follow his lead. Complaining won't solve a single thing. His raw authority completely shuts them up. Over here, Ennie and Andrew look completely horrified by what they're witnessing. Mar has pointed his blade straight at Enkrid, coldly warning him that this path better actually be safe. And then he drops the ultimate threat. If Mar senses even a single misstep from his commander, he will personally execute Enkrid right on the spot. That's where we leave it. They might call him commander, but they refuse to follow him blindly. Let's jump right into this madness. He didn't show a single ounce of fear, just spoke in a dead flat voice. It is way too late to turn back now. We have to push forward. You know that, right? Enkrid laid out the harsh reality. The grass was getting thinner here, which meant they had to move fast. Standing around arguing like this would only end with all of them dead. The guy couldn't hold back his frustration and snapped right back. So you're saying if we just follow your every move, we'll magically be safe? Suddenly, he tightly grabbed the hand Mark was using to hold his sword. I need to make this completely clear to everyone. As the group waited in suspense, Enkrid continued. Every single person here wants to survive. Andrew Gagner stood there totally stunned. Just a moment ago, he genuinely thought this guy was nothing but a useless, incompetent fool. Memories quietly flashed through his mind. He remembered his own father, a hopeless addict who carelessly burned through the family's entire fortune, while he could only watch helplessly. His eyes flickered with a sudden realization. But looking at Enkrid right now, things were clearly completely different. Seeing that unwavering gaze, the frail image of his bedridden father suddenly resurfaced in his mind, along with that raspy, dying voice. Andrew, my son, this might be where our family line finally ends. Andrew just pressed his lips tightly together, listening in silence. But you are grown up now. Those dry lips forced out the final warning. As long as you have the absolute determination and willpower, you can lead the rest of our family toward a brand new life. Train hard and learn everything you can, so you can eventually restore our family's honor. You need to become a reliable head of the family, someone everyone can fully trust. At this point, he couldn't hold back the tears welling in his eyes and bit his lip. What stood before him now was pure proof of someone with incredible vision and outstanding leadership. Snapping back to reality, Enkrid spoke up with razor-sharp eyes. Now watch carefully. This changes everything. Trust me, we are all making it out of here alive together. Catching everyone off guard, Andrew boldly stepped forward. All right, I believe you. He stared directly into the guy's eyes. Captain Enkrid, lead us straight to victory. The moment he finished speaking, Mark heavily furrowed his brows. But Sir Andrew? Right now, Andrew instantly cut him off. That is enough. The absolute commander in this battle is Enkrid. He threw him a warning glare. We must follow every single one of his orders. Mark narrowed his eyes in frustration, but couldn't force out another word of protest. Enkrid didn't miss a beat. He turned around, brushing off the tension, and immediately crouched down. Keep your heads low while moving. The tall grass ends here, so we're exposed. Stick incredibly close to me and move quietly in tight formation. Without hesitation, Andrew hit the dirt and followed his lead, with the rest trailing behind. Enkrid kept his eyes scanning while crawling. After countless previous failures, he had finally calculated the exact escape route out of this field. Now that they made it this far, they just needed to silently evade enemy patrols and slip away. The whole squad slowly followed his lead. In his mind, Enkrid had already planned ahead, because in a death game like this, you always need a solid backup plan. A moment later, sunlight washed over the tall grass of the green plains. Suddenly, a heavy footstep from inside the dense bushes crept right into their line of sight. Deadly sharp spears, previously hidden by the thick plains, were completely exposed, but he felt confident. After dying and respawning so many times, he had finally figured out the enemy's blind spots for this mission. Ennie and the young soldier gritted their teeth in pure terror. Mark and Andrew were entirely on edge, nervously glancing behind them to check for any sudden ambushes. Enkrid raised his head, staring straight ahead and muttering to himself. Right here, at this exact moment, the team flawlessly followed his lead. They were practically inches away from the Aspen soldier's footsteps, making him nod in satisfaction. Only by doing this did they have a real shot at breaking out of the enemy's tight encirclement without actually fighting them head-on. Looking down from above, you would instantly realize the entire squad looked completely surrounded. Even veterans like Mark and Andrew Gagner were biting their teeth in panic. But you and I both know nothing goes smoothly here. Enkrid's face dropped in shock because every single Aspen soldier had just vanished without a trace. The squad behind him crouched down even lower, practically burying themselves into the dirt as they carefully took each step forward. Enkrid forced himself to stay calm. Everything he had done up until this point was completely flawless and right on track. Making it this far meant he had to keep a cool head. He checked the sky and calculated their odds. The ground here was too low, making them easy targets. They needed to stay hidden and wait for nightfall for a much better chance at escaping. He fully understood one critical thing. Rushing blindly during his previous lives was the exact reason he kept failing miserably. This time, he was going to learn from those bloody mistakes. He slowly stood up, pushing the tall grass aside to analyze the area. Looks like enemy patrols heavily guarded this spot, and he immediately let out a massive sigh of frustration. Oh my god, we walked straight into the enemy's main lair. The young soldier grabbed his head and groaned out loud. Talk about incredibly rotten luck. Enkrid carefully scanned the horizon, confirming this was indeed the main enemy camp. Enkrid's expression turned dead serious as he made a quick judgment. It really looks like these guys are hiding something massive here. Something they absolutely do not want us to see. Anyone who dared to step foot into this green plain was totally guaranteed to be slaughtered. Right at that exact second, his sharp eyes locked onto those bizarre flags. From the outside, they just looked like completely shredded, blood-soaked banners standing menacingly over scattered piles of animal bones. Enkrid thought deeply about this setup. That meant their current mission had just violently shifted. They absolutely had to figure out what was hidden inside this enemy camp that was so incredibly important to them. He clenched his fists tight and gave the order. All right, let's move out. In a flash, the entire squad gripped their swords tightly, stepping out with blazing, unstoppable morale. Enkrid knew deep down that pulling this crazy stunt off was their only real ticket out of here alive. The scout squad silently crept up to the army's tents. Suddenly, Mark spoke up. Are you seriously planning to start a fire right inside the enemy base? He gritted his teeth nervously. Absolute madness. We are literally standing in the middle of their camp. One tiny mistake and we're dead on the spot. But Enkrid completely ignored his panic and casually asked, Hey, what was your name again? Mark froze for a second before replying, Just call me Mark. Hearing that, Enkrid gave a bone-chilling warning. Mark, I am not accepting any objections right now. This obviously pissed the guy off, making him curse under his breath about how insane this was. But Andrew Gagner immediately stepped in. Shut it, Mark. Without another word, Andrew slapped on a serious face and followed closely behind Enkrid. Left with zero options, Mark reluctantly trailed behind. He fully understood what Andrew was implying. Just swallow your pride and do whatever the crazy captain says. He glanced up at the dark sky, noticing thick, heavy clouds completely swallowing the moon. At this critical moment, their only choice was to blindly trust the captain's wild call and pray to the heavens he was actually right. Right then, Enkrid suddenly slashed his sword, slicing a massive gap straight down the enemy tent. Obviously, this made Mark completely panic again, horrified that he was recklessly destroying the tent. But when they rushed inside, he was totally dumbfounded to find the tent entirely empty. Despite this, Enkrid didn't hesitate for a single second, sprinting forward while Mark helplessly scrambled to keep up. What the hell is going on with him? Enkrid moved with absolute precision. So what happens next? Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see this. He charges through the enemy camp like he owns the place. Mark bites his lip, thinking this is absolute madness, but looking ahead, he is totally confused. You and I are probably wondering the same thing Mark is. We are almost at the end of the road, but how is this possible? Where did all the enemies go? Just then, Enkrid stops and signals the squad. Up ahead, heavily armed soldiers are guarding a flag surrounded by corpses. He glances back, his sharp eyes giving the silent order. Wait here. He presses himself against the wall, quietly wiping away his heavy sweat. I have infiltrated this place countless times, but this is the first time finding and reaching this flag. Memories flash through his mind. Every single enemy here focused solely on him, desperately protecting that very flag. While the squad waits anxiously, Enkrid finally explains the Aspen Army's core battle strategy. That flag is the most critical item on this battlefield and their absolute main priority to protect. Instantly, every single pair of eyes locks onto the target. The torn and blood-stained flags are being guarded with intense caution. Mark suddenly turns dead serious and asks what happens if that flag actually burns to the ground. Deep down, he is deeply suspicious. Did the captain know that flag existed this whole time? But how? Suddenly, Mark freezes completely. He remembers exactly what Yang once told him. Is this what the Supreme Commander meant? The commander personally handpicked Enkrid for the scouting squad. That means he already knew the true extent of the kid's terrifying abilities. Snapping back to reality, Enkrid emphasizes it again. The Aspen forces will focus everything on recovering and protecting that flag. Mark just stares at him, still carrying that intense tension. Now watch closely, because the stakes are massive. The captain is usually super careful, but plunging recklessly into the enemy heart just for this secret mission? Absolute insanity. Wasting no time, Enkrid gives the cold, hard order. Destroy the flag, and then we get the hell out of here. Then he lays out the master plan. We split into two teams right now. One acts as bait to draw the enemy's attention. This is a brutal task. Mark immediately jumps in, saying the other team burns the flag. Hearing this, Enkrid glances over in total disbelief. Staring at Mark's broad back, he's genuinely surprised. The guy was rebellious this entire time, and now he is suddenly cooperating? Well, this makes things a whole lot easier. Enkrid looks at the surviving members, feeling a wave of nostalgia. I have led my men into the Aspen camp before, but never with this many alive. Seconds later, Andrew nods too. With the signals confirming the mission, Enkrid looks down, trying his best to relax. Today's actually a beautiful day, and I feel pretty good. If things keep up like this, we can pull it off. Instantly, the assault begins. First up, throwing rocks straight at the guards' heads. Next, a torch-bearing soldier rushes out, screaming at the top of his lungs about intruders. Enemies swarm in from every single direction, while the furious enemy boss orders their capture. Enkrid charges straight toward his target. He tells himself over and over, we absolutely have to succeed in this mission. He reaches for that blazing torch, gripping it tightly. It is either victory now, or trying again tomorrow when the time loop resets. But the moment his guard drops, Mid suddenly appears right behind him. The massive enemy brings his sword crashing down. Thanks to pure agility, Enkrid dodges to the side just in time, but the torch in his hand gets sliced clean in half. This sudden ambush genuinely terrifies Enkrid. His eyes go wide. When did this guy even get close without him noticing? Now they stand face to face, and Enkrid's hand immediately grabs his sword hilt. He makes a dead serious assessment. This is an incredibly powerful enemy, someone he has never encountered until this exact moment. Enkrid refuses to drop his guard, keeping his eyes wide open to track every tiny movement. Where the hell did this monster come from? Mid stares right back at him. Mid glares with pure disgust, hissing the word rats. But Enkrid just lowers his head and mutters, too late. The enemy is visibly confused by this comment, but he gets his answer almost instantly. A massive fire erupts nearby. The cloaked enemy screams in panic. Fire! The tents are on fire! Meanwhile, another soldier points directly at Andrew's group and yells at the top of his lungs. Intruders everywhere. Catch them. Mid quickly orders them to put out the flames first. Remembering his assigned role, Enkrid feels a quick surge of satisfaction. Mark plays bait, and I draw the aggro. And Andrew burns the tents exactly as planned. Right then, his eyes flash fiercely. Now is the time to escape. Using the chaotic distraction, Enkrid slides his feet wide, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Gripping his blade tight, he mutters to himself. Every single powerful strike starts by focusing all your raw energy directly from the legs. Locking onto Mid, Enkrid stomps the ground and launches his entire body forward like a missile. He swings his sword without a shred of hesitation. Found it, his weak point. The cold tip of his blade instantly closes in right behind the enemy's neck. You and I didn't think it would be that easy, right? In a split second, Mid turns his head. Completely stunned by this, Enkrid cannot even react. And just like that, the blade merely grazes his face, slicing into empty air. Enkrid is left completely frozen in his aggressive striking stance. Meanwhile, Mid stands casually to the side. A sudden, terrifying chill wraps around Enkrid's entire body. Looking down, a massive gash has somehow appeared across his stomach, and blood is violently gushing out. Enkrid clutches his bleeding wound in pure agony, letting out a weak groan. That strike was basically flawless. He slowly glances backward, only to see Mid glaring fiercely as he finally speaks. How annoying. Enkrid's body is completely drained, and deep down, he fully realizes the brutal truth. He absolutely cannot defeat this monster. With my current skills, I will never take him down. He suddenly remembers all the fatal wounds he took just to reach this spot today. First, breaking through the defense line at the Reed battlefield. Seeing his comrades wiped out entirely, dodging countless deadly ambushes. After all of that, I honestly thought I could finally survive today and finish this mission. Enkrid's eyes are filled with heavy emotion. But you. He looks at Mid, radiating pure killer intent, and wants to scream. Are you really a wall that I can never break? Unconsciously, Enkrid's hand slips away from his bleeding stomach wound. He knows for a fact that if he keeps fighting this guy, he will absolutely die. Lowering his head, his hand quietly tightens around his sword hilt. If I die, I will command the squad across the battlefield again, repeating today countless times. After experiencing death over and over, I simply cannot allow myself to fail here. On the other side, Mid suddenly frowns in pure confusion. Veins bulge on his angry face as he demands, "Are you seriously smiling right now?" Enkrid instantly snaps his head up with a confident grin. In his mind, he answers, "I am going to kill you." Mid goes absolutely berserk and charges with his blade, roaring that he will turn him into beast food. Enkrid immediately drops his center of gravity. Enkrid swings his sword upward, completely determined to smash through this impossible wall. Mid Harirsson and Enkrid violently crash into each other, their clashing blades exploding into a shower of sparks. But trust me, the tension here is insane. Enkrid is clearly losing ground, getting pushed back step by step. A flash of horror hits his face. Mid completely blocked his ultimate attack. Seizing the opening, Mid surges forward, raising his massive sword high into the air. Without hesitating for even a single second, he brings the blade viciously crashing down. "Stick with me here, this gets intense." Enkrid barely dodges in time, but Mid does not stop, swinging his sword down again. Enkrid leans away, totally baffled. How did he block from that stance? Right then, the blade pushes inches from Enkrid's face. In this absolute life or death second, he quickly brings up his own sword to block. Sweat pours down Enkrid's face, his eyes lock onto the enemy in pure stress. Mid's movements are just too complex. As another strike comes in, Enkrid feels the despair kicking in. He literally has zero openings to counterattack. The skill gap? Yeah, it is painfully obvious right now. At that exact moment, Mid swings his blade in a massive arc, smashing into Enkrid's sword. The impact sends him stumbling backward, losing all balance. Then, Mid just knocks Enkrid's weapon right out of his hands. But wait, a flying dagger shoots in from out of nowhere. With absolute godlike reflexes, Mid actually catches the flying blade with his bare hands. Just seeing this crazy stunt leaves Enkrid completely and utterly speechless. He deflected a dagger bare-handed. Mid's rage practically explodes from his body. Furious, he charges forward without a second of hesitation, aiming his razor-sharp sword straight at Enkrid's chest. But over on the other side, Aspen's soldiers start screaming. The fire is spreading. Distracted by the chaos, Mid's lethal thrust misses, slamming his sword straight into the dirt instead. Mid anxiously whips his head around to check the situation. One soldier yells out, "Someone spilled the oil." The flames are spreading crazy fast. Suddenly, another guy panics and starts screaming his lungs out. The fire is hitting the flagpole. The hooded guy in the back shouts for the commander. Furious, Mid yells back, asking if they do not know what is actually important right now. Mid glares back at Enkrid. This kid is clearly not going down without a fight. Even wounded and at a massive disadvantage, Enkrid stubbornly tightens his grip on his sword. But looking closer, his eyes are almost completely hollow. Mid suddenly calls out to him. Hearing his voice, Enkrid immediately looks up. Mid grinds his teeth and says, "Just wait until next time." And with that, he turns around and walks away. Staring at his retreating back, Enkrid feels super confused. Is this guy seriously backing out of the fight? Now watch closely, because this messes with his head. Just walking away and sparing me? Enkrid is super confused, muttering to himself. So wait, is this guy not the impossible wall I need to overcome? But then he shakes it off. No. Even if he is not the obstacle I have to crush today, our paths are definitely going to cross again in the future. He quietly tightens his grip on the hilt. Either way, this insanely long day is finally over. Enkrid looks up, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. For now, this brutal battle has officially come to an end. Right on cue, Andrew comes sprinting in like a madman. "Commander!" He furrows his brows and screams, "We need to get out of here right now." But Enkrid hesitates, looking back at the enemy camp one last time. Andrew yells again, pushing him to move. Over there, a massive sea of fire is raging, spreading right toward Mid, but the guy still refuses to budge. As if feeling Enkrid staring at him, Mid violently snaps his head back, his eyes burning with pure rage. For a split second, Enkrid actually feels a chill of terror. Instantly, Enkrid slams his sword back into its sheath with a loud clack. Breaking the trance, he screams his orders. "Fall back. We are retreating." Meanwhile, the Aspen soldiers are desperately throwing water on the raging fire. They do not even care that our squad is escaping. The only thing echoing behind them are frantic screams to put out the flames. While running, Enkrid scans his team and lets out a huge sigh of relief. 0 casualties, all 5 members are still here. Mark sprints beside him and yells, "Was doing all that really enough? There is absolutely no way they send a massive strike force to hunt us down now, right?" Enkrid replies in a complete daze, "Yeah, probably not." But the moment he says that, Ennie lets out an agonizing scream from behind. Suddenly, a group of Aspen soldiers are right on their tail, hunting the intruders down. Do not let them escape alive. Seeing this, all 4 guys snap around without a single second of hesitation. They draw their swords, instinctively forming a human shield around Ennie. Enkrid swings his blade, brutally taking down the guy closest to him. Mark coldly drives his sword straight into another enemy. And of course, Andrew does not waste time either, instantly dropping a third target. Let's pause for a second, because they desperately need a way out here. Enkrid glances back and screams, "Do not hesitate, just keep running." But Annie argues back. If they can just make it to the plain fox's habitat, they will hit Allied territory. Once there, the enemy pursuit force definitely will not follow them. The young soldier quickly chimes in too. But would not that make it super hard for us to escape right now? That is when the guy speaks up with pure confidence. "I know a safe spot. There is a hidden path that the hunters use." Without a single second of hesitation, Enkrid nods. "I trust you. Lead the way for us." The squad dives deep into the dark forest, and after a tense while, the heavy sound of the enemy's footsteps chasing them finally fades away completely. Their hurried footsteps echo against the dirt, but while the entire team is busting their lungs to escape, a wild panther is quietly watching them from the shadows. Enkrid knows the exact reason they made it out alive. Thanks to Andrew and Mark fighting like absolute beasts back there, they managed to slaughter a few enemies during the retreat without facing any major issues. Seeing the light at the end of the path, he feels incredibly lucky. If it was not for that clutch navigation back there, dodging the enemy army would have been literally impossible. Making it this far was purely because every single person in the squad pushed beyond their limits. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sunlight hits his face, making him quickly raise an arm to shield his eyes. Enkrid squints toward the distant western horizon. The very first rays of dawn are beautifully peeking out from behind the mountains, and the team keeps pushing forward. After infiltrating and attacking the enemy camp like that, his body is just completely drained. A bit later, the familiar tents of their own camp finally come into view. An allied soldier stares at them in pure shock. "What the heck happened to you guys?" Covered head to toe in blood, Annie groans, "I am definitely about to pass out." The young soldier next to him is swaying on his feet too. Meanwhile, Enkrid just keeps breathing heavily, trying to process everything. He thinks to himself in silence, "I actually managed to survive today's brutal time loop once again." Enkrid looks up, quietly witnessing the early sunrise of yet another hard-fought day. At that exact moment, Annie can no longer hold on and completely collapses. The rest of the guys are not doing much better. Meanwhile, over at the on-army base, total destruction. The flagpoles and camp structures are basically burned to ashes from last night's raging fire. Harry gloomily reports, "The camp's flag has been incinerated." The hooded guy next to him stays dead silent for a moment before finally speaking. "We are going to have to prepare everything all over again." But he does not stop there, immediately throwing out a sharp insult. "I honestly never thought the famous Hound Dog unit would turn out to be such a massive burden in this battle." He stares off into the distance, internally panicking. "I absolutely cannot wrap my head around this." Just a few guys managed to follow the tracks left by our elite Hound Dog soldiers in the tall grass, and they actually successfully crossed a field where a whole army was actively waiting in ambush, and then they burned the flag and completely escaped. The Hound Dogs are a massive deal, an elite squad with independent authority in the On-Army, named after legendary gray beasts known for insane persistence. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate a squad with nothing to lose. Stick with me, we are diving into a squad that never quits. In love or war, they hunt you down. That is exactly why this special unit, originally called the Hounds, earned the insane nickname of the Reckless Lovers. When they step onto the ACSC battlefield, they fight with an absolute, terrifying ferocity that crushes everything in their path. Back in reality, Hurry cannot hold back anymore. Was he really that strong in battle? He asks. Commander Mid-Hurrierson just growls, his voice heavy. His answer comes out vague, completely dodging the actual question. If someone had not whined about putting out the fire to save our flags, I would have finished him off right then and there. Hearing this excuse, he just gives a flat, completely unimpressed response. He was incredibly lucky to escape in the end. Suddenly, Mid tenses up, his entire vibe shifting. His voice drops into a dead cold tone. But the next time we cross paths, his luck is going to completely run out. Meanwhile, at a distant military camp, Enkrid sits totally alone on his bed. He quietly wraps fresh bandages around his own bleeding wounds. What really eats at him is that massive wall he could not break through after facing that guy. He always craves the thrill of the fight, no matter how insanely dangerous or deadly the battle gets. Enkrid bites his lip hard, just waiting. Someday it will happen. Far away, Hurrierson makes his own dark vow, raising his voice. Next time, I will definitely hunt him down and end his life. Refusing to back down, Enkrid fiercely declares with absolute confidence, "You will absolutely fall in defeat by my own hands." Somewhere else, Rem lounges lazily on his bed, effortlessly juggling his massive axe. "I am bored to death. The scouting party should be back by now, so why is there absolutely zero news from them?" Suddenly, his hand snatches the axe out of the air. Rem sits bolt upright, his eyes staring off into the distance. He grits his teeth as a dark thought hits him. Did that kid actually kick the bucket? Just as quickly, he drops the serious act, casually tapping the axe handle against his head. Lately, the kid seemed to be improving a bit, but he is still just a rookie on a scouting mission. Honestly, him dying in action would not even be a shock. But strangely enough, I actually kind of liked his reckless personality. Accepting the worst, Rem mutters, well, if he is dead, it is what it is. Right at that exact moment, Ragnar wakes up, sitting up with a massive yawn before his eyes suddenly lock onto something. Rem is staring right back, not blinking at all. Ragnar gets annoyed, his voice turning icy as he snaps, what the hell are you looking at? But Rem just silently flips him the bird, looking perfectly punchable. Refusing to speak, Ragnar responds by raising his own middle toe in defiance. Suddenly, Rem bursts out into an amused, absolutely unhinged laugh. Hey! Rem lunges forward, his tone dripping with pure danger. You want me to kill you, right? Oh, absolutely. Ragnar does not hold back either, drawing his sword and screaming, you absolute maniac. Now pay attention here, because this is where the tension spikes. Over at the command tent, Yang coldly interrogates Enkrid. Did you seriously ambush the enemy, infiltrate their base, and burn it down? He does not hide a single thing. It was all a split-second decision, and I just got lucky enough to pull off the entire job without getting killed. Hearing this, she furrows her brow. Just luck, huh? But Enkrid keeps his poker face perfectly intact, showing absolutely zero emotion. Finally, Yang decides to drop the heavy questioning. I understand, go rest and heal your wounds. He respectfully bows his head. Watching him leave, she falls into deep thought. I honestly believe he handled everything perfectly, just like that last incident inside our camp. I guess I should not get my hopes up just to be disappointed. Yang stares at his retreating back, a wave of suspicion hitting her. Seriously, what the heck is wrong with that guy? As for him, the moment he steps outside, he cannot help looking back in total confusion. What on earth is that commander thinking? Does she really believe sneaking into an enemy base and setting it on fire is some kind of a walk in the park? Outside, Andrio has been waiting this whole time. Squad leader Enkrid, he says, bowing his head with absolute genuine respect. I was way too rude earlier, and I am so sorry. Because of you, I am still alive right now, and so are Mar and Ennie. Suddenly, Andrio looks up, his eyes shining with pure hope. Could we maybe team up again next time? Enkrid does not even answer at first. He just turns away, waving a hand lazily. Only if we happen to be fighting on the exact same front line. That simple answer leaves him and everyone else completely stunned into silence. Andrio quietly rests his hand on his sword hilt, deeply watching that massive, imposing back walk away. Out of nowhere, he bows respectfully, and without a single second of hesitation, the others immediately follow suit to show their deep gratitude. Over here, Enkrid does not even break his stride. He thinks to himself, they are thanking me because my actions kept them alive until now. I know what you are thinking, he saved them, right? But he is actually doubting himself. Was saving those four really the best he could do? At the end of the day, he still lost two of his own squad members out on that brutal battlefield. His mood darkens as he violently blames himself. If only he had been just a little bit stronger, he could have saved everyone right then. He looks around the camp. Today, he shattered his own limits by dying and reliving this exact same present moment over and over again. So from this moment on, he will never fight a pointless battle again. Enkrid makes a rock-solid resolution. It is finally time to become the legendary knight he always dreamed of being. Surviving today, that is his only true goal. And to make sure this tragic day never repeats, his sharp eyes suddenly snap wide open. He absolutely has to get much stronger. Right at that second, soldiers up ahead start screaming. Those absolute maniacs are at it again. Turns out, Rem and Ragnar are going all out. Sword and axe violently crash together, sparking wildly. Rem laughs like a demon, endlessly charging forward. On the flip side, Ragnar does not back down an inch, his tense face flashing a vicious killing intent. Watching from the corner, even Enkrid is stunned. He thinks, I have literally never seen those kind of wild expressions show up on their faces before. I have fought against my own comrades countless times in the past, but I never once saw those fierce expressions on their faces when they faced off against me. Beside him, a random soldier cannot hold back his absolute shock. Are those two even human anymore? Just look at them fight, they are complete monsters, not people. Cutting back to the intense duel, Rem powerfully swings his heavy axe high into the air. Ragnar readies his sword, neither of them willing to yield a single inch. Meanwhile, Enkrid realizes he really should not have been so damn impatient right from the start. His bandaged, wounded hand tightly grips the hilt of his sword. From now on, he will crush every single goal he sets and keep evolving. Enkrid glares at the two fighters, his hawk-like eyes completely locked onto their clashing weapons. First step, make them reveal those wild expressions when fighting against me. Right at that very second, Rem brings his axe crashing down, but Ragnar perfectly blocks it with his blade. As if sensing something nearby, Rem glances back and loudly calls out, "Squad leader." But Enkrid just coldly stares at Ragna, refusing to say a single word back. Rem actually looks hyped, throwing out a playful tease. "If you were coming, you should have told me. Why are you sneaking around like a cat and peeking at me?" But literally 1 second later, his face twists into pure rage as he roars. "Is this fun for you? If you will not fight, get out." He pauses, stepping closer to ask if he got hurt. "That is where we leave it, trust me. You gotta see what is next." Let's jump right into the aftermath here. Enkrid finally speaks up, claiming he just got a few scratches, but then he completely drops the subject and turns to Rem. "Hey, when you blocked Ragna's attack earlier," but Rem instantly looks away. "Here we go again." Rem sighs out loud. "If you're back, go wash up and just get some rest." Seeing the total shutdown, Enkrid decides to completely shift his target. "Ragna, that attack of yours earlier." Enkrid trails off. Ragna shoots him a quick glance, utterly helpless. He just mutters under his breath, "What in the world is he doing?" Those words leave Enkrid totally confused. "What's wrong?" he asks. But Ragna just turns around and walks off. "Never mind, it's nothing." Watching Ragna walk away, Enkrid thinks to himself he definitely had something he wanted to say. Now, watch closely as the tension shifts. Enkrid just stares off into the distance. He'll talk when he's ready. Around them, everyone's already gearing up. The commander had spotted the enemy ambush and mobilized the entire squad closer to the battlefield. Even crazier? While on the move, their wounds healed insanely fast. They didn't just sit back and rest, either. They used every spare second to push their training. Cry, busy munching on his food, asks the real question. "Training again? We're marching tomorrow, guys. You really need to get some rest. Got it?" Enkrid doesn't stop for a single second. "Just a bit more, then we'll be back." Rem clicks his tongue in pure annoyance. If he keeps this up without actually improving, we're literally going to die. Ragna stays completely silent, deep in his own thoughts. Next morning, bright sunlight quickly hits the camp, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens beside a sleeping Ragna. All right, let's jump into a crazy training arc. A loud thud echoes. He glances at the empty bed next to him, sighing helplessly. The squad leader is training again. Ragna sits up, stretching his limbs to loosen his joints before reaching for his sword. Gripping the hilt tight, he knows deep down he has real talent for swordsmanship. Walking away, he ruthlessly scratches his head. Getting stronger really is not that hard. He already saw the clear path to becoming a knight a long time ago. Stepping outside, Ragna yawns heavily. This is just boring. As he walks, he wonders, what is the point of becoming a knight if he doesn't even want it? Does he really have to force himself through this miserable grind just to become a knight? But quickly, Ragna brushes off the thought. He hasn't lost his self-worth or purpose, so he simply stops walking. By now, he is standing right behind Enkrid. The guy is relentlessly swinging his sword like an absolute machine. But suddenly, a sharp pain shoots up from Enkrid's hip, making him cry out in agony. He instantly collapses, clutching his side. Cold sweat breaks out as his face turns completely pale. Ragna just watches him calmly. The commander learned everything completely wrong from the start. When he first picked up a sword, he mastered the absolute basics first. Ragna quietly judges him since Enkrid picked up terrible habits. No amount of practice will make him stronger. But right then, Enkrid grabs his sword hilt again. His eyes are blazing with absolute pure determination. Now even Ragna is confused. Why push himself to hold that stance? Why sacrifice so much? Seeing him ready to swing again, Ragna finally loses his patience and speaks up. "Why are you pushing yourself to such extreme limits?" Enkrid isn't even surprised he is there. He just answers honestly, "Because I want to become stronger." Ragna does not stop there. He pushes further, asking, "And when you get stronger, what then?" Without hesitating, he answers straight up, "I will become a knight." Suddenly, Ragna looks down, completely hiding his facial expression. Now watch closely. Things get intense. His voice turns rough. A knight is just someone good at fighting, right? So what is the point of becoming one? Enkrid fires back fast. "For me, becoming a knight means doing exactly what I believe is right." He continues. "It is for the poor, the sick, and for honor." Hearing that, Ragna glances over. Right here, Enkrid raises his shining blade high. "It is to swing my sword for the people I love. That is what my dream really means." Ragna narrows his eyes, quietly repeating those words, faith and honor. He nods slowly. So that is how it is. Power is ultimately just a tool. What does becoming a knight actually mean? What does the sword mean? Ragna asks himself what he is truly seeking. He takes slow steps. "Until I walk that path, I will never know." He suddenly speaks up. "Hey, squad leader." Hearing this, Enkrid turns around, looking a bit confused. With a totally serious face, Ragna makes an unexpected offer. "Do you want to learn how to be a knight?" Barely letting him finish, Enkrid answers without any hesitation. Of course. The two of them just stand there, intensely staring right at each other. Ragnar lowers his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Then he looks up, already regretting his own words. I spoke too soon. This is going to be incredibly annoying. Suddenly, Ragnar's eyes shift over. He playfully judges the situation in his mind. Anyway, that look in his eyes right now actually seems pretty interesting. Next, Ragnar asks, so what about that beast heart technique and that thrust attack you learned from those barbarians? Enkrid answers firmly, the beast heart. Ragnar just nods his head. That, and the thrust attack too. Ragnar holds up 2 fingers as a warning. Aside from those 2 things, throw absolutely everything else away. He pauses for a second, then speaks. Even the Valen sword techniques from the mercenaries, he answers immediately. You definitely need to drop that. Ragnar leans on his sword and explains further. If you don't drop it, when learning new swordsmanship, you will subconsciously rely on your old cheap tricks. If that happens, it's better to just stay exactly as you are. We both felt that one, right? Resting his chin on the sword, Ragnar patiently continues. Choose for yourself. Drop everything and start completely over. Or settle for your current level. Before he even finishes, Enkrid cuts him off. I will start over. That rock-solid answer actually leaves Ragnar stunned for a brief moment. It takes him a few seconds before he finally blurts out. Really? Enkrid ignores that and just asks, so, what do I do first? Ragnar nods slightly, thinking to himself, this guy is seriously not normal at all. Then, he pushes his own sword forward. The squad leader is naturally strong, so light weapons are unnecessary. Using a long sword would be much better. Want to trade with me? This unexpected move completely shocks Enkrid. Is it really okay for you to just give me your sword? Ragnar replies casually. It is fine. I just picked it up somewhere anyway. Hold the long sword with your right hand in front, left hand behind. Listening closely, he practices the stance, gripping the hilt tight. Noticing this tiny detail in Enkrid's movement, Ragnar gets curious. Why are you gripping it so incredibly tight like that? He turns around and answers honestly, I am afraid of dropping it. Ragnar feels totally helpless, blurting out. Who the hell taught you that? Enkrid replies firmly. Gem. Ragnar raises an eyebrow and curses. That useless monkey. Ragnar tells him to hold the stance. He follows the order seriously. Suddenly, Ragnar charges forward with his sword, raising it high, completely ready to strike down. Just as the blade gets close, Enkrid quickly raises his sword to block. He can't help but look down at his arms, shaking violently from using way too much force. When Ragnar finally stops, Enkrid drops his arms and demands answers. What was that? That hurt. Ragnar stays completely calm. Well, obviously. He judges bluntly. Stiff as a wooden log, it will just snap. You are like a dry tree branch. Something like that. These words annoy him deeply. This guy just talks absolute nonsense. What kind of a weird comparison is that anyway? Suddenly, Enkrid freezes. Do you mean my arms are stiff like a wooden log? Right then, the hand gripping the hilt loosens just a bit. If you don't want it to break, you have to bend with the sword. You need to be way more flexible. The sun rises to noon. The sound of clashing swords continuously rings out across the yard. Right now, Ragnar kicks hard at Enkrid's leg while reminding him, pay attention to your center of gravity. Seeing him swing again, he yells out, where are your toes pointing? He strikes down one more time. Feeling the impact, Ragnar yells out again. Flexing your muscles again? Do you want to break your neck? This time, Enkrid attacks, but still gets heavily criticized. What the hell kind of dance was that just now? The sun gets glaringly bright, the heat becoming absolutely extreme. By now, Enkrid has collapsed onto the ground, while Ragnar just stares down at him from above. He uses his hand to hide his sheer disbelief. I did not expect him to be this terrible. He does not even know the most basic things about swordsmanship at all. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Seeing him exhausted and panting, Ragnar shakes his head. Teaching him like this won't work. Sweat drips down Enkrid's face, but despite the pain, he silently grips his sword again. Stick with me here. You are about to see something wild. Ragnar leans in closer, his eyes narrowing as he watches the guy struggling to stand, clearly calculating his next move. Enkrid shifts back into his stance. Let us go again. Ragnar calmly draws his sword, but tells him they need to start over from basic walking. Right then, Rem's voice echoes from behind them. Missing all day for this? Rem scoffs, completely unimpressed that they are hiding out here playing childish games. He marches right up, pointing his axe straight at Ragnar to demand answers. Is this bastard bullying our squad leader? Want me to teach him a lesson for you? I will just slice his tendons right now. Enkrid does not even flinch. He just calmly asks, what is going on? And why are you all dressed up today? Hearing that, Rem lowers his axe and announces an emergency assembly for the entire camp. Janin quickly chimes in too, warning that the enemy forces are closing in right now. Meanwhile, inside, Cry and Auden are gearing up for battle, while Jackson carefully tucks 2 daggers into his belt before we cut outside. Yojang stands high above, scanning the area. Down below, the soldiers are fully assembled, with red flags fluttering proudly in the wind. All the key figures are locked in and ready, especially Squad 44. But Ragnar nervously scratches his neck. Was teaching him sword techniques right now really the best idea? Switching to a brand new sword style? He definitely will not be used to fighting like this. And because of that, he could literally die out there today. Suddenly, Enkrid rests his blade on his shoulder. Ragnar instinctively shifts his footing, thinking to himself, I better stick close to him today just in case. Enkrid bites his lip, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I wanted to learn even more sword skills. But time is up. Someone suddenly screams out, what is the enemy army doing over there? He looks up and sees blood-stained flags whipping fiercely in the wind. The Aspen soldiers are spread out in scattered groups, holding razor-sharp spears, making someone gasp out loud in shock. What a bizarre formation. Meanwhile, an enemy mage stands in the corner, stretching out his hand and hissing. This is the end for all of you. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. His body blurs behind white smoke, eyes glowing with pure malice. Yojang looks stunned. A magic spell? Instantly, a thick fog rolls in, completely blinding everyone. Enkrid stays on high alert. Fog? Out of nowhere? He frantically looks around but quickly realizes he cannot even see the soldiers standing right in front of him. The mist gets thicker and thicker by the second. A soldier panics, yelling out, what is this? Another guy stumbles around, asking why there is suddenly so much fog. Someone else cries out, I cannot see a thing. Then a strange noise drifts straight into Enkrid's ears. A few seconds later, another soldier hears it too and screams, what is that? One guy turns to the person next to him. Did you just hear that? Chaos instantly breaks out across the entire camp. They are completely terrified, screaming, what is going on? What is that noise? Someone yells, what exactly is happening right in front of us? Right at that split second, Enkrid roars at the top of his lungs, incoming arrows. A deadly rain of arrows tears straight through the heavy fog. The soldiers have zero time to react. They get hit instantly, blood spraying out absolutely everywhere in the mist. Meanwhile, Yojang is fighting hard to deflect the incoming arrows. She immediately realizes this is no natural fog, it is a brutal, calculated surprise attack from the enemy forces. Yojang quickly forms a plan and shouts her orders. Get down, raise your shields. Deep down, she knows the truth. We got totally played. Her commands echo across the battlefield. Can you believe this guy? The enemy mage bursts into insane laughter, looking incredibly smug. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to perfect this magic spell? I had to collect blood from countless animals, water from the absolute purest lakes, and even cast endless rain summoning rituals just to pull this off. The mage stares at the enemy lines, gloating in his mind. With this spell active, the heavy fog blinds everyone. But as long as I stand under this catalyst flag, I can see every single little detail perfectly. Then our army can slaughter the enemy with complete ease. The mage looks up at his fluttering flags, feeling intensely proud as he drops the name of his technique. I call it the death fog. Right then, Hurrierson appears right behind him. You look pretty happy. He does not even flinch, casually replying back, of course I am. I risk my life to keep this flag from burning just to successfully cast this spell. Ignoring his pure rage, the mage clicks his tongue. If that bastard had not set the camp on fire, setting this up would not have been such a huge headache. Hurrierson stares out into the distance, his voice dropping to a deadly growl. That punk dies by my hands today. Meanwhile, on the other side, Enkrid desperately fights off the arrow storm. An endless wave of arrows just keeps raining down relentlessly. The soldiers scream in total panic. Arrows. They are coming right at us. Enkrid barely dodges a shot zooming right past his head. Just then, a blurry shadow yells from behind him. Squad leader, do not move. He glances back in absolute shock. Wait, Ragnar is standing right behind me? Suddenly, someone next to him starts shouting in pure rage. Is this magic? Which bastard did this? Enkrid realizes it is Rem's voice. His face tightens as he looks around. He is right in front of me, but this heavy mist makes him invisible. We cannot go all out like this. Next, a rogue arrow shoots straight down, slamming into the dirt right between Enkrid's legs. Cold sweat pours down his entire body. He bites his lip, his breathing getting incredibly heavy. I am burning through way too much stamina here. He quietly tries to shift his footing and realizes something horrifying. Damn it, my legs are completely frozen. I have not even had a chance to use Ragnar's new sword technique yet. I really do not think I can master everything. But right then, Ragnar's warning echoes loudly in his mind. Even if you learn from me, you will eventually just revert back to your old bad habits. So until you fully master these brand new sword techniques, absolutely do not join the real battle. Enkrid took those words seriously. If he stubbornly stays on this battlefield fighting like this, he will die. He closes his eyes, thinks for a second, and accepts his reality. He is right. Enkrid suddenly snaps his eyes wide open, quietly muttering about death. The deafening sounds of brutal combat completely swallow him whole. Ragna steps up from behind, urging him. Squad leader, we have to pull back. But Enkrid confidently replies, I found a way out. If I cannot succeed on my first try, he thinks, before sprinting straight into the white fog. Ragna panics and screams out at him. Squad leader, have you lost your damn mind? Right at that moment, an Aspen soldier charges with a spear. In a single second, the blade pierces right through his body, blood spraying instantly. Enkrid groans in agony, feeling the cold steel punch straight through his own throat. And trust me, you and I won't forget this. His eyes are shining. With this death, I get to learn from Ragna all over again. Seeing that twisted smile, the Aspen soldier absolutely freaks out. Let's jump right into this wild loop. We return to the exact same morning, sky perfectly blue. Enkrid is panting hard, while Ragna just keeps on rambling. Why did you fail? Do you seriously still not get it? Enkrid quietly sizes him up. To be completely honest, Ragna isn't exactly the greatest teacher out there. Coming strictly from the perspective of a natural-born genius, all of his explanations are incredibly vague and just plain confusing to follow. He tilts his head. I get it, but my body just can't keep up. I only asked you to swing your sword. Is it really that hard? Enkrid closes his eyes, thinking to himself, I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just curious. Then he speaks up, asking, where is the optimal center of gravity for this stance? Hearing this exact question, Ragna lets out a surprised gasp. Huh? Center of gravity? He constantly wiggles around, trying to adjust his own body. Like this? If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be right here. He stands up, nodding in realization. Knew it. How could a freak genius like him even understand his own body? Enkrid stays silent, forcing himself to figure out the lesson on his own. His explanations are painfully confusing, but one of my true special abilities is hyper-focusing on lectures. No matter what it takes or how long it takes, I absolutely have to master the right stance and the footwork techniques for swinging this sword. A short while later, the familiar events of the day play out once again. Someone suddenly screams, arrows. The arrows, they are flying right at us. Thanks to his past experience, Enkrid easily uses his sword to deflect the incoming arrow. He glances down at his trembling arm, realizing his body is still way too stiff. Right then, a spear flies in out of nowhere, but Enkrid stays completely calm. It is fine. I will just die and learn it again. He doesn't even bother dodging, letting the spear pierce his throat to reset the day. And just like that, Enkrid is back, trying to practice his movement. Ragna swings his blade, grazing right past his face. Today marks loop 13, and my body is slowly becoming way more flexible. Ragna looks up, quickly noticing something different. That last movement of yours wasn't half bad. Since when did you actually learn how to do that? While Enkrid waits in complete eager anticipation, he finally announces that he can start learning basic swordsmanship. Ragna rests his hands on his hips, spinning the blade as he instructs. Basic attacks consist of 3 things: cutting, slashing, and thrusting. To defend yourself, just use the flat of the blade. If you actually have a decent sword, you can completely stop their edge. He then swings his blade straight forward and continues, the shortest distance between you and the enemy is the sword path. Ragna teaches with absolute, dead serious focus. Limit your opponent's swing while expanding your own range. That is real swordsmanship. Imagine the enemy in your head, then swing. Enkrid absorbs this precious knowledge instantly. Now pay close attention here, because things get wild. That Aspen soldier hidden in the thick fog, easily spotted by him. Enkrid smoothly shifts his body, his eyes perfectly tracking the spear as it grazes right past him. While the guy is still stunned, our boy dashes right past him. His steps are light, dodging that thrust with absolute ease. But right after that thought crosses his mind, 4 or 5 more spears suddenly emerge from the dense mist. Every single one of those spears instantly pierces through Enkrid's body. He can feel that today is slowly changing. Boom! Enkrid returns to the exact same morning, where the 2 of them are still training. He swings his blade, perfectly blocking a strike. Seeing this precise move, Ragna lets out a shocked gasp. Did you just block that? Just by watching the path of my sword? He doesn't even answer. He just keeps letting that fatal moment, the spear piercing his throat, repeat over and over, even if it's still a blur. Returning once again, Enkrid can now smoothly deliver a downward strike on his own. Ragna is surprised but clearly impressed. That diagonal slash of yours just now? It was actually good. He can feel it. All of these tiny, painful improvements are finally piling up. A moment later, the scenery shifts straight to the battlefield. From behind, Ragna is screaming his lungs out. Squad leader, have you completely lost your mind? In that exact second, the Aspen soldiers thrust a bunch of spears right through Enkrid's body. But instead of crying out, he flashes a smug, victorious smile. I can actually see the trajectory. Right before his eyes, he pictures Ragnar's face and his downward sword strike. The day resets once again, but this time, when that heavy blow descends, Enkrid perfectly lowers his center of gravity to match it. He tightens his grip on the hilt and whips it upwards. The two blades clash violently, instantly sending bright sparks flying into the air. Enkrid calculates in his head today marks loop number 100. Ragnar freezes, staring down at his own arm that is momentarily locked up in pure shock. His eyes widen uncontrollably, and the words seem completely stuck in his throat. Looking at the heavily panting Enkrid, Ragnar finally blurts out, "Who are you?" Enkrid doesn't answer. His sharp eyes gleam. I know what you're thinking, this is exactly where the tables turn. He knows Ragnar's entire view of him just shifted. The thick fog appears in his line of sight once again. Enkrid stands there in total silence, tapping into a raw talent he never, ever thought he could develop. Behind him, Ragnar is still frantically shouting, "Squad leader, wait!" But our guy ruthlessly dashes forward anyway. Seeing this, Ragnar panics and yells, "Hey!" Despite the chaos, Enkrid feels a deep sense of pride inside. He has finally leveled up another step. By now, he smoothly twists his body to dodge a very familiar spear. Enkrid's sharp gaze never leaves the incoming weapons as he pushes straight toward his target destination. He effortlessly slips past two Aspen soldiers and keeps sprinting forward. A faint, knowing smile unconsciously forms on the corner of his lips. The true path of a knight. The Aspen troops ahead show clear terror at his sudden, ghostly appearance, but almost immediately, he gets ambushed by the rest of them. He still can't escape the fate of having spears violently shoved into his body, fresh blood rapidly spilling out. Yet, Enkrid smiles smugly. Hidden beneath all this agonizing pain, an undeniable thrill spreads across his face. He practically wants to scream with absolute joy. This battle is truly fun, driving him completely insane with excitement. The day resets again, and Ragnar walks right over with his sword. "Squad leader," he suggests with that same casual, laid-back vibe, "do you want to learn how to swing a sword?" Enkrid turns around just a bit slowly. If it means getting stronger, his answer is the same. He happily accepts the offer. Of course. Deep down, he thinks he's fully willing to die and come back 100,000 times just to achieve that power. After sparring for a while, Ragnar lightly scratches his cheek, completely shocked that his squad leader is doing this well. He rests his blade on the ground and asks suspiciously, "Wait, have you just been pretending to be useless this whole time?" Enkrid hesitates for a second before replying, "No, it is not like that." Ragnar doesn't push the issue any further, simply stating, "Well, the basics are enough for now." Just as he's eagerly waiting for more, Ragnar finally declares, "Seems like the squad leader needs some actual combat experience." In a flash, the scenery shifts completely, and a massive rain of arrows comes pouring down. Enkrid mentally calculates this day has now looped over 200 times. These arrow trajectories are so insanely familiar that the moment they fly in, he predicts them perfectly and shifts into a ready stance. The soles of his boots violently scrape against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt and sand. Enkrid immediately drops his entire body low, taking a solid one-knee stance. Next, he builds up momentum and explosively launches himself forward at breakneck speed. Enkrid's expression is dead serious and fully intensely focused. Let's see just how far this hard-earned strength of mine can actually take me. Exactly as predicted, the very first Aspen soldier completely misses his thrust. Before the guy can even process what happened, Enkrid's cold blade is already pressed right against his neck. Without hesitation, Enkrid ruthlessly slices his head off, feeling totally smug. I know exactly when and where every enemy appears in this fog, and that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me, watch him rip a dagger from his own chest. Without looking, he buries it straight into the next soldier. He knows he can take down a few more. The enemy soldiers completely lose it. They panic, looking around and screaming in pure terror. But all he can see right now is this incredibly thick fog trapping them inside. One dumb soldier mutters, wondering where everyone went, but before he can even blink, our guy is already right there, cleanly slicing the dude's leg completely off. Absolute chaos breaks out across the enemy formation. People are screaming, asking what the hell is standing right in front of them. Someone yells to watch the ground. A terrified crossbowman points his weapon down at the dirt. Meanwhile, Enkrid suddenly remembers Ragnar's strict advice. You have to remember the eyes, the feet, the hands. Following that advice, he opens his eyes wide, predicting every single move. His footwork, completely rock solid. Next second, he crushes the enemy with one strike and finishes them by hand. Enkrid instantly bursts into crazy laughter, loving the thrill of it. He aggressively draws his sword. With his basic skills totally leveled up, it feels like a whole new game. He charges straight forward like an absolute madman. He screams for more of them to come, completely ignoring the wall of loaded crossbows aiming right at his face. The soldiers set up a heavy defense line. They aim their weapons right at Enkrid while one guy shouts a threat. You actually thought you could invade us with so few people and make it out alive? Enkrid stays quiet, calculating the odds. Not enough yet. The soldiers raise their crossbows higher. Taking steady steps forward, Enkrid demands they fight him with actual swords. Sweating like crazy, he stands tall and thinks to himself, I need to push my limits even further. Terrified by his raw confidence, the enemy soldiers finally curse him out as a total psycho. Now watch closely, this is where everything goes wrong. Countless arrows fly from every direction, piercing his body. It is over. A massive wall of death surrounds him. Mocking voices ring in his ears, calling him an idiot for throwing his life away. Coldly cornering him, they wonder if he has actually gone totally insane. But then, his eyes snap open. A familiar scene. Enkrid sits straight up, instantly annoyed. It has been forever, and you just want to curse at me. Why else am I here? Right then, a guy next to him asks why he is zoning out. He looks up and sees Rem, as the brutal memories of the previous battle flash through his mind. Did Rem just say it was sorcery? Who the hell did this? He remembers clearly now every time that fog rolls in, Rem screams about sorcery. Because he keeps dying and coming back, he finally realizes the truth. The enemy has zero tactical genius. Just like in the grass, they're just protecting that one flag. But why? Enkrid asks Rem if he knows anything about sorcery. Hearing this, Rem whips around, totally confused as to why he is bringing this up right now. Enkrid plays it cool, saying he is just curious and tells him to spill it. Rem pauses for a second before firing a question right back. Fine, do you even know the real difference between magic and sorcery? Enkrid takes a guess, saying magic is just way more common. Rem nods, agreeing. But then he gets dead serious. Sorcery requires a physical medium. It is not just optional, it is the absolute most important rule. Without that medium, sorcery is totally useless. Hearing this, it finally clicks in his head. A medium. Enkrid immediately pictures those blood-stained flags out on the battlefield. You and I both know what this means. The enemy is using the flag to make the fog. Destroy that flag, and the trap is completely broken. Snapping back to reality, he carefully probes for more. Does your tribe use this too? Enkrid remembers sorcery comes from the west, exactly where Rem is from. Rem laughs out loud, openly admitting he has seen it, but real sorcerers are incredibly rare. Most of the guys wandering this continent are just cheap frauds doing basic fire tricks. Hearing that, Enkrid says nothing, just pushes the tent flap and leaves. Rem watches him go, curiously asking where he is heading. Training, Enkrid replies bluntly. Soon after, he is standing outside with Ragna. He feels a wave of relief, glad his squad leader shares the same combat roots as him. Suddenly, Ragna asks if he knows about the 5 great sword schools. He starts the story. 500 years ago, a genius was born to poor farmers. At just 5 years old, this kid used a simple farming hoe to wipe out 12 bandits attacking his home. But his life got tragic fast. Orphaned, young, and left completely alone. The boy somehow managed to grasp the ultimate principles of swordsmanship. Eventually, a noble heard the rumors, tracked him down, and adopted him. He grew up to be a legendary success, known to everyone as Leonis Oniak. But Leonis was cursed as much as he was blessed. At 10 years old, his arms and legs suddenly began losing all their strength. Before he even turned 12, an incurable disease left him completely paralyzed. It seemed like this tragic genius was going to be forgotten entirely. But at 20 years old, completely paralyzed, Leonis changed history forever. He managed to perfectly organize every single sword style into 5 distinct categories. He named them all. The precise and delicate sword, the heavy and fierce sword, the flexible sword, the lightning-fast sword, and the unpredictable, transforming sword. Enkrid instantly recognizes it, naming the 5 great sword arts. Back in the day, that legend sat surrounded by the ultimate elite guards. Leonis totally rewrote swordsmanship forever. Because of his mind, the Oniak family rose up to become the absolute strongest house in the entire empire. This exact system was passed down for generations, becoming the golden standard everywhere. Ragna just lazily leans against his heavy blade. Today, we have the Northern Heavy Sword, Central Orthodox, Western Fast Sword, and Southern Illusion Sword, plus the rare Eastern Strange Sword. The ultimate lineup of combat styles. To master the Northern style, I created my own technique. He hesitates for a second. I think it was called the Beast's Conscience. Enkrid quickly corrects him, it is the Beast's Heart. Ragna just nods. Whatever the name is, the move is seriously overpowered. He gets dead serious. Absolute focus. Forget everything else. Only see the opponent and your blade. Ragna's grip shifts suddenly, demanding Enkrid to explain it clearly. Confused, Enkrid starts to speak. But before he can even finish his sentence, Ragna thrusts his sword forward. The blade grazes his neck, leaving a deep, bleeding cut. Enkrid grabs his bleeding throat. That strike was way faster than Rem's axe. Trust me, we almost just watched our main character die. And Ragna? He just casually waits. Let's jump right in. Zem steps up, absolutely furious. You bastard, he yells. Are you actually trying to kill the squad leader? But Ragna doesn't even flinch. He claims facing death boosts focus, just shouting back that he's merely helping him train. You need to be alive to use sword skills. Rem fires back. It took him ages to learn the beast's heart. That's because his stupid barbarian taught him. Triggered, Zem growls, You want to eat my axe that badly? Enkrid just listens, silently judging them. Both explain things terribly. Zem points his weapon. You're from the north, right? Just a bunch of barbarians up there. Ragna casually fires back. And you're from a western barbarian tribe. He just calmly strokes his axe blade. Fine, carve on my tombstone that a barbarian killed me. Enkrid finally interrupts. Let's go. Zem, are you here for the summon? Ragna leans in. Feel that extreme nervous tension when facing death? Enkrid listens silently as Ragna explains that when absolute focus hits, everything fades away and your sword moves purely on instinct. Suddenly, the Aspen army and their 5 blood-stained flags appear. Enkrid realizes it's like the beast's heart, yet completely different. He stands quietly in formation, deeply lost in thought. The beast's heart is pure bravery against death, but absolute focus demands insane concentration. He knows he needs real combat to master this feeling. Enkrid locks onto the enemy flag. It's the medium for the fog spell. He swears to destroy it, stopping their one-sided massacre. His allies quickly raise their shields, screaming in panic about the sudden fog. But Enkrid doesn't hesitate, he charges straight ahead. Now, watch closely. His primary target is that flag. He effortlessly sidesteps 2 Aspen soldiers trying to ambush him. With Rem or Ragna, reaching it would be easy. Enkrid dodges incoming spears, smoothly slicing down an enemy standing in his way. He readies his blade, fully prepared for bloodshed. His eyes burn with absolute determination. He wants to pull this off completely solo. All his past failures are just fuel now. Absolute focus is brutally hard. He's died and looped so many times, yet still can't grasp it. He thinks back to his past fights, tuning his hearing to survive those deadly assassin blades. The beast's heart activates through getting stabbed and rolling through mud. But absolute focus? In the repeated past, Ragna's cold blade thrusts right at him. Stopping midway, Ragna asks if he feels it. He explains that when it clicks, the enemy's blade actually looks slower. You have to feel it. Enkrid just closes his eyes, deeply frustrated. He wonders if the raw bravery from the beast's heart is actually blocking his progress. It definitely feels that way. Ragna continues, claiming everything else fades until only the blade exists. You don't feel it predicting the path, using the fear of death just feels wrong to Enkrid. So he asks how Ragna learned it. Hearing this, Ragna looks completely confused. Huh, learn what? I just do it completely naturally. That makes Enkrid gasp in pure shock. Naturally? Ragna casually shrugs, saying you just focus on one point and it happens. Enkrid sighs heavily, turning away. Expecting a genius like Ragna to explain things clearly was a massive mistake. He has to figure this out himself. Snapping back to the present battlefield, he calms himself. Don't rush. He can master absolute focus later. Right now, that flag goes down. He weaves through enemy ranks, desperate to keep his teammates alive. Thick fog completely swallows his army. Soldiers scream blindly in the mist. Instantly, Enkrid roars for everyone to drop to their knees. Confused, they completely obey. While they're all stunned, he screams at them to raise shields, immediately throwing his own up. You and I know what's coming. A brutal rain of arrows hits, slamming harmlessly into their shields. He's looped this exact moment over 300 times. Dropping the shield, he sprints. He knows their attack timing perfectly. Hearing footsteps, an Aspen guard yells in panic. But Enkrid is already right behind him. 1 second later, a cold blade pierces his throat. Without stopping, Enkrid swings a vicious arc. He takes one guy's head and severs another's arm in a single motion. Blood sprays everywhere. Seeing this absolute bloodbath, the Aspen soldiers rage. You crazy bastard. But one guy stammers in terror, realizing it's literally just one man. They frantically tighten their formation, barking orders to catch him. The entire squad charges forward, roaring for blood. Enkrid stands his ground, slaughtering them with flawless precision. Every single time his sword swings down, fresh blood erupts. Their leader furiously screams at them to stop standing around. This just excites Enkrid more. Flashing a wicked smile, he slashes forward instantly. One soldier barely manages to block the strike, but Enkrid is an absolute demon right now. He crushes downward, instantly snapping the guy's weapon in half. Then Enkrid bashes him backward, sending the soldier flying into the pillar. As the guy falls, the flagpole snaps right along with him. He thinks to himself it took 10 loops just to get here. Tense, he finally touches the flag, but suddenly, his eyes widen in pure confusion. The thick fog hasn't faded at all. He destroyed the flag, so why is it still here? Before he can react, countless spears pierce right through him. Agony floods his system. As Enkrid gasps, a smug soldier twists his blade. Seems you know a little something about magic, huh? But you got played. As the spear is yanked out, Enkrid realizes the brutal truth. Only one flag is real, the other 5 are fakes. So where does that leave us? A fresh loop. Enkrid charges the Aspen army, dead set on finding the real flag, while Ragna shouts behind him. Let's dive right into this brutal battlefield together. He turns around and screams out his order, kneel, and shields up. His men are completely lost. Someone yells out, what the hell is he doing? Another soldier screams that he cannot see a thing, the rest just curse. Damn it, what is happening here? A split second later, that familiar rain of arrows drops from the sky. Enkrid raises his shield just in time as heavy arrows smash right into it. Even with the warning, his troops still get shredded by the endless arrows. He glances back, completely frustrated by the bloody sight. Why could he not save them this time around? Was he just too late? He needs to give them time to breathe. Enkrid slashes forward like a madman, calculating in his head. It took him 3 deaths today just to reach the second flag. But the moment he destroys it, he gets brutally killed again. Another fake flag. There are still 4 more left. The day resets. Enkrid falls to the ground again, his body pierced by spears. The 3rd flag, which took him 5 tries to reach today, is another deadly trap. This bloody cycle just keeps going. He destroys the 4th flag, dying 7 times today to get here, only to get shredded by enemy spears once again. Back alive, he glares at the Asp army. Only 2 flags left. Enkrid tightens his grip, hesitating for just a second. If he has to guess the real one, he needs to focus on those final 2. Those blood-stained flags flutter darkly in the wind. Enkrid bets everything on the one sitting furthest in the back. Right on cue, the enemy mage waves his hand to cast that same spell. Thick fog rolls in instantly, throwing his men into pure panic. What is that? I cannot see anything. He urgently orders them to kneel. Timing it perfectly, Enkrid screams at the top of his lungs, shields up. The whole squad immediately drops into formation. The arrow rain crashes down right as they block it. Rem curses out loud at the damn magic. Enkrid yells, Rem, follow me. The guy is totally confused but charges forward anyway. What are you doing? Enkrid reminds himself that the target is still far. They will be dead tired before they even reach the real flag. Now watch closely. Seeing them rush in, an Asp soldier furiously screams out, You absolute bastards. While Enkrid pushes forward with his shield, Rem instantly takes the guy out with his axe. Rem will draw their attention, letting Enkrid slip behind enemy lines. Yanking his bloody axe out, Rem grabs the dying soldier and interrogates him. Who cast this damn spell? Getting no answer, Rem aggressively tosses the body aside. Won't talk? Fine, I will just ask the next guy in line. He goes absolute berserk, slaughtering his way through the backlines. Screams echo endlessly as Enkrid just keeps charging straight ahead without looking back. A whole year of deaths has passed today, yet he still cannot escape this foggy hell. He locks onto that flag and runs like crazy. Getting close, Enkrid raises his sword high. He swings down hard on that flag, absolutely sure that this nightmare is finally over. He even asks himself, is this just a dream? But right at that crucial second, another blade appears and completely blocks his strike. Steel clashes against steel, sparking wildly in the dark to reveal the cold face of Midhurson. He pauses for a second, a twisted kind of joy in his voice. The gods have finally answered my prayers. Enkrid frowns, studying the man blocking his path. Midhurson mutters something under his breath before suddenly exploding into pure rage. I swear I will kill you with my own 2 hands. Our hero stays dead serious, his sharp eyes locked directly onto his opponent. Finally, he cannot help but ask, who the hell are you? That question completely stuns Midhurson. Now he is absolutely furious, veins popping on his forehead as he hisses, You already forgot me after just a few days? Despite that, Enkrid just looks completely lost, unable to remember him at all. So he slowly asks again, Okay, so who are you exactly? Midhurson answers by shifting his sword's stance to a lethal grip. Without another word, he aggressively charges straight at Enkrid. You will remember soon enough. Let's pause here. You and I know Enkrid isn't going down easily. He dodges, sliding across the dirt to build momentum and closing the distance instantly. He follows up with a fierce counterattack aimed right at Midhurson. The enemy captain frowns, genuinely shocked by this move. What the hell? Is this really the same guy from before? His power has shot through the roof. He is trying to attack me with just one step. Taking advantage of his shock, Enkrid seizes the momentum and strikes. Midhurson barely blocks the sudden blade. They clash so fiercely that Enkrid's whole body shakes violently. The enemy relies on fundamental sword techniques, mixing basic attacks with heavy defensive forms, Mid-Herson suddenly channels all his raw strength and pushes Enkrid backward. But a split second later, Enkrid intentionally knocks his own weapon away. Seeing this crazy tactic, Mid-Herson seriously raises his blade. Meanwhile, Enkrid focuses absolutely everything on the target in front of him. Just one tiny distraction here and the entire balance will completely shatter. Dodging that stab, he puts everything on the line. His vision starts fading to gray, leaving only the glowing weapons in sight. Enkrid mutters to himself, "Forget the flag." He reminds himself that winning, losing, and even sword skills do not matter right now. The space goes totally empty. Everything vanishes until it is just the two of them. Every single movement of the blade flashes by, carrying the blinding light of cold metal. Only his sword remains in this silent, deadly space. Mid-Herson grits his teeth, his eyes going pale. They keep clashing wildly until sparks light up the fog. But then, Enkrid suddenly realizes something that completely freezes him. The enemy ruthlessly drives his sword straight through our hero's chest. Enkrid coughs up a huge mouthful of blood as his face turns pale. He drops right to his knees with the blade still jammed inside his body. Enkrid weakly looks up at him. "I remember now, you defended the flag in the grassy field, right?" At this point, the man finally introduces himself as Muron, the savage hound captain of the Asb army. Hearing that, our dying hero gives his own name. Squad leader of the Noriolia kingdom, Enkrid. The enemy soldiers quickly gather around, looking super confused. An enemy? Muron turns back to confirm it. "Yeah, seems he is really good at hiding." They mutter while judging Enkrid, looking completely underwhelmed. A squad leader? But when Muron looks closely at him, he cannot hide his utter confusion. "What are you saying? Why are you smiling? So what do you and I make of this?" Enkrid doesn't answer. Cold sweat drops from his chin as his vision fades, but his mind is already plotting his next life. "Stick with me, here you and I are about to watch absolute madness unfold." Ragnar realizes this guy isn't just surviving out of fear of death. He is using a deadly enemy to push past his own limits in every single life or death moment. Mid keeps his sword driven straight into Enkrid's body, casually stating that the boy has officially lost his mind. By the time Mid pulls his blade out, Enkrid drops to his knees. Just like that, he learns Ragnar's lesson all over again, total absolute focus, the exact feeling you get when staring pure death right in the face. Seeing Enkrid acting completely unfazed, Mid cannot help but wonder to himself, "Why do you look so apathetic right now? Did you just give up?" Just then, Zem shouts out an order from behind to group up, but this time, Enkrid is the one taking the lead. He tells Ragnar to move out. Ragnar is left completely confused by this sudden shift in attitude. Wait, what is happening? He looks way too pumped up for this, right? What an absolute weirdo. I guess I should warm up properly today too, huh? That creepy white fog rolls in again, followed by pure panic screaming. What is this? I cannot see anything at all. The soldiers are terrified, but still sane enough to follow Mid's direct orders. Everyone drops to their knees with shields up. Right on cue, a deadly rain of arrows strikes their formation. Blocking the incoming arrows, Zemanoid grumbles about this damn enemy magic. Meanwhile, Enkrid dashes right past him without hesitation, shouting for Zem to follow him. This completely unexpected rush leaves Zem totally baffled. What exactly are you trying to do here? Ragnar runs right behind them, unable to hold back his shock. You are charging straight in? He immediately argues against this reckless suicide mission. What is wrong with this guy? Did he take an arrow to the head? Zem's loud complaining annoys Enkrid enough to snap back. Keep your eyes on the road if you want to stay alive. The three of them push forward without fear, charging straight into the heart of the enemy. Zem and Ragnar get to show off their insane combat skills. Now pay close attention, because this is where it gets crazy. The trio carves a familiar bloody path straight to Mercen. Enkrid walks the exact same route just to face him. He raises his sword with a chilling, weird excitement. "We meet again. Come here and fight me, my friend." This bold attitude leaves Mid feeling incredibly confused. "You actually came all the way out here just for me?" Enkrid takes the chance to casually tease him. "What is wrong? First time getting a confession? I was struck by love at first sight, you know." Mid responds to this sarcastic, mocking, teasing with pure, icy indifference. "My squad is meant for love-struck dogs. This is the first time anyone has sought me out first." Enkrid coldly replies, "Well, that just sounds incredibly pathetic." After exchanging just a few words, Mid does not hesitate to swing his sword. Pure nonsense. The battle ends instantly with a single fatal stab. Meanwhile, Enkrid secretly evaluates his own progress, diving deep into that state of absolute focus where only his sword exists. Mid watches him collapse in pure disgust. "You fell apart this easily? Pathetic. What made you think you could ever dare fight me?" Right now, his eyes are still locked on the ground. "My mindset is wrong. I cannot force it. I have to let myself naturally blend with the blade." In the next life, Mid successfully slashes Enkrid on the arm. He repeats it endlessly, trying to figure it out. The brutal fight between these two repeats over and over again, and Enkrid's level of concentration hits an absolute peak. That feeling. The whole world simplifies until he can only aim at his enemy. Attempt 18, we meet again. Attempt 28, trying to trigger that focus state. Very quickly, he reaches attempt 48. In a memory, Ragna suddenly offers a secret tip. Let me tell you the trick. Enkrid smoothly forces his own body into total focus right as the attack launches. In his eyes right now, he only targets the bright flashing blade rushing straight toward him. Ragna's silhouette gets closer and closer, and the sword in his hand grows massive. When the perfect moment hits, Enkrid instinctively fights back by launching Ragna's sword into the air. Seeing this wild counterattack, Ragna shows absolute shock on his face. Every single movement completely stops. Instead, Ragna just stares and demands answers. Did you just block that using absolute focus? How in the world did you do that? However, Enkrid does not answer out loud. He just thinks to himself, absolute focus is the state of taking complete physical control of the sword. Strength, technique, everything has vastly improved compared to before he started looping this day. I know what you were thinking, this kid is built different. Ragna watches him walk away, completely baffled. Squad leader, what is happening today? Right now, Enkrid tightly grips the sword in his hand and says, let us go see the company commander. His face shows intense determination as he decides it is time to end this. Elsewhere, Yo Jiang looks incredibly busy dealing with endless paperwork. What do you want with me? Seeing this, Enkrid does not waste a single second and gets straight to the point. It is about the magic. I just remembered something I saw while out on recon. The moment she hears those words, her eyes turn deadly serious, completely focused entirely on him. However, Enkrid does not really care about her intense attitude. He simply continues delivering his detailed report. The Aspen soldiers call the suspicious guy a mage. Yo Jiang immediately demands, tell me everything right now. Just like that, things start playing out a little differently. Enkrid passes on every single detail to guarantee their victory. Their army is still completely overwhelmed by that insane magic, screaming out in pure panic and total chaos. But this time, the first wave of enemy attacks is met with a solid defense and highly organized orders. Kneel down, shields up. Enkrid, Ragna, and Zem fearlessly lead the charge forward. Enkrid carefully calculates his next moves while running. For everything else, he can only trust in his commander's genius tactics. He glares ahead, hunting for his target. What I need to do is exactly the same as always. Mid is standing by the main battle flag. Enkrid's thoughts continue the exact moment he confronts him, dashing right past that guy. On this side, Mid slowly remarks, you were really fast back then. He stops right in front of him and shouts, Mid Urian. This bold declaration catches Mid completely off guard. You actually know my real name? Enkrid instantly shifts into a combat stance while talking. From the very first time we met, I have always wanted to defeat you. Today, he charges in with the absolute resolve to crush his rival. But Enkrid's heavy, powerful sword strike is easily dodged by Mid. Right now, Mid grips his own sword tightly with both hands, preparing for a brutal counterattack. Seeing this move, the boy instantly switches to absolute defense. Mid's strike is completely nullified. Because of that incredibly sturdy stance, Mid's face slowly twists into pure confusion as he takes a step back from this guy. Meanwhile, Enkrid turns into an absolute wild beast, relentlessly attacking without pause. Mid struggles to block the heavy blows with a seriously ugly look on his face. The heavy impact pushes them both back. However, right after that, they both pour all their strength into crushing the other with their weapons. Mid glares fiercely, dropping a massive question. Have you been hiding your true strength? Enkrid casually brushes off the question. Pure coincidence. But then Mid demands, what is your name? And that is where we leave it, trust me. You and I need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, you're about to see a masterpiece of a fight. He grits his teeth and snaps his name, Enkrid. His opponent pushes hard, throwing Enkrid's arm back in surprise. Mid doesn't waste a single second, charging straight in for the next strike. I will remember that name. On the flip side, Enkrid stays completely calm as he replies, no need for that. If you forget, this weak night of the apocalypse will happily remind you. The second he says that, his eyes go wide, locking himself into that zone. The entire world turns dull gray, leaving nothing behind except the blinding, glaring light coming off Mid's sword. Enkrid slams his boot into the dirt. His mind races, repeating one single command over and over. Absolute focus. Shift all the weight right down into the right leg. In a flash, he reads it perfectly. The enemy is winding up for a brutal diagonal slash. Enkrid seizes that exact split second to dodge the incoming strike. The sharp skills forged today. The massive battle experience stacked up through countless deadly loops. Everything merges perfectly right before his eyes. Without a single word, both of these fighters aim their deadly attacks straight for each other's throats. But Mitt is sharp enough to sense the massive danger coming from that counterattack. He instantly ducks down low to dodge, but the tiny scratch Enkrid leaves behind immediately starts dripping dark blood. Meanwhile, Mitt is freaking out inside. Why? I thought I could crush this loser in just a few moves. How in the world am I standing dead even with a guy like this? He furiously grinds his teeth together, totally refusing to accept reality. Mitt's mind keeps spinning in pure denial. The straight sword and flexible sword styles I use heavily favor pure defense. They seriously lack raw killing power. Because of that, I trained intensely to master this secret technique. He swings his blade upward from below, drawing a massive circle. Mitt's movements are incredibly smooth. As he unleashes the devastating slashing wheel sword technique, Enkrid stands there, completely reading every single part of his attack. Here is where it gets crazy, so watch closely. He finally sees it. The exact technique that killed him dozens of times because he could never predict its crazy timing and attack path. But right now, the deadly path of the slashing wheel sword is the exact same spot Enkrid is aiming for. A cocky, victorious smirk completely takes over Enkrid's face. Absolute, unbreakable focus. He perfectly lands the counter, making a massive clashing sound erupt as their two blades brutally smash together. This flawless counterattack completely stuns Mitt, leaving him frozen in pure shock. Did he seriously just read my blade's path and block that ultimate move? The Hurrierson family, one of the top 3 clans holding absolute power here. They are the ultimate symbol of military might. They take in and fiercely train anyone with martial arts talent, regardless of whether they belong to the main branch or not. Mitt was one of those people, a completely abandoned child taken in by the Hurrierson clan. After taking their famous last name, he instantly proved his insane strength using nothing but his pure natural talent. At 15, Mitt could easily wipe the floor with 2 fully grown adult soldiers. By 18, he brutally defeated every single representing swordsman from an entire village. At 22, Mitt had evolved into a legendary, famous master. Relying strictly on his raw natural genius, he easily ranked in the top 3 strongest fighters of his entire squad. Very few people could ever stand on his level, and so, watching everyone else struggle, a lazy question always popped into his head. Why should I train until my legs swell up? Why should I swing a sword until my hands tear open? I just need to try a few times and I get it. Why suffer? Mitt became fully satisfied with his current level. He grew completely arrogant about his own massive strength, and that pride became his biggest weakness. Enkrid's cold blade perfectly targets Mitt's shoulder and brutally stabs right into it. Following the massive momentum of the strike, Enkrid's body rushes forward, driving the sharp sword even deeper into flesh. In a flash, Enkrid rips his blade back out, dragging a thick spray of bright red blood with it. Mitt tightly grips his bleeding chest, groaning endlessly in pure, agonizing pain. He is completely shocked by this sudden, devastating attack. He cannot even blink, standing there helplessly while his mouth keeps furiously coughing up dark blood. Enkrid finally pulls back his stance, panting heavily from total exhaustion himself. Mitt grinds his teeth hard, angrily thinking to himself, I got careless. I truly thought that attack was a guaranteed kill against a weak, pathetic loser like you. This is where Enkrid calmly finishes the thought for him. Yeah, you were completely right. But the one walking away with the win is me. Mitt's teeth loudly clenched together in pure, bitter defeat. Damn it. Enkrid slowly raises his deadly blade up into the air one more time, while his defeated opponent sinks deep into his own dark thoughts. I know what you're thinking. Is it over? Enkrid holds the sword high, face totally cold as he delivers the final sentence. Time to die. The blade sweeps down like a swift wind, slicing right for his neck. Mitt's desperate thoughts keep racing. I won't give up. But out of nowhere, Mitt gets incredibly lucky. Right before Enkrid can finish the job, a loud, angry voice suddenly rings out, cutting the strike short. Protect the captain. Enkrid immediately jumps backward as another huge guy suddenly appears, heavily shielding Mitt. The loyal subordinate soldiers rush over, anxiously lifting up his heavy body. Captain, please wake up. Right then, Hurry steps up and coldly orders that panicked soldier, get Mitt out of here to somewhere safe. The commander then fiercely rolls his eyes around the battlefield, quickly dropping a heavy remark. I never expected you to boldly charge in here completely solo and cause this massive level of absolute chaos. Trust me, you won't die an easy death today. This terrifying threat snaps Enkrid right back to absolute reality. That is right, I cannot forget. It is not just Hurry, but countless other enemies surrounding me. This is the center of the enemy base. Enkrid silently calculates his odds. From right now until he destroys that enemy flag and opens up an escape route, Hurry has fully transformed into an unbreakable wall in his mind. Enkrid's eyes shoot wide open. He silently locks in on the fact that this massive commander is the only wall blocking absolute victory. Hurry furiously roars, commanding his entire army to attack at once. Countless sharp flying spikes, tiny but absolutely massive in numbers, erupt forward, locking directly onto Enkrid and flying right at him. The brutal clash kicks off with Hurry playing deep defense while Enkrid boldly charges straight into attack. Even while rushing forward, he carefully calculates everything. He knows he absolutely cannot dodge every single incoming heavy strike. Charging in blindly like this will end badly. On the other side, Hurry gets absolutely furious, raising both of his massive arms high. "How dare you!" Enkrid's eyes widen, raising his arms on pure instinct to block. The insane crushing weight Hurry drops down physically cracks Enkrid's blade. With just a single terrifying swing, he completely overpowers him. He is definitely using a super heavy sword. If I fight this monster head-on, I will die a million times over. But my actual goal is to win this whole battle by totally destroying that magic flag right there. Once this army's magical conduit gets completely smashed, the heavy fog will finally vanish, and our forces can safely attack. Wait, aiming for the tough flagpole itself does not work? Hurry keeps wildly swinging his heavy blade, forcing Enkrid to desperately roll to the side to survive. "You bastard!" Enkrid straight up ignores the giant, trying to throw a sharp dart one more time. The exact spot I need to hit is the fragile link connecting the flag to the pole. This time, it connects perfectly, completely slicing off a chunk of fabric right at the top. Meanwhile, cutting to a different area where that heavy fog is still destroying everyone's vision. Yojiang stands there fully covered in iron armor, desperately struggling to fight. Inside her panicked head, she complains. "I warned the commander that the enemy uses magic so we could prepare a counter, but there is zero plan. This entire kingdom is far too corrupt. They actually promoted a completely useless idiot to lead us on the battlefield. At this horrible rate, every single one of us is going to get killed." Right while she is stressing out, the environment around them suddenly changes. The enemy soldiers are totally stunned by this crazy phenomenon, loudly gasping out in absolute panic. And trust me, you're going to love this. The thick fog is totally gone. They completely panic, asking each other, what happened to the flag? Yo Jang brutally handles the distracted guy talking with one perfect, fatal stab. "All right, let's jump right in." The female leader wastes zero time, the smoke is clear, the enemy is panicking, and she screams for a full-scale counterattack. Yang's troops get their second wind and charge in. They are wiping them out, while she pushes forward completely on her own, absolutely fearless. Still fighting, she wonders to herself. The smoke lifting saved them, but who actually broke the spell? Her eyes immediately dart over toward Enkrid. He is standing there, totally covered in massive injuries. Yang thinks, could the squad leader really have pulled that off? Enkrid wipes his sweat, gasping for air. He realizes he miscalculated big time. He thought breaking the flag would let him regroup with Ragna and easily escape. But everyone else had already pushed ahead. Meanwhile, Ragna is completely lost in a reed field. Enemies yell, "Hand over the mage or die." Cut to the enemy commander, looking absolutely confused at who just showed up. Ragna stays dead silent. It takes him a second to process everything. When it clicks, his face goes pale as he mutters, "Wait, this is the enemy camp." The commander roars, "Who is this guy? Does he have a death wish?" In front of Enkrid, soldiers mock him. "You filthy scum! How are you still breathing?" One of them swings his blade high, telling him to just die. Suddenly, a wild panther lunges out, biting his arm to block the strike. Enkrid can't even hide his absolute shock at the sudden appearance of the blue panther. It is the exact same beast from the field. The sudden ambush terrifies the crossbowmen, who scream, "What the hell is this?" The panther brutally tears one apart and leaps. Its insane speed throws them totally off balance. When they finally look down, they realize in panic it snapped all their bowstrings. After creating pure chaos, the beast stands fiercely in front of Enkrid. Exhausted but still decent, he warns the remaining enemies, "You all should back off right now, if you don't want to die here." The commander grits his teeth with absolute hatred. Right then, a hand drops on Enkrid's shoulder. "Fall back, idiot. I will save you." Shocked, Enkrid calls out, "Captain Ven?" Without waiting for a reply, Ven gets dead serious, grips his sword, and charges straight in. But before he can even land one hit, Hurry easily knocks him backward. Ven goes flying and hits the dirt instantly. "Damn it, he is way too strong." Enkrid sarcastically fires back, "I thought you were saving me?" Changing tactics, Ven yells for his soldiers to open fire on him. But Hurry goes into absolute frenzy mode, easily blocking every single shot. They scream, "What the hell? He is a monster." The panther then lunges from behind for an ambush. However, his reflexes are insanely fast. He just uses the hilt of his massive sword to smash it right back. The panther flies back crying in pain. Now watch this carefully. Enkrid forces himself into deep focus, seeing every single enemy movement play out perfectly clear. He quickly draws his side dagger. As Hurry brings the greatsword crashing down, Enkrid anticipates it, knowing brute force will never block that massive blade. So using just that tiny dagger, he somehow parries the strike. Holding his ground, he reminds himself deflect first, then counter the absolute second there is an opening. In a flash, the tiny blade knocks the heavy sword off course. Hurry is left completely speechless in absolute shock. He completely stops in his tracks, demanding answers. Where did you learn a parrying technique like that? Enkrid just smirks, staring him down with pure defiance. So what? But before anything else happens, Ven suddenly crashes between them, pushing the huge guy away. Hurry quickly realizes the situation is turning bad. Over on the flank, Yang's backup troops are flooding in incredibly fast. Seeing his massive disadvantage, he clicks his tongue in pure frustration. Hurry finally turns his back, but drops a dark threat, "I will remember your face." Enkrid just hits him with a cold, "Suit yourself." Hurry raises a hand, ordering his surviving forces to retreat. Captain Ven rushes over frantically. "Your shoulder is bleeding out, sit down and apply pressure." But Enkrid ignores him, lifting the injured panther. "I need to take this cat with us too." Ven violently supports him, grumbling in anger. "Are you completely insane? Worry about your own life." "Squad 3, we are pulling out. Let's go." "Hey, do not close your eyes. You lost way too much blood. Stay awake, open your eyes." Then a mysterious voice chimes in with pure curiosity. "Did you finally achieve your goal? You absolute madman. What turned you into this?" You and I know he barely survived, while the fierce battle still rages on. A short while later, multiple voices echo inside a tent. "Who the hell did this? They were absolutely ruthless. Did they not charge out together? I totally lost track of the squad leader." "Whatever, the captain said he needs rest now. Just pray the leader makes it through." Enkrid twitches his hand, his dizzy mind constantly spinning. "Oh man, what is all that noise?" He opens his eyes, spotting the panther curled right in his arms. A leopard? His squad immediately locks eyes on him, excitedly yelling, "Leader, you are awake? We seriously thought you were meeting the Grim Reaper this time. Thank the heavens you survived." They sigh in pure relief while he just looks dazed. "What happened?" Jackson hands him a cup. "Need some water?" He nods, taking the cup. "Thanks," Jackson adds. "You really lost massive amounts of blood." Chris chimes in next, filling him in. "Good thing the doctor said there is 0 permanent damage. The goddess of luck totally blessed you. Our leader is seriously way too lucky." He finally looks down at the panther licking him, slowly piecing together the crazy events that just happened. "Guess I blacked out during the retreat. Seeing he is, I just want to sleep." Left alone, Enkrid feels pure relief. He survived another brutal day. The camp peacefully rolls into tomorrow. Rem stares intently, curious about the beast. Enkrid makes an offer. "So, what do you and I think happens next?" "Let's jump right into the action. Why are you staring at me? Want to touch?" He gets hit with a blunt rejection from Rem. "No, I am not interested in animals." The squad leader knew that was a magic spell. "How exactly?" Enkrid freezes at this question. He takes a few moments to think up a good answer, knowing full well that if he says it is because today keeps repeating, this guy absolutely will not believe him. Maybe just make up a random excuse? No way. He helped me with everything he had, so I need to treat him with complete honesty. Finally, speaking in a very low and serious voice, Enkrid answers Rem's burning question. "I used to live with a nomad guy, exactly like you. I picked up a few things from him and just put the puzzle pieces together myself." All right, technically he is not lying, because the stories he actually heard from Rem are totally true. Rem does not press him any further, simply standing up to reply. "Think whatever you want, but do not be stupid enough to get involved with magic stuff." Rem's words hit Enkrid right in the chest, and even though he stays totally quiet, a heavy wave of emotion washes over him. This guy looks super rough, but he is insanely sharp. Seeing Rem turn his back to leave, Enkrid quickly calls out, "What about you? Where did you run off to back then?" He answers bluntly, "I went to see the face of the guy who planted the flag, but he looked too annoying, so I passed." The brutal memory of how Rem slaughtered those enemies instantly flashes into Enkrid's mind. He glances around the room, his hands still rubbing the blue leopard's head, but his mind is completely zoned out. He did not see that enemy mage anywhere. He was probably dealt with. Chris over on the other side is trying to feed the leopard, but he is met with its fierce glare. He has to act gentle, so do I. The blue leopard even lets out a massive roar just to warn Chris. Enkrid turns his head when he hears the noise. "You better be careful, or you will get completely shredded." Now pay close attention to this next detail. The guy is already hiding behind a bed, shivering while looking at Enkrid. "But if I miss out on 10,000 krona, my heart will literally break." Hearing this, Enkrid just has to ask, 10,000 krona? And Chris quickly speaks up to explain. "Yeah, I heard it directly from Henry, the guy who went out scouting with the squad leader. They call it the lake leopard, all because of its glowing blue eyes. It is an extremely sacred creature, surviving by absorbing pure energy straight from the earth and sky. Just a single one of its claws is easily worth over 10,000 krona. Since it has to sharpen its claws all the time, we can collect them. Chris keeps rambling on, but Enkrid is staring down at the blue leopard, thinking to himself, 1 gold coin equals 1 krona. Wait, so 10,000 krona is equal to 10,000 gold coins? That is way more than my entire salary. Right after he collapsed, their army took the upper hand since that annoying fog was totally gone, but they still could not secure a complete victory. After that, the enemy did not retreat, but they did not attack either. A few days just passed by like that. Enkrid vividly remembers his insane trance state from the last fight. That perfect diversion strike back then. Could he actually pull it off again? He really is not sure. Jackson, who is busy polishing his weapon, quickly speaks up when he sees Enkrid moving. Hey, be careful, or you will end up injured again. He quickly reassures him. I am just making some adjustments. Moving like this is perfectly fine. Right then, Ragna sitting across the room chimes in with a simple suggestion. Right now, you can only practice basic stretching exercises, so you might as well take a quick nap instead. Rem half-jokingly nudges him hard in the shoulder and fires right back. Are you seriously trying to pass your lazy habits onto our squad leader right now? Just go focus on your guard duty. That single comment completely triggers Ragna's natural quick temper, and he angrily storms off while muttering under his breath. Where the hell did I put my sword? Rem is not afraid at all. He even casually challenges him right back. What, you want to fight me? Enkrid suddenly interrupts their little argument with a serious question. I actually have a serious question about swordsmanship. Out there, I naturally used a deadly combat technique that I had literally never practiced before. That was my first time ever experiencing something like that. You and I both know how crazy that sounds, right? Well, Rem just casually digs in his ear and breaks it down. That is totally normal, man. Nothing special at all. When a beast core completely merges into your body, you can look straight at your opponent. You can closely analyze how they swing their sword and perfectly distribute their power. Ragna also steps up to share his own thoughts on this crazy phenomenon. If you already have a solid foundation, you will easily master the enemy movements. Plus, since our squad leader reached a state of absolute focus, his combat vision expanded way beyond normal limits. Even so, you got incredibly lucky. With the squad leader's current skill level, a normal person would have to survive hundreds of brutal, life-or-death battles just to pull that off. Enkrid's eyes lock in intensely. His face shows pure, unfiltered curiosity as he finally begins to understand the mechanics behind this wild power. Because of the time loop, those repeating days were not just a single day. To Enkrid, that was hundreds of endless days spent risking his life, fighting, and studying just to secure a victory. He did not just blindly memorize what happened in the loop. Enkrid actually grew permanently stronger through his own massive blood, sweat, and tears efforts. He tightly clenches his fist as his mind continues racing with possibilities. Even if my natural talent is completely trash, I can still level up and become an absolute beast. A few moments later, Enkrid finally speaks up, once again interrupting the two guys glaring at each other. Rem, Ragna. He drops a painfully simple request with a dead serious expression. I want to spar right now. Those two instantly drop their petty argument. They both snap their heads toward him, with Rem speaking up first. Look, people call me an absolute psycho, but you? You are way crazier than I am, squad leader. Ragna totally agrees with him. For once in my life, I actually agree with this crazy punk. You want to spar in this completely broken state? Your body desperately needs rest, squad leader. Right at that chaotic moment, Yosin steps in from the outside. The second she enters, she fires a direct question at Enkrid, destroying that core magic medium flag out there on the battlefield. Was that your doing? Enkrid's relaxed expression instantly drops into something completely dead serious the moment he sees Yosin standing right there. He figured the High Command would ask about this eventually, but why did the company commander personally come all the way down here? Despite his doubts, he chooses to just confess. Yeah, it was me. I spotted it while I was out scouting the area. Plus, I actually have a little bit of background knowledge when it comes to magic. After hearing that smooth explanation, she immediately counters him. There were up to 5 fake flags out there. How exactly did you find the real one? Yosin tilts her head, staring intensely at Enkrid as he gives his blunt answer. I just guessed. And with that, she just turns around to leave, dropping a simple I see before walking away. Enkrid is totally caught off guard and calls out, Wait, that is it? Yosin gives a super brief explanation, saying she just stopped by to check on him. Then she drops a line that instantly puts Enkrid on high alert. It seems like we might have a special connection. Not just him, but Ragna and Rem both stare at her fading silhouette with the exact same confused thought. A connection? What the hell is she talking about? Rem lets out a massive smirk and starts teasing Enkrid. So, what is the juicy secret? I really want to hear this. Ragna immediately jumps in from the side. You have got some real game, even pulling the company commander. Enkrid calmly shuts them both down with a rock-solid tone. It is absolutely not like that. Just shut up. But right at that very moment, Chris suddenly pokes his head in from outside, flashing Enkrid a massive thumbs up with a bold comment. You are totally the guy born to open a tea shop with me. Enkrid just glares at Chris. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You will want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because our main character is currently losing his mind. He's dying to know what the top commander is planning. Dealing with the boss of your boss? Always the absolute worst. The topic flips when Chris suddenly speaks up. Breaking news, guys. Word on the street is the Marquis of the Night Order just arrived. Enkrid quietly repeats that phrase to himself. The Red Cloak Knights? His own division, the CPU Squad, was actually named after them. And the specific order that CPU joined? The Red Cloaks. Knights are super rare on this continent, possessing unbelievable raw talent. Because of that, the order isn't just full of official knights. They're backed up by elite disciples, commonly known as marquises. Once recognized by a master, a marquis becomes a vice knight. And standing at the absolute peak, the official knights who have shattered human limits. Marquises rarely step onto the battlefield alongside full knights. So this guy? He must be right on the verge of becoming a vice knight. Suddenly, a booming command rings out. Move out. Chiz looks toward the shout, scoffing. Looks like we were just waiting for this marquis before marching. Straight into battle, huh? Jen turns to Enkrid. Squad leader, you better rest up. But Enkrid, his eyes are dead serious. He quietly decides to himself, I need to see this. Turning around, someone catches Enkrid looking completely restless. They let out a slow smirk. Talk about hitting the nail on the head. You look like you want to charge out. Then go. Deep down, Enkrid can feel it. The ultimate dream he's been chasing his entire life, a piece of it is standing right in front of him. He locks eyes on a lone figure walking straight into the danger, that red cloak violently snapping in the wind. As the man pushes forward, enemy archers notch their arrows. The enemy archers are completely on edge against this single target, but the knight, he just keeps walking, calm, deadly. Then, the signal drops. Pay close attention, because the madness starts right here. Instantly, a massive rain of arrows blacks out the sky, screaming straight toward our red-cloaked knight. Even with death raining down from above, he doesn't flinch. He just keeps stepping forward. The arrows plummet closer and closer, about to skewer him. The knight drops low, hand gripped tight on his sword hilt. He shifts into a stance, channeling explosive power straight into his toes. Ragna casually watches, muttering. He just pumped pure willpower into his legs. The deadly rain of arrows is literally inches away from him, and he is still just holding his stance. Boom! With one explosive motion, he blows the entire volley away. Dust completely coats the battlefield as he tears through the wind, launching his counterattack. Enkrid is utterly stunned. In a flash, the knight closes the gap, hands still glued to his hilt. He violently plows through the enemy ranks like they are literal training dummies. Zero time to react. One single, brutal draw, and enemies drop like cut grass. Enkrid's eyes go wide, completely overwhelmed by this insane display of raw power. Watching one single man absolutely dismantle an entire army, the enemy commander's jaw drops. What the hell is that freak? The knight just shifts back into his stance, winding up for more. He spins, blowing away the cannon fodder around him, sweeping the battlefield like a wild beast. The surviving troops are absolutely terrified. Damn it, fall back. Are you kidding me? The commander screams from his horse, completely losing his mind. Stop him right now, you absolute idiots. But the second those words leave his mouth, his head is cleanly sliced off his neck. The knight is literally still floating in mid-air after executing the commander. It all happened in a blur. The guards couldn't even react, forced to watch their boss get decapitated. You saw that too, right? Absolutely brutal. Over here, Innes tracks his every move with wide eyes. Even the guy beside him mutters, that commoner is really something. Could he actually be a genuine battlefield expert? Ragna stands off to the side, quietly calculating his true strength. With that level of skill, Sunal. Jackson crosses his arms, doing the math. He's at least 5 times faster at clearing the enemy command guards than normal. Auden, just casually praying to God, asking him to look after the souls they're about to send up. Chris scratches his head, muttering, no point looking back, it's already over. Enkrid's mind is working on overdrive as he analyzes the massacre. Wait, is the Royal Guard's sword style based on the heavy sword? No, it's a blend. The heavy blade and the speed blade. A delicate, highly sophisticated style. It guides the opponent, countering them by using their own momentum. The heavy blade relies on pure, crushing power to cut through anything in its path. Meanwhile, the illusion blade is designed to completely mess with the enemy's mind. It's all about tricking them and landing surprise attacks. The Valen mercenary style perfectly fits into this sneaky category. Then there's the speed blade, decisive thrusts and completely overwhelming quickness. And the soft blade, super flexible, deflecting attacks before snapping back with a counter. Enkrid keeps watching, the gears in his head spinning. The heavy blade's raw power and the speed blade's quick precision are completely different beasts, experiencing both traits at the exact same time. His eyes lock onto the red-cloaked knight. Suddenly, Enkrid lets out a quiet gasp. He finally gets it. Even though every single blade style has its own unique traits, they all stem from the exact same root. The combination of strong, heavy, illusion, speed, and soft. If I swing my blade like a living, breathing entity, Enkrid's expression shifts completely, and he slowly closes his eyes. Back in reality, the brutal battle rages on as the soldiers charge forward. Meanwhile, Zem shoots a deeply meaningful sideways glance right at Enkrid. Ragna does the exact same thing. A small, knowing smirk slowly creeps across Zem's face. He casually mutters to himself as their troops rush into the bloodbath below. Looks like our squad leader is about to break his limits. Let's make these fools tremble. When Ink regains consciousness, the physical world hasn't changed at all, but his mind is racing. Through that deep enlightenment, he finds himself standing before tranquil waters again. Inez stares up at the massive cliff in front of him. I can only imagine how incredibly long this path ahead is going to be. Back outside, his squad members form a tight defensive circle around Enkrid. They keep him completely safe while he stays buried deep in his own awakening. That is exactly where we are pausing today. Inside his mind, Enkrid is violently scaling that cliff, absolutely determined to reach the top. Trust me, you'll want more. Stick with me here, because we're jumping straight into an absolute bloodbath. Soldiers are tearing each other apart, blades and magic flying everywhere. Meanwhile, our MC, he's just slowly, calmly climbing this massive cliff. The commander's voices keep echoing across the chaos. Hurry up and chase them down. Don't let them out of your sight. Kill every last one of them. Leave no survivors. Charge. Charge. Tonight, we're redrawing the borders. But honestly, Enkrid is just too busy staring up at the light above him. An armored glove punches the air, followed by this massive, glorious roar from the troops as the brutal battle finally wraps up. Only then does Enkrid open his eyes, and his expression, completely unreadable. The war is finally over. Sounds like next spring and winter are going to be packed. Night falls, and the distant city lights up in the dark. Welcome to the nation built on top of 3 merged kingdoms, the Asum Principality. And that guy holding his head in pure stress, that's none other than Duke On. How dare those absolute bastards break the unwritten rule and deploy their full night order against us, he yells. Harry from Military Affairs just sits there listening in total silence, while Ekins from the Administration Department just carefully keeps reading his report. They use General Frook showing up on the battlefield as their excuse. But come on, if it was Frook, the entire night order should have attacked together. That weak justification makes absolutely zero sense. The more Duke Aspen listens, the more exhausted he gets, especially since that bastard Frook already ran away. Ekins calmly chimes in. Since Frook is such a massive loner, issues like this were bound to happen. Even if he wasn't a general, that guy would have just found some other lame excuse. If he was only good at swordplay, this wouldn't have happened, right? Duke Aspen's face twists into an ugly scowl as he cuts him off. The War Dogs squad takes the blame for this. Harry immediately accepts the order without a second thought. Of course, we absolutely won't let this slide so easily. Meanwhile, Enkrid's side has completely pushed the enemy back. After driving Aspen's forces away, they set up camp here for a while, letting the squads slowly recover their strength. This is a massive fortress city right on the border of Asen, controlled directly by the king. It's a hardcore military hub where stationed troops literally make up a fifth of the entire population. The soldiers are all gathered around, hanging onto every word from the podium. Once again, bring home the victory from this battle. The actions of Norulia's heroes are highly praised by everyone. Right now, we will personally reward the brave soldiers who showed the most absolute loyalty and raw courage out there. Squad 4, Platoon 4, Company B Enkrid. You face Asen's absolutely ruthless sword techniques head-on. Step up. I will reward you. Now pay close attention to this part, because the crowd immediately starts whispering. That idiot squad leader? No way. How the hell did a loser like him break their sword techniques? He's totally weak. There's no way that's true. Didn't he just steal credit from his own squad members? All kinds of nasty, malicious rumors just start flying around the room. Looks like the company commander stepped in trash. Huh? Trash? More like his skills are just completely pathetic and undeserving. That is, until Marlulu steps up from behind and tells them to shut their mouths. Andrew chimes in right next to him. Who gave you permission to badmouth him? Still, deep down, every single one of them keeps repeating that one name in their heads. Enkrid. Meanwhile, Van has this super satisfied smirk on his face. They watch Enkrid calmly accept the reward, dropping a heavy comment. He is a truly remarkable guy. Enkrid's eyes actually widen for a split second when he grabs that heavy cloth bag. Why? Because the payout is way more than he ever expected. Then Chris speaks up with a sly suggestion. Squad leader, what are you going to do with all that reward money? Booze or women? Let me show you a really good spot in town. Enkrid doesn't hesitate to take him up on that offer. All right, a good spot. Point me to the absolute best blacksmith in this entire city. This decision makes Chris instantly start whining and complaining. No way, you're really blowing all that cash on a sword? The standard issue blade they gave you is totally fine. There are countless swords just lying out there on the battlefield. The ones I scavenged alone could easily last our squad for a whole lifetime. But Enkrid's mind is totally made up to become a knight. Power comes first. Chris's annoying voice just keeps going. What are you even going to do with something that ridiculously expensive anyway? You and I both know he's thinking way bigger here. He needs to prove his real worth and independent strength. Finally, Enkrid shuts him up with one dead serious simple statement. I'm using it for the soldier promotion exam. My time as a low-rank grunt is officially over. Chris is completely blindsided by this big declaration. Wait, you never even cared about getting promoted. Enkrid's mindset has completely flipped. He can't stay stuck at the bottom forever. Chris hears this and actually kind of agrees. Fair enough, then let's get this show on the road. Nerulia literally uses this soldier ranking system to boost morale across the board. Plus, there's a special tier just for soldiers with overwhelming power, and hitting each rank comes with some seriously massive perks and paychecks. To rank up, a soldier has to spar and defeat 3 fighters of the same tier. So for the guys watching, this whole exam is basically just one giant underground betting ring. Chris immediately steps up as the bookie, hyping everyone up. Place your bets right now. Ladies, do we have any mid-rank soldiers brave enough to fight squad leader Enkrid? Right on cue, some soldier walks up, tilting his chin with pure arrogance. That trash squad leader dares to challenge the mid-ranks? He got rewarded off someone else's hard work and still doesn't know his place. Mocking laughter erupts from behind him. Hey, go easy on the little baby. Actually, even if he starts crying, don't hold back. Enkrid doesn't even bat an eye. He's busy analyzing. So his very first opponent is that guy, a famous mercenary and a genuinely strong fighter in the mid-ranks. The others, stepping up to bet, just burst out laughing. Whoa, someone actually bet on that no-name captain. What kind of idiot does that? Chris just awkwardly chuckles and ignores them. Victory or defeat, you only really know at the very end. Before this, he leveled up through countless brutal, painful deaths. But in this specific fight, there's basically zero lethal danger, because he only gets one single shot. Focus, and stay sharp. Mediocre talent, the absolute limit of hard work. Almost everyone standing here has the kind of raw power he couldn't even dream of back then. Enkrid's pupils shrink, gripping his weapon tight. Don't get cocky. Fight as if death is staring you right in the face. And with that, the soldier roars, kicking off the match. Bring it on, you idiot. In that split second, old memories flash back at Perry forged on the bloody battlefield. If he pulls this off, he just needs one tiny opening. Bam! Enkrid violently deflects the opponent's sword right out of his grip. The soldier's eyes bulge as his weapon goes flying. But even with the upper hand, Enkrid feels something is off. Turns out, Enkrid's raw force was way too heavy. The guy screams in agony. What the hell? My fingers. Enkrid just stands there completely dumbfounded, not processing what just happened. The next second, he goes for the finishing blow. The soldier collapses, coughing up blood everywhere. And that's where we leave it. Enkrid standing there looking absolutely clueless. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Why so weak? A grumpy soldier steps up and demands, did that nameless captain actually win? Wait, you actually bet on that nobody. Did you somehow know the outcome? Chris turns totally pale trying to explain. Who knew our squad leader was hiding this much insane power? I only backed him to save face. This is unreal. Hearing that lame excuse, the guy looks completely disgusted. You are his squad mate and you doubt him? Can you really blame the guy? Did the enemy just look down on us and get careless? But victories are never supposed to be this easy. Mid-tier soldiers are absolute beasts. If you doubt him, go ahead and try your luck. Annoyed by his attitude, the man mocks him. Got lucky once and now you act cocky. Gripping his spear, he declares a duel. One glance. Enkrid immediately recognizes him as an elite armored troop from their company. His style? Distracting spear thrusts followed by completely unexpected surprise attacks. Just as predicted, the guy charges right in. But instantly, he slices his weapon clean in half. Doubt flashes hard in Enkrid's eyes. Was that a straight stab or a trap? Will he use the spear shaft next? Reading his face, nope, just a basic straight thrust. Seriously, I am allowed to counterattack? Without waiting for permission, he spins around and delivers a devastating kick. The man face plants straight into the dirt. The whole army gasps at Increase's consecutive wins. They were still trash-talking him earlier, but twice is definitely not luck. Now watch closely here. A bottom-tier leader just destroyed 2 elites. Chiz is absolutely hyped, yelling, "Who wants to fight next?" Whispers explode everywhere. Why is the crowd getting so massive? Man, losing out there now would be pure humiliation. Even Vengeance shows up to watch. Those same fools who mocked Increase, shaking in their boots. Someone in the back calls them out. "You doubted the squad leader too." He snaps back, "Shut up, I never did." Meanwhile, Andre's crew hypes up. After losing, "I train day and night with March now, I challenge you again." Mar knows better and warns him. "Stop it. Enkrid's power leveled up way too much. If we clash right now, even I would struggle to win." Hearing that, the guy practically throws himself back into his seat, violently kneeing a random soldier in the back. "Hey, you get out there." Startled, the soldier looks up and catches Rem's glare. "You were just kissing the squad leader's boots, and now you are scared?" He stomps down to the arena, fuming. "I am not scared." He always struggled in brutal battles, so he completely underestimated this psycho on his very first day. Then comes the spear-wielding guy who turns out to be an assassin, plus familiar names like Harirson, who he just fought, and even his daily sparring partners. Enkrid gives himself a reality check. "I only ever fight total monsters." His old master always warned him, never underestimate anyone. The swordsman slowly walks up. "What are you thinking?" He half closes his eyes. "Just nothing." But deep down, Enkrid remembers that advice. He thought it was useless, but here he is, underestimating an opponent. The guy gets totally triggered. Nothing? Then what is with that smug face? Subconsciously, he is radiating pure, unfiltered confidence. "I've leveled up enough to absolutely crush these average fighters." Realizing this, Enkrid cracks a slight grin. It is just interesting. Boom! He pounces like a starving beast, making the soldier scream. He barely blocks the downward strike. Welcome to Nori, land where pure strength rules. Enkrid unleashes a brutal combo. The impact is so insane, the practiced sword literally shatters to pieces. The guy freezes, completely paralyzed by the finisher. Enkrid's eyes flash with absolute intensity. Pouring everything into one move, his blade stops just millimeters from the guy's face. He holds back, but the soldier still passes out cold. You saw that too, right? The guy literally rolls his eyes and drops. He finally proves to everyone exactly who he is, right here. That legendary flex completely cements Enkrid's status. The crowd watches silently as the soldier wets his pants. Watching closely, Mac finally admits the truth. The Magic Breaker is definitely that captain. He destroyed the flag on his own. No teamwork, just pure raw power. Suddenly, Andrew jumps out of his seat. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Magic Breaker!" Enkrid glances back, confused. What is he doing? Nobody joins in at first, so Andrew roars again, chant his name. Without squad leader Increase, half of you would be dead right now. That does it. The entire arena starts chanting his nickname in perfect sync. Magic Breaker! Magic Breaker! Enkrid, the Magic Breaker. He is suddenly the star of the show, feeling pretty good. Not bad at all. Chiz runs onto the field. "You are amazing, boss. You are officially a mid-tier soldier now." But Enkrid stays perfectly humble. "Hold on. It is way too early to celebrate. We still have the high-tier bracket." He is completely dumbfounded. "Wait, you want to keep fighting, but someone else overhears that exact challenge. Very interesting." A man nearby turns with wide eyes. "Wait, that is the falcon crest of the Royal Border Guards." Anxious whispers break out everywhere. An elite squad made entirely of high-tier fighters. Someone stammers in pure terror. Why is the border butcher here? Enkrid does not even flinch, tracking the man's every step. Torres casually adjusts his wrist and smirks. Squad leader Enkrid of the 44th. "Fight me." A heavy, suffocating silence instantly crushes the entire arena. Someone mutters under their breath. "Yeah, our squad leader is in serious trouble now." Running the numbers in his head, Insis knows the border guards rival the Hounds of Asun. This guy is definitely on Mid-Herson's monstrous level. I am actually curious. If I fight a total beast like this without my death regression, what happens? Gripping his sword, he enters attack stance. Torres is genuinely shocked. This kid has more guts than brains. "Look at you, not even scared of a Special Forces elite." Drawing his blade, he smiles. "This guy is interesting." The crowd goes wild. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me as we jump right into this clash. Someone had to show the Magic Breaker what real power looks like, especially after that new slogan claiming infantry is the true flower of the battlefield. Torres wasn't happy about that at all. Did these fools really forget that special forces are infantry too? They score one little victory, and suddenly their egos are completely out of control. He glares dead at Enkrid, absolutely furious. Time to teach you a lesson, a very important one. What true humility actually looks like. But on the other side, our guy's eyes don't even flinch. Torres is insanely fast, a total blur. But Enkrid easily tracks him. In just a few split seconds, he effortlessly blocks that massive heavy strike. But to Torres, that was absolutely nothing. He admits the incredible focus, those minimalist movements, and that solid balance are honestly pretty impressive. Saying that, his free hand instantly snatches right onto our guy's collar. Instead of using his sword for the kill, Torres goes for a devastating lightning throw. I will crush you. But unexpectedly, Enkrid calmly grabs his wrist. He even uses that tiny opening to launch a lethal counterattack. Torres' eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. I'm dead. Yet Enkrid keeps that stone-cold expression, striking back with absolute, ruthless precision. Now watch closely, because this gets intense. The blade smashes into the ground instead of Torres. His cloak flies violently with the motion, and the tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. Torres still refuses to yield, spinning around to fire back. He aims a brutal strike right at Enkrid's chest. Our boy's eyes just glow, radiating a chill that pierces straight to the bone. Right when the blade is inches from his eye, Enkrid stops it barehanded. Then, using that exact momentum, he drives a devastating knee straight into Torres' gut. The captain stumbles back, creating a massive gap between them. With his warrior's pride on the line, Torres just won't stop. He yanks a small dagger from his belt, and both of them clash again, crashing into each other like absolute moths to a flame. Right at that second, Yang steps in to stop the madness. She forces herself between them, using pure strength to knock both weapons high into the air. Then Yang barks out a stern warning. Knock it off. You two were inches away from killing a comrade. Enkrid is finally panting hard now. And on the other side, Torres has Jackson's blade pressed right against his throat. With that, the explosive tension finally diffuses a bit. Rem watches the whole thing from up above, completely stunned. This guy is seriously way too lucky. Down in the arena, he slowly glances back. Honestly, terrifying, and this was supposed to be a basic sparring match. One more strike and someone would have ended up full of holes. Enkrid silently reflects on his own actions. Even though I missed a split second back there and almost died, if we had kept fighting. Murmurs start rippling through the massive crowd. That guy's fighting skills are seriously out of this world. Is that really the nameless squad leader we all thought we knew? Torres slowly sheathes his sword and speaks up loud and clear. I didn't expect much, but I absolutely have to acknowledge your raw power. I am Torres, captain of the Royal Border Guards. Enkrid politely returns the firm handshake and introduces himself. I'm Enkrid, squad leader of Team 4, Platoon 4, Company 4. Hearing that, the surrounding guys completely lose their minds. Wait, he is a literal captain of the elite border guards? A guy nearby stands there dazed, realizing the truth. That means his opponent was actually a top-tier Special Forces soldier. Ultimate fanboy Andre starts cheering and screaming at the top of his lungs. With skills like this, he'll hit senior rank for sure. I completely worship you, Lord Enkrid. They just keep throwing endless praise at everything, from his epic skills right down to his looks. All this noise is a little loud, but definitely music to his ears. Torres bursts into laughter while shaking his hand. I actually really like that smug little look of yours. See you around. Looking at the newly minted senior soldier's face, he silently notes that Enkrid has already taken another massive step forward. A peaceful afternoon settles over the quiet little valley. Back behind the mess hall, there isn't a single soul in sight. Suddenly, the leader of Team 1, Armor Captain Graham, breaks the silence with an offer. Come join my squad. Enkrid stays completely quiet, analyzing the situation in his head. This is already the third invitation today. Is it all just because of my senior promotion and that Magic Breaker title? Graham keeps pushing, bragging that his mighty armored squad is the absolute core backbone of the entire division. You and I both know exactly how huge this is. Enkrid clearly understands its massive value. This is a direct golden ticket straight into the elite military ranks. A seriously tempting offer, right? But he just bows his head and delivers his final verdict. I apologize. Graham looks totally baffled by this. Why? If you're worried about upsetting your current captain, just leave it to me. Before he can even finish, Enkrid sternly cuts him off. That is not it. Staring at his deadpan face, Graham starts to get suspicious. You really do not have any regrets, do you? Fine. I guess I will just go be a little heartbroken then. Enkrid instantly throws out a different nomination instead. How about you take Gem in my place? Now it's Graham's turn to look utterly disgusted. I will pass on that crazy bastard. Honestly, I only survived that last battle because of you. Keep up the good work. Right as he leaves, Chris pokes his head out to tease him. Team 1 this time, huh? Need me to help you pack your bags? Our boy just bluntly drops the hammer. I am not leaving. After rejecting dozens of elite offers, Chris is starting to get seriously confused. Why turn them all down when you could literally go anywhere and be heavily valued with your current hype? At those words, a flicker of deep thought instantly crosses Enkrid's eyes. But that's interrupted because someone suddenly barges right into their barracks. Every single pair of eyes instantly snaps over to the door. Torres makes his grand entrance with a smooth greeting. How have you been, squad leader Enkrid? I will skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Come with me and join the border guards. That massive offer genuinely catches Enkrid completely off guard. The border guards answer directly to the king himself, an offer way more prestigious than even the armored division. Everyone else in the room goes dead silent, anxiously waiting for his final answer. Jem's face darkens, secretly calculating the odds. Normally, a basic squad leader like him would never even dream of an opportunity like this. Even if you reject everyone else, you cannot afford to skip this chance. To push him over the edge, Torres adds more fuel. After taking that hit from you, I realize you completely crave real battle. If you join us, you will face absolutely monstrous training regimes and fight in battles that feel like pure, unadulterated hell. Joining the border guards means you will push your strength right to its absolute limits. Hearing all this, Enkrid just lets out a super heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Ragna in the next bed has already laid down and passed out. The other two just awkwardly pretend to focus entirely on their own chores. After thinking it completely through, Enkrid takes a long, deep breath. And then he drops a masterfully polite, yet absolute rejection. If we are talking about hellish training and brutal battles, there is nowhere better than right here. Enkrid already has his own epic master plan mapped out. My goal isn't just reaching my limits, it's completely shattering them to pieces. Meanwhile, outside the door, the freezing, bone-cutting wind howls violently. The guys are huddled tightly under their thin blankets, freezing from the extreme cold. Honestly, they'd rather be dead. Squad leader, where exactly are you going? Grab me some heated bricks while you're at it. Before answering, Enkrid sweeps his gaze around the frozen room. Looks like I really have nothing to do after surviving that last massive battle, huh? Before anyone answers, Odin suddenly rushes in and rips the blankets right off. Get up and move around to beat the cold. Let's go bare-knuckle sparring right now. The guy snatches his blanket back, screaming bloody murder. Get out. I will literally kill you. And that's where we leave our heroes, trust me. You won't want to miss what's next. Let's dive right in. He turned to Enkrid with a suggestion. Squad leader, are you sure you don't want to spar? It'll help keep your muscles from freezing up in this brutal cold. Turns out, he already had other plans. I have to go on a mission right now. We'll train as soon as I get back. Seeing Enkrid leave, Rem shouted loudly after him. Squad leader, don't forget my hot bricks. He sighed, answering slowly. I know, you idiot. The weather was so freezing that Enkrid's breath turned into thick white clouds. I just thought it would be a little chilly. Who knew? Outside in the market, the merchants were already setting up and selling their winter gear. The guards' main job is fighting. But with no war going on, we just patrol to keep the city in order. And during this routine walk, he ran into a few specific guys. Nice to meet you. I am Jack, and this is Bo. Today, the three of us will form a patrol squad. As they got ready to head out, Enkrid quickly glanced over at Jack and Bo. Aren't they from the scout unit? Those names sounded way too familiar to him. Jack casually strolled right up behind his back. It is a true honor to patrol alongside the hero who shattered the enemy's fog magic. Hearing this, the other guy eagerly chimed in. I heard you just got promoted to a higher rank. Is that right? Absolutely unbelievable. How could you climb up to such a high position so fast with a ridiculously low military rank like that? Beyond imagination, the only excuse Enkrid ever used was just pure luck. Suddenly, Jack lightly tapped his arm and asked, I am really curious. What kind of combat skills does an experienced warrior like you actually have? Can we spar a little bit when we get back? Enkrid had zero reason to refuse them. I am always ready. He repeated it just to be absolutely sure. That is a promise, right? They marched through the city streets, and Jack kept complaining nonstop while they patrolled. Do we seriously have to patrol in this damn weather? Bo, walking right next to him, seemed much more relaxed. This winter is really freezing, huh? Leading the way, Enkrid suddenly felt extremely annoyed. Why are they huddling so close? I am not big enough to block all the wind for them. Passing a stall, the owner called out, Hey everyone, look here. We have freshly dried fruits ready to eat. Right at that moment, a small figure in a long cloak walked straight toward him. Seeing this, Enkrid instantly went on high alert. Now, watch closely here. This is where everything goes wrong. Suspicion flared up in his mind, and he acted. But first, he had to test the waters. Hey kid, you okay? Suddenly, the stranger pulled a razor-sharp dagger. His eyes widened in absolute shock at the sight. In a flash, Enkrid took a brutal stab straight to the gut. It happened so incredibly fast, he He did not even have time to process the situation. What the hell? Jack rushed over, grabbing Enkrid and acting, "Man, you drank way too much." Meanwhile, Bo used his own body to block the bloody scene from view. "Are you okay?" The three of them swarming him made the perfect cover. They were hiding the attack. These bastards were all working together from the very start. Then the cloaked figure whispered softly, "Are you surprised? A diligent and hardworking hunter will never ever forget his prey." Catching a clear glimpse of Rotan's face, Enkrid was left absolutely terrified. A half-goblin. Aspen's army sent an assassin to take him out. The motive? Pure revenge for breaking the fog magic in the last battle. The guy ruthlessly ripped the dagger out, sending crimson blood splashing everywhere. His body completely gave out, collapsing to the ground from the massive blood loss. Jack just turned his head, glancing coldly at Enkrid. "Mission accomplished, let's head back." Rotan. Suddenly, Bo looked up at the nearby watchtower. They just left him there, bleeding out in agonizing pain. Jack, Bo, Rotan. Now I remember. The exact scouts that Chris mentioned before, the guys who got injured in that battle. His exact words were something like, especially the scout unit, Jack, Bo, Rotan, and a few others. So many were wounded. Enkrid finally pieced it all together. They used those fake injuries as an excuse to leave the scout unit and secretly collude with Aspen's army. 3 against 1, huh? This is going to be really interesting. Just like that, he collapsed with his thoughts fading to black. A nearby civilian accidentally spotted the massive pool of blood on the ground. The woman turned pale and screamed in pure terror. "Now, I know what you're thinking, game over?" Nope, Enkrid suddenly snapped his eyes open and leaped out of bed. "Good morning." Rem was right beside him, curled up in a warm blanket. "Are you ready for a dreamy morning?" Enkrid instantly shot that down without hesitation. "No way. I just want to start the day packed with explosive energy." Just as he reached the door, Rem's voice echoed out behind him. "Hey, squad leader. If you are heading outside, make sure to bring me back some nice hot bricks." He quickly replied, "Got it." Over in the yard, Auden was dumping freezing cold water straight onto his body. Finishing up, he smiled and greeted him. "Did you call for me?" "Squad leader." Enkrid skipped the small talk and got straight to the point. "You mentioned a specific training method to generate heat inside the body, is that right?" Auden smiled and corrected him. "The way you are saying it implies using your hands. In this harsh winter, training is essential to stop your body from locking up. You must always be prepared for literally any situation." Hearing this, he firmly made a request. "Please, demonstrate it for me right now." Enkrid vividly recalled the exact moment Rotan pulled that dagger. When I saw him draw the blade, I could not react in time. My body was completely frozen stiff from the cold, and I could not defend myself at all. Auden's voice rang out while coaching his stretches. "Push through it, you have to endure." Enkrid pushed his limits, secretly cursing himself. "I should have realized when Jack and Bo got too close. I need to eliminate them first. Wait, no. If I do that, I will completely lose track of that half-goblin bastard." Auden sat nearby, cheering him on with all his might. "If you cannot get used to this harsh training, your muscles will freeze up and hurt like crazy." He forced himself to reply through the intense pain. "Yeah, you are definitely right." Enkrid made his ultimate resolve. "I will wait until I am close enough to catch him." Just like the previous loop, the traitor walked up to greet him. "I am Jack, and this is Bo. Today, the 3 of us will form a patrol squad." He nodded, confirming the mission. Fine by me, but deep down, he was making a lethal promise. The second he gets a chance, he is taking every single one of them down in order. Jack creeped incredibly close to Enkrid. "Are you not cold?" He brushed it off with a short reply. "I just finished training." Bo instantly chimed in next to him. "It seems your mighty warrior reputation is completely justified, right?" Exactly like last time, he purposely closed the gap between them. "Do we seriously have to patrol in this absolute damn freezing weather?" He smiled, looking weirdly comfortable. "This winter is really freezing, huh?" But this time, Enkrid did not struggle at all. Thanks to Auden's training, his body was overflowing with explosive power. His eyes flashed with the sharp, deadly glare of an apex predator. And right now, stretching out in front of Enkrid, were endless crowds of moving civilians. However, the exact second Rotan appeared in his cloak, everything changed. Just seeing that silhouette, he instantly launched his brutal counterattack. 2 lightning-fast strikes left the 2 traitors completely stunned. Bo gritted his teeth, desperately pulling his sword. Did he figure it out? Enkrid just locked eyes with Rotan. "Trust me, you are going to want to see this next fight." "All right, stick with me. We are about to witness an absolute bloodbath. That guy has 2 choices, retreat alone or join them. Our main character needs to break away from these 2 fast, but completely off script, the enemy busts out throwing daggers. Citizens scream in absolute terror as a blade pierces right through a chest. What was that sound? Enkrid stares down in pure shock. A throwing knife is buried deep in his vital spot. He collapses to the ground, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Throwing a blade through a dense crowd from this distance, that takes flawless technique and incredibly sharp, deadly precision. Rotan flashes a wicked smile from beneath his hood. A diligent hunter never forgets his prey after all. At this point, Enkrid can do nothing but fall hard to the ground. By the time he registers the sound, the blade is already lodged in his heart, a knife moving way faster than sound itself. The woman who saw it happen turns pale and screams loudly. Panic erupts everywhere. Someone is dead. He lies there, absolutely frustrated to the core. It seems he now has to deal with two enemies at once, both near and far. So how should he prepare for a deadly setup like this? These are just simple tricks. This obstacle is actually pretty easy to overcome. Enkrid extends both of his trembling hands straight forward in front of him. He stretches his body, completely out of breath. I am dying here. Auden just smiles at him, treating it like an easy warm-up. You are exaggerating. Enkrid instantly denies it. No way, I am literally about to die. Ragna stares at them in pure confusion. What have you been doing? Practicing how to get tortured? Jem lies snug in bed, resting his chin with a sigh. Goodness, is that stretching pose really that difficult to do? A moment later, a loud shout echoes from inside the room. Come out here and do it exactly like this. Right on cue, Jackson returns from outside. Squad leader, you are up next. He is busy training the whole group, showing them to just stretch out like this. His voice trembles as he gives up, completely shocked that he actually cannot pull it off. Maybe I should teach you a flexibility routine too. That is right up my alley. Auden bursts into loud laughter. You, lazy brothers, just step back. Let me handle this whole situation. Seeing this chaotic scene, Jackson instantly turns pale. What are you looking at? It is just a training session. Later, Enkrid heads outside and sketches something out. That throwing knife, I just need to block it. Simple as that. Its sharpness and speed are on a completely different level from regular throwing daggers. Suddenly, someone walks up and quietly asks, is that a whistling throwing dagger? Turns out Jackson only needed one glance to recognize it immediately. Hearing that specific phrase, he feels a bit confused. Whistling throwing dagger? Is that the actual name of this weapon? He casually explains further. Because of the sound it makes when thrown, it is called the whistling throwing dagger. If you face a master who uses this, the target will be dead in a split second. So, it is best to just dodge if you ever meet a guy like that. Enkrid nods at this advice. Makes sense. Everything is playing out exactly like before, but this time, he is fully prepared. No matter how incredibly good that knife-throwing skill is, the easiest counter is just to block it. Enkrid punches Jack and Bo right in the face, then aggressively grabs him by the collar. Watch closely. Here is where it gets crazy. Damn it, he figured it out. Every single step is planned in his head. Control the grunts, then use a shield to block the blade. That deadly sound echoes again, and Enkrid still gets hit by the dagger. However, this time he manages to drag Bo down to the grave with him. Along with that fox-faced guy named Jack, the absolute ruthlessness makes Enkrid gasp in awe. In that tiny window of time, the enemy threw 3 blades. Rotan's face completely darkens beneath his heavy cloak. His wicked, twisted smile clearly shows how wildly excited he is. A loud scream rips through the air, murder. Enkrid collapses right next to the other 2 fresh corpses. If his teammates are useless, he will casually butcher them too. Does this absolute monster have zero sense of camaraderie whatsoever? Right then, Rotan manages to leave him with one last message. I am heavily impressed by your sheer stubbornness. Enkrid's eyes widen with blood spilling from his mouth. The killer smiles and drops a dark metaphor. Lovers never forget their chosen prey. But this time, Enkrid has changed the script completely. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you again. Rotan is deeply caught off guard by these bizarre words. Joking around while you are literally on death's door, he casually retracts his throwing dagger. This guy is genuinely interesting. I will admit an obvious truth right now. I severely underestimated you. The obstacle right now is still incredibly hard to overcome. A voice faintly echoes in his mind. You seem to be enjoying yourself, huh? Make yourself comfortable. Despair is going to hit you exponentially harder than that joy. That is exactly why it is called a curse. Enkrid opens his eyes, waking up to find himself lying safely back in his bed. Despite the ominous voice he just heard, he holds his own stance. No, this is a pure blessing. The real issue is that Enkrid needs to understand the weapon. Jackson, tell me everything about the whistling dagger. He looks visibly surprised. Asking about it straight out like that, he playfully shoots back a question. If I beat around the bush, would you even tell me? So Jackson dives right into explaining based on his deep knowledge. Thin blades are stacked directly on top of each other, creating that signature whistling sound when thrown. It used to be called the shadowless dagger, moving at a speed that normal eyes can barely track. I know what you are thinking. Dodge it, Enkrid interrupts him. What if I want to see and evade this whistling dagger? He bluntly answers, you absolutely cannot see it. Then he hits him with another question. What if I absolutely must see it? Jackson stops what he is doing and stares straight at Enkrid. Must see it? He nods, firmly confirming it one more time. Absolutely must. Jackson frowns in deep confusion. This guy is starting his nonsense again. I have no idea where he even managed to see that dagger. Even with those thoughts, Jackson spills everything he knows. Trying to spot the dagger after it is thrown is completely pointless. If you really want to see it, focus intensely on the hand movements, because at the end of the day, the dagger's trajectory is decided by the fingertips. Sure, there are techniques to hide the throwing motion, but if you know the trick, spotting the hidden hand movement is not hard at all. He immediately probes further. With my current skill level, can I learn that hidden technique? Jackson absent-mindedly replies, with your pebble-throwing skills, not a chance in hell. Enkrid almost wants to punch him right there. This jerk always loves to drop a heavy dose of sarcasm. Suddenly, he offers an unexpected suggestion. Do you want me to teach you how to throw daggers? Inwardly, he is reeling. Jackson is actually volunteering to teach me. What in the world is happening? Waiting forever with no reply, Jackson threatens to take back the offer. If you lack confidence, then do not learn. The moment those words drop, Enkrid fires back his answer. I will learn it. The schedule is a routine patrol through the city market. So cheap, incredibly cheap. Freshly baked winter bread right here. Jack repeats his lines just like always. It is a true honor to accompany you, the great spellbreaker. Bo follows up right on cue, as usual. Still training in this freezing weather? You are truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, his mind is totally busy reviewing the lesson. Throwing is just about keeping your whole body loose, then focusing all your raw power right at the release point. He heavily emphasized that dodging works the exact same way. The townsfolk weave past each other in dense, packed layers. Suddenly, Enkrid's footsteps halt for a single split second. Without hesitation, he draws his sword and cleanly slices Jack's head right off his shoulders. Bo tries to resist, but meets the exact same bloody fate. So what do we make of this? Never mess with someone who knows the future. All right, let's jump straight into the chaos. A nearby woman screams in absolute horror. The entire market erupts with one clear, terrifying shout murder. Out of the panicked crowd steps Rotan, hidden beneath his cloak. Enkrid moves fast, executing his plan step by step. He waits for that split second his enemy relaxes, focusing entirely on listening and watching every single movement. If he can protect his heart, he won't die instantly. The final step? Focus completely on the enemy's fingertips. But even with all that crazy focus, a throwing knife violently pierces right into Enkrid's wrist. His face goes pale as the sharp pain hits him, but a split second later, another blade buries itself straight into his chest. Enkrid collapses to the cold ground, his mind racing with a few final thoughts. Too fast. But in that brief flash of time, a weird, subtle smile curves up on Enkrid's face. He actually caught a tiny glimpse of light in that moment. Rotan confidently walks up to mock him, claiming that obsessed hunters never, ever forget their prey. But suddenly, that arrogant smirk on the killer's face completely vanishes, wiped out by something unexpected. Rotan stammers in pure disbelief, asking how he could possibly know. Enkrid just smirks weakly. Just a few more tries, and every single one of your attacks will be completely in my grasp. He leaves Rotan with 3 final words, see you later. Today, Enkrid switches up his fighting style entirely, deciding to strike as fast as humanly possible. Jack takes a brutal hit to the neck and drops instantly. Zahn right next to him meets the exact same fate, 2 guys down in seconds. And just like always, the terrified civilians scream out murder. A fierce light of pure determination flashes in his eyes. He is not that naive dreamer anymore. Enkrid's deadly gaze locks right onto Rotan, who is currently relaxing off guard in the middle of the crowd. The exact second the guy throws his knife, Enkrid tracks it perfectly. With enough effort, he can conquer absolutely anything now. The blade flies in on a blurry trajectory, but he already has his arm guard raised to block the very first strike. That insane block actually scares the absolute life out of the killer. Enkrid quickly reads his opponent's moves and shifts his position with total brilliance. Now watch this closely. The enemy attacks head-on, then dodges aside. Rotan unleashes an advanced throwing technique this time, using a deadly feint that Enkrid actually studied really hard with Jackson. But unfortunately, Enkrid is just half a beat too slow. His legs lose all strength, and he collapses hard into the dirt, coughing up bright red blood from his fatal wounds. This guy can literally adjust his attack timing based on his opponent's movements. Without any hesitation, Enkrid rips the deadly weapon right out of his own body. A relentless, wild ambition flashes deep inside his dying eyes. It is amazing, and he wants that power for himself. Because of that exact desire, he starts practicing the whistling throwing knife technique. However, Enkrid completely misses his target, throwing it way past the resting apple. Right then, a very confused Jackson walks over, asking what the squad leader is doing. He answers calmly, stating he is just practicing the whistling throwing knife. Jackson immediately points out that this is definitely not how you throw it. Enkrid just spins the blade casually on his fingertip and smiles, promising he will master the technique soon enough. While tossing it, the cloth holding the blade snaps, sending the sharp edge flying right past Jackson's face, slicing off a few strands of hair. Jackson immediately glares at him with absolute pure death in his eyes. Enkrid faces off against Rotan once again. This is loop number 8, and he is determined not to fall for the trap this time. But suddenly, a massive shockwave hits him out of nowhere. A coward shoots him in the back with a crossbow. Glaring up at the towering watchtower, Enkrid thinks to himself, so Rotan, you actually had backup hiding up there this whole time. Not stopping there, Enkrid pushes into the next run. On his 9th attempt, he takes out the watchtower sniper with his own throwing knife. Rotan screams in absolute rage, furious that this idiot dared to look away during their fight. Flashing back to that training day, Enkrid finally nails the apple dead center. Jackson just stands there, completely stunned as he watches the fruit tumble into the dirt. Now, looking totally satisfied, he turns to face him. Based on his recent lessons, Enkrid breaks it all down. The hand and arm act as the launcher, while you use your entire body's momentum. Is he missing anything else here? Jackson crouches down, picks up the ruined apple, and pulls out the knife. He says that is perfect, then asks where exactly he learned to throw like that. Enkrid laughs to himself, thinking, I learned it from you. But out loud, he just claims he saw some guy on the battlefield throwing like a master, so he copied him. Jackson instantly smells a lie, doubting anyone could reach this level just by watching. Or is he a literal genius? Handing the knife back, he brings up a brand new concept, asking if Enkrid knows about the sword bullet technique. It is a deadly throwing weapon style created by a legendary assassin named Do. The technique actually gets its iconic name straight from the whistling throwing knife itself. Do originally tried to forge a perfectly silent, paper-thin blade, but since it was insanely difficult to use, they ended up upgrading it into the modern whistling throwing knife we see today. He immediately comments on how old and historical the technique is. Jackson tilts his head, extremely suspicious. Is this seriously his first time hearing about it? Absolutely no way. Enkrid plays it smart, asking why he would think otherwise. The answer gives him a huge confidence boost. Jackson admits his posture while using the whistling knife was just too flawless. I know what you're thinking. He goes back to the market, right? Think again. The others get confused when Enkrid walks the wrong way. When they ask where he is going, he just coldly replies that he is patrolling somewhere else entirely. Hearing this, the guy instantly panics. He argues the market is their assigned zone, and they will definitely get disciplined for skipping it. Enkrid just turns around and fires right back at him. He reminds them that he is the highest-ranking officer here. He will take all the blame, so they just need to follow. With their trap ruined, Jack quietly signals to Bo. Cursing under his breath, he wonders what to do now, finally suggesting they have no choice but to follow. Soon, the three reach a nearby hill. The market is a literal death trap, and Enkrid refuses to walk straight into it again. Seeing they have wandered pretty far, Jack quickly urges him, saying that squad leader Enkrid really needs to head back to the market. Enkrid drops the act completely and calls them out, asking what the benefit is of playing spies disguised as mere privates. The two traitors freeze in pure shock, while Bo's face turns pale as he completely loses his cool. Screaming that they are busted, Jack draws his sword and charges forward for the kill. So Enkrid just hands him a one-way ticket to the afterlife, and Bo quickly meets the exact same irreversible, brutal fate. After easily wiping the floor with those two traitors on the hillside, Enkrid glares forward. The exact person he has been waiting for finally shows up. Rotan steps out, his cloak blowing dramatically in the wind, with his crossbowman right beside him. Before the killer can even form his usual sick smile, Enkrid tilts his chin up and mocks him. You are a bit late, just attack me all at once. Instantly enraged, Rotan unleashes 3 throwing knives at the exact same time, but Enkrid is lightning fast, smoothly dodging the deadly strike. He casually states that 3 or 4 blades make zero difference when he is watching their fingertips. Just then, the sniper aims right at Enkrid's back, but he instantly spots the coward and makes him the primary target. In a flash, Enkrid completely obliterates the crossbowman. Rotan's blood absolutely boils with rage, screaming about him getting distracted again. His first blade smashes directly into Enkrid's armored arm guard. The killer freezes in place, like his feet are glued to the ground. Enkrid just stands there, his sword hand trembling slightly, having now caught 2 heavy knives in the exact same spot. Facing a brutal opponent, a nervous Rotan demands to know who he really is. Enkrid just coldly rips the bloody knife from his arm. That is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are definitely coming back for this showdown. Stick with me here. A mocking smile spreads across his face. Rotan is completely caught off guard. Wait, this guy knows how to throw knives? Could he be just like me? Rotan answers back, claiming he only has 2 throwing knives. Meanwhile, Enkrid holds a single blade, slowly circling his opponent. Lucky for you, I only have 1. Rotan angrily snaps back. You have to be crazy to joke around in a situation like this. Don't you realize you only have 1 blade? But that doesn't worry him in the slightest. Fine, let's see how this ends with just a single knife. Enkrid's pupils shrink as his mind races. Even if you hide your hands, you cannot cover up your actual movements. Reading the enemy's stance and dodging the strike, that is the true core of a warrior's instincts. The assassin starts spinning the knives. Even though he expected it, he is still slightly surprised. 2 at the exact same time. Before Rotan even throws them, Enkrid tilts his head to dodge. At the exact same moment, his own blade pieces right through the guy's cloak. His instincts suddenly pick up on something else. He claimed to only have 2, but he is hiding way more than that. If Rotan can lie, why wouldn't he do the exact same thing? Seeing a second throwing knife appear in his hand, the assassin is visibly shocked. Without wasting a single second, he launches it. Rotan barely manages to dodge the deadly point. His absolute fury reaches its breaking point. This bastard dared to lie to me? Enkrid doesn't even flinch. Well, you did the exact same thing. Watching that incredible speed and agility, he thinks to himself, that is a weapon I have never seen before. He is not a close combat assassin. He only knows long-range attacks. Moving in a low stance, his speed is insane. A new attack, perfectly exploiting the opening. Rotan decides to go all in, thinking he has won, but gets completely countered. Are you going to stab me, or what? The assassin turns pale, lips trembling as if wanting to speak. But before he can utter a word, he gets cut off. Holding his razor-sharp sword, Enkrid calmly declares, "This will be the last time." Right after those cold words, he strikes down without a single ounce of mercy. Watch closely, because this reveal is wild. Heavy breathing fills the silence as blood sprays from the fatal wound. Looking up at the sky, he thinks, 10 times. That is how many times I have tried to conquer this exact wall. He takes a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Then, a genuinely satisfied smile blooms across his face. Losing a fight just to come back even stronger, it feels amazing. Finally, looking down at Rotan's lifeless body, his eyes suddenly catch something interesting. He quickly pulls back the dead man's shirt, revealing dozens of unused throwing knives. His eyes shift slightly. Looks like a new plan is forming in his head. After finishing his patrol, he finally returns to his squad. He reports the whole situation. You almost got killed? So you predicted the attack and left your post? He casually asks to keep the knife belt and smoothly replies, "No, it was just pure coincidence." Yang is still highly suspicious. Fighting 4 guys and surviving is a coincidence. He sticks right to his original excuse. "Guess I was just lucky." She frowns, staring at him with intense suspicion. But since he is used to this, he shows 0 openings, so Yang temporarily decides to believe him. All right, head back to the barracks. He takes the order and leaves. Understood. A short while later, he returns to his squad's room. Pushing the door open, he is just about to say hello. Suddenly, an axe comes flying straight at his face from inside. He quickly tilts his head, letting the blade slam into the wood. Jem immediately starts teasing him. "Hey, you actually dodged the ambush." He glares back, completely unamused. "Are you insane? I almost died just now." The guy just smirks. "Stop making excuses. Real assassins are starting to show up now. We have to practice this stuff." Out of nowhere, he pulls out a warm, roasted sweet potato. "Here, eat this." Rem takes it, eyes lighting up. "Still hot. Thanks." Enkrid lazily brushes off a messy lock of his hair, feeling a headache coming on. Ignoring his complaints, he asks Chris for a quick haircut. While getting trimmed, he playfully complains about the high price. "Come on, no discount for your own squad mate." Chris just jokes right back while carefully snipping away. "If you hate it, go down to the town." He immediately refuses. "No way. The shop down there is awful." Suddenly, Chris stops and looks up at the falling snow. No wonder it is cold. Soon, the guys talk over each other until he finds it way too loud. Let's pause for a second, because the mystery is thickening. How did those assassins infiltrate the border guards? And when did Jack, Bo, and Tan become enemy spies? Someone definitely helped them. Feeling stuck, he finally asks, "Those 3 dead guys, know where they came from?" Chris stares back, wide-eyed. "Jack, Bo, and Rotan?" Jack was drafted after getting caught stealing. Bo insulted some noble. Jem loudly chimes in. "So they were punished by the law?" He casually replies, "Guess so." Then he adds, "Rotan was a former guard for a bankrupt merchant guild, I think." All 3 joined the exact same batch last year. They also belonged to the same guild before. Hearing that, he instantly goes dead silent. A year ago, a massive event shook the underworld, the Thieves Guild. They are more like a massive crime syndicate than a real guild. They know everything about this town, making them the absolute #1 suspects. Curious, he seeks help. Jackson, what about the Thieves Guild? The guy glances over, questioning him. Why do you ask? He answers calmly. I figured you would know. Jackson stays silent for a few seconds, analyzing him. You are getting bolder. Finally, he answers. After the clash, contact with them was completely cut off, so I have no clue. Right then, Chris finishes the haircut, all done. Rem smirks, tossing out a teasing remark. Looking much more handsome. He ignores him, just muttering to himself, the snow is really heavy. Suddenly, Jackson raises a hand. Squad leader, I want the night shift off. Hearing that, someone quickly mocks him. You coward. You just want to avoid shoveling all this snow. Just trying to slack off, right? He looks at them silently. After thinking it over, he suggests, how about we just do the squad leader's mission to avoid shoveling? Jem instantly grabs his axe. Let's go. He gives a slight nod of approval. Awesome. Count me in. Chris enthusiastically draws his blade. I am completely ready. Just waiting for your command. He adds, you guys really hate shoveling snow, huh? But first, we need the leader's permission. He just stands there, so Jackson reminds him. Still not done? So lazy. Auden heads inside and yells, hurry up, brother. Hearing that, he has to reevaluate things. Since when were they this close? Snow quickly buries the roof. He meets Yang, ready to hunt the Thieves Guild. Trust me, you are going to want to see this. All right, stick with me here. Enkrid nods to confirm, yes, if you will allow us. The girl's sharp eyes try to test his honesty, but he just stares right back with an absolute, unshakable gaze. Her face darkens instantly, voice dropping low. Are you sure you just do not want to avoid shoveling the snow? Enkrid fires back with a single, deeply troubling word. Inside, he is totally panicking. She is way too sharp. Later, while heading out on their actual mission, Chris speaks up, burning with genuine curiosity. You are talking about the Jupen Guild, right? Do we even have any intel on them? Enkrid simply shakes his head and lays out the plan. Nope, we start gathering it right now. Jackson, we will wait at the inn. Go find the Jupen Guild's hidden base. Jackson softly replies, how exactly? Enkrid just turns his head, throwing out a totally vague answer. There are plenty of ways. Chris turns totally pale hearing this. What kind of reckless order is that? But despite those cryptic words, Jackson actually understands the assignment perfectly. He rolls his eyes, thinking to himself, wait, am I the weird one here? A little later, the squad hits up Vanessa's inn for some warm pumpkin soup, but Chris is still super anxious. But what if the Jupen Guild is actually innocent? Enkrid does not even hesitate to answer. Even if they are not tied to the assassination, they are still wanted criminals. It is the perfect chance to wipe them out anyway. Right then, he calls out to a nearby waitress. Geisa, wait up. She pauses, giving him a really warm smile. What do you need? Chris whispers a few things that make him completely curious. But honestly, 2 seconds later, Enkrid completely forgets about it all. Jackson is running late, which makes total sense since he started this hunt with 0 actual clues. What an incredibly irresponsible order to give. I actually feel a little bad for him. Meanwhile, Jackson is out there actively scouting his heart out. Who knows how long he has been standing there, his hair completely covered in freezing white snow. Suddenly, Jackson's expression darkens. His eyes waver as he finally spots something completely out of the ordinary. Down below, 2 highly suspicious hooded figures are moving around. Cutting back to the cozy inn, Enkrid casually strikes up a chat. Chris, you know that waitress from earlier? He quickly explains everything. Her name is Ja. Her dad is a humble shoemaker, and she dreams of opening an inn right in the capital. Enkrid listens closely, silently evaluating the whole situation. You sure seem to know a lot. Chris playfully fires back without missing a beat. Every pretty girl is just a future customer, man. Now pay attention. Things are about to kick off. Jackson suddenly throws open the inn door. I found their hideout. But then he immediately sees their lavish, cozy feast. For a split second, Jackson looks completely disappointed. Enkrid pauses his meal mid-bite, glancing over at the door. Totally unfazed, he just holds out a massive meat leg toward him. Here, eat. But Jackson coldly rejects the offer instantly. No need. Why waste time? Let us move out. Rem, who is busy stuffing his face, gets visibly annoyed by this. I do not want to. It is freezing out there. I am not going outside. Jackson frowns, his voice dropping into a lethal threat. Want me to bathe you in your own blood? That will warm you right up. Enkrid then chimes in with a serious tone. I also want to head out immediately, but this heavy snow makes moving way too difficult. We really need to be careful, so let us just depart once the snow stops. Right after saying that, he glances outside the door. Something clicks in his head, and Enkrid suddenly jumps to his feet. The snow is not going to stop. Let us move out. Chris is getting more and more confused by the second. Wait, we need to be cautious. Enkrid just brushes it off entirely. I have been cautious enough, so the whole squad moves out on his command. Rem shivers violently wrapped in a thin blanket, complaining, "It is way too cold. I like the inn better." As they leave, a strange hooded guy watches them from the street. He pulls out a dangerously shiny dagger from out of nowhere. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the ambushers charge directly at our group. However, Rem's combat vigilance is absolutely no joke. Before the guy can even blink, he is sent straight to the underworld, while the other attacker gets punched incredibly hard. They leave the assassin with barely half a life left for interrogation. "Are you related to stray cats or something?" Chris guesses, turning suddenly sinister. "Maybe he is one of the guys from the Jupen Guild? I know what you were thinking, payback time, right?" Jackson grabs a nearby cloth and speaks up. "This way. This path leads right to their hideout. The guards are homeless folks, and the door is completely locked." Auden flashes a super friendly smile. "Step aside, buddy. Let me try knocking on the door." He readies his massive fist before he even starts to say hello. Going for full etiquette means Auden just violently shatters the cellar door to pieces. He smirks like nothing even happened. "Come in." Jackson adjusts his cloak and mutters, "Do you seriously not know the actual meaning of knocking?" Enkrid is totally relaxed, ignoring the small details an open door is enough. Auden tags along right behind him, asking, "So, if we meet them, what exactly will you ask first?" Enkrid's eyes suddenly flash with a weird, dangerous light. "Talk later. First, we completely suppress them with raw power." Right at that moment, strange noises and voices echo from deep inside the underground hideout. Someone suddenly asks, "Are you absolutely sure that platoon leader will come here?" Another guy confidently backs it up. "Yes, I have completely confirmed it with all of my top inside sources." The leader of the Jupen Bandit Guild speaks up in frustration. "I was really wondering how to report the complete failure of our assassination attempt. If we just kill him directly, everything will be much easier to resolve." A lackey whispers nervously, "Is this really okay? I heard his comrades are coming along too." The boss sneers in pure contempt. "It is just a bunch of petty soldiers coming here." But before he can even finish his sentence, Auden violently kicks the room door open. He smiles like usual and literally fakes a knocking sound. The leader's face instantly turns several shades paler. From the back, Rem casually shouts out, "Just kill them all." Right on cue, Enkrid steps up and delivers a seriously badass order. Anyone who has not killed an innocent, those willing to be handcuffed and jailed, and especially anyone who does not want to die today, drop your weapons and cross this line. Otherwise, I will slaughter every last one of you. Auden glances at him in total confusion. "Captain, did you not just say we were going to suppress them with power first?" Enkrid simply shrugs it off. "I changed my mind, because honestly, you clearly wanted to show off too. Kicking that door was pretty badass, right?" The bandit boss is visibly pissed off by this whole act. A petty soldier actually thinks we are this easy to deal with? Auden steps up and bows before Enkrid. Their eyes are blind. If we do not show them our true strength directly, they will never listen. It makes total sense. Enkrid readies his sword in agreement. "All right then, I guess we should show them exactly who they are messing with. Who is the absolute strongest fighter in the Jupen Guild?" The leader looks tense but still acts tough. "Sounds interesting." "Our strongest swordsman is Wevan. Go ahead and try to face him." Wevan glares with his tiny eyes as he takes the order. He steps right up to Enkrid, sizing him up. "Can you even block my sword, kid? Ever since I was little, I have not lost a single fight." Ven is literally all talk. Enkrid just smirks, instantly making the guy turn pale with fear. "You and I are going to have to wait to see this." Enkrid coldly aims right at his shoulder, his brows furrowing tightly as Wevan's sword thrusts forward. Is this really his absolute limit? "All right, stick with me. We are about to jump into this wild scene." Seeing his guys get wiped, the bandit leader goes completely silent. Our boy just scoffs. If this is their strongest guy, we are in for a boring day. Step up or die. That is his absolute final ultimatum. His own squad just stands there, staring at him in dead silence. Without saying a word, they are all thinking the exact same thing. Is this dude seriously trying to act cool right now? Enkrid keeps his blood-soaked blade pointed right at the bandits. Without hesitating for a single second, they drop every weapon they have. One by one, they hit the dirt. Hands up, begging to surrender. Their leader is absolutely fuming. What a bunch of cowards. The boss goes berserk, swinging wildly at the hooded guy, but before he even lands a hit, bam! A throwing knife straight between the eyes. Enkrid timed it flawlessly, pulling out his ultimate trump card. The leader's body instantly goes limp like a wet noodle, collapsing onto the ground in the most pathetic way possible. Sure, it is brutally violent, but you cannot help but admire the clean execution. That is our squad leader. Both Auden and Chris cannot hide their total awe. They have to admit, he looks completely different today, genuinely cool. The captain really is something else. Way too cool. In the back, Jackson does not even blink, just giving a low grunt of approval. Meanwhile, Ragna is basically 70% impressed and 30% salty about it. Yeah, it is a little annoying how good he looks. As for our main guy, Enkrid, he is secretly bursting with pride. It is not every day he gets to flex this hard. The bandits are headless chickens now, practically kowtowing to the floor. They are begging for their lives. Rem slings his gun over his shoulder and walks up. So, what is the plan now? To avoid future trouble, wiping them out is the cleanest option. Hearing that, the bandits nearly wet themselves in pure terror. Please, have mercy on us. One of them cries about having a sick, elderly mother to feed. Enkrid instantly snaps, cutting him off with a cold glare. A hard life is never an excuse to commit crimes. Tears streaming down his face, the guy grovels on the floor. If someone has to die, kill me. Spare the rest. I am Jupin. Enkrid's eyes go wide, staring in absolute shock. Hold up, watch closely. You are Jupin from the Jupin gang? So you are the actual boss? The terrified guy shakily points at the dead body sprawling on the ground. No, that dead guy was the leader. Enkrid is getting a massive headache from this. If that guy was the boss, shouldn't he be Jupin? Yet this crying dude is claiming the name. I swear, I am Jupin. Seeing Enkrid's face darken, Chris helplessly chimes in to explain. Isn't it clever? They purposely name the entire gang after a low-level subordinate. If the army catches them, the subordinate takes the fall while the real boss escapes. Jupin cannot even look up, his voice cracking with pure agony. That bastard leader is gone, but the rest of these guys absolutely do not deserve the death penalty. If you need blood, take mine. The second he says that, every single bandit rushes forward in a panic. Jupin is a good man. He took care of my sick mom. He always treated our wounds when the boss beat us. If someone dies, it should be me. Rem is actually getting completely teary-eyed and emotional over this. You still want to execute them after hearing all that? I was so wrong about you, you really are a total devil. Hearing this nonsense, Enkrid's face just gets progressively darker. Wait, weren't you the one who suggested killing them? Suddenly, Jupin cries out in sheer desperation, the gang's treasure. If you spare our lives, we will hand over absolutely everything we own. The moment those words leave his mouth, Enkrid's expression instantly softens. Yep, he is completely sold. Right after that, the squad gets escorted straight to the hidden loot stash. This heavy safe is packed with valuables, and no key needed. Auden just steps up, flexes his muscles, and literally rips the metal vault completely open with his bare hands. Jupin is absolutely shaking in his boots. Here is everything the old boss hoarded. The squad cannot contain themselves, shoving each other to grab the best loot. Rem quickly snatches up a thick animal pelt and wraps it around his shoulders. Man, this thermal pelt is super warm. Ragna looks at him utterly speechless. Really? Is that your most precious find? Enkrid's eyes lock onto something entirely different. It is a brand new set of leather armor, incredibly durable yet super flexible. The quality on this is actually top tier. I am definitely keeping this one. Chris does not even bother looting, just casually leaning against the wall. Captain, why don't we just take over this whole gang? Enkrid instantly furrows his brows, glaring right at him. I know exactly what you are thinking. He wants our hero to be a bandit. Chris explains his logic straight up. Yes, but a non-lethal gang. Because even if we completely disband them, other thugs will just form a new group anyway. So why not use this guy as a convenient front, while we hold the true power from the shadows? Hearing this, Enkrid finally pieces together the whole master plan. You planned this whole thing out from the very start? That is insanely calculated. It hits him. He remembers seeing Chris whispering to someone back during their meal. So he directly calls out Chris's sneaky scheme. You leaked our info to that waitress, didn't you? No wonder all these bandits conveniently gathered in that exact spot. Chris flashes a wickedly smug smirk. Oh, you finally figured it out? But hey, thanks to my little trick, we managed to catch every single one of them in one sweep. If you agree, I will hand over a monthly cut to you, and I will control the intel. Enkrid stays quiet, deep in thought. I do not care much for money, but having extra cash definitely makes life a lot easier. Getting the green light from the captain, Chris points directly at Jupin. Listen up. From this day forward, the Jupin gang is strictly a non-lethal operation. We are going to purge the real scum, toss them in prison, and completely reform this syndicate. Hearing this crazy idea, the poor guy looks at Chris with absolute dread. But if we do not disband, we are dead meat. Like I said, our dead boss worked for someone else. Twice a year, that guy comes all the way from Aswan to inspect the gang. If he discovers what happened here, that absolute monster will slaughter us all. Chris hears this terrifying warning, yet remains completely unfazed. That is not an issue at all. because we are the real monsters here. Rem, who is chilling on the floor, jumps up furiously at that comment. What the hell did you just say? Enkrid slings his massive bag over his shoulder. Grab what you need. It is time to head back. Rem stays completely silent, happily burritoed in his thermal pelt. After a long pause, he finally mutters lazily, has the snow stopped falling yet? Hearing that, Enkrid finally checks outside. Nope, the sky is still dumping pure white snow everywhere. Ragna is still sprawled across the floor, totally refusing to get up. I feel like we still have unfinished business here, whatever it is. Meanwhile, Auden is completely zen, just roasting by the warm fireplace. I wish to spread the word of God here a little longer. Jackson coldly drops his excuse and walks off with his bags. I am busy. See you tomorrow. Seeing his entire squad slack off, Enkrid's face instantly darkens. You guys are unbelievable. But literally 2 seconds later, he flops right onto the floor with them. Blaming the harsh weather, Enkrid decides this busy squad is officially camping out here for the night. Mission report, the squad has fully returned. We tracked down the bandit syndicate and completely wiped them out. Hearing this flawless report, Yang's eyes fly wide open in utter shock. You guys survived without clearing the camp's snow? Enkrid just stares blankly ahead. So what do you and I make of this? Next chapter is going to be wild. Stick with me here. They play along, acting like it's fine. What else can they do? But inside, pure disgust. This girl is way too annoying. Then, completely out of nowhere, she flips the script. I heard you never turned down an invitation. Let's dive right into this. He casually agrees to a simple sparring match. But seconds later, Yang draws her sword, points it right at him, and demands a real fight. He doesn't back down. He shifts right into his stance, muttering it's his pleasure, even as a serious sense of dread completely washes over him. He assumes she isn't actually mad. Big mistake. Before he can even draw his weapon, she delivers a brutal strike. He hits the dirt hard, his chin slamming against the ground. Yang just glares down at him with absolute ice in her eyes. Recovering, he scrambles for his sword, but gets absolutely smacked in the face before he can even react. Grounded again, he can't even stand up. He stares in shock. The captain's blade is incredibly thin, moving exactly like a deadly whip. She mercilessly whips him dozens of times like it's nothing. Left completely beaten to a pulp, he cannot rise. She just gives him this incredibly complex, silent look. During the last assassination, you reacted so fast it seemed like you could see the future, she says. Yet right now, you are clumsier than a complete beginner. But breaking their magic and wiping out 4 assassins is undeniable proof of your skill. She stops, looking up as snow falls. I will be watching you. Hearing this, he watches her walk away. Did she leave feeling disappointed? He curses himself for being so utterly pathetic in combat. I trained my sword skills until I nearly died, but I never actually learned how to use my own body properly. His weakness is glaringly obvious. Zero physical foundation. He realizes martial arts is the answer. Cut to Auden, literally uprooting a massive tree with his bare hands. He tosses the heavy trunk down lightly, like plucking a flower. That absurdly muscular, hulking frame of his is the exact proof our guy is looking for. A perfectly forged body. Enkrid watches silently, taking notes. The tree's owner is furious, but Auden completely ignores him, focused purely on reaching absolute extreme limits. Now pay close attention here. Auden offers something called the isolation technique. He warns him straight up it's going to feel like dying repeatedly. Enkrid doesn't blink, staring straight back with absolute steel in his eyes. His attitude is completely unyielding. Enduring pain is basically his specialty by now, but forced under a boulder twice his size, his legs nearly give out instantly. Meanwhile, Auden just stands there, casually lecturing him without taking a breath. The core idea? Tearing muscles makes them infinitely stronger. Enkrid is tense, dripping sweat in the freezing cold. To make it worse, Auden casually pushes down to add weight. Endure for 10 seconds, you can do it. I know your limits. Auden cheers. Enkrid is too busy fighting for breath to even curse him out. How could he possibly know his limits? Auden flashes a mocking grin. Starting to regret not learning this stuff way earlier in your life? To use real martial arts, your body needs massive upgrades. Gritting his teeth, our hero forces the words out heavily. I have no time for regrets. His thoughts drift to the painful old days. The past is dead. He has to focus entirely on the present or he'll never survive to see tomorrow. Snapping back, he glares right at his massive instructor. Instead of talking nonsense, why don't you actually teach me some more real techniques? Hearing that, Auden drops his usual smirk. He is genuinely shocked by this kid's hunger for power. His insane drive hasn't changed since day one. Truly admirable. With a booming laugh, Auden announces the next brutal lesson. All right then, today you are going to literally crawl all the way back to base. Endure it, you can do it. And just like that, instead of one giant crushing boulder, he is now carrying 2 of the massive things. Veins bulge on his face, practically ready to burst. A blue panther quietly watches him suffer. By nightfall, he finally reaches the door and instantly collapses. Inside, Rem is chilling on a warm animal skin. Why so battered? Get jumped by someone? Enkrid crawls toward his bed like his bones are gone. Just normal training, he mutters. Right then, the blue panther casually strolls over and snuggles into him. Rem stares at the beast. You keeping it? Then name it. He gently strokes its soft fur. A name? Let's call it Heater. Or Black-Blue because of its eyes. Rem looks at him with pure disgust. Do you hate panthers? What kind of garbage name is that? Enkrid is totally clueless. Is Black-Blue really that bad? Fine, I'll think about it. He trails off mid-sentence, passing out instantly from sheer exhaustion. We don't know how much time passes, but suddenly, a brilliant starry sky appears before him. You know this has to be a dream. He wakes up in a soft flower field, slowly lifting his insanely heavy body. The scenery before him is peaceful and completely magical. He freezes at the gorgeous sight. A dream? Well, at least that huge crazy guy isn't here. Yeah, definitely not a place for that obsessed meathead. Suddenly, a gentle wind blows past, sweeping the petals up. They drift across his face, acting like a guide. A figure appears right behind him, a girl with long, dark hair. Her features are delicate, her eyes incredibly bright. He is completely nailed to the spot. She speaks first. Her voice is soft, yet somehow distant. Esther. My name is Esther. The very next second, he snaps awake. Something feels weird. He glances down. The blue panther in his arms, it's literally Esther from his dream. Her face is totally tense, completely caught off guard by this insane situation. Outside, bright moonlight cuts through the dark, illuminating everything. Inside the room, they lock eyes in total awkwardness. Esther's face turns tomato red, but Enkrid? Unfazed as ever. He just mutters, All right then, Esther, good night. He completely ignores the crazy twist and goes right back to sleep. Soon, the room just echoes with the loud snoring of exhausted men. Morning finally arrives. Seeing him fully geared up again, Rem yawns and asks where he's going. The guy's entire vibe is completely different from last night's misery. Training, he replies sleepily. Rem thinks he's tired of living after yesterday's brutal beatdown, but right then, our boy realizes something seriously weird about his own body. It actually feels bizarrely light. Standing behind him, Esther suddenly uses telepathy. That is right, it is because I completely healed your injuries. She explains he is the key to breaking her curse, so he better not carelessly die. Meanwhile, a half-asleep Rem keeps relentlessly questioning him about his mood. Did you meet some god in a dream? And trust me, you're gonna love this. He completely ignores logic and just casually spills the entire magical truth. Stick with me here, this gets weird. He mentions a strange dream about a girl. The guy immediately perks up. You? Having a wet dream? What does she look like? That sparks a flashback of Esther's absolute perfection. It is super rare for Enkrid to praise anyone. She pretends to sleep, secretly loving the compliment. You have quite the eye. Studying mystic magic is practically basic instinct for any real mage. My magic obsession completely cursed me, draining all my mana and twisting me into this little creature. Then, out on the open plains, the curses sent literally dragged me straight to this exact guy. Next up, Enkrid is back to grinding with Auden. The captain is totally stunned. A normal guy needs a week to heal, but he is already stronger than yesterday. A moment later, he heavily drops the massive boulder. Enkrid glances up at Esther chilling on the roof, dark blue. That name makes her absolutely bristle with rage. Her sudden humanoid form seriously startles him. Esther, when did you even get here? Esther is fuming, firing off complaints like a machine gun. The magical world runs on true names. Calling me that damages my entire reality. I had to burn my last drops of mana just to crash your dream and tell you my real name. I made a huge mistake using unstable mana, but lucky for me, you are a complete idiot who is also cursed. Yours hasn't fully taken over yet, but it is easily 100 times stronger than mine. A massive curse will slowly devour any weaker curses hanging around nearby. Watch closely. Here is where things shift. Staying near him restores her mana. Winter morning hits. As usual, Enkrid is grinding out martial arts with Auden. His eyes go wide as a knee flies right at his face. This time, Enkrid cleanly leans and dodges. Swoosh. But Auden follows up, swinging hard and pinning him flat to the dirt. Enkrid just rubs his neck, totally deadpan. Auden laughs, explaining the basics. This art needs core strength and proper spacing, just like swordsmanship. If you do not grind hard, it is completely useless. You move as slow as a turtle, but your body is definitely transforming. You really do not know how to quit, huh? Captain, a whole month of brutal daily training passes by. Spring is almost here. Right now, he is sparring with Zem, who actually praises him with a solid, good job. His face stays completely blank despite the compliment. Rem finds his stoic attitude absolutely hilarious and totally loses it. Your technique leveled up. You actually look like a real fighter now. By afternoon, Enkrid destroys his meal, slamming his bowl down. He turns around and issues a challenge. Ragna, let us digest dinner. Ragna frowns, exhausted. I am still eating, but he still takes time to wreck Enkrid, noting, you applied some of it, but honestly, I have nothing left to teach you. Now you have to build muscle memory. Doing crazy reps even in your sleep? That is going to be brutal. Enkrid completely absorbs Ragna's advice, casually dropping a bombshell. I actually find that the easiest part. Night falls, and the camp goes totally dead silent. Enkrid sits alone on his bed, running the numbers. Team training is great, but he craves actual bloodshed. A sharp thud interrupts his thoughts. Lightning fast, he easily catches Jackson's incoming weapon bare-handed. Jackson is not even shocked his attack failed. Instead, he smirks. You did not almost die from a blade this time. You really improved. The noise makes Chris snap at them. Take your training outside. Stop kicking up dust in here. Enkrid asks curiously. Why are you coming back so early lately? Gave up on finding Krona? Esther suddenly sits up, making Chris glare. He frowns, staring blankly ahead, cursing under his breath. Nails, they must have fallen out. Is my Krona working hard or just greedy? A sound at the door grabs Ingris's attention. Yang appears with a sudden request. Captain, step outside. He instantly tries shutting her down. The snow is completely gone. Yang calmly shoots back, drop the act. We have a brand new mercenary system mission to handle. Enkrid mentally reviews the facts. The mercenary system lets normal citizens hire the training army for specific tasks. It is one of their core policies. It is way cheaper than real mercenaries, far less aggressive, and incredibly popular. You and I know he craves real combat, so perfect timing. Outside, a soldier lazily kills time. Boring mission finally done. Lately, it has been nothing but rest days and totally uninteresting garbage tasks. Suddenly, he spots the elf platoon leader and Enkrid. Over here. Enkrid asks straight up, who's going? 3 total. A captain and 1 member. She casually adds that she will be the 3rd. This wild proposal completely confuses Enkrid. The platoon leader is handling this directly. Why? The nosy soldier sees them talking and instantly starts connecting imaginary dots in his head. Are they secretly dating? Why else are they hanging out and doing so much private training lately? Yang suddenly asks, does coming with me put pressure on you? The soldier's face absolutely lights up at this. The rumor explodes through the camp. Did you hear? The elf leader and the array breaker. Damn, no wonder they gave each other weird looks. People claim they actually knew each other before enlisting. The gossip just gets more and more ridiculous. From what I heard, they even have a secret kid together. A brand new morning dawns. Enkrid's every move is now massive gossip. Seduce the elf with that face? Impressive. Honestly, they do look pretty good together. He walks inside, completely clueless. They immediately yell, the baby's daddy is finally here. How many months? Heard she is due soon. He calmly denies it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. Enkrid insists this whole thing is a misunderstanding. Just crazy rumors. Chiz, curled up in blankets, just giggles. Don't be so shy about it. The truth will come out eventually anyway. Still, he seriously tries to clear his name. I'm telling you, it's false. Ragnar rests his chin, acting wise as he offers a plan. Not a bad setup. Just keep her around like a pet and a personal sword instructor. Meanwhile, Auden flashes a knowing smile before finally speaking up. Blessings for your future. Enkrid's face scrunches up completely. What the heck? He feels totally bullied right now. And Jem? Yeah, he has absolutely no intention of letting him off the hook. So, when are you two planning your private little chats? Definitely awkward being the third wheel here, but whatever, I gotta get going. Hearing that, Enkrid slowly turns around and drops an absolute bombshell on him. Wait, are you talking about the upcoming mission? I never said I was bringing you along. This time, the one left totally stunned is Jem. What did you just say? Then who is the squad leader taking? Jackson immediately steps up to be the answer. I'm all geared up, let's head out. The two of them turn around, ready to roll. Jem feels completely betrayed. He raises his voice, totally outraged. You're seriously leaving me behind to take that guy instead? Did the squad leader take a hit to the head? Enkrid calmly shuts him down. You're the type to behead clients if things go wrong. No way I'm taking you. Once they step outside, Jackson finally brings up his own doubts. You really think bringing me won't cause an accident? Enkrid answers smoothly. You do mercenary jobs all the time, so I figured you'd be solid backup for this. Jackson then puts on a dead serious expression and adds, let me give you a little senior advice, man to man. Don't fall too deep for women, it only leads to deep scars. We all know that classic warning, right? Enkrid looks equally tense as he fires back. I don't need that advice. Once they regroup with Yang, Enkrid asks, when exactly is the client arriving? She replies casually, should be here soon. Meanwhile, Enkrid is actually feeling a bit anxious inside. If the platoon leader catches wind of these ridiculous rumors, things are going to get super complicated. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Suddenly, Yang drops a completely random question. Squad leader, what do we have to do to make babies? Enkrid keeps an absolutely stone-cold face and just gives a flat no, but when he hears someone laughing, he glares over sharply. Jackson violently denies it. Over on this side, Yang simply tilts her head and asks Han, did my question make you uncomfortable? She just keeps dragging out this incredibly weird conversation. Enkrid is left questioning his own sanity. Seriously, what is she getting at? The sound of a stopping carriage finally cuts off their awkward chat. Jackson looks back and announces, looks like the client is here. Even Yang clicks her tongue in annoyance. She was just having fun, but she quickly looks away when she feels Enkrid's deadly glare. He thinks to himself, fun, was she putting on that innocent face just to mock me? Anyway, back to the mission. Their job is to protect a successor. Out of the two heirs of the powerful Lockfried gang, they're in the middle of deciding the next boss. They requested military support to stop both sides from taking each other out. A figure gently steps down from the carriage. Enkrid observes her closely, thinking to himself. He had fully expected the gang's successor to be someone driven by ruthless ambition. She looks at them and introduces herself as Leona, the Lockfried successor. Hello, I look forward to working together. The streets are eerily quiet. Leona leads the way, with Enkrid's team silently following behind. As they walk, he assesses the situation. After that initial greeting, she hasn't said a single word to them. Even when she needs to say something, she speaks entirely through that woman named Umo. Umo glances back and speaks up. First, we will rent a room at the inn and wait for the others to arrive. Enkrid keeps analyzing the situation. Just protect her and don't interfere with anything else? His old lessons with Auden suddenly come rushing back to his mind. Age, posture, positioning, eye movement, it is all crucial information. Grasping your target's true strength is an essential skill on its own. Right now, Enkrid keeps his eyes wide open, actively applying everything he learned to this high-stakes mission. Through sharp observation, he notes the female guard is left-handed. Her footsteps are heavy, meaning she's probably carrying a massive weapon. Carrying a long sword implies solid physical strength. They all seem to be just below special grade. That's about all his preliminary analysis can uncover for now. Watch closely, because things are about to get intense. Jackson suddenly leans in and suggests, if you're bored, let's play a little game, squad leader. The game he proposes? Guess the sound. Jackson starts his turn first. There's a faint rustling of wrapping paper. Enkrid fires off the correct answer almost instantly. From the woman in front of the grocery store across the street. Next up, the sound of a hammer. Enkrid quickly replies, from the forge in the alley. Now Jackson turns up the difficulty. A slow click of the tongue. The man outside the left shoe store. Inside, Enkrid is actually enjoying this. The core of this game is accurately and quickly pinpointing the sound's exact origin. It's way harder than it looks. Once they reach the inn, the female guard announces, we will stay upstairs. You all wait down here in the lobby. When the three sit at a table, Yang chimes in. You guys are playing something fun over here. Let me in on this. Enkrid thinks to himself elf senses are supposedly twice as sharp as a normal human's. The trio's little guessing game keeps going strong, eventually drawing curious stares from everyone around the lobby. Voices ring out. A soft, muffled breath. Someone outside the window. Enkrid has to admit, she speaks way too fast. He can't even get a single word in. But then the game shifts. That guy's sitting dead silent at the right table, staring at the door. Enkrid starts getting confused. Wait, what about this one? This isn't a sound-guessing question anymore. Jackson suddenly speaks up right then. That guy's sneaking a look at us. Yang is the one who answers him, right behind you. Boom. The second she says that, both of them move like lightning, taking out the approaching enemies in a flash. Jackson finally explains it to them. I predicted a surprise attack. Yang pulls her sword from a fresh corpse and replies, yeah, thought so too. It's only now that the client's actual guards even realize assassins have shown up. Meanwhile, another assassin locks onto Enkrid. But hey, our guy is no pushover. He drops the attacker into the dirt in the blink of an eye. A scream echoes from upstairs. Enkrid has to think fast. Protecting the client is the absolute top priority. Calculations done, he instantly dashes up the stairs. Another assassin throwing knives straight at Enkrid. You're not going up there. But Jackson jumps in, blocking the strike with his claws. Yang moves insanely fast right behind them, wiping out the rest of the mob. Terrified assassins scream, these guards are monsters. But don't panic, we outnumber them. And that's where we leave it, trust me, you'll want to see this next fight. Let's dive into this wild action. Jackson takes down the last enemy with zero effort. Yang just stands by, watching and secretly judging him. A rookie stronger than the captain, and yet all of Squad 4 trusts and follows him completely. What exactly makes them do that? Her lips curl into a sharp smirk as she takes it all in. Truly, this guy is getting highly interesting. Yang strikes effortlessly, driving a deadly blow straight through his neck. Meanwhile, Enkrid himself is absolutely destroying this whole group of assassins. Moving fast, he thinks to himself. First, that assassin going after Krang, and recently that elite mutt trying to snipe me with throwing darts. Simple attacks like this, they just can't kill me anymore. I'm way past that level. Plus, the martial arts power I've been refining is actually showing progress. Even though Auden called me slow and clumsy, I can totally feel it. My movements are way faster and sharper than before. The second Enkrid reaches the upper floor, he sees the female guard get completely blasted away. Witnessing that brutal hit instantly pushes his guard to maximum alert. Over on this side, Umo steps right in front of Leona. Meanwhile, the assassin charges straight at them, roaring about glory for Ain. She shuts her eyes tight, ready to trade her life so Leona can run. Enkrid's brain goes into overdrive, calculating attacks. The guy is way too close for his throwing darts. Now pay close attention to what happens next. With his current strength, one dart isn't a guaranteed kill. Can he reach them in time? There's only one way to close this massive gap instantly, and he's seen it once before. I can never copy that movement perfectly, but if I can mimic even a fraction of it, in the blink of an eye, Enkrid gathers his momentum and absolutely explodes forward at breakneck speed. The assassin channels all his raw power into his weapon, bringing it down for the kill. Enkrid glances over, tracking the enemy's exact movement in perfect detail. But Enkrid just barely slides in front of those two, taking the full brunt of the brutal attack himself. The assassin's eyes practically bulge out in absolute shock. Because his massive strike only manages to rip Enkrid's outer coat, it slams into the armor underneath. It still hurts thanks to his old wound, but because of the Jupen Guild armor, he avoids any serious damage. Only now does Enkrid casually glance right back at him. Looks like we need to take this little conversation straight downstairs. The moment he says that, he tackles the assassin and charges straight outside. They don't take the stairs, they literally fly right out the second floor window. Enkrid quick-wittedly makes sure the enemy hits the ground first. The guy's face twists up in pure agony. He only manages to let out one weak gasp before going completely still. Enkrid finally scrambles to his feet, casually thinking to himself, "Man, it is super lucky I used that guy as a meat cushion to absorb all that fall damage." Up above, Leona and Umo are looking down in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Enkrid just rubs his chin, deep in thought. Looks like the second floor is totally clear of enemies. But this guy, right in front of me, he took the entire impact of that massive drop, and somehow, he is still standing. His endurance is honestly ridiculous. The assassin grips his weapon and forces himself back up. "You absolute bastard! Are you some kind of elite border guard?" Hearing this, Enkrid just shuts him down with a flat no. The assassin lets out a sarcastic sneer, firing right back. "If you aren't a border guard, there is absolutely no way you could be this insanely strong." Enkrid's eyes instantly narrow, analyzing his opponent with high caution. He's wielding two swords of completely different lengths, and yet, he somehow maintains perfect balance for combat. Is he using a trick sword technique? If not, how exactly should I counter him? Suddenly, the assassin's raspy voice rings out again, completely cutting off Enkrid's train of thought. "I am going to kill you first, and then my actual prey is next." Enkrid immediately switches to savage mode, dropping a perfect taunt. "Do people often tell you that you talk way too much? I know you guys felt that hype." The assassin doesn't waste another second and charges straight in. Enkrid shifts into his stance, totally ready. It's been way too long since he had a real fight. Even though this opponent seems pretty strong, Enkrid's feet slide right into the perfect stance, his face full of raw anticipation and pure excitement that he doesn't even try to hide. Which martial arts technique should he use to wreck this guy? The assassin closes the distance with both blades drawn. Over on this side, Enkrid's eyes widen as he rapidly evaluates the totally out-of-sync sword paths. It's the notorious Valen dual sword style. In just a fraction of a second, that deadly blade is directly in front of his face. Enkrid smoothly leans his body to the side, dodging it by a hair. The assassin relentlessly swings his sword again, and Enkrid effortlessly sidesteps. But this guy doesn't stop, unleashing a frantic flurry of stabs, utterly determined to butcher Enkrid. He steps backward, lowering his center of gravity to prep a deadly counterattack. This time, as the assassin lunges forward, Enkrid easily evades the strike and completely circles around behind his back. The assassin's eyes practically pop out of his skull in pure shock. He violently glances over his shoulder, cursing in absolute rage. This kid actually managed to dodge every single one of my attacks? A lowly grunt soldier like him? Over on this side, Enkrid claps back with absolute boss energy. "I am so jealous. I could never actually master a sword technique like that, but deep down, even Enkrid has to admit it is genuinely impressive. This level of speed and insane accuracy? Does he routinely stab people like this, refusing to accept defeat? The assassin immediately explodes forward to launch another wild attack. What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Enkrid instantly triggers his concentration skill, making a faint, icy blue aura flare up around him. The assassin's erratic movements suddenly turn into absolute slow motion. The only things glowing now are those two deadly blades. Enkrid's eyes widen, silently going wow in his own mind. It turns out the exact trajectories of those twin swords are completely mapped out right in front of him. That glow is the ultimate signal of his attack. Right in this split second, Enkrid locks into his stance and prepares a lethal counter. He swings his blade with terrifying force, leaving a sharp trail of metallic light. The assassin's strike gets completely deflected, while Enkrid's thrust drives straight into his opponent's absolute vital spot. His cold gaze doesn't shift for even a second, though inside he casually thinks to himself, simple as that. I struck right through your heart again. The assassin is in so much blinding pain he literally gasps for air. Enkrid violently rips his blade out, completely ignoring the guy's collapsing body as he mentally reviews the fight. There's still so much I need to improve. Maybe I should ask Ragna or Jackson for some hardcore training. The assassin's lifeless body instantly slumps onto the cold ground. Seeing that the battle is already completely lost, the surviving remnant forces absolutely panic and sprint away for their lives. Enkrid is just about to blast off, fully intending to hunt every last one down. However, right at that moment, Jackson smoothly appears next to him with a heavy sigh. These guys really stirred up a massive mess this time. Seeing Jackson just standing there without moving an inch, Enkrid points toward the runners, totally confused about why they are stopping. That is when Jackson finally decides to explain the situation. Our primary mission isn't to slaughter every single criminal we see. If they are running away in fear, it means our VIP client is perfectly safe. Hearing that, everything clicks for Enkrid, so we just need to fully focus on guarding the client to complete the job. Suddenly, Yang's sharp voice echoes from right behind them. Very impressive. Captain! The second he spots her standing there, Enkrid immediately blurts out of genuine worry. Commander, are you completely unhurt? This totally unexpected question makes Yang tilt her head in utter confusion, and that's where we leave it for today. Instantly, she fires back with a sharp smirk. If you have time to worry about girls like that, I am definitely losing sleep tonight. All right, stick with me here. Enkrid totally freezes up, looking completely caught off guard. Sitting across from him, Leona simply cannot hide her curiosity. Are you two actually dating? Enkrid quickly blurts out a loud no to deny it, but accidentally, he sets Yang up perfectly. He is just playing with my heart. Enkrid looks incredibly uncomfortable right now, screaming internally, what the heck is wrong with you? Suddenly, Leona turns her gaze to him and directly asks, what is your name? Enkrid politely introduces himself. I am Enkrid. Hearing this, she simply bows with deep respect and continues. Thank you for protecting me. I will definitely repay your kindness later. However, he cuts her off right there. It is nothing, just doing my duty. Leona does not say another word, choosing to quietly observe him instead. Night slowly falls, the sunlight fading away. The captured bandits are escorted back to camp, while backup forces finally arrive to join the second wave of the attack. Enkrid sits all alone, lost in his thoughts. What was that mercenary group really after? Some of them had serious sword skills, so this was no ordinary robbery. Just as he suspected, the real target must be the heir, and his every move is being watched by Leona. She tilts her head and asks her question. Are you awake? The sudden voice startles Enkrid briefly before he replies, I am on duty. Leona walks right up, sitting down as she continues. Squad leader Enkrid, follow me. I am giving you a chance to be a special bodyguard for our guild. Deep down, she thinks to herself, we are the absolute top mid-tier merchant guild on this continent. Our usual partners include the Wyden Shepherd living in Beast Territory, the Black Lear who hunt dragons, and the legendary Glacier Rangers. Plus, the Elfed trade map covers every single exchange route across the continent, an incredibly valuable treasure. Selling it means lifelong wealth. That treasure absolutely cannot fall into the former chairman's son's hands. I must protect my ancestors' legacy and guard this guild. That is why I need real talent, like your life-saving skills and your perfectly humble nature. My guild offers a position everyone desperately wants, and you look like you need it too. I will give you whatever you desire, just become my guild bodyguard. Now pay close attention here. Enkrid bluntly responds, I must decline. That flat-out rejection absolutely stuns Leona, so quick to refuse. Why? The one interrupting this time is Jackson. Rejected, yet she remains super stubborn. You are brave, not just him. Yang also jumps down from above. So what? My actions right now are the truly brave ones. Seeing her failure, Leona simply accepts defeat. Understood. The other heir arrives this afternoon. I must prepare. Once she leaves, Jackson asks, were you just flirting with her? Turns out you like girls with status and fame. Whenever romance comes up, Enkrid always instantly darkens his expression. No way. He kindly warns him. You better stop dropping hints everywhere. Enkrid denies it again. I am not. Even Yang leans in to tease him. Are you cheating on me? You are seriously hurting your commander's feelings right now, little squad leader. By now, these two have pushed Enkrid to his absolute limit. He glares at them and snaps, please spare me. My favorite types of women have changed lately. Jackson flinches at that. Even Yang goes wide-eyed, thinking, did he just reject me? Even the other members outside start gossiping. Did you hear he flirted with another woman and dumped the commander? How cruel. What a shameless guy. Her lips curve into a teasing smile at those words, while Enkrid just suffers in silence. A new day begins amidst the freezing, snowy weather. Chris greets him with a massive grin. I know everything, Captain. They say you spent the night with the client on day one. That comment sparks even more gossip over there. Now I hear you flirted with the guild heir too. Are you breaking curses or just breaking hearts? Enkrid glares, feeling totally annoyed. Are you here just to mock me? Chris leans in and whispers. I am here to manage the Jupan guild. I gotta keep a close eye on them. Unexpectedly, Enkrid takes this chance to assign him a mission. Perfect timing, I need your help. Chris, track down yesterday's attackers. Now, here's a backstory you and I need to know. The old Elfed boss was an absolute networking legend. He believed his adopted daughter, Leona, with her tough and wise personality, would be the perfect successor for the guild. However, he could not just ignore his biological son, causing a massive conflict. Eventually, Renos died without ever officially naming an heir. Paulus and his crew slowly roll through a crowded street. Inside the carriage, the men start aggressively grumbling and complaining. Unfortunately, the assassination attempt on her completely failed. You should have left this job to us. You rushed it. That is Paulus, the former chairman's son. Paulus sits across from them, biting his lip in silent frustration. The brown-haired guy continues. I will find another way. Our deal is still on, right? Coldly questioned like that, Paulus cannot help but feel incredibly awkward. Of course, once I become the guild master, I absolutely will not forget your reward. His promise does not interest the long-haired guy one bit. They quickly arrive at their destination, violently shoving the massive doors open without a word. This sudden entrance immediately grabs the attention of Enkrid and his squad. Paulus speaks up first, looking openly disgusted. So dusty, dragging me here. Leona's taste is just terrible. Meanwhile, Enkrid is busy observing the escort. His gaze locks onto the long-haired man. That guy is incredibly strong. The man actually notices Enkrid staring, but our boy shows absolutely zero fear. The long-haired guy completely ignores Enkrid, looking away. Acting super arrogant, Paulus points right at Jackson and orders, you go fetch Leona immediately. At this moment, Enkrid secretly feels relieved about his earlier choice. Thank goodness Jackson is here. If Rem had come, his massive temper would have complicated everything. He can perfectly imagine Rem punching people while screaming, oh my god, the town has demons. He would beat him and blame demons. So where do we leave it? Jackson is already gripping his hidden knife, fully ready to execute Paulus. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch some massive family drama unfold. This guy is screaming his lungs out, totally clueless that Enkrid is actually trying to save his pathetic life. Hey, red hair, hurry it up. Paulus finally shuts his trap when Leona's voice cuts through the room. She tells him to stop making such a ridiculous racket. Staring down at him, she coldly points out that he's the one who showed up late. That instantly strikes a nerve, and he starts screaming again. Late? What do you mean late? You cannot even train your own guards properly. But before he can say another word, Paulus catches a brutal slap right across the face. Standing off to the side, Enkrid watches the whole thing go down and just lets out a heavy sigh. A slap right to the face? Aside from me, everyone here is completely insane. Paulus grabs his swollen cheek, absolutely furious. Are you crazy? He yells. But Leona just stares back, her voice completely calm. No, you are the crazy one here. Did you really just attack those soldiers? Do you want to rot in a prison cell? That threat hits home, and fear flashes across his face. I did not know they were border guards, he stammers out defensively. But then, the brown-haired guy standing behind him clicks his tongue, silently warning Paulus not to back down. The anger instantly flares back up in his eyes. No, this is not right. You are completely wrong. You are just some trash picked up off the street, and you dare lecture me? Even with that heavy disrespect, Leona's expression does not change one bit. You are absolutely right. I was indeed an adopted child. Meanwhile, you, the actual blood son, know absolutely nothing about running a business or managing this guild's finances. Her razor-sharp words hit deep, leaving him totally speechless and sweating bullets. That is a servant's job. he snaps back. But Leona is not done crushing his fragile ego just yet. If the old master's final will did not strictly state that the new heir needed his own son's official approval, we would not even be having this utterly pointless meeting today. Hearing this dramatic reveal, Enkrid starts piecing the situation together in his head. The old master must have been way too soft-hearted. No matter how you look at it, Leona is clearly the better choice for an heir. Was he really just trying to give his useless son one last chance? Leona slowly steps forward, her overwhelming presence dominating the entire room. The single reason you even have a claim to this guild is because you share the old master's blood. Polis nervously stumbles backward, stuttering out a weak defense. Is there honestly any reason more important than that? This time, she does not hold back at all, aggressively grabbing Polis right by his cheek. But despite that blood tie, you are absolutely nothing like him. With your disgusting arrogance and that ugly attitude, I honestly wonder who your real parents even are. Now watch closely, because here is where things get completely wild. Polis finally hits his breaking point, cursing loudly as he aggressively draws his sword. You bastard! Off to the side, Enkrid springs into action, but suddenly, his eyes go wide with pure shock. Right behind Polis, that long-haired guy is also drawing his blade in a flash. Enkrid instantly pivots his foot against the ground, shifting into a high-speed stance. He stops himself just in time before an all-out bloodbath can start. Still, his hand grips his sword hilt tightly. The sheer killing intent radiating off him instantly terrifies Polis, forcing him to back away in fear. Enkrid furrows his brows in intense concentration. He carefully watches the long-haired guy, analyzing his stance. Wait, is that a quick-draw technique? I am genuinely curious about his drawing speed. Is it faster than Dem's flying axe or those throwing daggers? Come on, show me what kind of blade you have got. Almost as if hearing his inner thoughts, the long-haired guy shifts into a striking pose. A massive, excited grin spreads across Enkrid's face as he tightens his grip on his own hilt. But right before they can clash, a booming voice interrupts them from behind. Everyone, stop right there. We are border guards acting under the king's direct orders. Drop your weapons immediately, or you will all be branded as traitors. Polis squints, his face twisting into a nasty scowl at this clicking his tongue in slight disappointment, he slowly sheathes his sword under Jackson's heavy, judgmental stare. Jackson is clearly remembering that little comment Enkrid made earlier. Aside from me, everyone here is completely insane. Enkrid mutters to himself, shaking his head. What are they even thinking? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Jackson is silently thinking that Enkrid is actually the craziest one in the room. Torres keeps his face stone cold as he lay into the law. Since the assassins caught by the military are foreigners, the border guards will be taking full control of them. They confess to being hired by a merchant guild. Did you seriously hire assassins just to win this petty succession war? Before Polis can say something stupid, the brown-haired man steps up to defend him. Did they specifically name which guild hired them? You cannot just arrest people without solid proof. Torres does not even flinch, completely brushing the guy off. You talk too much. Do you really think border guards cannot figure out a simple, obvious case like this? I know what you are thinking. Why would she do that? Suddenly, Leona makes a shocking proposal. I have an idea. Let's find new evidence. During this 2-day investigation, both heirs should be locked up. Polis flinches and immediately screams his lungs out. No. I absolutely refuse. Even Enkrid is standing in the back totally confused by Leona's play. Why would the person who just got attacked volunteer for jail? Tori speaks up to explain the situation. The thugs caught by the military are just clueless small fry. They only know they were following orders. However, she confidently guarantees them a lead. There are still others left to interrogate. A few of those assassins actually managed to escape. Surely one of them knows who the real boss is. Catch them and make them talk. Even now, Torres refuses to easily back down and questions her logic again. And what if we still cannot track down the mastermind? Leona calmly offers her backup plan. Then the border guards can just keep investigating. However, the final decision for the succession rights absolutely cannot happen inside your military camp. So we will return to the guild's headquarters in the city, on the strict condition that both sides answer your summons whenever you call. Enkrid quietly analyzes the terrifying situation. Moving away from the border guards means they are losing all their military protection and backup. With her current guards, Leona has zero chance against Polis's forces, especially against that skinny sword guy. The second the guards leave, her group is getting completely wiped out. There is no way she does not realize this fatal flaw. So what exactly is her grand plan? Well, Leona still is not finished. I am a merchant. I would never ask for this without putting up a massive bounty. Whoever catches these assassins will be rewarded with this. Her hand slowly pulls back the thin, delicate cloth covering the mysterious item. When the item is finally revealed, Enkrid immediately notices Jackson's utterly shocked expression. Leona's voice stays perfectly steady as she calmly explains. The fourth item in the Khan collection, the sharp Khan dagger. I will hand it over the second you catch the culprit. The moment she stops talking, Jackson instantly turns to negotiate with Enkrid. Squad leader, please let me handle this mission. This sudden, desperate request leaves him totally confused. Jackson, a guy who normally does not care about anything, is suddenly extremely hyped up. What on earth is that reward dagger actually worth? Paulus's loud voice echoes through the entire inn again. The sharp Khan dagger? Leona, have you completely lost your crazy mind? Do you have any idea how much that is worth? Facing his raging temper, Leona just coldly replies, I manage stiletto. It belongs to me, so it is my choice. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back into the madness. Meanwhile, Enkrid turns to the guy next to him. He asks Jackson, is it really that impressive? Jackson answers softly, keeping his voice low. If you actually knew its history, you would be even more blown away. We're talking about a true weapon master here, crafted by someone legendary. A former slave who turned into a deadly assassin, living only for revenge. He used 7 custom-made weapons to butcher his targets. The fourth one? That's the stiletto. People literally risk their lives just to get their hands on his gear. Over on the other side, Tor points his finger and barks out an order. Every single person here is detained by the border guards for 2 solid days. Nobody leaves the hotel. Got it? After hearing Jackson out, Enkrid just waves it off. Don't sweat it about the stiletto. I already told Chris to retrieve it. We'll hear back from him soon. But completely opposite to their calm vibe, Paulus is over there literally shaking with absolute rage. Damn it, this is just ridiculous. Meanwhile, the long-haired guy casually stares over at Enkrid. Unexpectedly, Enkrid looks right back and they lock eyes, but the long-haired man refuses to break his intense gaze at him. After observing him for a tense second, the man finally turns and walks away. Now it's Enkrid watching the guy's every move, as all the different groups head to their separate rooms. Back with Paulus, the guy is losing his mind with frustration. He hates sitting around waiting to get caught, but his brown-haired partner stays totally calm and lays out a plan. Now pay close attention to this plan. We can't risk becoming targets for the border guards right now. We just have to wait. If neither side can secure the real heir, the final decision will fall to the investors. That is exactly when we make our move. Paulus just sneers confidently. That won't be an issue. I've already sent letters all over the place, promising some massive rewards. If they elect me as the merchant guildmaster, and I get half of them on my side, I win. Meanwhile, outside under the night sky, Enkrid is still grinding away at his intense training. Pure determination is plastered on his face, even though his whole body is physically shaking. Once his brutal workout finally wraps up, he just lets those massively heavy boulders drop right off his back. Torres leans on his hand and calls out from behind, super curious. You just keep grinding out that boring training without ever getting tired. Enkrid simply glances over and gives a deadpan reply. Not to me. That blunt answer actually makes Torres bust out laughing. He immediately throws out another suggestion. Come on, don't you think this is a super rare excuse to just be lazy? This time, Enkrid doesn't even say a word. He just thinks to himself, if time was actually fair, maybe I would. But the time of a genius and a talentless guy, they flow completely differently. What a genius can easily master in just 1 week could take me an entire month. No, maybe even a whole year. Because of that, I can't afford to waste a single second. I refuse to waste it. By stacking up my efforts day after day, I want to build an unshakable wall of hard work, even if it only gets a tiny bit taller each time. Since Torres just got completely ignored, one of the squad members sitting next to him speaks up instead. What a weird dude. Is he calling us lazy? Torres just stays totally silent, not even bothering to reply. A second later, Torres suddenly jumps to his feet and calls out, Hey Enkrid, that's enough raw strength training. From what I can see, your physical power is already absolutely insane. I didn't actually realize that before, so we just ended up tying. How about another round right now? Enkrid, still completely dripping with sweat, turns to face him head-on. Suddenly, a wild smirk spreads across his face. In seconds, the entire backyard is totally blowing up with crazy loud cheers from the sidelines. Here he comes. He's charging right in. Torres drops his joking act, looking dead serious as he winds up for an attack. And guess what? In this intense round, Torres actually takes the win. The makeshift referee instantly shouts out the results. The lieutenant takes 7 rounds. Torres is practically glowing as he flexes on his squad. You see that? That's my real skill level, you punks. But of course, they immediately start roasting him right back. You already lost 4 rounds. What are you even bragging about? Meanwhile, Enkrid refuses to back down, demanding yet another match. His insane persistence makes Torres literally yell out in disbelief. Do you even know the meaning of exhaustion? You absolute maniac. We've already fought 11 rounds. But suddenly, one of the squad members throws his hand up. Hey, It's my turn to fight now. What's going on? You want a piece too? Well, I'm up next. The whole training ground erupts into absolute chaos and cheering. Take him down? Whoa, he dodged that? That's insane. Oh snap, they're clashing head on. All that massive noise makes Polis scowl in pure annoyance inside his room. These total barbarians. It's the middle of the night. What are they even doing? Outside, the new challenger quickly grabs the upper hand, brutally pinning Enkrid to the ground. His body slams into the dirt with a heavy thud. Up above, that long-haired guy is still quietly watching the whole thing, but Enkrid isn't giving up at all. He actually asks for a favor. What was that move just now? Hit me with it again. That crazy request makes the soldier stare at him. Are you actually insane? Meanwhile, the long-haired guy is studying Enkrid, not even blinking once. You're seeing this too, right? Losing doesn't even scratch the kid's pride. Instead, he just looks like a hyped-up child who finally found a brand new toy to play with. And on top of that, even knowing I'm leagues stronger, he doesn't hide his fighting spirit for a second. This kid, he really is something completely different. But moving on from that, back down on the dirt, Enkrid eats another brutal loss while the crowd goes wild. Got hit again. Come on, block better. Up high, the long-haired man's lips just tighten into a thin line as his sharp analysis continues. He can't adapt to a brand new technique until he takes the hit 3 or 4 times straight to the face. Honestly, his natural combat sense is completely garbage. Boom! Enkrid charges right back into the fight against the soldier. But this time, he completely flips the script and grabs the upper hand, violently slamming the guy right into the dirt. Torres and the rest of the squad lose their minds, screaming at the top of their lungs. You actually did it! Let's go! 5 rounds and you took him out. Alright, who's stepping up next? From a distance, Yojang can't help but quietly marvel at him. That kid literally charms everyone around him, men, women, even total thugs. Noticing her gaze, Leona cautiously asks, "Are you guys actually a real couple?" Leona was hoping Yojang would deny it so she'd have a chance, but nope, Yojang confidently claims they're married. Leona's jaw just drops. Wait, married? Seeing her reaction, Yojang has way too much fun spinning this wild lie. No ceremony yet, but looks like we're having a baby soon. Enkrid hears every single word of this crazy nonsense and just thinks to himself, this is getting highly concerning. What exactly is the commander even trying to pull here? But then, out of nowhere, that long-haired man's voice echoes from behind. If it isn't too much trouble, mind if I join in? Enkrid just cuts his eyes toward him, staying completely silent. The long-haired guy doesn't say another word either as he slowly steps right into the circle. Torres and the squad instantly go on high alert. What exactly is this creep planning? The truth? Deep down, the long-haired man is completely fascinated. So his name is Enkrid. He doesn't seem to have any flashy, God-given talent. I actually really want to train him. I seriously can't even hold back this urge anymore. But the soldier who just fought snaps at him. Hey, you're not exactly one of us. Go sit quietly in the corner and just watch. But shocker, Enkrid completely shuts his squad mate down with a firm no. I've literally been waiting this whole time to clash with this guy. Hearing that, the long-haired man clearly catches that wild, excited grin spreading across the kid's face. And that's where we leave it. The mysterious man's lips curl into a terrifying little smirk. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, Jackson's eyes stay glued to the yard, watching this explosive showdown unfold. Let's dive right into this. Jackson watches the long-haired guy holding a wooden sword. Even with just a basic stick, this man's aura screams pure danger to him. He's an absolute menace. I need to be ready for absolutely anything. Enkrid deadpans, shifting into a serious combat stance. His opponent isn't messing around either. He's fully prepped for this clash. Enkrid and the long-haired master stand face to face. The older man's expression is completely blank as he raises his wooden stick high. On the other side, Enkrid stays on extreme high alert. His immense pressure makes my body feel insanely heavy. It feels like I'm standing right in the middle of a war zone. Wasting zero time, the long-haired man explodes straight forward. Reacting instantly to the threat, Enkrid triggers his intense concentration skill. The master's wooden blade practically glows, clearly revealing the exact trajectory of his incredibly fast strike. I can see it perfectly. His fast attack path has a slight change in its trajectory, but it's undoubtedly aimed right at my neck. If I can intercept his attack path and complete my own strike, but Enkrid's eyes just widen in pure shock, because in a mere split second, the long-haired man completely overwhelms him, claiming an absolute crushing victory. Torres and his crew watching from the sidelines are completely stunned. The long-haired man finally speaks up, noting, "You read the exact path of my blade perfectly, but your body was one step too slow." Hearing this, Enkrid's eyes open even wider, his mind racing as he continuously thinks to himself. That fast blade technique is way quicker than I ever thought. It's so overwhelmingly fast, completely shattering what I had imagined. I honestly thought I had gotten stronger, but I was dead wrong. My power increased, but this wall standing right in front of me, it's overwhelmingly high, a height that leaves me completely breathless. Enkrid stands behind the long-haired man, just staring intently at him. Without realizing it, his lips curve into a genuinely thrilled smile. Driven by excitement, he instantly demands his opponent to fight him one more time. The master glances back, clearly amused by the kid's resolve. Your stance is truly striking. Under the starry sky, the relentless sound of clashing blades echoes out. The two of them spar endlessly, even after the rest of the crew has fallen fast asleep. Only Yojang is left awake, watching incredibly closely and listening to every single word Enkrid says. That last movement you just did. Do it again? Gritting his teeth, Enkrid aggressively charges forward again. The long-haired man effortlessly knocks him down, thinking to himself, anyone who fights with a sword would fall into total despair when facing such an overwhelmingly superior opponent. Enkrid's body brutally slams into the dirt, followed by a loud, pain-filled groan. The master doesn't show a single trace of emotion, completely baffled by the situation. Watch closely, this is where it gets crazy. The master thinks, the massive gap between us is obvious, so why hasn't he lost his will? Defying all logic, Enkrid staggers right back to his feet. Watching from above, Jackson also makes his own critical assessment. The squad leader's reaction speed is way too slow to keep up with the master's lightning-fast sword techniques. At this rate, he won't ever overcome that massive wall, no matter how many times he tries. I'll have to teach him the right way to counter every possible combat scenario. Finally, the long-haired man drops his weapon and calls it, let's stop here. I need to get some sleep. Enkrid doesn't answer right away, just panting heavily, totally exhausted from the intense session. When he finally speaks again, he lets out an honest sigh of admiration. You're truly extraordinary. One day, I swear I'm going to master that fast blade technique. Hearing this, the master just chuckles, thinking, from my perspective, the extraordinary one is you. It's a shame. If only you were a little more talented. The sun quickly rises, signaling that a brand new day has arrived. A loud report suddenly echoes out, instantly grabbing Torres' attention. Sir Torres, we managed to capture those coward mercenaries who tried to run away last night. Several squad members shove the culprits inside, every single one of them covered in nasty bruises. Enkrid observes Chris, giving a slight nod of approval. You did a great job, Chris. The guy just beams, shrugging as he casually replies. Hunting down a few runners was a piece of cake. From above, Leona steps down. You must be the squad leader's subordinate. Thank you. Meanwhile, Torres crouches down right next to a beaten mercenary, aggressively interrogating him. Who the hell gave you the orders? Which merchant guild put you up to this? Standing awkwardly on the sidelines, Polis is completely drenched in nervous sweat. The terrified mercenary quickly stammers out his answer. His desperate words confirm exactly what they suspected. The Owl Merchant Guild hired them to completely monopolize the entire guild's trading territory. Other than that, I swear on my life, I don't know what else they were secretly planning. I only received the cash, a letter, and a promise for a completion fee. Hearing this, Leona finally chimes in. He's confessed. So from now on, this falls strictly under the border guard's jurisdiction, right? Torres slowly stands back up, glaring at her as he coldly remarks, You seem surprisingly satisfied. Weren't you secretly hoping that ugly idiot over there was the actual mastermind? Faced with this question, Leona just lazily brushes it off. Of course, but the stiletto artifact was put up as a bounty, so naturally, I just wanted to expose the real mastermind behind it all. He scratches his head, completely unwilling to waste time arguing. Fine, whatever. Handling this trash is our job anyway. Go ahead and grant freedom to the Le Merchant Guild. Jackson's face is dead serious as he holds that infamous dagger in his hand. Enkrid shoots him a quick glance, warning, don't go pulling out that blade so casually. He smoothly slides it right back into its sheath while quietly apologizing. Observing him closely, Enkrid thinks, he actually seems pretty thrilled. That's a super childish side of him I've never seen until right now. Let's stop and look at this twist. Chris suddenly steps up, warning him not to fall for Leona. He pouts, leaning in close to gossip. Isn't this whole situation totally bizarre? No matter how you look at it, those mercenaries were definitely hired by Paulus, but suddenly it's the Owl Guild. Last night, we tracked their trail and wiped them out. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure approached Chris and spoke up. The leader of the Jupin Guild. No, wait, you're Chris from the 44th Border Guard Squad, aren't you? Chris's face went totally blank when the stranger revealed they worked directly for Lady Leona. He continues his crazy story. She already knew their exact location and everything about the Jin Guild. As for those beaten mercenaries, she offered to hand them over to the military for bounty money, completely forcing them to give the exact fake confession she wanted all along. Enkrid glances sharply at Leona, his mind constantly racing. What is her actual end goal here? If Polis being the real mastermind gets completely exposed, would that somehow backfire on her? Why the hell does she need to hide it? Suddenly, Leona sighs in relief out loud. I'm so glad Polis isn't the culprit. It could have completely ruined our family's honor and the guild. Enkrid's cold expression doesn't change a single bit hearing her fake relief. Is that what loyalty to a former boss and the merchant guild really looks like? She suddenly completely shifts the topic. Squad leader Enkrid, you really aren't interested in any of these guild politics, are you? At this point, he finally speaks up. Are you absolutely sure about this? Leaving our side, I mean. Once you step out of the border guard's jurisdiction, we can't legally protect you anymore. If Polis attacks, but Leona just smiles, she smoothly claims she's already taken care of it. That's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's jump right into the action. Across the way, a group of figures suddenly appears. Their commander slowly steps forward. He casually introduces himself as Matus, captain of the Lay Merchant Guild's escort. With full shareholder approval, he announces he's here to escort the newly appointed guild master. Matisse and his men drop to their knees before Lady Leona Elif Enkrid. Watching from behind, she silently notes how she deliberately kept that idiot locked up for 2 days. In that time, she gathered the investors and voted to strip his inheritance rights entirely. Loyal, brilliant, and absolutely ruthless. Just like Chris, she is terrifying. A bright smile flashes across Leona's face right now. She turns straight to Enkrid and says, holding on is a bad idea. So I won't ask you to come with me. You possess the kind of strength that makes others want your support. I hope someday we can help each other out as true friends. He hesitates for a second, just staring at her outstretched hand before politely shaking it. He tells her he would be glad to. Over with Mattis, he's currently getting screamed at by Polis. Mattis, you bastard, what are you doing? My father treated you so well, and now you completely betray him. The pressure he gives off in response is intense. Stop dragging the former boss and the guild's name through the mud, you absolute fool. Polis turns pale, absolutely terrified. In the carriage, the brown-haired guy lazily notes that their plan failed. The long-haired man replies with a perfectly calm voice. No, we gained something. We now know the new master of the Elfed Guild is a highly capable and dangerous person. The long-haired man glances sideways, his eyes landing straight on Enkrid. He's thinking about that unusually strong frontier soldier. His lecture from their fight the night before flashes back. Here is my advice. Put the sword down. I admire your willpower and effort, but you completely lack the talent to use it. It is truly sad and painful. Now, pay close attention here. Over on this side, an exhausted Enkrid thinks to himself. It's been a while since he heard that, but he never actually cared. And that is exactly why he made it this far. The long-haired man tilts his head, staring hard at him before finally leaving. Back in the present, morning sunlight floods the busy camp. Enkrid leans on his hands by the bed and calls out. The other guy sulks, telling him not to say his name. You had fun playing with that stray cat, why call me? Zem's salty attitude doesn't bother him at all. I want to train this skill, so I need you. Instantly, his face lights up from just those words. Really? I am the only useful one here, right? Their training session begins. Enkrid starts calculating exactly what he needs for a high-speed strike. First up, the judgment to map out the fastest and most efficient sword path. Zem's movements are crystal clear in his eyes. Enkrid takes his stance, timing a counterattack while silently analyzing. Then, an explosive burst of power makes his sword strike flow perfectly smoothly. It lets him control the blade exactly how he wants. His eyes go wide, almost like he doubts his own success. A shallow cut appears on Zem's neck, blood slowly dripping down. Even Zem himself is completely shocked, forced to look down at the fresh wound. But Enkrid doesn't let himself get distracted. All right, I've become faster than Zem. Endless repetition of basic footwork, flexibility from releasing tension, and perfectly honed muscles. Everything combines to create this exact result today. Right then, Zem casually remarks, our squad leader is actually pretty impressive. Huh. Looks like you finally understand what a truly fast sword feels like. Guess I will try turning up my own speed too. This sudden declaration leaves Enkrid completely confused. Zem keeps slashing forward at a speed way faster than before. Enkrid grits his teeth, bracing himself to block the strike. You didn't see that coming, did you? Zem's axe suddenly appears right in his face. Luckily, Enkrid ducks just in time. His eyes are full of absolute disbelief. The axe blade in his hands already moved like a flexible whip, but now, it is traveling at an absolutely insane speed. Zem looks even more determined as he attacks. Enkrid feels zero fear, swinging his sword right back, realizing he still has a long way to go to beat him. As evening falls, he is still training hard. Enkrid's eyes widen in shock. He quickly raises his arm, successfully blocking Jackson's sudden sneak attack. He slowly points out that his hearing and vision have gotten much sharper. It seems like this kind of basic training isn't needed anymore. Enkrid immediately asks, "Did you really come just to say that?" Jackson gives a lazy response while turning to leave, saying that is it for now. At this point, he sighs heavily and thinks, this is exactly why they call him a stray cat. The second he turns away, a shadow attacks from behind. Enkrid gasps for air, his hand instinctively touching his neck. Standing behind him, Jackson finally explains, killing intent is the aura an enemy radiates when they want you dead. That invisible force attacks you before your eyes and ears can even track it. Because of that, you need to feel the killing intent to react. This technique lets you sense energy beyond the normal 5 senses. The gateway to the 6th sense. I will teach you. As my thanks for the stiletto, this offer makes Enkrid smile. He silently realizes there is always something completely new to learn from the people around him. Things that make him realize how small and weak he really is in this world. Jackson's lecture officially begins. The door to the 6th sense is purely instinctual. You cannot just rely on hearing or seeing. It goes way past the 5 senses. Things like your sense of direction, movement, or a predator's intuition are entirely based on raw instinct. If you sharpen every single sense like a blade and fight over and over again, your instinct will start predicting the killing intent. Enkrid whips his head around, shouting, "Over here." Jackson simply glides right past him. Obviously, dodging it correctly at first is tough, but if you keep training by repeatedly sensing this killing intent, the captain's door to the 6th sense will open wider. Night falls fast outside. Someone speaks up while Enkrid cleans his sword. "Looks like you've changed a bit." He flexes his arm, asking, "Really? Have I gotten more buff?" Zem casually replies, "That is not what I meant." Auden gives a thumbs up from afar, saying he smiles more now, and Ragna agrees. "But you and I know there's more." Chiz jumps in with a huge grin. He has gotten way crazier than before. Let's dive right into this wild story. The crowd goes crazy over his words, but Enkrid just sighs. He tells them, "If there is one normal guy among a bunch of absolute lunatics like you all, I guess it makes sense why you look at me like that." Jackson watches him closely, thinking to himself in total silence. When will you realize you are just as crazy as the rest of us squad leaders? The room quickly falls completely silent, with only the crackling fire making any sound. Jen stares at Esther and mutters, "Are you clinging to the captain again? Seriously, did this guy cover his body in honey or something for this beast to follow him everywhere?" She keeps her eyes on Enkrid, noticing he is pushing his body to the absolute limit again. He trains himself half to death every single day. If it were not for my healing magic, he would have collapsed a long time ago. If he ends up dying like this, my own curse will never be broken. Right after thinking that, she casually places one foot on top of his folded clothes. In the blink of an eye, a faint blue aura wraps completely around them. It feels like he is permanently stuck in this exact same day. Day after day, the cycle just endlessly repeats. But surprisingly, he never gets bored of this. He knows this endless repetition will eventually bring him joy and give his raw power the massive upgrade it needs. Enkrid is still training hard right now with his eyes tightly shut. He searches relentlessly, following the instructions perfectly. Despite all that, he still cannot detect Jackson's hidden location. Even out here, he completely misjudges where the killing intent is coming from. Zem, Ragna, and Auden just watch him in total silence. Zem is the first one to speak up. "I take back what I said about him changing. The guy has not improved at all, not even a tiny bit." Even Auden crosses his arms, questioning the whole thing. "It is so weird. Sometimes he shows these massive bursts of progress." Ragna nods in agreement. "There were moments I honestly thought he was a genius, but looking at him now, I was clearly wrong." Jackson evaluates him helplessly, realizing no matter how hard he trains, he is not moving forward. They finally reach a firm conclusion. The only answer left is actual real combat experience. Right now, the enemy forces are totally quiet. If he takes on an outside mission and hunts some monsters, he might actually gain the combat experience he desperately needs. And that leads to Enkrid standing in front of the quest board, deep in thought. Those 4 really teamed up just to pressure me into taking an outside mission. It is like they want to test my new skills. Now pay attention here. Things are about to shift. He knows he has not improved at all lately. Suddenly, a paper is shoved right in his face. "If you cannot find anything good, just handle this one." He carefully reads the paper and mutters the details out loud. Investigating the basement of a local shoe store. Enkrid grips the quest paper and speaks up, looking totally confused. For a simple basement investigation, dispatching a standard patrol squad should be more than enough. But the guy next to him kindly explains why the patrol will not work. The shoemaker claims there are undead monsters down there. He repeats the word undead, completely stunned. Enkrid cannot help but feel really suspicious about this. Something like that absolutely cannot exist inside the city limits. The old man probably just heard rats scratching and totally misunderstood the situation. But since he desperately needs real combat experience, a request like this might work. The guy beside him asks again, you are an exorcist, right? Can you handle it? You can see for yourself, nobody else wants to take this job. The shoemaker is a bit hot-headed, but he is a decent guy. His wife went missing recently, so he is understandably on edge. I just want you to check it out and help calm him down. Enkrid hands the paper back to the guy as he replies, "No need to apologize. I have already decided to take this mission anyway." The man rushes out to greet him in an absolute panic. "Soldier, you are finally here. Please hurry down to the basement right now." This way, he is down there stubbornly digging up the floor. Enkrid steps inside and quietly notes the situation. The old man really is impatient. A loud, desperate greeting rings out the second the father spots Enkrid walking in. "You finally made it here. Come over and look at this. I found this the moment I started digging." Seeing what is there, Enkrid is caught completely off guard. A secret underground tunnel right in the middle of the city, definitely not rats. A single torch provides the only light as they explore the depths. Enkrid carefully scans the area and makes a silent judgment. These artificial marks are crystal clear, and the sheer scale is massive. At this level, finding actual monsters down here would not even be a surprise. He keeps moving forward with extreme caution, greeted by nothing but pitch-black tunnels ahead. Enkrid evaluates the strange structure in his mind. 6 different branching paths. This is definitely an intentionally designed labyrinth right under their feet. The father calls out from behind him, pointing into the dark. "Look there, that creepy sound is definitely coming from the undead." Seeing the old man about to rush forward, he quickly stops him. "Wait, do not just charge in there recklessly. Let me take the lead. Please step back and stay safe." Next, Enkrid slowly lifts his foot, and the very second his toes touch the ground again, everything goes wrong. A blinding blue light instantly erupts in front of them, flashing violently from the opposite side. It rapidly expands, completely consuming the entire space in a terrifying white flash. That blue explosion turns both Enkrid and the father to pure dust before they can even react. You and I both know what happens next. He jolts awake, with Esther still fast asleep beside him. Enkrid's face is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. His mind races, realizing he died before he could even take a single step forward. The second he felt the heat, he was already incinerated. That was definitely a magic trap. And when it comes to magic, there are strict rules. Rem speaks up as the two of them walk together in this new loop. "Captain, we have been thinking about what happened yesterday. If you ever enter a real battle, your options when facing hostile magic mostly just include running away. If you die fighting a mage, consider yourself lucky. If you survive, you will end up in a situation that is 100 times worse. And that exact same warning applies to any traps created by a mage." Enkrid silently calculates his options while standing in front of the quest board again. A magic trap. What can I even do to survive something like that? This is an impossible wall I cannot climb over. No matter what skills I train, it is useless. The quest paper is shoved in front of him again. "If you cannot find anything good, just handle this one." Enkrid takes it with a deeply thoughtful expression. "All right, so now I fully understand what this mission is really about. This requires backup from a magic expert or calling in high-level support from headquarters. This is definitely not the kind of obstacle I can just smash through with brute strength. That elf battalion commander might actually listen to my request for help. But before that, I need to stop that impatient shop owner from running right into the trap himself." Enkrid's eyes suddenly go wide as he realizes something terrifying. He moves instantly, unable to stop himself from cursing out loud. "Damn it, this is bad." Enkrid ignores all manners and violently kicks the front door open. His explosive entrance completely panics Joyce Saw. Soldier Enkrid storms in and immediately demands an answer. "Where is your father?" Joyce Saw hurriedly replies to him. "He is down in the basement." Hearing that, he wastes zero time and jumps straight down into the massive hole. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what comes next. Stick with me here, we're dropping right into a lethal time loop. Enkrid grits his teeth, sliding across the rough rocks with pure determination. Up ahead, Jaya's father finally comes into view. Throwing his entire body forward, he screams 2 words with everything he has. "Stop now." The old man turns his head, totally confused, but it's way too late. His foot is already touching the cursed ground. Boom. The explosion flashes instantly. Enkrid lunges desperately with a broken scream, helpless to stop it. In a split second, that brilliant blue fire incinerates them both, turning their bodies into absolutely nothing but floating dust. Enkrid wakes up right back in that mysterious void. His mind is spinning. Damn it all. He needs a better, faster solution right now. First step, talk to that shoemaker immediately and force him to stay far away from that specific spot. Right then, the mysterious entity's voice echoes out through the dark. Even for a mere second, your skin was completely ruined, your entire body burned to ash in sheer agony. And yet, you still actually want to step right back into that exact same fire? Enkrid doesn't even bother turning around to look at those truly malicious words. You're right, It feels exactly like a million burning needles stabbing into your body all at once. That's the true pain. Slowly pushing himself up, he doesn't even rush to face the being. When Enkrid speaks again, his voice holds absolute, unwavering resolve. Letting an innocent person die in front of me, that brings me far more pain than fire. A true knight is someone who will always step up and fight for things exactly like that. Rem is still wrapped tightly in his blanket, chasing after Enkrid. Where are you going in such a huge rush? I have things to say. Enkrid replies over his shoulder. Going to save a terribly unlucky civilian in a shoe store. Rem's eyebrows knit together in utter confusion. Did some random boss turn into a raging monster or something? Enkrid quickly arrives at Jaya's father's house. Deep down, he's wondering if he could just ignore it, stop digging entirely, and leave the trap alone. But leaving something that dangerous right in the middle of the city? Not a valid option. I will go in there entirely alone. Do not follow me. But the old man argues back. No, this is my house. I cannot let you go down there alone. Enkrid completely shuts that down. I am going alone. Jaya's father can only reluctantly agree. Fine. All right then. Heading down into the dark basement, Enkrid starts overthinking. How long would it take to find a magic expert? Would calling for backup actually solve anything down here? It's a completely unknown trap with zero clues. The mortality rate for investigating this is insanely high. Even if he brought an entire squad, they would all just end up dead. Now pay close attention, because his logic here is wild. He has to gather info first. One path is totally safe, but testing them by literally dying at every door? Is that really the right play? Just relying on this time loop is way too simple. He needs to figure out the absolute best countermeasure available to him right now. If only he could actually sense the trap's presence before stepping in. He asked himself, how many times have I died? What exactly did I feel in those final moments? When did he ever think, I've lost this time? Right when a blade pressed against his neck. When an enemy swung their sword. Raising his foot, Enkrid pauses with extreme caution. A concept suddenly clicks in his mind. Is it killing intent? Jackson's old teachings flood his memory. Bloodlust clearly reveals itself the moment it truly wants to bring death to an enemy. Right now, that thought is his guiding compass, lighting up the exact path he needs to take. Suddenly, a massive scythe swings out of absolutely nowhere. Enkrid's eyes shoot wide open in pure surprise. Yet, he stays completely frozen in place right in front of those dark tunnels. His foot hovers mere inches from the cursed ground. The exact second it touches down, a faint cloud of dust kicks up around it. A split second later, the scythe slices straight through his body with a bone-chilling wind. Red fluid violently erupts everywhere. It is a guaranteed, brutal death. But even as he is literally dying, a wildly satisfied smile stretches across his face. He felt it. He finally sensed the trap's killing intent. The day resets once again. It is the same small house on that bustling street, the exact spot where Enkrid dug out a massive tunnel directly beneath the basement. Marching back into the dark tunnel, he focuses on one thing. The key is recognizing the trap's pure bloodlust. You and I both know this plan is insane. Holding a torch, he takes incredibly careful steps deeper into the cave. He tells himself he has to walk down every single path until that murderous aura hits him. Enkrid knits his brows, staying highly alert as he stands before a completely strange junction. An unexplored path. He focuses hard, but feels absolutely nothing at all. Instantly, heavy suspicion creeps in. Is this actually the right way to go? He decides to cautiously step into the new tunnel, but after taking just a few steps, Enkrid suddenly freezes in place. Something feels completely wrong right here. A space where a wind as sharp as a sword blade blows back and forth. Staring deep into the pitch-black darkness of the tunnel, his slow footsteps bravely carry him forward. Suddenly, the phantom image of a razor-sharp axe rushing right at him flashes through his mind. He stops dead in his tracks, carefully dodging to the side just in case. However, after waiting in silence for a long time, nothing else happens. He realizes what he felt wasn't actual killing intent, just the lingering past memory of someone who died here. Out of nowhere, Jaya's father speaks up from right behind him. Why are you wandering around here like a lost puppy? Hearing this, Enkrid instantly snaps back. I specifically told you not to come down here. After scolding Jaya's father, he falls deep into thought, deliberately walking into a dark path he has never chosen in any previous loop. He vows to keep going until he feels that exact same deadly aura. With that plan locked in, he carefully presses on. It isn't until the moon hangs high in the night sky that Enkrid finally leaves the tunnel and returns to the small house. Jaya's father is still awake, holding a lamp up for him. He asks with genuine concern, "You haven't eaten a single thing since last night. What exactly are you doing?" Enkrid immediately drops a heavy warning. I am going back down there tomorrow. Do not enter that cave under any circumstances. It is extremely dangerous and filled with traps. The old man desperately pleads, please solve this nightmare. I can't even sleep, terrified my daughter will go missing next. Hearing this, Enkrid instantly asks a sharp question. Still no news at all about your wife? Jaya's father slowly replies, his voice shaking. Lately, the number of missing people has only increased. None of them can be found anywhere. But by the way, have you seen a girl with brown hair, a few freckles, wearing a wedding ring exactly like this one? If you find her, please tell me. He holds up his hand, showing the ring glinting in the low light. Enkrid carefully studies it, then simply replies, all right. The scene then shifts directly to neatly built wooden cabins. Right now, Enkrid is sitting quietly inside one, meditating to recover his exhausted spirit. Suddenly, his eyes snap open in high alert. He senses something here. But in reality, nothing is attacking him. It's just his trauma acting up, causing Rem to complain nearby. This is exactly what happens when you don't listen to me. Rem scolds him gently. Stop your crazy training and just sleep. Enkrid sighs heavily, completely ignoring the advice as he thinks to himself. So where do we go from here? Looking back, this is the very first time he survived today without getting brutally murdered. Enkrid lies down, totally lost in thought. If days just keep passing like this, what happens next? Will he step into tomorrow? You and I are about to find out real soon. With that thought, our boy decides to close his tired eyes. Sunlight hits the wooden cabin. A brand new day is here. But the cruel truth of his loop hits hard, proven by Zem's chat before he even has a chance to leave. Squad leader, we thought about your situation. If you stay this week, going to battle means guaranteed death. Enkrid doesn't say a single word back. He just stands there, totally lost in his own thoughts. Am I repeating yesterday all over again? This time, Enkrid steps into that tunnel with way more confidence. He silently tells himself he needs to get down there early. He walks straight through until night falls, then finally heads back to the cabin. But instead of resting up inside, Enkrid just sits on the porch, staring at the moon. He sits there all night until the sun starts peeking out. With absolutely exhausted eyes from staying awake the entire time, Enkrid locks his gaze on that bright morning sunlight. However, the sheer exhaustion is just way too much for him, and his heavy eyelids start forcing themselves shut. When he finally opens his eyes again, he realizes he's somehow lying right back in his bed. Confused as hell, he grabs his head and sits up. What just happened? One blink and he's instantly in bed. Right then, Rem repeats his exact same warning from the next bed over. Leader, we've been thinking about yesterday. If you join a real battle, Enkrid just stays completely silent. He completely ignores the repeating conversation once again. Deep in thought, he realizes the only way to reach tomorrow is by breaking past this massive wall. Enkrid repeats his familiar routine. Grabbing a torch, he heads straight back to the cave, thinking the whole way down. It really doesn't matter anyway. That was his plan right from the start. 10 days, 20 days, it's no different from the exact same fears he's faced before. Enkrid lifts his foot high, telling himself to feel it. The pure presence of hell. He slowly lowers his foot down, but suddenly pulls it right back without taking the step. His mind keeps muttering, counting up to 40 days. Suddenly, he throws the torch away. His brain hits 50 days, then 60. Finally, Enkrid starts walking straight into the pitch-black darkness. Now, pay close attention here, because things get absolutely wild. 70 days pass. Suddenly, countless rotting arms erupt right out of the dark ground beneath him. They violently grab him, dragging him down into the muddy abyss. But whether this is reality or just a time loop resetting again, absolutely nothing real happens to his body. Enkrid is still standing completely perfectly intact. He lets out a confident, sarcastic smirk. Then the scene flashes, and Jackson's fierce attack appears right before him. His reflexes have seriously leveled up, dodging the strike with lightning speed. The wild move leaves both of them standing totally frozen under the bright moonlight. Jackson mutters in pure shock that he unlocked the sixth sense in just days. Meanwhile, Enkrid keeps counting the loop. This time, he completely stocks up on protective gear before heading out. Right at this moment, Zem decides to check in. He asks, "You said you're going to the shoe store, but what kind of insane battle are you preparing for?" Enkrid looks dead serious. "I won't come back until I completely destroy 10 pairs of shoes." Rem swears out loud, while Esther stays perfectly quiet. Time flies, and he's back inside the cave. Enkrid silently calculates his options. 6 different paths ahead. One of them has to be perfectly safe, or at least he thinks so. His intensely focused eyes stay locked forward. The absolute bastard who built this cave rigged brutal traps in every single path. There never was a safe exit from the very beginning. Enkrid just calmly stares down the deadly maze ahead. Enkrid stands completely still, refusing to take another step. But in his head, he knows there has to be a way through. After all, traps only trigger if you actually step on them. If he messes up one single step on the first path, he'll burn to a crisp. After thinking for a long time, he lets out a heavy sigh. Then, his foot slowly lifts. He takes firm, decisive steps forward. Suddenly, A strange glowing vortex materializes right in front of him. The eerie sight instantly stops him in his tracks. He halts right at the cave entrance. Despite the obvious danger, he makes up his mind to go inside, but his foot just keeps hesitating midair. After what feels like forever, his foot still hasn't touched down. But finally, he violently stomps into the dirt. He waits a breathless second to see if the cave reacts, but after a long pause, absolutely nothing happens. I know what you're thinking, is this guy crazy? Maybe. The silence makes him pause, but he takes one step, then rapidly charges inside. The deeper he goes, the darker it gets, swallowing him in abyssal shadows. As time slowly ticks on, his quick footsteps begin to drastically slow down, because Enkrid is being incredibly careful now. He places his feet right where the faint light hits the ground. He's actively trying to sense the hidden doors and traps using his awakened sixth sense. His steps slowly sync up with the mysterious light below. In the pitch blackness, every single glowing footprint on the ground acts as a perfect guide for him. He tightly shuts his eyes, moving entirely based on the mental light in his mind. After walking blindly for a while, a real light suddenly appears, softly touching his face. Sensing the completely different brightness hitting him, Enkrid finally decides to open his eyes. After that endless walk, he comes to a halt right in front of a strange gate. He looks up, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He actually passed the wall again, but out of nowhere, a terrifying monster lunges straight at him. In the blink of an eye, a sharp light flashes through the air. Enkrid calmly, instantly executes the beast with one lightning-fast strike. Looking at the dead body, he sarcastically mutters a cold thanks. Now that I've found you ugly monsters, I'll consider this a sweet reward after days of dodging traps. He confidently mutters to himself as an entire massive horde of beasts sprints toward him. Staring down a violently massive wave of monsters trying to tear him apart, Enkrid smirks. What a fantastic welcome gift. Then he snaps his focus straight back to the bloodthirsty horde. They are totally mindless, shrieking like crazy as they charge forward. Enkrid keeps his absolute cool, swiftly dropping into a lethal battle stance. He quickly runs the math in his head. Night Demon claws pack a lethal poison, even a tiny scratch is fatal. Usually, taking down just one of these things requires a whole squad of soldiers. That's the normal rule. But reality? Enkrid is slaughtering several of them back to back all by himself. His footwork is an absolute blur, and he's swinging his sword with every single ounce of raw power he possesses. Within minutes, it's a one-man war against hundreds of toxic night demons. The more he fights, the tighter his grip gets, and his devastating sword strikes just keep getting heavier. He slashes harder and faster. Enkrid smiles confidently, knowing full well these pathetic demons can't even touch him anymore. He powerfully launches his blade high into the air, then brings it crashing down at lightning speed. In just a fraction of time, he literally wipes out every single night demon that dared to attack him. Landing his final devastating blow, he pants heavily, completely drained from the insane physical exertion. He is literally sweating buckets. Even he has to step back and admit his battle performance just now was absolutely top tier. He pictures his old squad mates constantly mocking his weakness. Trust me, you and I both know they would be totally speechless if they actually saw him fighting like this. Suddenly, a fresh wave of monsters charges straight at him. These creatures look even more terrifying and totally twisted than the night demons from before. Enkrid is left absolutely stunned by the sight. Stick with me, those are not wolves, but a twisted mashup of random monsters. What kind of nightmare is waiting ahead? Despite facing these bizarre beasts, Enkrid grips his sword tight with zero fear in his eyes. Meanwhile, Esther is leaping across high city rooftops in the dead of the night. As she moves, she thinks about how weird he acted today. Why would he gear up with weapons just to visit a shoemaker? Esther sharply recalls all of his highly suspicious moves from earlier this afternoon. That is exactly why she is anxiously tracking him down right now. If his reckless nature ends up getting him killed, things will become incredibly complicated. Esther searches the entire residential district until she stops cold at a small house right on the corner. Her sharp senses immediately pick up on something totally wrong here. Staring at the wide-open door in the dark, she senses an aura that feels like a magic spell. Her eyes flash with intense caution. Cutting back to the cave battle, the heavy sword in Enkrid's hand continues slashing through the monster horde. He pants heavily, completely exhausted from fighting for so long. After wiping out the entire monster pack, he tries to steady his breathing. He cautiously stares deep into the dark cave. Hearing faint breathing, Enkrid thinks to himself as he pushes even deeper inside. It sounds super weak, like it could stop completely at any single second. Is it another monster, or maybe the very thing that dug out this cave? Stepping fully inside, absolute pure horror suddenly flashes right across his wide eyes, because right in front of him is a completely gruesome and brutal scene. Rusty cages and heavy iron chains are absolutely everywhere, packed tight with rotting bodies. He carefully observes the nearest rotting hand. Now, pay attention here. because you and I know Enkrid has spent his life on the battlefield. Dead bodies usually do not even make him blink anymore. But this is different. Suddenly, a weak voice echoes right above his head, instantly shattering the dead silence. Please, I just want to find some peace. Please, just end my life. A prisoner trapped inside a cage desperately begs him for mercy. On the victim's thin, bony hand, a bright gold ring suddenly catches the light. That specific item immediately triggers a memory of Father Joe's desperate words. Sir Soldier, have you seen a young girl with brown hair and a freckled face? If you find a girl wearing this wedding ring, please let me know. As the tragic memory fades away, his mood shifts into pure blinding fury. But then, a totally different voice suddenly rings out through the dark. I heard a noise. Looks like a fresh, healthy ingredient has arrived. I have no idea how you managed to get here, but this timing is absolutely perfect. I can turn you into a lovely new friend for Bemilio. A sinister dark mage steps out from the shadows. Enkrid instantly demands an answer. Did you create all these twisted bodies in here? The dark mage quickly confirms it without a shred of guilt. Who else but me? He starts brutally mocking the victims, laughing that those pathetic trashes are nothing more than simple failed experiments. Then he starts rambling on like a madman. This precious child right here is Bemilio. This is exactly what I call a true masterpiece. You two, I will turn you into the magnificent beast I desire. Enkrid stays totally silent, sinking into deep thought. This guy is a mage. Suddenly, an old piece of advice echoes in his mind as he faces the mage's pure evil energy. Run away. If you get killed while fighting a mage, consider it a blessing. If you actually survive, you will end up in a fate much worse than death itself. However, Enkrid does the exact opposite of that safe advice. He instantly unleashes a towering, unstoppable aura of pure iron resolve. I will destroy you, even if it costs tens of thousands of lives. Without hesitation, he violently hurls a short dagger straight at the dark mage's head. Of course, this dark mage is no weak pushover, rapidly summoning a glowing magic shield for defense. But in just a literal blink of an eye, Enkrid practically teleports right in front of his face. Just as he swings his heavy sword for the kill, a strange blast of energy suddenly gathers at his chest. The dark mage uses just one single finger to violently blast Enkrid flying far away. Even so, Enkrid quickly regains his balance and lands perfectly on his feet. Suddenly, Esther's shadow appears right behind him in the dark. She hides her presence, analyzing the threat. I know what you are thinking. Is she going to jump in? Her magic is still weak, but she calculates that if she pours out every drop of power right now, she might actually take him down. Esther channels her raw power straight into her sharp claws. Meanwhile, the dark mage stands there after his massive attack on Enkrid. But a split second later, he fires off an invisible strike. Surprisingly, this deadly attack is not aimed at Enkrid at all, but shoots right past his back. Even though it flies completely behind him, the sheer shockwave of the attack is terrifyingly strong. Enkrid is absolutely stunned by this raw power. I cannot hear or see it, but I can feel his killing intent. This actually surprises the dark mage too. You dodge that? Instantly, pure murderous rage violently flashes inside Enkrid's cold eyes. He instantly dashes forward, launching a fierce assault while weaving through the mage's magic blasts. Right in the heat of battle, a bright memory suddenly flashes through his mind. One day, he asked his veteran squadmates how to handle magic users. Zem casually replied that you just shoot them down from afar with a bow. Remembering this useless advice, Enkrid heavily grinds his teeth together. More voices from the past echo in his head. Jackson clearly told him to assassinate them before they even notice you are there. Auden advised getting as close to them as physically possible. Taking that to heart, his sprinting speed toward the dark mage becomes an absolute blur. Back then, Ja chimed in too. Any living, breathing creature in this world will die if you just slice it up enough. That brutally simple advice feels absolutely perfect right now. The dark mage is completely caught off guard by Enkrid's insane burst of attack speed. He barely manages to throw up a defensive magic barrier around his body just in time to block the incoming strike. Enkrid quickly calculates the invisible magic shield's strength. If my whistling wind dagger cannot break it, I will just use raw brute force to smash right through it. He violently swings his massive sword to completely shatter the barrier, but the dark mage just smirks mockingly and whispers, "Pierce." Suddenly, he uses his dark magic to pull a blinding beam of light straight from the ground, aiming to brutally impale Enkrid's body. Watching from afar, Esther tenses her entire body at this critical life or death situation. Right as the fatal beam is about to pierce his chest, Esther shifts her stance to move, but then she gasps he already won. Because at that exact second, the battle completely flips. Enkrid flexes his insanely tough muscles, completely stopping the mage's attack from piercing him. Without missing a beat, he pours every last ounce of his raw strength into one final, devastating strike. This overwhelming attack totally shatters the mage's magical barrier into a million pieces. The dark villain is left standing there, absolutely paralyzed by pure shock. His sword plunges straight down, completely tearing right through the dark mage's body. And trust me, you and I just witnessed one absolutely legendary kill. Stick with me here, because Enkrid just sliced this dark mage clean from head to toe. A flawless, fatal strike. And look at his face right now, absolutely zero emotion. He actually won this crazy fight, but checking the sword in his hand, a tiny crack has formed on the blade. He stares at it, deep in thought. Thankfully, only the weapon took some damage. The raw shockwave from that clash should have torn his body entirely to pieces. But why doesn't he have a single scratch? Is his armor really just that ridiculously tough? Suddenly, he tilts his head up, looking toward the upper floor. Right there, he spots a lifeless body slumped heavily over the windowsill. He closes his eyes, using his hyper-focused hearing to check the guy's condition. Then he realizes something. Even that faint, final breath has completely stopped. Knowing this, a small, cold smile creeps onto his face. Enkrid walks away, totally unbothered. He mastered his sixth sense and one-shot at a mage, yet he doesn't feel happy at all. Right after he leaves, Ezer steps out of the shadows and approaches the corpse. She glares at the pathetic dark mage. He managed to create this powerful golem, but failed to actually use it in battle. That was his fatal mistake. This puppet was custom-built to cover a mage's physical weakness. It literally just needed one final line of magic to fully awaken and become an absolute beast. She raises her hand, casting a spell to steal it for herself. The scene shifts back to the bustling camp. Yang looks totally mind-blown, asking Enkrid, "Wait, a dark mage lair was hiding right under a shoe shop." She knows exactly what this dark reality means. Innocent citizens being kidnapped and dragged into these horrific underground experiments. If this terrible news leaks out, it's going to cause an absolutely massive panic. Enkrid suddenly chimes in, suggesting it's best to completely bury the incident. Yang hears this and frowns, totally confused. Why hide it? If they do that, all of his hard-earned credit will be buried too. But he doesn't care, saying the citizens' peace is his top priority. We then cut to a dark tunnel, where a group of young guys is working super hard. You and I know the dark truth, but these guys are totally clueless about the shoe shop. They heard the guards claim a bandit gang dug this tunnel, so it's being sealed. Jaw's father spots Enkrid nearby and asks, "So the ones behind all this chaos were just some greedy bandits, not terrifying monsters?" Quite a surprise, honestly. "Here, take these as my thanks." He hands over new boots, noticing Enkrid's old ones are worn out. At least the town is safe again. If only my dear wife could just return safely. I know it is incredibly selfish to ask, but please, help find her. Hearing this heartbreaking plea, Enkrid just stands in dead silence, completely unsure of what to do. After a long pause, he forces a gentle smile. "I will do my absolute best." Later, he sits quietly in a corner with his sword, watching the sunset, but his heart feels heavy. Is it really right to let the old man cling to false hope? Wouldn't telling him the brutal truth be kinder? He wonders, if he actually manages to become a real knight, will he finally have the power to stop these tragedies before they happen? Thinking about all this, he just lowers his head, frustrated. Before he can figure it out, monsters suddenly ambush them. He and the squad instantly grab their weapons and shields to defend. Enkrid barks out orders, telling everyone to stay calm and hold formation. "They're coming right at us. Do not let your shields break," he yells, leading the troops perfectly. Every single soldier follows his command to the letter. After defeating that dark mage, he jumps straight into this monster-hunting mission. A giant beast aggressively charges forward to strike, but the frontline soldiers quickly thrust their spears, taking it down in seconds. With the danger cleared, Enkrid looks totally bored. He feels zero challenge here, wondering if he is even getting any stronger. This standard soldier combat routine is just way too easy. He honestly thinks he should have picked a risky solo mission instead. Rem notices his flat reaction and chuckles out loud. "You look incredibly disappointed with this boring job, huh?" Suddenly, Rem gets super hyped up. "Then let me handle the rest." Another soldier watches Rem's reckless stunt and freaks out. Why is that absolute madman charging in to show off again? Swinging his axe like a total maniac, Rem slaughters countless monsters. Seeing the frontline turn into absolute chaos, a young guy screams, "Mages! Someone! Anyone! Stop that crazy bastard right now! He's lost his mind!" Did that psycho squad corrupt him too? Ignoring the panic, Enkrid tightens his grip on his sword and dashes toward a beast, effortlessly cutting it down with one heavy swing. Seeing this, Rem bursts out laughing. "Just to be totally clear, our squad leader is the one corrupting us. He's making us crazier by the day." Enkrid instantly fires back. "You're the biggest lunatic here, how dare you say that?" Rem pouts, looking genuinely offended. "What do you mean? How am I crazy?" Right after saying that, Rem swings his weapon like an absolute demon, tearing through the horde in a complete frenzy. Watching from afar, a soldier shivers. They really are insane. Why do they keep throwing themselves into danger? I know you're thinking the same thing. These two are absolute monsters. With one final strike, they wipe out the entire horde. Even the terrified soldiers admit they're way too strong to complain about. While Enkrid still stands there looking hopelessly bored, Rem walks up, grinning, still not totally satisfied. Are you? Right on cue, a soldier speaks up. If you guys want to go all out that badly, why not join the heavy infantry division? Enkrid's eyes immediately light up with curiosity. Are there stronger monsters over there? The guy quickly explains. The heavy infantry was sent to deal with a massive monster swarm somewhere else. Meanwhile, over at that exact battlefield, terrifying beasts are brutally pushing the front lines. The desperate commander screams out loudly. Where are the archers? Give us some backup right now. Just hold the line until they arrive. He glares furiously at the approaching enemy forces. But then, out of absolutely nowhere, a flock of massive giant eagles blocks out the sky. These beasts dive bomb the trenches, snatching up the helpless soldiers with their giant talons. Then, they mercilessly drop the men from high up in the air. Countless young men crash violently into the hard ground below. Rem watches the horrific massacre and winces. Getting hit by that is going to hurt. Enkrid immediately recognizes these giant eagles. They are deadly harpies. Dark memories flash through his mind. He remembers the old mercenary group he joined in his past life. They met a gruesomely tragic end, completely wiped out by a harpy swarm. Those mercenaries were good people who helped him out a lot. Now, Enkrid is absolutely radiating killer intent. Gripping his sword, he sprints forward without a single ounce of fear. Things are completely different this time. He swears he won't let anyone else die today. Enkrid and Rem aggressively charge the harpy flock. Suddenly, one monster opens its massive beak, unleashing an ear-shattering screech that shakes the earth. Everyone instinctively covers their ears in pure agony. Enkrid quickly realizes this terrifying harpy scream is violently messing with his brain, disorienting his senses. A split second later, a savage harpy dives straight at him. But Enkrid snaps back to reality. A little ringing? That is nothing compared to the brutal deaths he has already suffered. Without hesitation, Enkrid unleashes a vicious, point-blank sword strike. He channels his raw power, throwing the massive beast backward. In the blink of an eye, the monster is dead, crashing heavily into the dirt. Meanwhile, Rem casually grabs another harpy by the leg, laughing out loud. You having fun flying around over there? Let's see who can kill more. He instantly challenges Enkrid to a wild killing bet. At that exact moment, another deadly harpy swoops in. Using his heightened hearing, he easily tracks its movements. Trust me, we are not going to want to miss the rest of this bloodbath. Stick with me, you and I are diving right into the madness. We aren't here to play around, Enkrid warns them. A second later, he swings his blade, effortlessly slicing down a harpy with killer intent. The crowd watches this scene and can't stop whispering. That crazy guy Rem was always a fighting genius, but now even the curse breaker is going completely berserk, charging straight at the screaming harpies. Rem moves like lightning, smashing his hammer right into a harpy's leg. Unable to block, the monster gets violently slammed into the dirt. Nearby, Enkrid is locked in a brutal fight. Tor watches the carnage closely, realizing Enkrid has leveled up big time. Hanging back in the rear, he casually asks, is it really okay for us to just sit here and watch when we came as backup? Rem just shrugs it off. Looks like they don't even need our help anyway. Meanwhile, more harpies are circling high up in the sky, looking for an opening. The monsters dive bomb, knocking the weapon right out of Enkrid's hand. He watches in pure shock as his sword goes spinning far away. The harpies just keep screaming from above, showing zero signs of stopping. Right at that moment, a throwing dart sinks deep into a harpy's skull. Enkrid glares up at the flying beasts, absolutely radiating killer energy. Another harpy dives straight for the ground, racing Enkrid toward the fallen weapon. In the blink of an eye, the gap closes, but Enkrid is way faster. He grabs his blade just in the nick of time. Without hesitation, he swings hard, slicing right through the monster's wing. The rest of the flock scatters in the sky, flying blindly and shrieking in pure agony. Everyone is stunned. Are the harpies actually trying to run away? Making monsters feel fear is insane. These guys aren't human. Right now, the ground is completely covered with endless monster corpses. Enkrid flashes back to the past. Harpies slaughtered his old mercenary group. These might be a different flock, but he still remembers their mocking screams. All of that tragedy happened simply because he was too weak. You pathetic bug. Someone had cruelly reminded him that those people died just to protect him. Enkrid's face turns completely dark as those haunting words echo in his mind. Now watch this shift, you and I are going to love this. Next time, I will save them, he thinks. Tor looks around, totally clueless. The harpies are gone. Should we head back? The guy behind him instantly cuts him off. Going back empty-handed feels pretty weird. Shouldn't we at least hunt down a few human face hounds first? Suddenly, another young man speaks up to interrupt the group. We only came here for the harpies, so we can leave right now. Hearing this, Rem asks for Enkrid's opinion, but Enkrid just grips his sword tighter. It's way too early to pack up. Everyone stares at him in total disbelief. This guy is an absolute madman. Later that afternoon, back at the camp, rumors are flying. I heard Enkrid single-handedly save the heavy armor unit. Walking by with heavy gear on his shoulder, Enkrid accidentally overhears their conversation. I had my suspicions before, but now I've seen it with my own eyes. He is just on a completely different level. If a guy that insanely strong is working this hard, shouldn't the rest of us be doing a lot more too? Later on, Enkrid steps right up to the desk and volunteers. I will handle this mission myself. The officer in charge looks totally confused. Wait, didn't you just finish an assignment yesterday? Enkrid replies without blinking. I will finish it quickly and take another one tonight. The officer can't help but scold him. How many bodies do you think you have, you idiot? Come nighttime, Enkrid is right back to his hardcore training. A young soldier is absolutely terrified watching this routine. He hasn't skipped a single day of training. Does he actually enjoy living like a total machine? Should I try doing that too? He hesitates for a second, but then joins in the workout. Time flows like water, the night fades away, and a brand new day begins. At first, the young guy was training all by himself, but by that evening, others had joined him. Days keep passing by, with bright mornings replacing the long, exhausting nights of endless practice. Soon, the number of soldiers training at night explodes. Commander Yang goes completely silent when she realizes what is happening in the camp over the next few days. She watches them all closely, noticing the entire atmosphere of the military unit has completely shifted. Yang stays totally quiet as her subordinate reports, I hear everyone is trying to copy the Cursebreaker's routine. Knowing exactly what this means, she lets out a heavy sigh. I can't just let things stay like this. Later, Yang meets with Enkrid directly. We just had a very long discussion about you guys. Now here is the plot twist you and I were waiting for. This is an order from the Holy Church. Squad 444 is being promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company. And starting right now, you are the independent platoon leader. Enkrid finally speaks up. I only have 5 members under my command. That is nowhere near enough to form an entire platoon. She quickly fires back. We will provide all the extra members you need. Enkrid takes this in and thinks it over. Being a platoon leader sounds great, but adding new rookies to his current squad of absolute lunatics, that is just going to be a massive headache to deal with. While Enkrid is spacing out, she keeps right on talking. Once you become a platoon leader, your regular duties vanish. That means way more time for your personal training. He is completely caught off guard by this amazing news Yang just dropped. Enkrid bows, totally grateful. Will I be able to handle this responsibility? She can't hold back anymore. It is a shame to just let you walk away. Let's have a sparring match. Wait, platoon leader. He is honestly pretty surprised by Yang's sudden request, but before he can even answer, she suddenly holds out her bare hands toward him. Yang glances right at Enkrid with a smirk. Use these weapons. He stares back at her, his mind racing with a million different thoughts. He suddenly flashes back to the past right after his humiliating defeat in a match against the company commander. He had trained in martial arts like his actual life depended on it alongside his master, Odin. So, without any hesitation, he lowers his sword and accepts Yang's sudden challenge. Enkrid is hyped. He drops into a perfect combat stance. Time to see if that brutal training paid off. He and Yang stand face to face, locked in and ready to brawl. He deeply focuses his mind, remembering exactly what Odin had taught him about this. Hand-to-hand combat is simply a technique used for extreme close quarters. Why waste energy waving your arms and legs around uselessly like a fool? Whoever is faster wins. A split second later, she dashes straight at him with explosive speed. He instantly raises his arms, perfectly blocking her opening strike. But Enkrid reminds himself that raw speed isn't everything here. Weight class is a massive advantage too if you actually know how to use it right. In a flash, he totally flips the momentum. Seizing the opening, he brutally slams her into the dirt. Looking down at her, he casually smirks. Looks like I won, right? Yang gasps in pure disbelief. Still pinned firmly to the ground, she looks up and makes a completely wild observation. The human method of proposing marriage is honestly so violent. He goes completely deadpan, too exhausted to even respond to that nonsense. But while he is distracted, her leg suddenly moves. In a heartbeat, Yang flips the hold and pins him down. Now back in control, she coolly lectures him. Find your opponent's weak point, then use your strength to crush it. My lovely fiancé did a great job. Keep up the good work. Flustered, Enkrid immediately complains. I am absolutely not your fiancé. Please get off me. After that incredibly awkward moment, both of them stand up and dust off their uniforms. So what do you and I make of this ending? Yang randomly apologizes, confusing him even more. I'm sorry for not protecting you. He just stares at her, totally bewildered. Not protecting me? Let's jump right into the madness. What is she even talking about? Time flows on, the snow melts, and the suspended war finally kicks off again. An all-out war. Aspen flipped the entire strategy to make up for his last defeat. Right now, everyone is gathered at the base camp, and someone is walking up the stairs. He radiates an overwhelming aura that puts everyone on high alert. To guarantee victory in this clash, the Norelia army has to be absolutely prepared for anything, preparing for a battle of destiny. Mar loudly shouts out the orders. The newly appointed battalion commander is here. Marcus Chris listens from down below, totally curious. If that commander is actually here, then it really looks like they are seriously going for an all-out attack this time. General Wham Moner Maris. He is one of the most crucial figures in the Central Command and completely different from the last guy. He is a brilliant military strategist, and his command experience, absolutely second to none. He is the real deal. Mar understands that perfectly well. Aspen is no easy target to deal with, and that is not even counting their heavily armored assault team and the border defense forces. Our side, mostly just a ragtag bunch of unorganized recruits, but the only ones actually showing real potential right now is the independent platoon, and especially that specific platoon leader. The guy known as the Master Killer has something incredibly strange about him. Ever since their last battle, his team's military achievements just keep stacking up. Is it pure luck or actual raw talent? Prove it to me right now. Prove your actual worth. In the blink of an eye, afternoon hits and the sun slowly sets in the west. Remen sighs in total frustration. A recon around the Pen River, and it is a direct order from the battalion commander. Chris hears this and quietly sizes up the situation. So this is exactly what that elf captain was talking about. He just cannot help but speak up. But right at that moment, someone else opens their mouth. The fortress city of On is near the Sword Guard, the new member of the independent platoon. Marcus continues his explanation. Just like our border defense forces, that entire place was built strictly for military purposes. Heading out there right now is basically like. But before he can even finish his sentence, Chris cuts him off. Well, that is exactly what a recon mission is. He advises against going, but Enkrid is in a really tough spot here. I cannot exactly disobey a direct order from the commander. Seeing the situation, he makes an offer, then I will go with you. Now watch closely. Things get tense here. Right at that moment, someone suddenly steps up and orders every single member of the platoon, except the platoon leader, stay put and await orders from your new squad leader. This is a direct command from the battalion commander. The new squad leader under the independent platoon, Andrew Gardner, shouts this out with total confidence. So everyone better listen to my orders. But suddenly, something catches his attention. When Andrew turns his head, he sees Rem casually raising his massive axe right at him. His current expression looks absolutely terrifying. Rem even throws out a vicious taunt. Why did a little grasshopper suddenly jump straight into our team? The new guy is completely terrified, shaking uncontrollably. I am the newly appointed squad leader. Listen to my orders. Auden sees Andrew panicking and just laughs. Brother, you are shaking like a leaf. I can literally feel it from all the way over here. Ragna stands nearby, watching this mess, and asks, is that shivering kid seriously our new squad leader? On the other side, Andrew tries to desperately stay calm and yells, if you have a problem, face me. As long as I serve under platoon leader Enkrid, I will gladly march through fire and water. I will never run away like a coward. Rem hears that bold claim and chuckles. This little grasshopper is pretty feisty, huh? Auden grins and immediately starts cracking his knuckles and warming up. Let me adjust your joints for you. Jackson also pulls out his hunting knife, casually adding, losing one finger should not be a problem, right? Enkrid does not even try to stop them, just telling them to go crazy. Ragna is not happy at all. Why are you getting distracted during a sparring match? Andrew is completely terrified by their bloodthirsty attitudes. Stop them. No, please sir, you have to stop them right now. Platoon leader Enkrid just smirks and disagrees. You guys actually look pretty close already. If they are the ones offering to spar first, it just means they really like you. Andrew stammers out nervously, are you absolutely sure this is just a sparring match? Because it feels like an execution. Why did everyone suddenly go so quiet? Bring it on. I, Andrew from the Gagner family, will never back down. Someone notices things are getting out of hand and tries to warn him. Stop provoking them. It is way too dangerous. While that chaotic mess happens over there, Ragna turns to ask, do you actually know much about the Penhannon River area? That place is hiding an insane amount of danger. Before you head out on your recon mission tomorrow, do you want me to fill you in on that place? Enkrid obviously wants every advantage he can get, so he immediately agrees. You and I both know things are about to get serious here. The daylight fades away, and night completely falls over the quiet military base. Enkrid quietly slips away from the main camp. He has already packed up and prepared everything for the upcoming journey. Torres notices Enkrid showing up and looks pretty surprised. So you are going to be my travel companion? We really keep bumping into each other. Huh. Is this destiny? I heard you finally got promoted to platoon leader. Congratulations, man. Now both of us are holding the exact same rank. Enkrid just replies with total humility. It is still nothing compared to being a royal guard, but Torres waves it off, not caring at all. Why even worry about that? No need to be so formal with me. How old are you anyway? Enkrid quickly answers that he is 30 years old. Torres hears this, and his face instantly darkens. Wait, you are older than me? Seeing Torres react like that, Enkrid just stays completely silent. Torres depressingly mutters to himself, great. So it turns out I am the only one aging terribly out here. Enkrid casually turns his head and gets straight to the point. Since you said no need to be formal, I will not beat around the bush. What is the actual plan for this mission? Torres quickly explains everything. First off, we need to cross the Penninen River together. After that, they will regroup with the remaining forces and discuss the next steps. But then he looks around, completely surprised. Not a single ferryman in sight. With 0 options left, they decide to rest while waiting. Enkrid completely agrees with Torres, but then instantly draws his heavy sword. Torres sees this and is just totally confused. I literally just told you to rest. But Enkrid calmly replies without missing a beat, I am resting. Torres feels completely helpless, thinking to himself that this guy is an absolute training maniac. His sword skills have already been universally recognized by everyone. Plus, the guy is young, handsome, and literally has it all. Honestly, it feels like life gave him way too much. But in a flash, Enkrid suddenly feels a sharp killing intent aimed right at him. Torres is still closely watching every single move. How can he even train under this much pressure? Finally, Torres just cannot hold it in anymore. Back at the inn, did I not win 14 out of 20 matches? You cannot actually beat me in a real fight. Enkrid just bursts out laughing. Is that ancient history you are bringing up? Seeing his reaction, Torres smoothly draws out his own sword, reminding him that he is not the only one who is leveled up. Enkrid gets into a fighting stance. Now that sounds interesting. Torres swings his razor-sharp blade with a challenging smirk. You are not the only one getting stronger, and trust me, you are going to want to see this clash. Stick with me, we are jumping right into the action. Enkrid is overflowing with confidence, completely ready to fight. The sword swings instantly. Under the night sky, these two evenly matched fighters throw down. In just seconds, Enkrid brushes his attack completely aside. The real battle begins right here. Metal grinds, and bright sparks flash wildly against the deep black of the night. Torres struggles to block the heavy hits, gritting his teeth in pure frustration. He thinks, I felt it just watching him fight, but did he really get this terrifyingly strong? He even has to face those eyes just filled with absolute hatred. This forces Torres to grunt in pain. Now he is furious, landing a devastating strike that is almost impossible to dodge. Right after, Torres unleashes a massive, stormy punch. It forces Enkrid to freeze for just a second. A punch? By the time Enkrid goes wide-eyed, he finally realizes it. No, he dodged that hit way too easily. Suddenly, a hidden knife slides right out of Torres' sleeve like a secret weapon. Even dodging that hit costs Enkrid dearly. A knife popping out of an arm, Torres smirks, completely full of himself. My secret hidden blade technique. Enkrid literally cannot believe what he is seeing. Totally absurd. That raw reaction makes Torres pause for a second. Wait, do not tell me you think I am a coward, honestly. Enkrid actually finds it fascinating, showing a dark, twisted smile. That is so cool. Teach me. Torres sighs out loud, realizing this kid is an absolute battle nerd. They get so caught up talking, they completely forget the poor guy waiting on the boat. Let us start the training with wrist exercises first. Watch closely. Torres actually teaches him with incredible passion and detail, noting that Enkrid is not really graceful at all. Look, just like this. A long time passes before the boatman finally asks, Are you guys crossing the river? The boat drifts slowly until the sun rises the very next morning. The boat finally touches the shore. The two of them step off, casually walking forward. We are supposed to meet the scout squad around here. Where is the exact meeting spot? Before handling the serious stuff, Torres points right at the water. Let us wash up first. There is absolutely no need to rush things right now. Enkrid rubs his fingers together. Agreeing with Torres, he strips his shirt off. Meanwhile, Torres is already in the water, hugging himself and shivering. It is freezing, but he tells Enkrid to hurry up. Suddenly, his expression shifts completely. Torres glares over at him and grumbles a few bitter words. You greedy jerk. I have lost absolutely all my fighting spirit right now. Enkrid shoots him a super confused look. Stop complaining. Just wash up so we can get moving. Torres snaps back. I was not even complaining. Suddenly, a third person steps right up. Now pay attention. This entrance is wild. You guys are so slow I had to come looking. And you are just chilling in the bath? Enkrid flinches, turning around with total caution. Since when was she standing there? I did not sense her presence at all. Finn and her teammates stride forward confidently. We have to reach Crossguard before the sun fully goes down. Hurry up and get out, you two. Tors glares up at her from the water. How am I supposed to get out with you staring? She acts completely unbothered. What is there to even look at? Stop your whining. The moment she says that, Enkrid literally stands straight up. That bold display makes Finn's face darken instantly. She smirks, looking him up and down with pure judgment. So you actually have something worth looking at, huh? Down in the water, Torres scoffs with pure disgust, saying her stare is way too obvious. She just deflects the comment entirely. I am just admiring the muscles. Torres immediately fishes for compliments, asking, I look pretty good too, right? Finn leans down, reaching her hand out properly. I am the scout platoon leader. A pleasure working with you. Enkrid coldly reaches out and shakes her hand. Meanwhile, Torres is still entirely focused on his own abs. My muscles are honestly top tier, right? Fully dressed, Finn breaks down the job for them. Before I explain the actual mission, let me summarize the situation. She brings them up to speed on everything that happened. Our elite spy inside Crossguard, Kat, gathered some super important intel. We were supposed to receive that critical message 4 whole days ago. After saying that, Finn's face completely darkens with heavy worry, but Kat never showed up, and radio silence ever since. You and I both know what that means, right? Enkrid asks from behind. Sounds like Kat ran into some deadly trouble. Keeping her serious expression, she replies, We are about to find out. Finn turns her head back, stating it completely casually. We are going to infiltrate Crossguard and rescue Kat ourselves. The area she describes is completely covered in a horrifying, blood-red atmosphere. Right outside Crossguard is pure, deadly, monster territory. The enemy treats it as a natural defense wall, so guard patrols there are super light. We have secured 3 different routes to sneak into enemy territory. To give them a better layout, Finn first explains the cave entrance option. First up, the dog hole. It is a secret tunnel used by the city smugglers. The guards totally know about it, but they look the other way for bribe money. She moves to the next option. Number 2 is scaling the city walls at night. It requires insane stamina, but it is honestly the safest bet we have. Finn drops the third plan. The final choice is disguising ourselves as traveling merchants to slip right in. This means walking straight through the main gate, so it is super risky, but incredibly convenient. Then she turns fully toward the guys to strategize. My squad members will hold down the meeting point, just in case Kat shows up completely late. They will join us later, so only the 3 of us are entering Crossguard. Enkrid's hair drops, slightly covering one eye. Like he is completely hiding his real emotions. Every single route is difficult, so pick whatever you want. Enkrid tilts his head in thought. You make it sound incredibly easy, but you know this is absolutely a trap, right? After listening, Tors finally speaks up seriously. You know the situation here best. Should you not be the one choosing our path? She rests her hands on her hips, deciding. If that is the case, Finn points forward and decides. We leave tomorrow morning. We are going to infiltrate Crossguard through the dog hole. The blood-red moon is high, and the heavy night has fallen. Enkrid spreads his stance, throwing punches to practice martial arts. The hidden blade instantly snaps out of his wrist. Tors watches this incredibly clumsy training session and cannot help but judge him loudly. With base skills this incredibly bad, how did you even learn elite swordsmanship? Then he quickly adds some encouragement. Well, you will definitely master it eventually. Just keep practicing. Right at that moment, Finn casually walks in. I was wondering why you guys skipped dinner. She mumbles with her mouth completely full of food. So you were just out here flailing around? Enkrid shoots back with a stone-cold face. It is training. She hands over a bunch of skewers and says, Eat this while you practice. One of our squad members literally dreams of being a master chef. This stuff is amazing. He takes one and tries it. Wow, really good. Tors completely agrees, showering it with praise. What kind of jerky is this? The seasoning is absolute perfection. Finn answers straight up. You will have to ask him for the recipe. His parents actually run a restaurant near the border guard station, so drop by if you get the chance. She also points to a spot nearby, giving a serious warning. Oh, if you keep practicing, do not go over there. Under that flat yellow rock. Enkrid steps up right beside her, finishing the thought. There is a deadly snake nest. This genuinely surprises her. Wait, how did you know? He calmly replies, I learned from a squad mate who hunts. And that is where we pause. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back into the madness. Are you always this prepared? Her lips curl into a smirk. I actually like guys like that. Fi happily throws out an offer. Want to train with me? She's definitely taking the mature approach here. Enkrid just freezes in absolute silence. But before he can even speak, Tor catches on immediately. That is so obviously flirting. Are you seriously confessing to him right now? Fi pushes even further. So, what do you think? I might look tough, but I'm great in a lot of ways. Tor just looks completely exhausted by this. Could you maybe flirt when I'm not standing right here? Enkrid then shuts it down instantly. I refuse. She blinks, completely confused. Wait, why not? Are you taken? Phi sighs, sounding genuinely disappointed. Right, you're dating the elf squad captain. What a shame. Enkrid keeps a stone-cold face, but his mind is racing with wild thoughts. Since when did those stupid rumors become facts? She turns away, leaving one last message. You talk casually with him, so do the same with me. Enkrid simply replies that if she's cool with it, he will. He then reminds them both to rest up. They are hitting the crossroad tomorrow. Tor sulks, muttering about being completely ignored. Meanwhile, the night sky bleeds into a mix of red and black. Enkrid falls into a deep sleep. His vision blurs as someone stirs his consciousness, revealing a strange, haunting face. Suddenly, he jolts awake, sitting up in pure shock and disbelief. After all this time, it happened again. Old memories flood back, bringing heavy questions. You definitely have something to tell me, don't you? The figure turns away, struggling with hidden guilt. Sorry, I couldn't protect you. Enkrid smiles deeply, like he just figured out a massive secret. He steps forward, ready for this mission. The trio stands before the dog hole as planned. This giant wall is going to be a real pain. Phi turns around, looking totally surprised. Are you stupid? Even if the guards ignore this path, they don't completely abandon it. Enkrid quickly backs her up from behind. They won't expect a daylight break-in. We'll catch them off guard. Phi nods in total agreement. Okay, that actually makes sense. Handsome guys really hit different. Tor's face darkens with pure annoyance. Why does he feel like he is being mocked right now? Phi leads the group through the dog hole. The commando takes point, while Enkrid follows, deep in thought. Commandos are always the absolute best at pathfinding. Watching Phi's back, he notes their light armor, built for absolute stealth. Her footsteps slow down, then suddenly stop without a single sound. Here is where things go completely off the rails for us. Enkrid observes her careful footwork. She moves like an absolute ghost. He tries to copy her, but suddenly, an enemy squad strikes. Gotcha, you little rats. The three freeze as soldiers rush in. Phi spins around in a complete panic, screaming to fall back. But they are trapped from both sides. Nowhere to run, rats. Roger grinds his teeth, his eyes flashing pure evil as he orders the kill. Phi already has weapons in both hands. She roars out, clear a path, now. The soldiers form a perfect line, firing dozens of deadly arrows. Enkrid grips his sword, radiating killing intent in this fight for survival. It's a brutal clash, and several arrows pierce right into flesh. She steps up fiercely, slashing enemies down one by one. Tor does the same, showing absolutely zero mercy. His eyes track everything clearly. Tor and Phi just aren't built for crowd control in tight spaces. In a bottleneck like this, they simply cannot use their full power. Behind Phi, an archer already has her targeted. Tor is in the same boat. Enemy spears are waiting. In a single flash, both of them are completely taken down. Now, Enkrid is the only one left completely surrounded. This is basically an impossible wall to climb, but he refuses to just give up. He grits his teeth, unleashing his most lethal strikes. One massive swing, and Enkrid takes out two birds. Every clean sword slash eliminates an enemy. You and I can feel his pure rage here. Enkrid's slaughter feels endless. Roger screams again, ordering a full surround. Bam! He takes a brutal kick to the gut when his guard is down. Enkrid hits the dirt, spears pointing straight at him. His arms and legs are pinned instantly. His eyes stay wide open, refusing to give in to this trap. Thousands of spears aim at him under the bright, mocking blue sky. Flashback. Enkrid sits quietly in a corner, piecing his thoughts together. They couldn't possibly gather that many soldiers in such a short time. That was a trap, set way in advance. Doubts ring loudly in his head. The enemy totally predicted their little daylight infiltration. Just then, the two walk up. What are you doing? We need to hit the hole? He voices his deep dread. That path just makes me anxious. Enkrid throws out a wild alternative. How about climbing over the wall instead? Tor glances at Phi like a living witness. This guy found and destroyed an enemy magic flag purely on gut feeling. Listening to him won't hurt. Enkrid just quietly thinks to himself. In reality, it wasn't instinct today, he literally knows the future. As for Phi, she doesn't see it as a massive deal either. Fine. She touches her chin, locking in the schedule. But climbing the wall at night is way safer. So, we've got plenty of time to kill until then. He stands up, pitching a pretty solid idea. How about you spar with me? Phi gets slightly defensive, smiling with a bright red face. Oh, so you like doing that in broad daylight? How bold. Enkrid's expression turns dead serious as he clarifies. I meant a normal spar, not adult stuff. Hearing this, she actually groans. What a disappointment. Fee finally stops teasing the poor guy and agrees. Fine, but swordplay really isn't my strong suit. So Enkrid drops another option. How about hand-to-hand combat? She blushes, her eyes practically sparkling. Now I'm confident. They warm up, prepping for a friendly brawl. If the enemy already knows they are coming, any path means a high chance of a death match. Assessing his teammates' raw power is a smart play for the future. Plus, this is a pretty solid warm-up for Enkrid. This is great training for me too. You swing first. Fi waves her hand, giving him the floor. I'll let you strike first. Trust me, you are going to want to see where this fight goes. Fi dodges his quick punch way too easily. She counters with a fierce gut shot, but Enkrid blocks. All right, you and I are dropping right into an intense sparring match. Both fighters get blasted back several meters, but this battle is just heating up. Enkrid easily anticipates her next few moves. It is the exact same tactic he used against the army commander. He seizes the perfect opening, grabs her by the waist, and uses his raw weight advantage to completely overpower her. Enkrid goes completely dark as he slams his opponent down, but Fi just smirks, proving this fight is far from over. His move was a massive mistake. Her legs wrapped tightly around his back, sliding right up to his neck in a brutal chokehold. Enkrid grits his teeth, desperately struggling to break free. Seeing the danger, Tor panics and yells at them to stop. That is enough. Enkrid lies flat on his back in the grass, panting heavily. She might have a small frame, but it is pure muscle. She is definitely way better at close combat than actual swordplay. Fi looks down at him from above, her voice dripping with absolute tease. You just lost completely, huh? He silently evaluates her skills and admits the truth. She really is the perfect sparring partner. Do you want to go another round? Fi feels her cheeks flush a slight shade of pink. The two of them chat casually, like nothing just happened. Are you seriously asking for another normal sparring match? Where is your mind wandering off to? Standing nearby, Taurus feels completely left out. Please do not flirt like that while I am standing right here. Above them, the sky shifts into a beautiful golden sunset. We will reach the Great Walls soon enough. Fi takes one look at his heavy gear and asks, You are really planning to travel with all that? Enkrid looks confused by the question. Is there a problem? She steps closer, bending down to adjust his bags. You are carrying way too many weapons. If you haul that much heavy gear, you will pass out before we are even halfway there. Torres is standing nearby, desperate for some attention too. Hey, what do you think about my armor? Fi barely even glances back at him, clearly not caring in the slightest about his outfit. She throws out a generic compliment and turns away. It looks well prepared, no need to change anything. Hearing that lazy response, Torres collapses to the ground looking absolutely heartbroken. I swear I'm actually getting hurt by these comments. Meanwhile, Enkrid is overflowing with confidence. He genuinely believes he has enough strength to scale the entire wall while carrying all of this heavy equipment. Now here is where things get interesting, so pay attention. She looks up, surprised by his naive confidence. Pointing into the distance, Fi explains, we are not just climbing over a normal wall, we have to dive into the river surrounding it too. Tors stares out into the distance, completely stunned. Damn it, that cliff is ridiculously high. This massive obstacle forces him to rethink everything. Just getting there was supposed to be the easy part. Then a question pops into his head. Is there any wall on this map that is actually easy to climb? Flashback time. They are crossing through endless ocean waves. When we returned from the Mage Cave, I picked up a few special items. I needed a brand new weapon to replace my completely broken sword. The shop owner grabbed the item and screamed in shock. A magic tool. If we sell just one of these, we can gear up the captain from head to toe in brand new equipment. Enkrid narrowed his eyes, making a dead serious decision on the spot. Then I will use all that money to buy the absolute best sword available. The owner asked in disbelief, Captain, do you literally only care about your swords? Snapping back to reality. As he continuously scales the rugged mountain, he remembers something. For someone who lives by the blade, their weapon is quite literally their only tool for survival. Enkrid still has a very long way to go. But I will never, ever abandon my sword. Fi has already reached the very top. She looks down and sighs. That is exactly why I told you to leave that massive greatsword behind. Even if you drop your other gear, that thing will just drain all your energy. He lies flat against the cliff face, panting heavily. The sheer weight is aggressively dragging his entire body down. But Enkrid hypes himself back up, tightening every single muscle in his arms. He continues his grueling push to the top. Muscles pushed to their absolute limits will only grow stronger. Hanging dangerously off the steep cliffside, Enkrid reminds himself, I have faced and shattered countless limits before. Finally, his bare hand reaches up and grabs the summit. He gasps for air, completely drenched in sweat. But this is nowhere near enough to stop me. Enkrid finally pulls his entire body over the mountain peak. He successfully conquers the very first obstacle, standing tall and enjoying the cool breeze. Fi just sighs in disbelief. I really do not understand you at all. You just love making things harder, do you not? Torres stares at him silently for a long moment. That crazy bastard. Do not tell me he brought that thing just for training. No way, he cannot be that insane. Suddenly, a wild wolf pack howls into the night under a glowing red moon. Enkrid hears the echoing howl and immediately looks down to spot a pack of demon wolves. He narrows his eyes, finding the entire situation extremely weird. It is super rare to see them moving in such massive numbers. I know what you are thinking, and yes, this means trouble. The muscular demon wolves sprint forward like absolute maniacs. Fi quickly glances back and warns them. That means it is time to get dead serious. Their destination is finally close, standing directly in front of them. The Great Wall is right there. Seeing the massive structure, Torres cannot help but mutter under his breath. Damn it, there is literally nowhere to hide. High up on the wall, armed guards are still actively patrolling the area. She looks straight ahead and quickly reassures the group. Do not worry. With 2 full moons out tonight, it is extremely bright. The guards will definitely get distracted and careless. Just as expected, the perfect opening arrives. The guards are starting to completely drop their guard. Fi takes action immediately and signals them to run. The 3 of them sprint quickly toward the massive wall, towering dozens of meters high. But Enkrid just locks his eyes squarely on those guards. The guard holds a blazing hot torch in his hand, his eyes practically glowing with sinister intent. The flames flicker wildly in the night air. Our trio has already climbed close to the top, panting heavily as they desperately hide out of the enemy's sight. Fi smiles confidently and whispers, "See? I told you so. A bright night like this makes sneaking around so much easier for us. But right now, a totally different thought hits Enkrid. I feel like we have already been spotted. Or am I just imagining things?" Fi simply rubs her hands with some climbing chalk. As long as we scale this wall, there is a massive slum area waiting on the other side. She already prepared all the essential gear needed for climbing. If we can just vanish into those slums, they will never be able to track us down. Fi is hanging right behind Enkrid. She gives him one final warning. Drop that greatsword first. Scaling this wall is easily twice as hard as climbing that rocky mountain. But his face stays totally deadpan, his voice firm as iron. I need this extra weight for my training. Honestly, Torres is not even surprised by this insane decision anymore. You really are crazy. They do not argue with Enkrid anymore, just leaving him alone with his own intense thoughts. Now I finally understand why they called this the safe route. If we can actually scale this wall without getting caught, we can practically infiltrate right into the guard squad. Enkrid pushes through the pain, inching his way up slowly. That is assuming this is just a normal wall. Fi climbs up first, moving exactly like how the Grey Dog squad ambushed us at the tunnel. There is a huge risk that this entire wall is laced with traps. Right behind her, Tor is steadily following along. So how exactly are you guys planning to stop us? A heavy foot stomps down hard. She successfully reaches the top, only to immediately hear voices waiting for them. You rats are working pretty hard at this hour. Huh? The enemy mage smirks with absolute malice. It is time for you to rest. Suddenly, she unleashes a swarm of terrifying magical vines straight at them. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Fi screams a desperate warning. Mage, get down. Both sides instantly clash in a brutal, intense struggle. Stick with me, guys. This gets wild. Fi launches a hidden weapon and triggers Plan B, diving off the wall. But Lysa is relentless. With just one move, she utterly crushes Fi's attack. A mage is here. Enkrid watches this unfold, his hand gripping his sword tightly behind his back, eyes locked on full alert. An unexpected enemy move, a totally flawless trap. He braces his legs, gearing up for an all-out brawl, and dashes straight toward the target at lightning speed. Thick vines burst from the ground to intercept him. Enkrid leaps back, his eyes turning ice cold. He raises his razor-sharp blade, ready to run this enemy through. He has taken down mages before. If he tracks their killing intent, he can win. He aims straight for Lysa, but in that split second, thorny vines coil completely around his body. Even she is in absolute danger now. The sword inches from her face, totally defenseless. Old memories hit Enkrid. Rely on instinct, but do not trust it blindly. A top-tier opponent can manipulate your senses, and a powerful mage is the perfect example. The vines squeeze tighter, crushing him. Enkrid is dragged high into the air, violently twisted, and thrown clear past the outer wall. Terrified, Fi screams out, "What the hell are you doing up there, idiot?" Instantly, more vines whip down from above, shooting straight toward Torres and Fi. He thrashes around, desperate to break free. But the vines are like iron. He is trapped as they violently tighten around his face. Down below, Lysa mocks him. She highly praises his bravery. Enkrid glares back with pure hateful rage. She reaches out, proudly introducing herself as Lysa, the Thorny Rose. Now watch closely. Lisa clenches her fist, activating her ring. The massive vines swallow Enkrid completely, crushing him with absolutely terrifying force. A deadly green light radiates from inside the trap. Deep in his mind, he sits in a quiet space, reflecting like countless fallen warriors before him. Mages are on another level. I was way too confident. Enkrid pieces it together. He was obsessed with the idea he had gotten stronger. I rushed him blindly without measuring my opponent. Just then, a memory hits. Do you know your own level now? A man with a dim lantern lectures him. You try to grow stronger by hurting yourself. But facing a wall this high, you are literally nothing but an ant to them. Suddenly, Enkrid speaks up. Thank you. It is a genuine, heartfelt thanks. Because of you, I got my spirit back. This is the exact wall I have to climb over. But the man just smirks with a mocking challenge. Let us see if you still say that when you face the third wall. Back to reality. Fi crosses her arms, double-checking. You want to sneak in by faking a merchant caravan? Why so sudden? He answers honestly, saying he has a terrible feeling about that fortress wall. She looks completely unfazed. It will be fine. We just blend in with the regular traveling merchants. Enkrid presses further. When do they actually pass through? Tomorrow morning, Fi replies bluntly. This forces Enkrid to seriously rethink their timeline. Tomorrow? If they cannot cross that outer wall, sneaking into the city is impossible. Right now, predicting the enemy ambush is way too difficult. Torres turns around to confirm. So we just have to wait another entire day? Suddenly, she gets a wild idea. We have free time, so let us throw a party. Fi eagerly orders her crew to bring out absolutely everything they have. Enkrid is totally confused. What does she mean? Endless meat and booze are instantly ready. I know what you were thinking. Drinking on the enemy's doorstep? Absolute madness. Enkrid cannot even imagine it. He immediately steps up to stop this insane plan. Slacking off like this is way too dangerous, but Fi just laughs, holding her wine glass casually. When your body is stiff and exhausted, your vision narrows completely. She grabs the fragrant wine, telling him to come drink with everyone. Fi hands the glass right to Enkrid. Your body is already as stiff as a rock. He always thought going all out in battle was the only way. But then it clicks. She is totally right. Exhaustion had completely blinded his focus. Pushing forward nonstop is not the only option. Every single rest stop has a real purpose. Enkrid slowly walks over toward Fi. Desperate effort is not the only answer. He slowly draws his sword. Time to pause and organize his thoughts. He closes his eyes, feeling the invisible power of his sharp blade. I will make today count. Fi just stares at him, her face totally frozen in disbelief. I said to rest. What is he doing? Torres is used to this. That is just his way of resting. She watches confused, while Enkrid trains, dripping in sweat. Seeing his muscles flex with every sword strike, Fi finds it pretty entertaining. Well, I do not mind. His body is great eye candy anyway. Hearing that, Torres immediately cringes. Do not say that when I am right here. The sky slowly shifts tonight, revealing a blood-red moon. At the foot of the mountain, the crew gathers around a warm campfire. Enkrid sits apart, meticulously cleaning his blade. Seeing something new today made everything so much brighter. He gazes out into the vast, dark sky. Now, they just have to conquer that massive wall. Enkrid basically predicted this. The Greyhound squad ambushing the tunnels, mages waiting on the wall. Suddenly, weeds rustle. The terrifying sound of sprinting werewolves hits, followed by a blood-curdling howl. What the hell is blocking their path now? That howl alerts Fi's entire crew. Torres glares cautiously into the darkness. Enkrid stays calm but perfectly on guard. All four stand ready to defend. That sound of vicious wolf pack is charging right at them. The 7 werewolves from before. Fi grabs him and screams, "Run!" A massive werewolf claw slashes the air. Finn's squad is now completely surrounded in a deadly circle. Torres knows these beasts way too well. Just to fight one werewolf, you need 10 absolute elite soldiers. There are 20 wolves, and we only have 6 people. To him, this deathmatch means game over. Hearing this, Fi growls in frustration. There were 0 signs of monsters. Damn it, where did they even come from? Enkrid thinks hard. I did not even sense their aura at all. Suddenly, one person who could pull this off pops into his head. Camouflage. Was this the mage's dirty trick? The wolf pack roars with pure, savage bloodlust. Enkrid's eyes flare with a warrior's spirit. He has faced pure despair his whole journey. He charges straight at the closest werewolf. And trust me, you are going to want to see how this fight ends. Stick with me here. Enkrid is dodging razor-sharp claws, but he is not just fighting one beast. 2 more join the bloodbath. Right now, he is entirely on the defensive, eyes darting everywhere. Relentless strikes are coming from every single direction, giving him 0 room to breathe. He realizes the fatal flaw. I cannot fight back at all. I focused too hard on one target, and that completely narrowed my vision. Another massive wolf lunges, jaws wide open to swallow him whole. But Enkrid is lightning fast, forcefully jamming its mouth shut. Now watch closely, he figures out the exact solution. If tunnel vision is the problem, he just needs to expand his view. Meanwhile, those werewolves are still tearing into everyone, killing endlessly. These monsters are using the absolute most savage methods to rip them apart. Torres, he has already been completely impaled, and Phi suffers the exact same fate. Let that sink in for a second. Even knowing he will just repeat all this tomorrow, Enkrid stares wide-eyed in horror, but witnessing this gruesome death, the wolf just did. Stick with me, because you and I are about to watch one insane time loop. Its massive jaws snapped shut, ripping into him. But he fought back, striking faster, slaughtering them one by one. Then the alpha charged. It threw a brutal punch straight into Enkrid's gut. He coughed up blood, completely stunned. Wait, since when do wolves throw hands? This alpha was way smarter than the rest. Enkrid instantly knew this was the pack leader. It clamped its jaws around his forearm and viciously hurled his entire body. It tossed him a solid 10 meters through the air. And while he was helpless in the sky, thousands of glowing eyes locked onto him as the pack frenzied. In his final, fading moments, he saw his fallen comrades. Then, darkness. Enkrid woke up right back in his own subconscious. No matter what wall you climb, it will be difficult. As long as today exists, you will relive this. That mysterious guy had shown up again. You still think this is a joke? Enkrid finally spoke up, admitting he felt uneasy. The others looked at him, completely confused by his words. They kept asking him, "Why? What is wrong? Are you tired?" Enkrid stayed totally silent. This was exactly why he could not just sit around anymore. He slowly stood up. "No, I am fine. Let's go, even if the path ahead is blocked." His eyes hid a dark resolve. If the path is blocked, he just needs to forge a new one. From the first time entering that tunnel, to the second time facing the mage Lessa, and finally, getting ripped apart by that insane wolf pack, Enkrid made a bold choice. He would carve out his very own escape route. Together, the three of them stepped into the dark cave. Enkrid fell deep into thought, searching for any possible option. He had calculated every single move he could make if surrounded, but honestly, there was zero way out. The tunnel only grew deeper and darker. He could not see any exit. He knew he could never win a one-on-one fight while swarmed by massive enemy numbers in such a narrow, tight space. It was literally impossible. The best play was avoiding the ambush entirely and finding an escape. Enkrid closed his eyes, slowly using his sixth sense to scan the area. He tuned into his sharp senses, tracking their killing intent to find out exactly where the attackers were hiding. Suddenly, Roger and Aspen's men jumped out. "Got you now. Now watch closely, because this is where the trap snapped shut." They were trapped at both exits. But Enkrid realized something absolutely horrifying. Why had his heightened senses completely failed to detect them this time? He got completely beaten down once again. No way. Was there a mage here too? Uninvited, Lessa stepped out, throwing down massive tangling vines. Enkrid questioned her with a rough, raspy voice. "Did you also set up all those magic traps inside the narrow crawl spaces?" She just clicked her tongue, not looking surprised at all. "Tesk, so you actually figured it out? Looks like Captain Roger really failed to do his job, huh?" The thick vines relentlessly smashed into his body, leaving his arms hanging loosely. But Enkrid still had one little question left. Why hasn't the stone flown out yet? He looked totally exhausted, just staring blankly. Enkrid barely paid any attention to Torres' words, his mind fully focused and racing to solve this puzzle. With a mage masking the ambush team, his senses could never detect their hidden traps. And even if he somehow luckily dodged the snares, the enemy would just form tight circles and totally box him in. If that happened, was he even sure he could escape? He slowly started connecting all the dots. It was the exact same hopeless scenario as fighting that massive wolf pack. They all shared one massive common flaw. In a battle where he was heavily outnumbered, he was absolutely doomed to lose. From that, Enkrid reached a solid conclusion. He had to find a way to create a real game-changing difference. With a totally fierce glare, a flying sword lunged straight at him. His hands gripped his own blade tightly, refusing to loosen his hold. Not enough, he had to swing again. The sword tip swiftly blocked the heavy blade. Trapped inside that narrow crawl space, he fought harder and more viciously. He told himself not to rush or make any hasty choices. Enkrid spotted their weak point and instantly took them out. In a real, chaotic battle, perfect attack openings were incredibly rare. It was the exact same brutal deal when fighting against the wolves, even in the absolute most lethal moments like getting brutally impaled by spears, or when he was slashing through a massive tangled web of thick vines. Even under the crimson blood moon with his blade completely stained red, he stomped right on the wolf, decisively ending its life. He refused to waste this looping time. He had to use it to learn, adapt, and master his combat skills perfectly. But in the end, he still met a tragic fate. That dim light flickered back on. How much longer do you plan on playing around? Let that sink in for a second. The man on the boat drifted through his mind again. If you do not want to be stuck today forever, pick a wall and crash into it. He just kept his head down and replied, his face totally emotionless. The more times this loop repeats, the more I truly feel how impossible it is. All three of my paths right now are dead ends blocked by solid, hard walls. Enkrid gave a hollow, almost defeated laugh, so it would be a complete waste to just pick a single route. The sun peeked over the horizon again, welcoming a brand new day. Torres had just woken up. The second he stepped outside, he immediately spotted a very familiar figure. Enkrid threw a flawless, incredibly sharp punch into the air, revealing a hidden weapon concealed right inside his wrist. This totally caught Torres off guard and left him stunned. Completely shocked, Torres walked over to him. You definitely could not do something like that yesterday, right? Since when did you actually learn that? Enkrid calmly adjusted his glove and replied, about 30 days ago. That single answer left Torres completely confused and lost. What exactly do you mean by that? Enkrid looked down, staying silent. He had practiced this skill enough. He just gazed up at the rising sun. This was the 79th time he had repeated this exact same day. Now, could he finally smash through that wall and actually reach tomorrow? Then, Enkrid asked his teammate for a very specific favor. We still have some time before we go through that narrow tunnel, right? Can you help make me a small pouch? He held up his arm to show the size. About this big, to wrap around my wrist. It shouldn't be too hard. Then, he noticed a tiny detail on Fi, is there something different about your boots? She lifted her foot and took it off. The inside was made completely soft and thick. It is stuffed with a lot of extra fur inside to muffle footsteps. Lots of beasts around here have super sensitive hearing. Hearing that, Enkrid immediately turned his head to Torres. You need to do the exact same thing. Torres looked totally reluctant. Me too? Enkrid just repeated Fi's warning back to him. She literally just said there are monsters everywhere here. She looked up and argued back. But that does not mean we will definitely run into them. They entered the tunnel again. Suddenly, she asked him, ever played an assassin role before? Enkrid answered her totally honestly. No. She then explained a bit further. Even with thick fur-lined boots, moving completely silently without a sound is incredibly difficult. But here is what you and I both know: he has lived this exact day 79 times. He used every single brutal loop to train his stealth. A tough mission? Not for Enkrid anymore. Alright, you and I are dropping straight into survival mode here. To make it through this tunnel, he needs to find the enemies, strike first, and clear a wide path. Spotting an ambush in pure darkness? Definitely not easy. Enkrid is actively looking for someone who can pull this off. But guess what? They already have an expert for that. He throws out a hypothetical question to test them. What if the enemy is already waiting deep inside that tunnel? Phil turns around and answers calmly. The odds are extremely low, but if it happens, we fall back. Enkrid pushes a much harder scenario. What if their escape route is totally blocked? Both of them just freeze in place at that terrifying question. How tall and wide is this bunker? If both main paths are cut off, do we even have another way out? Hearing this, Torres senses something is seriously wrong. Hey, are you just scared, or do you have a really bad feeling about this? You ask way too many questions, but he ignores the complaints and keeps talking. If armed soldiers are waiting in ambush ahead and blocking our only way out, his voice drops to a dead serious tone. We all die, right? Phil finds this entirely impossible and glares at him, clearly getting annoyed by his pushing. If you are that scared, just sit out here and wait for us. Honestly, doing that is way better than talking total nonsense. But Enkrid does not even crack a smile. His face remains absolutely stone cold. I'm just saying we all need to be a little more careful. Hearing that, Phil cannot argue back at all. It is a brilliant psychological trick to make his teammates move exactly how he wants. With his understanding of her stubborn personality, he knows brute force will never make her cooperate, so he has to play mind games and convince them instead. He completely masters the art of applying pressure, making them fearful and highly vigilant. Real, heavy pressure is exactly what you need to make people listen to you. Enkrid holds his ground on the decision. It is absolutely necessary because the real danger still lies ahead. Finally, Phil puts her hands on her hips and gives in. Fine, I admit it. I was being way too careless about enemy ambushes. He nailed the problem perfectly this time, and her whole mindset shifts. With their guard up, the three of them push further down the dark tunnel. Watch closely, because this is where you and I need to pay attention. Once Phil raises her guard, she spots bizarre details. Obvious clues that people definitely came through here. Traces like these footprints look like they were intentionally wiped away. Phil grits her teeth, suddenly realizing the situation is completely spiraling out of their control. What is this? She whips around, pointing frantically toward the exit. Something is terribly wrong. Turn back. We need to get out of here, right now. Slow, heavy footsteps approach. The Aspen soldiers are already hunting their prey. The three of them quickly dive into a corner to hide. Enemy archers are already camping their escape route. Just as he thinks about risking it all and stepping out, a soldier comes sprinting from a distance, completely out of breath, shouting an update. Hold your fire. I have an urgent message. It is an emergency alarm from Captain Roger. Hearing that name, both of his teammates instantly turn pale. Is he totally insane? The enemies think they just heard an alarm update, but absolutely no one mentioned a messenger running around among the enemy troops. On the other side, Enkrid boldly steps up to block a few soldiers. This is the perfect window. The tension is sky high, and while they hesitate, he can make his absolute craziest move yet. Enkrid quickly pieces the whole puzzle together in his head. Roger is the enemy commander's name, something he learned earlier from Ra. She had sarcastically criticized that exact commander in the past. You are not doing your duty properly, Captain Roger. He impersonates a frantic messenger flawlessly. Besides, in this pitch-black tunnel, they cannot even recognize his face or his uniform anyway. There is a monster in this damn city. The Aspen soldiers cannot process the situation immediately. What exactly does Captain Roger mean by that? How can he pull this off so easily? Because he drops Roger's name, they mistakenly assume he is an Aspen soldier and their actual comrade. And step by step, the gap between him and the enemies closes. Of course, if he gets too close, his cover is completely blown. Enkrid draws his sword, swiftly taking out a few guards. But getting this close means by the time they realize it, it is already too late. Now the Aspen soldiers finally panic and stumble backward in absolute shock. He is not on our side, intruder. You and I both know this is insane. Enkrid grabs a guy by the throat before he can speak, using him as a human shield. Shoot, and this guy dies. The hostage just groans. Lieutenant, seeing his own squad aiming their weapons, the hostage screams in pure terror. Do not shoot, damn it, do not shoot. Enkrid seizes the moment, shouting out loud to provoke them further. What is this? Are you guys supposed to be the elite Aspen soldiers? Just me alone and you cannot even control the situation? The endless cursing echoes loudly. Do something about it? You absolute idiots. His two teammates stand pressed against the tunnel wall. They have absolutely zero clue what Enkrid is doing. What is he planning? Trying to provoke the enemy? One side is terrified, while the other recklessly attacks. Damn it, what if there are even more enemies hiding around us? Are those crossbows just for show, or are your brains the real things just sitting there for display? Shoot me so I can test out my senses. You are not wearing lead weights, so why stand there like statues? Come at me. His taunting echoes louder and louder through the dark. So this is how Captain Roger taught you to be pathetic cowards? This makes Phil so incredibly annoyed and frustrated. It is way too loud, I cannot hear anything at all. But then, a brilliant idea flashes in her mind while he keeps throwing insults outside. Roger, you cowards still will not charge in and attack me. The darkness is full of pure, chaotic noise. While the Aspen soldiers are totally distracted trying to deal with Enkrid, what should they do from behind? The enemies are constantly getting hit by sneaky sneak attacks. Torres moves fast, slashing down the soldiers, using all of them to hide his own presence. Phil eliminates enemies while nodding in silent praise. Enkrid is an absolute genius, thinking on his feet like that. It is only when more than half their squad is wiped out that the remaining two finally realize something is happening behind them. Wait, is there another intruder back there? Torres wildly swings his blade, finishing them off one by one. Where are they? The darkness fades. While the enemies were totally distracted, the duo had wiped out almost everyone. The sun shifts, the shining dawn is waiting, so pay close attention. A desperate scream echoes out as another soldier aims his deadly arrow straight at Enkrid. Do not even think about mocking us. Thwack! He fires, landing a direct hit right on the hostage's head, leaving Enkrid completely stunned. The rest of the enemies gather all their courage and charge. He mutters to himself while grabbing a hidden weapon strapped to his thigh. Playtime is over. He decisively hurls it with incredible force, sending it flying far. Wasting time watching is enough, time to act. With just one precise throw, he takes down so many enemies. The three finally regroup in one spot, and Phil urgently orders them to sprint for the exit. But heavy, thudding footsteps echo clearly from behind, something he had anticipated multiple times. Here they are. Roger and his personal elite soldiers officially show up. The core strength of the Hound unit is now being led directly by Roger himself. This time, Enkrid pulls another reckless stunt. He shouts that Mage Rhea has orders, leaving Roger completely stunned for a few seconds. How does this guy know Mage Rhea? Seizing that golden chance, he sprints forward. He grinds his teeth. I got played. Damn it. Roger points ahead, screaming to catch him. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving straight into pure chaos. Sprinting toward the exit, enemies are relentlessly chasing them. Fi grinds his teeth. Are they seriously still following us? Where do we go now? Should we head to the stream or the cliff? Enkrid yells out beside her, run to the camp. Go right now. That leaves her totally confused. Wait, why there of all places? But there is zero time to argue about it. Left with absolutely no other choice, Fi has to follow his lead. Sunset approaches, and with the fading light comes a massive new problem. Enkrid is sprinting like crazy, leading the Aspen soldiers straight to a specific spot. It is trap time, and he remembers the exact location. Near the Panhanu River, right beneath the clay rocks, lies a highly dangerous nest of venomous snakes. He violently stabs the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. It is enough to completely mess with the enemies. That bastard. But then, a venomous snake pops out, leaving the soldier totally stunned. The whole swarm of snakes lunges forward, attacking relentlessly. Fi yells out, looking down in absolute annoyance. What the hell are those maniacs doing down there? If they keep making all this noise, the werewolves will definitely hear. Enkrid just smirks. That was his plan all along. Exactly. With ears like theirs, they definitely heard the commotion. The trio keeps running up the mountain slopes. The red moon rises, signaling dinner time for the werewolves. Nighttime is a literal playground for monsters. They start howling in massive packs, ready to brutally tear apart any prey they lay eyes on. Right below the cliff, they are frantically searching. They do not care who is in front of them. Their only goal is to rip flesh and drink blood. Enkrid suddenly comes up with a wild idea. Split up, Fi, Tor. They immediately protest. Are you telling us to just abandon our friend? Exactly. Are you crazy to think we would leave you alone? With zero time left, Enkrid screams, just do what I say. I have a plan, just trust me. The two finally split off in different directions, leaving Enkrid all alone. Seeing his chance, Roger orders his Aspen soldiers to break formation and chase. He is totally cornered at the cliff, but it is all going according to plan. The Aspen dogs and the werewolves are gathered together. Time to let them destroy each other. Now, pay close attention here. This is the turning point of the battle. To stop them from chasing Fi, Enkrid has to draw all the aggro onto himself. He needs them so focused that they completely lose control. Suddenly, a terrifying dark aura erupts from his body, pure killing intent. Roger watches this scene in absolute shock. Even the werewolves stop to look up. Roger furiously growls, ordering his elite Aspen soldiers to push forward and eliminate this guy before anything else. At the exact same time, the werewolves are desperately trying to climb up. Just as man and beast clash, the most vicious demon of the night leaps right into the battlefield. Enkrid glances around absolute chaos. You cannot even tell friend from foe anymore. He dodges with expert precision as enemies violently tear each other apart in a bloody mess. Meanwhile, Fi and Tor are still running for their lives. He said he had a plan, but is this really okay? Should we go back? Suddenly, they hear massive roars from behind. A complete bloodbath between man and beast. That idiot is right in the middle of enemy lines. Tor frantically screams, we have to save him. But Tor suddenly stops in his tracks. Even Fi notices something crazy. Wait, how is he dodging everything so perfectly? Enkrid is flowing like silk, dodging attacks effortlessly. He is using their chaotic and fighting, sensing exactly when their killing intent shifts to him. Both humans and werewolves target him, but he easily slips away. He expands his senses, focusing on blind spots. Sharp claws slash out, forcing him to make split-second survival decisions. One hesitation means game over. They are completely lost in the chaos, but a single tiny mistake here will result in instant death. You and I both saw that near miss. A spear almost hits him. He turns back, smirking coldly. I do not think so. Roger immediately shouts orders. The entire army shifts into a defensive formation. Enkrid stands within the chaos, observing them. Those Aspen dogs are veteran warriors. If they lock into formation, the werewolves will not stand a chance against them. To make his plan work, he has to keep this utter chaos going. He actually discovered something wild during a pastime loop. While fighting for his life earlier, Enkrid overheard a crazy secret. Captain Roger never ever takes his helmet off during battle. They were mocking him. How could a loser like him challenge the captain? Enkrid keeps a completely straight face. Why doesn't he take it off? Right in the middle of their clash, he knocks Roger's helmet away. The helmet flies off and rolls away. Seeing this, the Aspen soldiers are absolutely terrified. Captain, do not tell me the reason you hit it is... Roger touches his head completely bald, not a single hair. Enkrid brutally deadpans, you are just bald. Why the hell are you so embarrassed about it? Oh, that directly hits Roger's pride. His eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated rage. The bald guy was terrified of losing his precious helmet. Then Enkrid loudly taunts him. Take it off, Roger. The whole army is staring. Your hair died and went to the afterlife way before you did. Show everybody your beautiful shiny scalp. Hearing this, Roger completely loses his mind, grinding his teeth in fury. Damn it, you bastard. No, calm down, Roger. I do not need to answer these low-level insults. But then Enkrid's expression darkens right in front of him. Enkrid dramatically flips his thick, glossy hair, a literal aura wrapping around it. He slowly opens his eyes, looking down on his opponent. Tor watches, totally speechless. Oh no, he actually lost his mind. This absolute disrespect sends Roger over the edge. Arrogant punk. He leaps into the air for the instant kill. Do not even dream of getting an easy death. Enkrid is completely unfazed, flashing a confident smirk to challenge him. Try it, if you have the skill. They clash with an ear-shattering boom. Roger isn't holding back, attacking with even more devastating force. Enkrid swiftly blocks the lethal strike. Seizing the tiny opening, he aims his blade right at Roger's face. Another piercing strike almost ends the captain's life right there. That is where we leave it. Time to reunite with your hair. His face darkens, gripping his sword, completely ready to impale Roger. All right, jump in with me. The guy looks up, completely stunned, completely helpless. Meanwhile, the wolf pack is tearing through everything. Aspen soldiers are getting absolutely decimated out there. Under tonight's moon, it is a non-stop bloodbath. One Aspen soldier gets launched through the air, yet still tries to warn others. Damn it, Captain, watch your back out there. The werewolf is an absolute bloodthirsty demon, slaughtering everyone in sight, totally outplaying that tricky bastard. Enkrid just smoothly dodges the flying body parts like it is nothing at all. He hops effortlessly from side to side, keeping his head totally cool. In this absolute chaos, literally anything can happen. Enkrid locks his eyes right onto his next target. This slant-eyed wolf is way tougher than Roger. Its terrifying strength and razor-sharp intelligence are exactly why I have been forced to repeat this single day over and over again. Trying to catch him off guard, the beast goes for a dirty sneak attack. But Enkrid flashes a cold glare, spinning around one step ahead. He draws his sword for a brutal counterstrike. The wolf does not even flinch, throwing a massive punch that Enkrid barely dodges in time. Still hungry for blood, the beast instantly winds up to launch its next heavy attack. But this time, our boy is way faster. Eyes blazing with pure killer intent, Enkrid pivots hard and brutally slices off one of the wolf's massive, muscular arms. Actually, he doesn't just stop at one, he ruthlessly chops off both of its hands. The monster howls in absolute agony and rage. But wait, this isn't even his fatal blow. Enkrid charges straight for its gut. He grits his teeth, the timing is absolutely flawless. Boom! His sword pierces right through the massive beast. Now, under the glowing red moon, it is basically a giant premium meat skewer. The battlefield is pure bloody chaos. Fi and Torres are just standing on the sidelines, completely speechless. That monster could not even lay a finger on Enkrid. He fights so incredibly smart and fast. Honestly, I could never pull that off. The alpha wolf is officially taken down. It drops totally dead. Enkrid just stands in the middle of the massacre, soaking in the blood and dust. He always knows his next move. Fi turns to him and yells, "Regroup right now." Then she shouts out again. She screams frantically at Enkrid while he is just standing there frozen. "We need to get out of here, fast." The Aspen soldiers spot Enkrid sprinting away and scream, "He is escaping, we have to catch him." But they are totally pinned down fighting off the remaining wolves. Damn it all. Now, watch closely, because this is where his crazy foresight shines. The three use the chaos to sprint away. Fi looks back while running and urgently asks, "Did you plan this? How did you even know the werewolves were going to show up today?" He casually replies, "Oh, just pure luck." Then Tor chimes in with heavy doubts, wondering exactly when the kid got so insanely overpowered. "And how did you know that Captain was bald?" Enkrid just keeps on running without saying a single word. To anyone who hasn't lived this day on repeat, his actions look completely insane. So their wild suspicion makes total sense right now, but I really cannot afford to explain every little detail. Instead, Insis tells the two of them to stop moving. He gets dead serious and says, "There is something crucial left. Our mission is not over yet." Enkrid leans forward, a massive new challenge is already waiting for the trio. We need to head straight for the wall. And right up on that wall, the heavy click of high heels echoes out. Lessa has been waiting there for them for quite a while now. Having survived the werewolf slaughter, Enkrid and his group immediately start scaling the massive city wall. Seeing Enkrid climb up that fast leaves the two below totally stunned. Fi speaks up first, completely amazed. What is his deal? Was he a cavalryman before this? Mar shakes his head. I highly doubt it. Fi continues to question everything. Then how the hell is he moving like that? Mar has no answer at all, only muttering a quiet "damn it" under his breath. He watches Enkrid grab the top edge of the wall and sighs. I literally cannot understand this kid anymore. Reaching the top, Enkrid carefully hides himself, scanning the area and quietly analyzing the setup. Since she is a real mage, I cannot just rely on pure instinct here. But I know exactly where she is hiding. After looping through today so many times, I know for a fact this mage never shifts her spot. And just like that, the mage, Lessa, is standing right there in his line of sight. You and I know she is a major threat, right? Watch his next move. Enkrid crouches low, eyes glued to Alessa. He throws up a hand signal to Phi and Mars, who finally reach the top. Enkrid whispers, "Enemies up ahead. Let me take the front." Phi is still a bit confused and asks why. But a split second later, Enkrid launches himself forward, gripping his sword hilt as he charges the mage. She quickly senses the sudden danger and violently snaps her head around. Before she can even react, Enkrid swings his blade, but razor-sharp vines shoot out like lightning, tightly wrapping around his wrist. Whoosh! Alexa's thorny vine violently flings Enkrid far away. However, Enkrid instantly slashes through the thick, tangled vines trying to lock down his movement. Alexa gasps in total disbelief, screaming out, "How the hell is he here? I made sure to send my armed minions to patrol everywhere." Facing her total confusion, Enkrid smiles with absolute confidence. "Oh, those guys? They are a bit busy playing around with the gray wolves." He smirks, throwing out a massive taunt. "Guess you really forgot to train your lapdogs properly." Hearing that, Alexa explodes with rage, screaming wildly as she sends her thorny vines striking at Enkrid. The massive vines strike like a violent storm, but Enkrid dodges with perfect rhythm. Whenever a deadly vine whips closer, he effortlessly blocks it with his sword and swats it aside. Without stopping, Enkrid crashes straight through endless layers of deadly vines while Finn and Mares watch in awe. He smoothly deflects the thickest branches. Alexa's vines start weaving together, forming one massive cluster to crush him. Finn's shock perfectly sums up Enkrid's genius tactical moves. He easily slices his way forward by targeting only the weakest, thinnest vines in his path. Watching this insane display, Finn cannot help but feel a little terrified. With just that level of skill, he dares to solo a mage. Mar chimes in nervously, "Should I step in and help?" Phi warns that if they jump in, they might just become collateral damage. Right on cue, a squad of armed guards rushes in, yelling, "Support Lady Lessa! Surround that intruder right now!" The lead guard doesn't even get to knock an arrow before getting brutally slashed across the neck. Phi and Mars finally leap into action, blocking the soldiers and shouting, "Do not let them near Enkrid." The soldiers instantly pivot, realizing they have two new enemies blocking their path. Meanwhile, Lessa grinds her teeth in absolute fury. "You little sword-swinging insect!" Fueling her rage, her deadly vines suddenly burst into bloom. She shrieks at the top of her lungs, "How dare you!" Her piercing scream triggers the razor-sharp vine tips to launch forward in a devastating strike. Staring down the deadly spikes flying right at his face, Enkrid calculates everything perfectly. In his previous loop, he already figured out how to break this mage's defense. At the end of the day, she is still just human. Slicing her in half will finish the job. So, how exactly does he create that one split-second opening to deliver the fatal strike? To pull that off, he brought along a few very handy tricks today. Trust me, you won't want to blink here. Gripping his sword tight, Enkrid charges headfirst directly into the storm of razor-sharp vines. Let's dive right back into the action. In an absolute flash, our boy slices through most of the vines and gets right up close to Lessa. Facing a melee fighter at this range, the mage immediately backs away in fear. Her thick vines aggressively wrap tight around his waist and sword arm, trying to totally trap him. But his right fist is still completely free. Time for his secret weapon, the hidden blade he expertly prepped earlier. Quick flashback to right before this. Chris watched Enkrid sheath his heavy sword and asked, "You got your weapon, so what about the rest of those magic tools? Should we just sell them all off?" Holding one of the brightly glowing magic tools in his hand, Enkrid simply shook his head. "No, keep them. These things will definitely come in handy for us later." Back in the present, that exact magic tool hidden carefully under his right wrist is finally revealed. Using sheer momentum, the glowing artifact flies out, launching straight toward Lessa as Enkrid perfectly executes his genius plan. Those stolen artifacts from the terrifying mage cave, they suddenly unleash an absolute blinding flash of light, completely illuminating the entire battlefield in seconds. Phi and Mar quickly shield their faces in pain, shouting that they cannot see a single thing. Down below, even the confused homeless folks stare up at the blinding glow erupting on the wall. The intense glare totally lights up the dark, gloomy fortress walls below. Lessa screams in pure agony, clutching her blinded eyes in absolute terror. Without missing a single beat, Enkrid violently swings his blade, totally shredding her vines and slashing directly into the defenseless mage while she suffers. By the time she finally forces her eyes open, it is way too late. The deadly sword strike connects perfectly. Enkrid pulls off the ultimate win. The remaining magic tool hangs in the air, dropping only when he relaxes his tense shoulder. Why settle for choosing just one when you can use them all? Bringing all three along was the perfect strategy for taking down these walls. As Lessa collapses to the ground, the magic tool finishes its job and drops straight down. Floating flower petals from Lessa's ruined vine scatter beautifully around him, decorating his epic victory perfectly. He smirks with total confidence. Using all three of those artifacts created this exact winning outcome today. Nearby, Mar completely wipes out every single remaining guard. Phi is still totally stunned and asks where he got that blinding weapon. Marcus quickly steps in with a serious warning. Hey, skip the questions for now. Because of that massive flash of light, enemies are going to swarm this place immediately. Hearing this, Phi instantly changes direction, yelling at Enkrid to move somewhere else right now. Just as predicted, the furious guards start lighting their torches, aggressively searching the dark grounds beneath the huge fortress wall with total killing intent. Now watch closely, because things get incredibly tense. The squad throws on disguises and hides quietly in a corner. Enkrid figures they sneak past the guards perfectly, so they just need to rescue Kat and safely return. Phi peeks cautiously into a nearby house and whispers that this is the absolute closest meeting spot to contact Kat. Mar leans in to carefully take a look inside too. Look at that mess. Inside is a totally wrecked room with signs of a massive kidnapping struggle. Enkrid instantly spots the attack traces and thinks, did the enemy actually discover that Kat is our secret spy? Phi looks grim and seriously guesses the absolute worst, Kat might actually be dead. With dangerous enemies ambushing everywhere, their contact was likely just killed right before they arrived. Enkrid finally speaks up and pieces it together. This entire rescue mission is a deadly trap set by Aspen, including that supposed critical intelligence message from Kat. It was all a fake message meant to violently lure them in and wipe them out. Aspen completely orchestrated everything here. Mar scowls in deep frustration and mutters, we really got played hard. Right on cue, armed guards stroll past. See them anywhere? Nope. The heroic crew quickly crouches down, hiding safely in the dark shadows behind some large wooden crates. The guards quickly leave to search every single hidden corner. Phi breathes a deep sigh of relief. Well, at least we are still breathing for now. Mar raises another issue. The harsh reality hits them. Guards are literally everywhere, so moving blindly is way too risky. How do they distract the guards? Enkrid smirks and calmly says, I have a solid way. Do you guys want to try it? Seconds later, a massive roaring fire erupts. The panicked guards scramble aggressively to put it out. Fire. Over there. It's burning. Using the fiery chaos, our quick crew instantly makes a daring escape. Setting a fire is honestly the best possible distraction. Running away, Enkrid realizes he is getting way too good at this arson stuff. With this crazy habit, is he supposed to be an honorable knight or just a straight-up firebug now? He promises himself to strictly train his swordplay more when they return. Safely outside, all three happily toss off their heavy cloaks, totally relieved. Time to head back to camp. After totally destroying the enemy mage, the legendary trio easily escapes the hostile territory without suffering a single scratch. Absolute perfection. Back inside the fortress, nothing remains but smoking ruins after the fire dies down. Sitting by a window in his mansion, Veer calmly listens to his subordinate report that the annoying intruders slipped away during the sudden blaze. You and I both know the villain is absolutely furious right now. Hearing the terrible news, Venner coldly mutters, every single trap we prepared failed overnight. Tapping his fingers aggressively against the stone wall, his dark mind races. They completely read his moves. He just cannot believe the powerful mage Lessa actually died out there. It was supposed to be the ultimate flawless plan to wipe out their spies and cavalry before the war even started, completely crushing their fighting spirit into total dust. But then he actually smirks. All right, we still have plenty of backup plans. Standing up straight with strict authority, Venner commands, let us go. We need to prepare the next phase. Saying this, Venner's terrifying eyes look as sharp as daggers, practically overflowing with killing intent. Cut back to our heroes taking a boat across the river. Phi and Marcus are absolutely exhausted, panting heavily. However, Enkrid looks completely refreshed and actually asks, hey Marcus, do you want to spar a bit when we finally get off this boat? Marcus loses his mind and yells, you absolute psycho. Just getting here. We already fought more than 10 crazy battles. Seeing this, the confused boatman silently wonders why his strange passengers are completely dripping in heavy sweat right now. The small boat quickly docks at the shore. The second they step onto land, Marcus groans, the mission is over, so we should really go get some sleep. Not a bad idea at all. Enkrid turns to invite Phi instead. She just sighs and replies, even if you try to lure me, your fighting intentions are way too obvious right now. What an absolute crazy training maniac. Approaching the city gates, they suddenly spot a bald man kneeling and screaming at the strict guards. Why do they always run into the absolute craziest soldiers around here? Seeing this, Marcus is super confused. What is up with that noisy bald guy? Enkrid quickly tells them to report in first, noting that he actually knows the strange bald man. The bald man turns around. It is Jupin. Spotting Enkrid, he practically screams his name in pure relief. Rushing over frantically, he instantly drops a massive bombshell. The guildmaster is in terrible danger. Sir Chris is in danger, Enkrid asks, totally keeping his cool. What exactly happened? Jupin frantically explains that the terrifying guy named Frock has finally appeared. Hearing that, Enkrid is totally shocked, remembering that monster wiped out the Jin Guild. Jupin explains that for money, the leader died working with Aspen. Every single spring, Aspen sends an inspector to fiercely check on the guild, and this time, Frock is coming. Enkrid gets dead serious. Coming here, that terrifying guy Frock? Flashback to 3 days ago. Chris stacks gems and money on the table, thinking it is enough. Sitting back, he breathes a heavy sigh of relief. And trust me, that is exactly where we leave it. You absolutely have to see what happens next. All right, stick with me on this one. It has been about a week since he returned to the camp, and honestly, even the higher-ups are profiting from the military supplies he organized. So skipping over the small stuff is totally fine. Just then, Jupin walks in and reports, "Boss, the treasurer spotted someone super suspicious. Might be a spy from Asen." Chris instantly gives the order to send a few guys to check it out, and if it is a spy, capture them immediately. But internally, he starts calculating his next move. Right now, Jupin's guild is known as the Night Thieves. These guys mainly operate in the dark back alleys where the guards just do not patrol. While thinking, he proudly looks at the coin in his hand. Thanks to this, public awareness has clearly leveled up, making it way easier to collect tribute. Now, the locals are totally used to reporting everything directly to him. Their entire intelligence network has transformed. If he keeps expanding, their influence will just keep spreading further. The more Chris thinks about it, the brighter his future looks. If everything goes smoothly, in just 1 year or maybe even in just 6 months, they could have complete control over every single street. Outside the room, a lone guard is on duty. Suddenly, someone approaches and gets spotted. The guard quickly raises his hand, blocking the way, and questions the stranger. "Hey, what exactly do you think you are doing?" But before he can even finish, the stranger lunges forward. Boom! A massive palm strike sends the guard flying right into the room. The attacker is wearing a cloak, keeping his face hidden. Jupin panics and yells, asking what is going on. Chris stays a bit calmer and quickly assesses the situation. Suddenly, a massive toad leg is exposed. The intruder pulls down his hood, revealing his true identity. It is Morin. Chris looks down at the guard, who is still writhing on the floor, clutching his stomach in pure agony. Seeing this, he actually feels some fear, gulping hard as he calculates his options. He knows he cannot kill this guy, so why not try negotiating? A second later, Chris flashes a welcoming smile. "Please, sir, step right this way." Morin coldly glares at the guy standing right in front of him. With a dark, heavy tone, he speaks up. "Oh, what a completely natural reaction. Do you know who I am?" Chris just keeps smiling and replies, "Why does that even matter at all? Have you eaten yet?" Morin rubs his chin, genuinely impressed. This bastard is actually pretty interesting. The moment those words drop, he launches a brutal surprise attack. One single punch makes Chris cough up blood, blasting both him and Jupin across the room. Right after that, Morin grabs Chris by the collar, hoisting him straight up into the air. "Here is the part you and I need to watch carefully." He coldly drops his voice. "Humans are way more obedient after taking a beating. That is my philosophy." Chris somehow still smiles and asks, "Oh man, you really do not need to hit me. I will do whatever you want." "So, what are you looking for?" Hearing this, Morin smirks with total amusement. "You can still smile after taking a hit? You really are an interesting guy. What happened to the previous guy? Why are we having such a weird conversation?" Chris calmly answers, "Ah, are you asking about the former guildmaster? He is dead." Morin questions him again. "Dead? Who killed him?" Chris replies, "He was taken out by the Border Defense Forces." Morin demands just one word a name. Chris goes completely silent for a second, his eyes wide, but then he finally opens his mouth. "Ragna. That warrior is named Ragna." Hearing this, Morin looks super thrilled. He rolls his eyes up, licking his lips with a wicked, creepy smile. Then he glares down at Jupin, who is still on the ground, and barks an order. "Hey, Baldy, bring this Ragna guy right here." Jupin looks completely stunned, but Chris quickly urges him on. "Go, Jupin. Go call our true guild master here." Jupin just freezes, his face full of total confusion, but then he suddenly sprints off as fast as he can. And that brings us to now, with Jupin standing right in front of Enkrid, explaining, "That was Lord Chris's order. I have to find Ragna." But the team members have already been selected for the Vanguard unit. Hearing the whole story, Enkrid thinks to himself, that bug-eyed bastard actually knows how to use his brain. Out of all of us, Ragna is easily the laziest. Just waking him up is exhausting enough. So this order actually means bringing anyone in the squad who is capable of killing that frock-cock guy. Thinking about it, not everyone on the team can just go out on missions, which is still surprising, especially if he managed to order those absolute madmen who only listened to him to head over there. After thinking, Enkrid asks Jupin, "That bug-eyed guy is not dead yet, right?" Jupin replies, "Yeah, he is still alive." Enkrid follows up, "His arms and legs are not chopped off anywhere, are they?" Hearing that, Jupin looks confused. "Excuse me?" Enkrid immediately clarifies his question. "I mean, that guy has not been brutally tortured or anything, right?" Jupin finally understands and quickly answers, "Ah, yes, he is completely intact. You and I know exactly what he is thinking here." Enkrid sinks back into his thoughts. He handled the werewolf captain, killed the gray dogs, and the witch. He is definitely way stronger now. So what about this frock cock guy? Before, he was totally helpless against him, but today, he thinks he can actually take him down. Honestly, he really wants to fight him right now, just to test his own limits. Thinking about this, Enkrid's eyes go wide, absolutely burning with intense fighting spirit. Just one single day is enough for him to recover from all this fatigue. After hyping himself up, he tells Jupin to go back and tell Frock Cock Ragna will arrive tomorrow. With that, Enkrid turns away. As he walks off, he sinks right back into his own thoughts. Chris will not die just because of a one-day delay, right? Just looking at how that Frock Cock guy operates makes it pretty obvious. He used to be just a stupid, bloodthirsty thug, but everyone changes. Frock Cock is no different. He took Chris as a hostage, and his actual goal is clearly to test us. That is definitely not something a brainless thug could ever come up with. A little later, Enkrid returns to give his report. "Captain of Squad 4, Enkrid, reporting that I have returned." Graham hears this and casually asks, "All right, I heard your squad has officially become part of the Vanguard unit. Are you guys going to join up with them immediately?" Hearing that, Enkrid bows his head and replies, "Since we are still exhausted, I will join them in 2 days." By nighttime, Enkrid heads back to rest. Lying down, he immediately starts overthinking again. In the worst-case scenario where he dies fighting Frock Cock and needs a rematch, he absolutely must train his body to reach its absolute peak condition. The very next morning, Enkrid wakes up, eats a light breakfast, and dives straight into intense, rushed training. He is completely locked in on defeating Frock Cock and starts prepping his weapons. Since he cannot repair everything, he is now down to just 2 daggers. Whatever happens, he will figure out how to get more later. While thinking, Enkrid secures both dagger blades right against his thigh. His panther Esther sees Enkrid getting ready to leave and walks over with a soft meow. Seeing this, Enkrid crouches down, rubbing its head. "It has been a while since I saw you. You must be really lonely." Then he opens the door to leave and asks, "Want to tag along?" "But you are only allowed to watch." Esther just glances over, listening to Enkrid. "I am seriously looking forward to this. The exact moment I get to fight that Frock Cock guy all over again." You can easily tell that Enkrid is ridiculously hyped and eager for this showdown with Moron. Cutting back over to Chris, Moron is completely losing his patience and growls, "I think I have waited long enough." While aggressively chewing his food, he complains. He said he would show up today, so he better keep his word. Chris replies, "Of course Ragna will arrive today." He frantically hands over food with a fake smile. "That is where we leave it, trust me. You and I are not ready for this fight." "All right, you and I are jumping straight into the madness. Try these fresh bugs, sir. They should suit your taste." Being served puts the monster Moron in a great mood. "You really know how to make yourself useful, don't you? I'm starting to think keeping you alive is better than killing you." Chris just rubs his hands together, forcing a bright smile. "You flatter me too much, sir." He is smiling on the outside, but inside, the guy is screaming in terror. He is begging for anybody from the squad to get over here and save him, or he is seriously going to die. Almost a whole day passes like this, and still, zero backup. Moron is casually munching on fruit, and every single slow, crunching sound is absolutely driving Chris crazy. He is losing his mind with impatience, wondering what the hell those guys are doing. They are so late. He swears he wants to just go out and find them himself. But right then, Moron barks an order to bring more food. Chris instantly forces that fake, cheerful smile again. "Yes, sir." He hands over the fruit while internally cursing up a storm. He curses silently. This psycho frog barely even sleeps. He is constantly on guard. Chris just needs to hold out a little bit longer, and then they are going to smash this overgrown toad. Just one person from his squad needs to show up. And right on cue, heavy, hurried footsteps start echoing toward the room. It is none other than Enkrid to the rescue. He reaches the door in lightning fast. Enkrid draws 2 throwing knives. Inside, Moron is still casually eating his fruit, but suddenly, his sharp eyes dart toward the entrance. Bam! A massive crash echoes out as the door gets completely smashed open. The attacker has eyes as sharp as arrows, his arm already pulled back, ready to launch those daggers. Now pay attention here, because Chris is completely stunned. He screams in absolute disbelief. No, not you. You are not the one who should be here. You are the weakest in the squad. Enkrid ignores him completely. He just follows through, hurling the knives directly at his target while drawing his sword and lunging straight at that monstrous frog. Thwack! In a split second, Morin leaps high up, making Enkrid's throwing knives violently impale the back of the chair instead. A second later, as Morin lands on the table, Enkrid closes the gap and swings his blade. Slash! He goes for a horizontal sweep, but Morin dodges it by jumping, flipping completely behind Enkrid's back. Using that momentum, he attacks Enkrid straight from above, but Enkrid ducks to narrowly dodge the strike. With both attacks failing, the two fighters instantly jump back into defensive stances. Enkrid's gaze is razor-sharp, piercing right through his enemy. And Morin, just as intense. His crimson eyes glow like they want to burn Enkrid alive. Without hesitating, Enkrid charges in with another sword, strike. Morin swings his arm to counterattack. Watching this insane clash unfold, Chris is just clutching his head in pure shock. Wait, what? Is that really their weak squad captain out there? How on earth is he going toe-to-toe with this absolute monster? Back in the fight, things are perfectly matched. Neither of them is giving up a single inch. Enkrid is rapidly calculating his next move. Only a total amateur would try to block this frog's raw strength head-on. Just one wrong step here, and his bones will be completely crushed into dust. Just as that thought crosses his mind, Morin's next brutal attack comes crashing toward him. Enkrid raises his sword to his shoulder to block the blow, scheming his counter. He needs to redirect all of his kinetic force using the flowing water sword technique. When the blades connect, Enkrid expertly twists his sword. He fluidly deflects that massive kinetic force away from his own body, instantly aiming for the frog's one vital weak point, his heart. The tip of his sword lashes out, thrusting straight at the monster's chest to stop any chance of regeneration. It looks like a guaranteed hit, but suddenly, a crushing impact slams directly into Enkrid's chest. That heavy kick from the monster sends Enkrid flying violently backward. Boom. He crashes brutally into the wall right next to Chris, making the poor guy shriek in absolute terror. Chris's face goes totally pale, more panicked than ever. He took a direct hit. If he passes out like last time, they are dead. He screams out loud for his squad captain. Morin steps toward the slumped-over Enkrid, demanding answers. You really dared to aim for my heart? As he slowly walks closer, the monster starts quietly evaluating his downed opponent. He has the ability to see right through a person's raw talent. This guy is actually a formidable opponent. Us frogmen can easily read anyone's deepest strengths and fatal weaknesses. Let's pause for a second. Even the monster is confused. He honestly can't read what this guy is thinking. His talent and raw power have already reached his exact level. He is hitting his absolute limit right now, and Morin cannot let him live long enough to break through that wall. But right on cue, Enkrid raises his sword, shifting back into a battle-ready stance. Enkrid smiles, looking absolutely thrilled. Well, look at that. I can even tank a direct kick from a giant frog now. Hearing that, Morin loses his patience and charges forward. You annoying little brat, I am ending you right here. As the monster lunges, Enkrid grips his sword and dashes in, locked onto his target, and Morin instantly notices his angle. He is going for the heart again. The monster swings his heavy arm. Enkrid twists his blade. He definitely wants to stab the heart to stop the healing. But slash! Enkrid flawlessly changes targets mid-air, sweeping his blade upward toward the enemy's left side. And the result? Morin's arm gets sliced clean off his body. Enkrid keeps his momentum flowing without a single pause. He knows Morin won't have the energy to regenerate a whole severed arm right in the middle of a high-speed fight. Not if he can slip right into that blind spot. But Morin is completely enraged now, snarling through his teeth. Even with just one arm, I can still crush a pathetic bug like you. He pulls his leg back and unleashes a devastating diagonal dropkick. The impact instantly blows Enkrid's sword arm wide open, knocking the blade right out of his grip. Seeing his opening, Morin lunges in. In that split second, Enkrid's eyes widen as he accepts his fate. So this is where he hits pause. It is over for now, but he swears he will challenge him again. Just wait until next time. His thoughts cut off as Morin brings his blade down. But insanely, the weapon does not cleave through Enkrid. It stops mere inches from his head. A dead silence drops, making the air feel incredibly thick and suffocating. Suddenly, Morin starts letting out these low, trembling growls. Enkrid is totally confused. Why would this monster stop right before dealing the lethal blow? Morin slowly shifts his gaze behind him. He can sense an overwhelmingly powerful surge of magic. That terrifying aura is radiating off the beast standing behind them. It is basically a massive warning. If he kills the guy in front of him, his own life will be in danger. Esther slowly creeps closer to Enkrid and Morin. With every single step, its body emits an utterly terrifying magical pressure. Morin clicks his tongue in sheer frustration. He really wants to kill him, A human who just shattered his talent limits, utterly unpredictable. This is exactly the kind of guy who absolutely has to die. Refusing to back down, the frog raises his blade one more time, but Esther is totally surprised, because the monster suddenly stops his attack. Instead, Morin sheathes his blade and turns toward Esther. His pride is not worth throwing away his own life. Remember this, human. He glares back at Enkrid, emphasizing every word. My name is Morin. Next time, I will kill you. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see round 2. Let's dive right back into the tension. Enkrid stands his ground, glaring daggers at his opponent. Without another word, Morin just walks right past Esther and leaves, leaving 2 guys and a panther standing there, completely stunned. Chris cannot even believe it. He stammers out, is he gone? He actually left, right? Tell me he really left. Then he finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, I thought we were totally dead just now. Since when could our squad leader fight toe-to-toe with a monstrous frog like that? But Enkrid is not satisfied at all. Toe-to-toe is not enough, he mutters. That makes Chris gasp in pure surprise. Enkrid stares at his own swollen, dark purple wrist. He thinks to himself, that final attack totally shattered my right wrist. I even dropped my sword. Frustrated, he clenches his fist tight and repeats the same thought 3 times. He looks up, his eyes burning with absolute determination. If I just had 3 more days to prepare, I could have beaten him. As they walk down the street, Chris suddenly speaks up. Nobody even warned us they were coming, and we had no clue how long we would be waiting. I cannot believe those absolute lunatics marched straight into battle without a single complaint. Enkrid completely agrees. Even I am surprised, Enkrid admits. Chris just lets out a heavy sigh. Whatever, man, we are just lucky that Crazy Frog decided to walk away. Meanwhile, Enkrid's mind is racing with questions. Why did that guy just walk away? With a single snap of his fingers, he could have easily killed both me and Chris. So why spare us? Esther is walking with them in her beast form, just moving quietly without making a sound. Out of nowhere, Enkrid asks her, you are human, right? Esther just replies with a very gentle meow. Chris has no idea, so he thinks the stress finally broke his captain's brain. Wow, you have actually lost your mind. Are you seriously talking to a panther right now? Suddenly, a loud voice echoes toward them from a distance. Hey, where the heck have you been? Enkrid instantly recognizes the commander of Squad 1, which catches him slightly off guard. Graham looks Enkrid up and down and spots his fresh bandages. Whoa, are you injured? He asks with concern. Enkrid replies casually, it is just a scratch. Graham looks super stressed out about this. Why now, of all times? Turns out, he desperately needs the captain's help. He looks dead serious as he asks Enkrid a huge favor. We do not need you to fight, but if possible, could you come regroup with your unit right now? Your superior specifically requested this. Hearing that, Enkrid stays completely silent for a few seconds. He slowly looks straight at the commander, clearly hesitating. Now pay attention here, because things get wild. The company commander, over on the battlefield, Yo Yang and the troops are clashing violently with the enemy, and there is zero end in sight. She stands high up, looking down at the absolute chaos with deep concern. Is this really happening? Now I understand why they call them the Crazy Squad. They are just viciously hacking away at everyone. 1, 2. They just keep charging in like they are playing a video game to see who gets the highest kill count. 3. Jem effortlessly slaughters thousands, then casually walks back carrying his axe like a trophy. That is my quota for today, he announces. His teammates are fighting with everything they have, yelling at him to get back out there. Hey, there are still tons of enemies right behind you. But Jem does not care at all. Quota met. Over in the corner, Ragnar suddenly walks in out of nowhere, casually carrying the severed head of an enemy soldier. The surrounding soldiers are completely shocked. Wait, is not that the guy who went missing from the battlefield recently? I totally thought he was dead. I cannot believe he is actually still alive. He hands the bloody head to a random soldier. If you guys head back to camp, at least tell somebody, he mutters. The terrified soldier replies, we are not going back. Ragnar acts so indifferent, like this is just a normal Tuesday. Whatever, I am going to sleep. Do not wake me up. The soldier just stares at the head in his hands, completely clueless on what to do with it. What even is this? But after a closer look, he screams and drops it in pure horror. It is the enemy commander's head. Everyone stares at Ragnar in disbelief. That maniac actually charged alone into enemy lines and made it back alive. Somewhere else on the field, Auden is lifting an enemy soldier right off the ground. His massive, towering figure has the guy absolutely terrified. Auden just smirks coldly. You are way too loud, my guy. Looks like you need some proper manners. In a split second, he brutally snaps the soldier's arm like a twig. The guy struggles, but there is zero escape. The sheer brutality makes everyone around them step back in fear. He lifted a whole person with one hand. Hey, We are on the same side. Why are you guys backing away? The other soldiers are terrified, because anyone who gets too close ends up getting hoisted into the air just like that. Meanwhile, Jackson is effortlessly dodging every single sword strike. The enemy soldier gets so desperate he throws a massive tantrum because he cannot land a hit. What the heck? Come on, how am I missing everything? Just let me land one hit, please. Jackson maintains his flawless, calm vibe without even trying. After missing 100 times, the enemy soldier just completely mentally collapses on the spot. You and I both know this squad is built different. Just one hit, no. At this point, just hit me instead. Seeing their absolute disrespect on the battlefield leaves Yo Yang totally speechless. Back at the camp, Graham finally returns. He starts discussing strategy with her. How in the world did you manage to drag those stubborn jerks all the way here? Yo Yang sighs heavily. Getting them here was the easy part. Flashback. She walks right into the barracks and drops the news. You are all coming with me to fill in the missing gap for your squad leader. Andre looks super stressed as he tells her, all right, we will pack up and get ready. Meanwhile, a guy sitting nearby gets pretty furious. He snaps at her, why did you take our captain away without asking and now force us to cover for his absence? Yo Yang just glares back with eyes like ice. She growls out her threat. If you disobey orders, your captain takes the full blame. Do you really want to drop all this heavy baggage onto your captain Enkrid? That brutal question forces Jem to shut his mouth and swallow his rage. Suddenly, he holds up his fingers. 3 days. Then he grabs his giant axe and stands up with absolute attitude. After 3 days, do not expect a single thing out of me. Thinking back on that memory gives Yo Yang a massive headache. Honestly, just getting these lunatics to cooperate this much was a miracle. Those out-of-touch higher-ups could never understand the struggle. She continues her serious meeting with Graham. In this specific battle, our unit is charging straight for the front lines. The results we achieve here will massively impact the fate of the entire main army. He asks Yo Yang, wait, has the enemy been provoking one-on-one duels between soldiers? They completely lost the last major battle, so now they are resorting to these cheap tricks? She nods back. Even so, the enemy is only sending out their absolute strongest fighters, and we cannot manage to win a single match against them. With the brutal losses piling up, rumors are spreading through the army. People are whispering, if the skill gap was not this insane, we would not be losing every single round, right? Graham frustratedly slams his fist on the table. If we let this keep happening, our troops' morale will completely shatter. We need to send out someone actually capable of crushing them. Graham still feels like deploying those crazy guys is the only logical choice, but Yo Yang is deeply worried. Even when they do fight, they only give half effort. And if we push them too hard, they will just flat out refuse to fight. Do you really think that is okay? Graham clicks his tongue in annoyance. Man, they are absolute headaches, but let's be real, their skills are completely unmatched. Is there any effective way to actually keep them under control? After talking, Yo Yang finally knows what to do. She stands up, slamming the table. I got it. I am calling their captain back. Trust me, you guys are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. Back at the camp, Graham sits alone, plotting his next move. Dirty tactics? That's exactly how those Asen bastards love to play. Those guys never cared about actual strategy. But Graham? He caught a rumor about a certain someone, and now he wants to hunt this guy down. Word on the street is a young tactical genius just joined up with Aspen. Yeah, it definitely has to be him. The dust finally settles on the battlefield, and the sun starts going down as the squad slowly heads back to camp. Meanwhile, Andrew is fuming. He got completely wrecked and couldn't do a thing. He's a proud descendant of the Gagner family, yet lately, he's stuck babysitting these absolute lunatics instead of being a real captain. He's the one taking the fall for their mess. Ellie checks in on him, staring at his nasty black eye. She asks if he's all right and tells him there's no need to keep fighting like this. Hearing that just makes Andrew even angrier. Who else is going to satisfy that monster's insane bloodlust? If they drop their guard for even a second, that psychopath is going to turn this entire place into a literal sea of blood. He clenches his fists tight, grinding his teeth. He admits fighting that guy makes him feel like he's going to die, but that sheer terror is exactly what pushes his skills to the next level. Stepping right over that line between life and death over and over again, it's the only way to get stronger. Even the guy who gave him that nasty black eye silently agrees. Yeah, nobody really wants to admit it out loud, but it is the harsh truth. Only the guys who haven't taken a fist to the face are still acting completely sane. Jackson, Ragna, and Auden aren't nearly as bloodthirsty, and luckily, those three are busy minding their own business right now. But the problem is Andrew suddenly hears loud shouting in the distance. Turns out, some curly-haired, bearded guys throwing his weight around, acting like he owns the whole place. They are either a special independent squad or just a bunch of lunatics stuck together. This guy is busy lecturing Rem, while Rem just sits there quietly, letting the fool run his mouth all he wants. The bearded guy screams, asking if he sees everyone fighting for their absolute lives out here. Does he think war is just some joke? Andrew watches this unfold and literally gets goosebumps. Wait, is this loudmouth supposed to be the new captain? Does this idiot have a death wish or something? Andrew instantly steps right in front of Rem, blocking him. He looks dead at the new captain and declares that their squad is completely independent, taking orders straight from the Supreme Commander. But the guy just does not know when to shut up. He keeps acting arrogant, yelling that they are just using that excuse to be incredibly lazy. The louder this fake captain screams, the more secretly thrilled Andrew gets about the whole situation. Honestly, seeing someone act this boldly stupid is somewhat refreshing. But right behind him, Andrew can already feel a terrifying, completely demonic aura radiating straight out of Rem's body. Rem slowly stands up. Now pay attention here, this is where things get wild. Andrew's surprisingly good conscience kicks in, deciding they actually need to save this completely clueless captain. He decides to put his own body on the line. He would rather take a beating himself than let this fool clash with Rem. He shouts out if the captain has a problem, he can fight him instead. Rem stays completely motionless, almost like he is generously offering the guy one last chance to walk away alive. While they keep shouting at each other to prove who is boss, Andrew and his crew quickly drag the screaming new captain far away. The guy is still yelling he will tear them apart. Watching this absolute circus, Rem just lets out a heavy sigh and stares blankly up at the empty sky. He heads back, utterly disappointed. He figured they were a bunch of cripples, but finally found someone to fight only for those brats to ruin it. The harsh truth? He is just way too overpowered to be stuck in this boring wasteland. There is absolutely nothing fun happening around here. He steps into his empty tent, tossing his heavy axe right onto the bed. Rem takes one look around the gloomy place and honestly just feels like completely giving up. Maybe it is finally time to retire for good. Meanwhile, Ragnar just wakes up, lying flat on his back, lost in deep thought. Zero news from their actual captain. He is either just running extremely late or he is already dead. Across the room, Auden is quietly praying for something. He grips a sharp dart, lost in his own mind. He figures it is finally time to head back home, since there is literally zero reason to stay in this camp any longer. Even Jackson is trapped in his heavy thoughts. He stares down at his trusty knife, quietly reflecting on everything that has happened up until this point. He already achieved the exact reason he joined the military, so why waste any more time here? The whole squad is completely exhausted. Without their real leader to guide them, nobody has an ounce of motivation to do a single thing. They are all secretly hoping for the exact same thing. If he doesn't show up today, they are walking out. But just as fate decides to repeat history once again, Graham has officially managed to bring Enkrid back to the squad. He casually greets Yang as he walks right in, while she frantically urges him to hurry back to his team. Even Andrew, who is completely busy throwing hands nearby, actually has to stop and glance over at him. Enkrid steps right into the main camp, and every single eye instantly locks onto him. Their actual captain has finally returned. He casually announces he is back, and Rem is literally shaking, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Andrew instantly drops everything and violently bursts into the tent like an absolute madman. He is ugly, crying tears and snot flying everywhere as he dramatically wails, asking his captain why the hell he took so long. He cannot even control himself, desperately clinging onto Enkrid like his life depends on it. He bawls, screaming about how incredibly long he waited for him to return and all the agonizing pain he had to silently endure. Jay is honestly so happy he's annoyed. He violently drags Andrew off. How did he move so fast? Let's pause for a second, you can feel the emotion here. The whole squad finally gathers around, deeply moved that Enkrid is really back. Someone mutters that he took way too long. Their captain just gives a warm, reassuring smile, simply saying that he is finally home. Outside, beneath the dead quiet night sky by the massive mountain, giant cauldrons of fire burn brightly. Enkrid rests one hand casually on his thigh. He silently observes the rowdy squad in front of him, quickly assessing the whole chaotic situation. Calling him back to the squad, this urgently makes perfect sense. They definitely need him just to babysit these wild monsters. After a moment, he speaks up, gently reminding everyone to at least try following basic orders from their superiors. Sitting right across from him, Rem lazily leans back in his chair, flashing a playful smirk as he claims they are totally listening. Enkrid sweeps his gaze across the room, quietly realizing the truth. Unlike anyone else, these guys actually respect his authority. Rem then slowly pushes himself up from his chair. Following orders really isn't the biggest issue right now. What he really wants to know is how is the captain actually feeling? Enkrid just glares back, his ice-cold gaze piercing right through him. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the tent, completely shattering the tense silence. Ragnar, looking completely bored and emotionless, just coldly drops a crazy suggestion. He straight up demands a match. Chiz, resting on his bed, instantly jolts awake. He yells at them to wait. Can't they see their captain is severely injured? Before he even finishes, G furiously grinds his teeth. He aggressively points a finger straight at Ragnar's head and snarls. He calls him a blind lunatic, declaring that the captain's very first fight always belongs to him. Ragnar just frowns, annoyed, asking since when they actually cared about taking turns. G instantly scowls back, threatening to permanently rearrange the entire structure of Ragnar's face if he doesn't back off right now. Right in the middle of this chaos, Odin seemingly teleports between them out of nowhere. He grabs both of their faces with his bare hands and forcefully shoves the two lunatics completely apart. He calmly tells everyone to relax. They haven't had a proper fight in a while, so naturally, everyone's skills are getting a little rusty. G violently slaps Odin's hand away, screaming at the tall freak not to interrupt his fight. Watching his entire squad devolve into an absolute circus, Enkrid finally decides he has to step in and shut this down. He tells them to stop causing such a massive scene. Chi silently lets out a huge sigh of relief, thinking their captain is finally stopping them. But unexpectedly, with a dead serious face, Enkrid loudly announces he will fight every single one of them. Jackson desperately rushes in, screaming that the captain is too injured to fight, and that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss this next battle. Listen up, you're gonna love this. Enkrid just casually rubs his injured wrist. He whispers that it isn't broken, but his teammate is still completely freaking out about it. His squad mate insists on bandaging the wound properly. But Enkrid, he tightens the gauze himself, secretly making sure it isn't too restrictive. A bulky bandage means he cannot swing his sword fast enough. The intense memory of his blade ruthlessly cutting down that enemy suddenly flashes right through his mind. Enkrid knows that fighting those royal guards and that insane guy definitely made him stronger. Sure, the path to becoming a true knight is still incredibly long, but honestly, no matter how tough or impossible that road gets, he is absolutely ready to climb it step by step. He makes a quiet vow to himself right there. He wants to show everyone the raw power he has been grinding for single every day. Jackson just cannot hide his nerves. He urgently warns that pushing too hard might actually worsen the captain's injury. But Enkrid just brushes off the panic with complete unbothered silence. The corner of his mouth twitches up into a confident, mysterious smirk, completely ignoring all the anxious chatter going on around him. Soon enough, the whole squad gathers together in the cold, windy clearing right outside the camp. Rem casually rests a massive battle axe on his shoulder, practically radiating pure, absolute arrogance from head to toe. He shoots Enkrid a challenging glare. He blatantly mocks that only the captain is going to suffer here, though he admits Enkrid sounds pretty damn confident right now. Without any warning, Rem launches forward. He tears through the silence like a literal lightning bolt, eager to test just how much stronger their captain has actually become today. He snarls a dark challenge, telling him to take it easy. Yet despite the crushing pressure surrounding him, Enkrid stands like a literal mountain. He does not flinch. Now pay close attention here. This is wild. Enkrid stares dead at the sharp blade flying right at his face. With one single, decisive swing of his arm, he knocks that heavy axe completely out of Rem's control in the blink of an eye. Rem is completely stunned. The movements feel entirely different. There is zero hesitation. It is absolutely obvious that the captain has reached a whole new level of power. Rem grins like an absolute maniac and laughs, begging to see more. Captain Enkrid stays completely silent. He just grips his sword tighter and shifts directly into a flawless attack stance. Jackson watches carefully from the sidelines, nodding to himself as he analyzes the fight. It has only been a week, but the captain's skills have skyrocketed. Beside him, Auden looks totally dead serious. His eyes burn with pure fighting spirit as he growls that his patience is officially gone. Ragnar says absolutely nothing, but his intense eyes are screaming the exact same thing. Hurry up and finish this already, you absolute savage. All three of them stand huddled together in the corner. Their faces are super tense, locking their sharp gazes right onto the intense duel. Rem glances back with an arrogant smirk. He figures it makes perfect sense these lunatics are glaring at him with pure killing intent. Who could possibly hold back their excitement after seeing a crazy display like this? Opposite him, Enkrid stays completely laser-focused on the fight. He violently swings his cold blade, tearing right through the wind to strike. Eventually, the fiery tension fades out, and the military camp finally returns to the peaceful quiet of the dark night. Inside the tent, Jackson turns over from the next bed and asks the real question. Who exactly did this to you, Captain? Enkrid slowly rewraps his hand bandage and quietly mutters that it is nothing major. He just fought that crazy guy right before coming back to camp. Jackson stares at him, highly suspicious. His serious tone proves this definitely does not sound like a normal, everyday encounter. Jem cannot hide his burning curiosity either, and jumps into the conversation to ask, Did you not go straight to the border? What crazy guy was there? Enkrid just shakes his head, looking deeply thoughtful. I know what you're thinking. He explains the guy came for the guild, and he got injured heading back. Hearing this, Rem concludes he simply could not beat that crazy bastard and had to return with a nasty wound. Auden, who was quiet until now, finally speaks up in a deep voice. What about the mission? Did something happen out there? Enkrid answers him very plainly. The enemy set traps everywhere. Greyhounds, vicious werewolves, and even magic casters were waiting in ambush. Hearing this, Andrew's face instantly darkens. He feels incredibly frustrated with himself. He trained so insanely hard and even fought those lunatics himself, yet he still cannot close the massive skill gap between him and their captain. A joking voice from the other side chimes in, saying he is super lucky to even be alive. Enkrid just nods calmly, completely agreeing with them. Yeah, really damn lucky. The faint candlelight glowing in the corner of the tent suddenly blows out from a soft breeze. He lies back on his bed, gently petting Esther before slowly drifting off to sleep. But even with his eyes completely closed, his mind is still racing. He learned a ton of new things from all of today's intense battles. Because of the injury, he could not go all out. He desperately wants to heal up fast and fight at his absolute full strength. He needs to see exactly how far his current combat skills will take their squad. Beside him, Rem is clearly still awake. He quietly whispers not to lose to pathetic guys like that again. Ragna then lets out a deeply annoyed sigh. There is still way too much to learn. Auden adds that non-stop training is the only real answer. Jackson also slowly chimes in to share his own thoughts. He admits he sees many flaws in his technique. Hearing all this advice, Enkrid just smiles. He confidently declares that next time they fight, he will definitely win. Hearing that, Rem laughs out loud and playfully teases his sudden burst of confidence. After chatting and joking around a bit more, the peaceful darkness blankets the tent and Enkrid finally dozes off into deep sleep. But right in the middle of that dead silence, when everyone seemed totally asleep, Rem suddenly speaks up and breaks the quiet. He demands a real, all-out duel once that wrist heals up. From another dark corner, Ragna chimes in, offering to help him fix all of his combat flaws. Auden gets instantly hyped by this, shouting about endless, non-stop training. Brother Jackson mutters that there are plenty of different ways to completely improve his reflexes. Half asleep, Enkrid simply mumbles a very quick, tired reply. He promises to crush them all once he is fully healed up. Finally, the chaotic room slowly falls back into total, peaceful silence once again. But that peace definitely does not last long. Rem starts loudly complaining from the next bed, making Enkrid look super annoyed in the dark. Seriously, that crazy guy is absolutely nothing. Jem jumps right out of bed, yelling angrily while aggressively swinging his arms wildly in the air. Just block like this and slash. It is way too damn easy. I will personally take that crazy guy out once you heal up. Tossing and turning, Ragna crawls up to join the chaos, adding that he needs more time to master the heavy greatsword anyway. Auden nods along with them, looking right at Enkrid in the dark to warn him. Even while you are healing, do not let your combat skills slip away. That's where we leave it, guys. Jackson quickly defends his own skills. Honestly, at this point, Enkrid is way too exhausted to even bother joking back with them. Let's jump right back in. Enkrid snaps, completely shattering the noisy atmosphere. Can you guys just sleep? Hearing his sharp tone, Rem just rolls over. Time to sleep, he mutters quietly, and slowly, the flickering campfire fades, surrendering to the cold, heavy morning mist. Sunlight finally breaches the high peaks, chasing away the dawn's bitter chill to kick off a brand new journey. Harsh rays pierce straight through the tent flaps, hitting Enkrid right in the eyes. He jolts awake, rubbing his face. Man, I definitely overslept, he thinks. It's been way too long since he woke up this late. Chris turns toward Esther, who is currently doing a lazy morning stretch. Did you sleep well? He asks gently. As Esther steps outside the tent, Chris happens to be standing right there. Catching sight of the figure, he immediately strikes up a conversation. You awake already? Enkrid scans the entirely deserted campsite, a frown creeping onto his face. Did everyone else head to the front lines already? He realizes the truth pretty quick. Anyone who could hold a weapon is already at the front. The only ones left behind, supply units and a few guards enjoying the absolute silence. Wasting no time, Enkrid plants both hands into the dirt, pushing right into strength training. Every single muscle fiber trembles wildly under the brutal force strain of his workout. Completely drained, Enkrid collapses back onto the ground. He stares quietly at his heavily bandaged wrist. It definitely feels way more numb after brawling with those guys yesterday. Yeah, he pushed his limits too far, but seeing them so eager to fight, how could he just walk away? Honestly, just thinking about it makes his hands itch for a blade. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a pile of weapons in the distance. He walks over, grabbing a longsword and doing some quick mental math. A longsword usually needs two hands, but with the right force, one hand works. He had been swinging it with his right arm before. So what happens if he trains his left arm now? It feels incredibly clumsy. The swing path is a total mess, exactly like his very first day holding a blade. But to relearn the basics, this is the perfect time. Enkrid points the tip of the sword straight up toward the blazing, brilliant colors of the dawn sky. He swings hard, the blade violently tearing through the morning wind. Starting from scratch is no joke, he thinks to himself. But thanks to his limited skills, he really doesn't need to rely on brute strength anyway. Meanwhile, Venons is standing off to the side, watching this whole display in pure confusion. They said the kid was injured. So what on earth is this absolute madman doing? Hearing heavy footsteps approaching, Enkrid glances over his shoulder. Captain Venons, you heading to the front? He asks. Venons keeps it painfully short. My squad was ordered to stay back and guard the camp. Right in the middle of talking, Enkrid's grip on the hilt suddenly slips. He looks down at the loose leather strap dangling in the air. Ah, the strap came undone, he mutters. Venons clicks his tongue, looking absolutely fed up as he drops a sarcastic jab. The sword and the master are equally pathetic. Give it here. How do you expect to tie that with a busted hand? I know what you are thinking. Why is his biggest hater helping out? Venons snatches the sword, crouching down to carefully retie the strap. Enkrid just watches in silence, wondering why this guy is always so grumpy around him. Why the sudden friendly service? Seriously, what was the deal with all that intense hostility before? Sick of guessing, Enkrid just asks straight up, why do you hate me so much? Caught completely off guard, Venons freezes for a second, looking up at him. Out of nowhere, the captain blurts out a single name. Jenny. Enkrid blinks in pure confusion. Who is Jenny? Across from him, Venons explodes in utter frustration. You oblivious bastard. Jenny is the beautiful herb seller. We are talking about that Jenny. Enkrid's face stays totally blank. He genuinely has no idea what Venons is talking about. The captain doesn't even bother explaining further. He just shoves the sword aggressively into Enkrid's chest and yells, forget it. Talking to you is exhausting. Boiling with anger, Venons turns around and storms off in a huff. But he instantly freezes when Enkrid casually drops his next line. I have zero interest in her. Jenny is just the one who likes me. Enkrid lowers his eyes, realizing the captain's outburst finally jogged his memory. Jenny runs the herb shop near the border zone. Her herbs are actually really high quality, which is the only reason he visited her store so often. That's probably why she developed feelings for him. Venons, on the other hand, was hopelessly crushing on Jenny. Enkrid lowers his voice, clarifying one more time. I like herbs way more than I like Jenny. Hearing that, Venons scowls deeply. I know. One look at you, and it's obvious you love swords more than women. Deep down, the captain is secretly battling a heavy wave of inferiority. Jenny wouldn't even give him the time of day, yet she's completely hooked on this guy's stupid face. Venons turns his head, cursing bitterly. You lucky bastard, just take your sword. I have actual work to do. Enkrid just watches the captain march away, feeling totally lost. How does a guy's mood swing that wildly in under 2 minutes? Well, whatever the case, the guy is definitely a weirdo. Meanwhile, under the vast blue sky, the military camp stands tall. Back inside, Esther sprawls on the bed, letting out a huge, lazy yawn. He sits down next to her, gently petting her fur. Are you tired today? Are you feeling sick somewhere? He asks. The beast shoots Enkrid a highly annoyed side-eye, internally snapping back. Who do you think is at fault here? You went sword fighting while already injured. She had to burn her own magic just to ease the burden on his wounds. She totally overdid it, and now she's drained. She probably won't be able to use magic for a while. Understanding her silent frustration, Enkrid gently reassures her. We still have plenty of time to rest before we actually head out to battle. So just take it easy and recover. Now pay attention, because this peace won't last. Outside, the area falls into dead silence as two figures quietly approach the pond's edge. Two guards patrol closely together, seriously surveying the perimeter. Suddenly, tiny ripples disturb the glass-like surface of the quiet water. One of the men stops, instantly on edge. Hey, did you see something? The guy behind him shakes his head. No, just the water moving. But before the words even leave his mouth, a massive, vicious shadow explodes from the pond, ruthlessly taking his life in a single blink of an eye. Still sitting inside the tent, Enkrid instantly catches the abnormal sound. He knows immediately that something is horribly wrong. Venons doesn't hesitate for a split second. His sword violently clears its scabbard, tearing through the air as he roars an emergency order. Enemy attack. Defend the camp. Do not let them touch our food supplies. The warning is barely out before Enkrid blindly dashes out of the main tent. Where is the enemy? Seeing Enkrid sprint forward, Chris immediately yells, What exactly is a wounded guy like you going to do? Captain, go hide inside. Heavy boots stomp down hard, sending dirty water splashing everywhere. He is absolutely determined to physically block him from joining this bloody fight, but Enkrid completely ignores him. Dripping with pure killing intent, his gaze locks dead ahead. He never in a million years thought he would run into this guy here. Down in the pond, a massive troop of Aspen soldiers marches relentlessly through the deep water. And leading the absolute vanguard, Murrier emerges, radiating the arrogant aura of a true commander. He pushes forward aggressively, every single step dripping with overbearing malice and pure threat. Enkrid lowers his voice, spitting out the name. Murrier. The guy doesn't even answer, just staring directly back into Enkrid's murderous eyes. Time completely freezes, the tension cranking to absolute max. Trust me, we definitely want to see this showdown next. All right, let's jump into the absolute madness. Mert smirks. The gods heard my prayers. I truly wanted to see you again. But Enkrid keeps his face deadpan. You actually remember my name? The guy ignores the question and keeps yapping. Thanks to you, I dropped my ego. I have awakened to a whole new tier. Mert points his blade straight at Enkrid. I want to bury you myself. Enkrid does not waste a single second, drawing his own sword. He screams for Chris to guard the others. Boom! The talking stops. Both fighters explode forward like absolute tornadoes. Their steel blades smash head-on, ripping through the air with a terrifying, ear-piercing screech. Mert roars, flexing his insane strength to break the deadlock. The sudden crushing pressure throws Enkrid totally off balance, sending him stumbling backward in pure shock. Then Mert says something that makes Enkrid freeze cold. You are injured? Seeing the opening, the villain instantly goes for the kill, dripping with absolute confidence. Too bad for you. The lethal blade is literally an inch from his face. But then, another sword flashes in at insane speed. Veningen drops in from nowhere, parrying the brutal strike. He yells, panicked, Enkrid, run! But Enkrid scrambles back up, desperately warning him. Veningen, fall back. You cannot handle this guy. But before the words land, Ven takes a fatal, point-blank hit right in front of him. Enkrid turns to absolute stone. Total horror. In one horrifying second, his friend's severed head and fresh blood literally rocket into the clear blue sky. It hits the dirt beside him with a heavy thud. Enkrid is entirely paralyzed. His shaking blue eyes snap over to the monster who did it. Mert does not even blink. This trash wasn't fit to fight. Esther screams in pure rage, charging blindly at him. Chris panics, trying to hold her back. Now watch closely. Esther, wait, fall back. Enkrid panics. If she attacks like that, it is pure suicide. But she is furious, dragging a desperate Chris behind her. Flash. A ruthless, brutal slash tears right through her body in a split second. By the time Enkrid can react, it is completely over. Now only Chris is left in the slaughter zone. Enkrid chokes on his own warning, desperately reaching his hand out into thin air. Then it happens. The merciless blade punches straight through Chris's chest. His lifeless body just crumbles right in front of Enkrid's eyes. Mert laughs, dripping with absolute venom. So pathetic. If your wrist was not ruined, maybe I could show you my true legendary power. Bam! Another spray of red fills the air. Then, we snap back to the camp. The day has reset. Esther is sound asleep, while Enkrid just sits there, completely haunted. I couldn't save anyone. This stupid wrist injury ruined everything. He steps outside, still stressed, when Chris suddenly calls out. Captain, you are up. Enkrid realizes a massive problem right away. The main squad is not here to help. And this afternoon, Grey Wolves are ambushing the camp. So he grinds like crazy to prepare for the... His mind keeps flashing back to that psycho's insult. You are just a weak bug. They died for you. Sweat pours off Enkrid as he heavily gasps for air. Right then, Ven strolls over, looking super confused. Your right arm is wrecked, so you swap to the left? You are injured and training like a complete maniac. Is this even helping you improve? But Enkrid is stubborn. If it is not working, I just train harder. Deep down, he makes a vow. I will protect all of you. Ven just stands there, totally baffled. Then Enkrid remembers something massive. Oh, and sorry about Jenny. Ven flinches in pure shock. How do you know about that? Whatever. It was not on purpose. Enkrid tells him to cheer up. He even adds, look, plenty of girls out there want a real man, not just a pretty face. That totally triggers Ven. You little punk. Are you calling yourself handsome? Look at your stupid face, you arrogant jerk. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoes outside. Everyone starts screaming. Enemy raid. Defend the base right now. You and I both know what is coming. Enkrid visualizes fighting. In his head, the clash is brutal. Pushed back, he accepts a hard truth. He cannot use both hands, and his raw power is just lower. Mert spots the opening and lunges. Enkrid desperately raises his blade to defend. Enkrid has to admit it. The guy's sword skills are legendary. He completely dictates the tempo. In a single flash, Enkrid is knocked into the dirt, defenseless. Mert stares down at him. What is wrong with your right arm? Enkrid shows his crippled wrist. Seeing this, Mert raises his weapon high. Sucks to be you. I really wanted to crush you at full power. Then he viciously impales Enkrid through the stomach, a totally pathetic, crushing defeat. Snapping back to reality, Enkrid makes his choice. No matter how insanely overpowered he is, I only have one option left. Master the left hand. The grip, the footwork, the swings, vertical, horizontal, and the fatal thrust. I will use everything from the training village, the heavy greatsword style, the fundamentals. I literally cannot do this wrong. He imagines Mert's elite squad storming the camp again. That horrifying image just fuels his rage. He has to rebuild the exact same muscle memory, just reversed. Total dedication. Shredded straw explodes everywhere. Enkrid is obliterating the training dummy. He replays his fatal ambush in his mind to fix every single flaw. Pure hatred powers his swings. Boom! The dummy's entire arm gets completely annihilated in seconds. His growth speed is actually insane now. But wait, after 40 reps today, my angle is slightly off. Why is that happening? Is it really just because it is my non-dominant hand? Ven watches him train in absolute silence, completely lost for words. Finally, Ven speaks up. Hey, Enkrid, you want to spar? Enkrid freezes, totally shocked. Venenjin wants to duel? That did not happen in the previous loop. Trust me, you need to see this. Why the sudden challenge? Ven is dead serious. Enkrid stares back, completely stunned by this wild timeline twist. All right, stick with me. Enkrid finally agrees to the duel. No reason to back down now. Both fighters step up, totally ready to clash. Vengeance strikes first, charging right at him. Enkrid reacts with lightning speed, blocking the strike. Vengeance immediately measures his opponent's strength. Being a squad leader, his power is no joke. Holding him off left-handed, insanely tough. But Enkrid pushes back with massive force, completely catching him off guard. Boom! One tiny distraction, and Enkrid sweeps his leg. Vengeance crashes hard into the dirt. Enkrid just stares down at him, saying, "Looks like I win." Furious, Vengeance curses out loud. He's only using his left hand, but before he can even finish whining, Enkrid cuts him off. I've been slowly practicing my left-handed swordsmanship. Curious, Enkrid asks why he challenged him. Still stunned on the ground, Vengeance mutters, "Watching you just makes my blood boil." Enkrid is super confused by that. I was literally just practicing the basic steps. Exactly, Vengeance shoots back. Seeing you swing wildly makes me remember my first time holding a sword, desperate to get stronger. Then his eyes shift completely. But your sword, it feels different. Totally missing the hidden meaning. Enkrid asks, "What are you talking about?" Vengeance explains it's like a soulless sword. Shocked, Enkrid repeats the words. Now Vengeance just looks awkward, struggling to explain. I know it sounds bad, but Enkrid completely ignores him, deep in thought. A soulless sword? What does that even mean? Are my attacks too weak? No raw power? Frustrated, Vengeance snaps at him. Hey, I'm talking here. Are you even listening to me? Suddenly, it clicks. Enkrid stares hard at his own hand. I've just been blindly copying everything my right hand used to do. Right. I force my right hand's muscle memory onto my left. From day one, the right and left sides feel completely different to control. Watch closely, because this changes everything. He grips the sword, swings with raw power, and instantly slices the dummy's arm clean off. Finally, Enkrid gets it. The true path. Even the brutal sound of the slash is completely different now. Figuring it out, he smiles with pure joy. Enkrid turns and thanks Vengeance, practically buzzing with excitement. Thanks to you, I found the key to mastering my left hand. He realizes the ultimate secret is awakening his left hand's natural senses. That is the only way he will ever become a true master. It starts with daily habits. Chris asks curiously, "Captain, you don't normally eat left-handed?" He keeps it simple. Right hand's hurt. Resting, it speeds up healing. Chris quietly judges him. Injured joints are bad, but isn't this overkill? Enkrid ignores Chris entirely. Eating, getting dressed, hardcore training, he does absolutely everything with his left hand now. He swings the sword relentlessly. Enkrid reminds himself this is to push his left hand's senses to their absolute peak. Rolling up his sleeves, he remembers Torres' advice. The core of this sick technique is drawing the blade purely by feel. Copying Torres, he practices the draw. The sharp blade follows his exact motion, stabbing deep into the dirt. He steps forward and pulls it out. This hidden blade trick will definitely pay off. Time flies. It's their 50th bout today, and Vengeance walks up, asking, "Want to fight again?" Just like before, Enkrid takes him down easily. Vengeance can't help but analyze him. You fight this good with your left, but your sword still feels weird. Hearing that, Enkrid wonders, is it still a soulless sword? So during their next clash, Enkrid gets dead serious, prepping to counter his charge instantly. They hit 60 matches today. He keeps going. By match 70, Enkrid is still effortlessly blasting Vengeance away. He trains like an absolute beast, pushing straight to round 80. You and I know what's coming. He triggers the hidden blade. The sharp dagger flies, blasting Vengeance's sword right out of his hand, sending it crashing into the ground. Defeated again, Vengeance swears out loud. Even with just his left hand, this guy's sword skills are completely terrifying. Confused by his intense glare, Enkrid asks, "Why so tense?" Vengeance quickly replies, "Coming back from the battlefield, I realized I need to work twice as hard." Hearing that, Enkrid feels pretty satisfied. Now nobody can call his sword soulless anymore. Then he turns away and teases him. "Keep it up, maybe Jenny will actually fall for you." His pride shattered, Vengeance screams from behind. "It's not about skill, it's my face. You jerk. You know exactly what my problem is and still mock me. Get back here. I'm gonna wreck you." Enkrid just laughs. His reactions are gold. At least this might push him to confess to Jenny. But to make that happen, I can't die here. What even is talent anyway? It's not something you can just define with words. Enkrid remembers training until his bones felt like breaking. He learned one thing: mastering your body is fine, but abandoning everything else for a single goal? That is pure talent. He used to train like an absolute madman, never taking a single break. The wild passion of youth burned right through him. Those days left him with deep nostalgia. Back in the present, he grips the hilt tightly, drawing the sword with massive force. For the first time ever, he actually feels talented. Day by day, he mastered it. In just 101 days, his left hand caught up to 30 entire years of right-handed training. His eyes blaze with absolute resolve. Match 112 today. He faces down his next enemy, totally burning with battle intent. Glaring at him, he vows to smash through this wall. Meanwhile, Vengeance screams out orders, grouping up to push the enemies back. Chris yells out, "Captain, you're hurt, stop fighting." But Enkrid ignores him. The enemy glares, saying he's thankful to meet him again. "Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next." "All right, let's dive into this epic showdown." Enkrid calmly replies, "Me too." Mid-Hurrier slowly steps forward, closing the distance. Mid declares that thanks to him, he finally found his guiding light. Now, he plans to crush Enkrid with absolute power and push beyond his limits. Enkrid stands completely still, thinking to himself. "Sorry to break it to you," he muses, "but I have already experienced every single drop of your power." Without a single ounce of fear, Enkrid reflects on the dozens of loops today. He knows beating Mid in a pure sword fight is impossible, but Enkrid's fierce attitude catches Mid completely off guard. This time around, his energy and raw power are on a totally different level. Mid is forced to step back. In a flash, they are face to face, inches apart. Enkrid smoothly dodges the incoming blade and strikes directly at Mid's arm, but he does not stop there. Enkrid immediately shifts his attack, throwing completely unpredictable moves. Caught off guard by this wild rhythm, Mid has no choice but to frantically push him away. Enkrid stumbles back, clutching his stomach. At the exact same moment, the heavy sword slips from Mid's grip and clatters to the ground. Trembling, he points an accusing finger. "You bastard, using cheap tricks again," Mid yells. Meanwhile, Enkrid is entirely lost in his own tactical thoughts. In every past loop today, Mid defeated him with pure swordsmanship. Enkrid wanted to give him a fair duel, but repeating the same mistakes will not help his left hand grow any stronger. Going hand-to-hand against Mid-Hurrier is a massive disadvantage, but if he wants to survive today, he has to evolve. While Enkrid plots his next move, Mid sneers at him. "So, is that your desperate final play?" "It is completely useless against me." Regaining his calm, Mid grips his sword again. Filled with absolute resolve, he growls, "I am ambidextrous. You know." Unfazed, Enkrid stares right back without a single drop of fear. "As of today, so am I," he replies. Enkrid tightly grips his blade, completely locked in. This fight is not just about winning, it is about surviving to see tomorrow. But pure swordplay will not cut it. There are no other options left. He has to rely on a special technique meant for absolute emergencies, a brutal hidden move straight from the Valen mercenary sword style. Now watch closely, because this is where everything changes. A second later, Enkrid dashes forward and violently hurls his own sword. Mid barely dodges the flying blade, letting out a shocked gasp. That insane stunt leaves Mid totally stunned. Seizing the perfect opening, Enkrid charges in. From here on out, it is an absolutely brutal close-quarters brawl. Enkrid's punch packs devastating, earth-shattering power. Caught completely off guard, Mid takes the massive blow right to the face. Reeling from the sudden strike, he tries to launch a wild counterattack. But before Mid can even react, Enkrid ambushes him again, grappling tight and fighting dirty with everything he has. Unable to resist the relentless assault, Mid crashes heavily into the dirt. Enkrid expertly locks down Mid's sword hand. His mind is racing with pure madness, winning is the only thing that matters. Then, Enkrid unleashes a brutal, heavy punch straight into his face. Only one thought echoes in his mind: use whatever it takes to secure the win. That is the true essence of brutal, hand-to-hand combat. Panic sets in as Mid sees another fist flying toward him, so he desperately kicks Enkrid away. Caught by surprise, Enkrid tumbles backwards onto the ground. Mid quickly scrambles to his feet, breathing heavily, and demands, "Fight me in a serious duel, you coward." Going absolutely ballistic, Mid screams at him, "Pick up your sword." He swings his blade with terrifying force, desperate to force a proper, honorable clash between warriors. Mid's razor-sharp sword violently clashes against the armor, but instead of slicing through, he freezes in absolute shock at the unbelievable sight right in front of him. The Jackson armor completely tanks the hit, perfectly intact against Mid's blade. Enkrid's eyes burn with pure killing intent. "Right now, I am taking this fight very seriously." Seizing the golden opportunity, Enkrid instantly launches another devastating fist. A hidden blade slips from his wrist, slashing violently across his opponent's face. In a split second, a bloody wound appears on Mid. Enkrid's hidden dagger technique was executed with absolute, flawless precision. Caught in the vicious ambush, Mid lets out a truly agonizing scream, but his sword also violently pierces Enkrid's shoulder. Bleeding and badly injured, both fighters instantly leap back to create distance. Enkrid realizes the grim truth. First his wrist, now his shoulder. If this bloodbath keeps up, he is definitely going to lose. I know what you were thinking. Game over, right? Well, think again. Mid's injured eye destroys his field of vision. With his blind spot exposed, Enkrid seizes the moment, unleashing his hidden blade again. This is where it all ends. Seeing the strike, Mid quickly raises his sword to block, but the blade slips past, stabbing directly into his arm. Wasting zero time, Enkrid dives in to ambush him from below. In the blink of an eye, Enkrid violently shoves him down. Mid's sword is knocked away, spinning helplessly through the air. Completely helpless, he cannot stop himself from cursing furiously. "You absolutely crazy bastard." As Mid yells, Enkrid ruthlessly pins his legs down. Showing zero mercy, Enkrid violently snaps his opponent's leg. The brutal crack sends Mid screaming in pure, agonizing pain. He desperately thrashes around, trying to escape the iron grip, but Enkrid is not letting go. He grabs Mid's other leg and snaps it too. Another bone-chilling shriek of total despair echoes through the air. Mid's hopeless screams completely fill the entire battlefield. From a distance, his loyal subordinates watch in sheer horror, totally stunned to see their invincible commander broken. In this crushing moment, Mid flashes back to his past self, a genius who thought effort was useless, a talented man who completely neglected his training. I, Mid Hurrier, finally changed after returning from that recent battlefield, he thinks. His eyes turn incredibly sharp and cold. In that memory, Mid transforms into an entirely different, lethal beast. He had trained relentlessly, sharpening his sword with pure obsession. Hard work finally merged with his natural talent. His blade had finally started to shine. Now, he just lies in the dirt, weakly gasping. How could this possibly happen to him? Mid weakly lifts his head, staring at his discarded sword far away. Unable to hold back, he calls out Enkrid's name. Hearing this, Enkrid slowly turns and glares right at him. Enkrid subconsciously recalls the sheer intensity Mid displayed just moments ago, an impossibly high wall of despair, an opponent who truly gave him a brand new perspective. Struggling to sit up, Mid mutters, "I never wanted to fight a battle like this." That impenetrable wall of pride inside him begins to crumble, and he collapses, completely defeated. "I just wanted." That sturdy wall slowly shatters into dust. Bursting with furious frustration, Mid screams, "I just wanted a true, honorable sword fight with you." Suddenly, Enkrid tightly grips his blade and calls out Mid's name. He draws his sword, coldly reminding him that this is a battlefield, not a duel. Mid freezes for a second. The very next moment, Enkrid's blade swings down, brutally ending his life. Enkrid's razor-sharp sword slices flawlessly right through his throat. Bright crimson blood violently splashes across the winner's cold face. From a distance, Mid's loyal troops quickly charge forward. They panic in absolute horror at the sight of their dead leader. From the back, Ven instantly orders a barrage of arrows. Filled with resolve, Ven commands his forces to wipe them all out. In an instant, a shower of arrows decimates Mid's remaining men. Meanwhile, Enkrid just stands in silence, staring at the corpse. The final wall in Mid's heart collapsed, and with his victory secured, Enkrid starts heading back. The look in his own eyes is completely shifted, and he cannot help but quietly judge the fight. "That was interesting, Mid Hurrier. So what do you and I take from this? You do whatever it takes to survive the loop." Enkrid feels totally satisfied with his victory. "Let's dive right back into the madness. Now I've surpassed you and will keep climbing to the very top." Inside the camp, a voice echoes. If this place had fallen, things would be disastrous. Chris bandages Enkrid's wounds and explains, "The main army knew how dangerous this spot was, so they sent the archers. That's the only reason we're still breathing." Right at that moment, Ven walks in and chimes in. We only made it out alive because you bought us time. Hey, is this your sword? Why are you tossing your own weapon around like that? Take better care of it. Enkrid stares at it, totally confused. He could have sworn he already picked that up. Hearing that, he instinctively glances at the other sword resting on the bed. Enkrid draws the blade and explains, this one actually belongs to Murrier. It's the weapon of the enemy I just fought. He inspects the steel, admitting it looks incredibly high quality. Standing nearby, Chris can't help himself. Let me take a look at that. As the light hits the blade, it reflects a deep blue glow, definitely forged from premium dark iron. Enkrid is pretty surprised by the sword's rare origin and asks him about it. Chris quickly answers his question, explaining it comes from the highly famous iron mines in Anne. It's way more expensive than Valerie's steel or the iron our captain uses. If you plan to sell it, before he can even finish, Enkrid completely changes the subject, turning to Ven. Are you heading out to the front lines? Chris looks pretty annoyed about being ignored. Ven is curious and asks if Enkrid plans to tag along. Enkrid immediately stands up, completely determined. I can't leave our squad members alone out there for too long. Chris looks confused. Are you just leaving your sword? Ven quickly reminds him that no matter how good the new blade is, it won't feel as comfortable as his old, trusted weapon. But he stubbornly snatches the sword right out of Chris's hands. I don't necessarily have to stick to just one. I can easily dual-wield both of them. The scene shifts to the deep forest, where Jem and Auden are continuing their long journey. Jem whistles a tune, deep in thought. Our captain is getting ready to reach a whole new level. I never expected to be drawn to someone on this entire continent. A monster like our captain might actually be worthy to inherit the ultimate secret technique born straight from the heart of a wild beast. Now pay close attention here, because Auden is walking ahead, deep in thought. Muscle reconstruction is completely done. Next up, the joints. Once his posture is perfected, his entire body shape will transform. That is exactly how you forge a body that will never break, no matter what locks or strikes hit it. If you try to train it all at once, your body will literally shatter, Captain. So, we are going to take this one brutal step at a time. Auden suddenly stops dead in his tracks, making Jem violently crash right into his back. Jem grabs his head in pain and immediately starts complaining. What the hell? Are your feet glued to the ground or something? Hurry up and keep moving. Auden just shoots him a cold glare in response. Seems like our brother hasn't done quite enough growing up yet, has he? Jem gets absolutely furious and instantly pulls out his massive axe. I'm going to lower your line of sight with this axe. Just as the two of them are about to throw down, Ragna casually walks right past them. But these two idiots are still arguing. Listen here, brother. Do you really think just chopping it short is going to make you any less annoying? Ragna completely ignores both of them, totally focused on his own training. He needs to make the sword an actual extension of his body, not just swinging it flexibly, but controlling the very tip like it's his own arm. But first, he definitely needs to sleep. Meanwhile, Jackson is also completely lost in his own deep thoughts. If only he could just fix his footwork. He doesn't need to be some shadowy night assassin. Just moving cleanly with absolutely zero wasted motion would be a massive help in battle. But wait, am I seriously the one who has to point this out? What an absolute pain. Right at that moment, Auden speaks up to remind them. It's not that way. Jem gets annoyed and violently grabs Ragna by the collar. You were definitely planning to charge straight into the enemy army again, weren't you? Absolute maniac. Ragna doesn't show a single ounce of fear and challenges him right back. At least I'm way more normal than you. Jem is instantly provoked and screams, asking if he wants to fight right now. Seeing this mess unfold, everyone quickly warns each other to scatter before they get caught in the crossfire. Jackson watches the absolute chaos and quietly vows to himself. He absolutely cannot let their captain turn into a raving lunatic like these guys. I'm going to have to personally straighten him out. Meanwhile, Yang is riding her horse, leading her entire squad forward. Suddenly, she spots something in the distance and immediately orders everyone to halt. Hidden deep inside the dense forest, an entire enemy army is waiting in ambush. Let's pause for a second. We all know how this ends. Yang stares intently as Lel confidently thumps his chest. I am Lel, soldier of Aspen. Is no one brave enough to fight me? Yang feels helpless watching this ridiculous display. Aspen's cowardly little trick is to completely crush enemy morale through these one-on-one duels. Even though it's an incredibly cheap tactic, with the heavy losses they've taken, her squad's spirit is genuinely hitting rock bottom right now. If we ignore him, they'll say we're cowards too scared to fight. A duel is still our best option. Seeing Yang stay silent, Luwell openly sneers. The commander isn't going to interfere with a fair fight, right? There's absolutely no way they could sink that low. Hearing his taunts, Yang quickly thinks it over. As commander, she can't easily step forward. But if they can win this single duel, they can completely flip the momentum. Suddenly, Yang remembers exactly what Chris told her earlier. If you ever need to send a vanguard, just use those absolute lunatics. They'll behave as long as their captain is around. Making up her mind, she slowly turns her head to look back. Yang points straight at Jem and orders him to handle it. Hearing this, Jem coldly locks eyes with Aspen's men. Luel hears the order and looks absolutely disgusted. They're sending out a pathetic barbarian? Provoked, Jem violently shoves Ragna out of the way and agrees to fight, treating it like pure entertainment. Luel confidently screams at the top of his lungs. Look at this. These complete idiots are sending a barbarian because they have absolutely no one left. A split second later, Jem lunges forward and throws a devastating punch. His monstrous power instantly rips the enemy's head clean off his shoulders. Luel's comrades are absolutely horrified, staring in pure disbelief at the bloody scene. Meanwhile, Jem just flashes a twisted smile. Who's next? Even Jem's own squad members have to admit he might be completely insane, but the man sure knows how to fight. The terrified enemy soldiers immediately start begging for their miserable lives. Yang watches the absolute slaughter and smirks to herself. All it takes is one overwhelmingly strong monster to step up, and their morale is instantly restored. The enemies are screaming loudly, desperately trying to surrender. But Jem isn't close to satisfied. You seriously call that pathetic whining a surrender? Jem's own teammates are genuinely starting to get worried, completely unsure how long his bloodlust will last. Seeing things getting out of hand, Yang loudly orders Jem to stop. Aspen's remaining soldiers can only scream in absolute despair, praying the monster will spare them. One soldier screams at the top of his lungs, begging for mercy. You absolute monster! I told you, I surrender. Please, I'm begging you, just let me live. But Jem ignores every single word, mercilessly beating them into the ground like an absolute madman. Then, he flashes a terrifying, demonic smile. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. Seeing this absolute carnage, even his own allies want to run away. I seriously never want to share a battlefield with this literal monster ever again. Yang sighs helplessly to herself. Morale just plummeted all over again. She definitely shouldn't have sent that maniac. It proves that there's truly only one person in this entire army who can control these raging lunatics. She instinctively thinks of Enkrid. It has to be him. Time passes, and night falls over the brightly lit camp. A loud voice rings out. I literally told the captain to rest, so why does he look even worse now? Jackson asks, completely baffled by the situation. Forget about fighting if you actually want to survive the next battle. Jem chimes in. He's pushing too hard before recovering. Right then, Yang walks in. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss the next episode. Let's dive right into this crazy story. My fiancé really pushes himself too hard, she says. Enkrid is completely caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Then, Yang hands him something. He takes the item, completely clueless about what he's actually holding. That's when she casually drops the bomb. It's an elixir. Money can't even buy this. Jackson watches this and mutters, well, that's definitely way better than my cheap ointment. He can't help but tease her. Captain, you really care a lot about our squad leader, don't you? Meanwhile, Enkrid looks at it gratefully. I'll definitely use this. But wait, why are you giving this to me? Yang immediately explains her reasoning with a straight face. I just realized something. Even though we promised to spend our futures together, we haven't actually exchanged any kind of token yet. Consider this just a small engagement gift. Hearing those words, he just stands there, completely frozen for a second. Handing over the medicine, Yang leaves with a quick, glad you're back, get some proper rest. She walks out, leaving the three guys in the tent sitting in total, awkward silence. Cry suddenly turns to Enkrid. You should seriously open a beauty salon with me. Annoyed, Enkrid immediately tells him to get lost. But then Zem chimes in from the side. Honestly, our leader is way better at this stuff than actual swordsmanship. Ragna, lounging on the bed, judges him like some smooth-talking player. Enkrid just feels weirded out. Why does the captain keep jokingly calling me her fiancé? I'll never understand what goes through their heads. Time flows on like a rushing river. It's been a few days since they officially arrived at the brutal front lines. So far, Aspen has only sent a few infiltration units. No real, full-scale attacks yet. Thanks to that delay, I've actually had some time to recover from my heavy injuries. Still, Enkrid pushes his limits, training incredibly hard. Right then, Auden shows up, pointing out that he is just as hardworking as ever. How have you been lately, brother? He sets his bag down and replies, thanks to the recovery potion, I'm feeling a little bit better. Suddenly, Auden makes an offer. Then how about a quick sparring session? What do you think? Enkrid immediately agrees to Auden's sudden request, but in no time at all, Auden completely floors him, leaving him on the dirt. Looking down, Auden observes his wrists, shoulders, and posture. Your body is still way too stiff. I knew it. You are definitely not ready to push yourself this far yet. But even if I warn you, you're still going to charge right into battle, aren't you? Enkrid just stares back, casually replying, as long as my body can still move. Hearing this, Auden checks his surroundings. He calls out Enkrid's name, leaving him confused. Now watch closely here. Without warning, Auden channels holy power straight into him. A faint, brilliant golden light starts radiating from both of their bodies. Enkrid is completely stunned. He realizes this energy is actual holy power. Meanwhile, Auden just keeps pouring that divine energy right into him. The power he's giving off is absolutely massive. After a long moment, Auden finally stops and pulls his hand back. Amazed, Enkrid calls his name to speak, but Auden cuts him off. "Brother, don't say a single word. And you absolutely cannot tell anyone else about what just happened here. Swear to God right now that you will keep this secret." Enkrid immediately falls silent after hearing how serious he is. A moment later, he swears he won't reveal a thing. Then Auden walks right past him, casually mentioning how thick fog is covering the river. Maybe that fog is also a gift from God. Still buzzing with holy power, Enkrid realizes this energy is absolute proof of a priest's devotion, a literal miracle capable of instantly healing deadly wounds. Auden was always praying out loud, yet he never once showed off his true power. That's exactly why no one knew he was actually a priest. Right now, Auden closes his eyes and mutters, "Please forgive me, Lord." Enkrid just watches him, lost in his own deep thoughts about this reveal. Is he bound by some strict doctrine that prevents him from using his magic? And yet, he still chose to use that forbidden power just to heal me. Even knowing the massive risks, he still did it. Finally leaving, Enkrid makes sure to thank Auden. The priest slowly opens his eyes, knowing that if this leaks, the Inquisitors will definitely come for him. I left that church with countless painful chains wrapping around my heart. That tight seal has always restrained and suppressed my holy power. Even though breaking these chains is tearing my body apart with unbearable agony, I couldn't let him suffer any longer. O Lord, you are always there watching us, yet you never once speak up to guide me. But after meeting our squad leader, I'm certain you've finally given me a revelation. I know you're thinking the same thing as me. This guy is insanely loyal, so I will just follow what my heart tells me. Later, the squad finishes eating and sets their plates aside. Chris looks over, asking Enkrid, "Do you need any help applying that new medicine?" He instantly rejects the offer, saying he can handle it himself. Enkrid applies the ointment alone, analyzing his condition. "I haven't fully recovered yet, but at least all my bleeding wounds have closed up now. I absolutely cannot let anyone find out about this rapid healing. I need to be extra careful out there." Suddenly curious, he asks Chris, "When exactly does the battle begin?" Chris quickly answers him, "From what I've heard around camp, both sides are just currently measuring out each other's military strength. Our specific battalion is led by March. That absolute battle-hungry monster was assigned to heavily defend our frontline flank. Meanwhile, the actual main army is going to be fully deployed over at Greenburn. Since both sides already exhausted tricky tactics like wizards and massive magic spells in the previous fight, we are strictly using physical warrior units for a brutal, all-out assault this time." Overhearing this, Zem can't hold back his complaints. "We should have been transferred over there too. It's so boring stuck here, doing absolutely nothing but these tiny little skirmishes." Chris just keeps explaining the situation, but it looks like things are finally starting to shift. This brutal war is nearing its endgame, and just like that, the day of the massive battle arrives. Soldiers from both armies are fully gathered on the field. Horns blow loudly, signaling the preparation for absolute war. Enkrid's entire army starts chanting in unison, hype for blood. Enemy forces. The enemy vanguard is marching forward. Right now, Enkrid and the rest of the squad stand completely ready to fight, just more useless idiots trying to provoke us. Commander Mar leads the army, staying completely silent. 3 guys from the Aspen army step up to the front line, and their leader fearlessly starts screaming pure insults at them. Hearing this, Remen grumbles in annoyance. "Just more useless idiots trying to provoke us. Do you guys want to die early?" Chris also realizes the enemy is blatantly taunting them. He quickly analyzes the battlefield. Right now, both their side and Aspen are dead even in military strength, but that balance will completely shatter if extra veteran warriors or special forces are thrown into the mix. They're trying to completely drain our morale right before the clash. We could easily just shoot them down with arrows, but if we act rashly while our morale is already dropping this low, we will definitely lose. Meanwhile, the Aspen squad just keeps running their mouths, relentlessly mocking them. "What do you think you can even do with those trashy little bows?" Chris instinctively glances over at Mar in the distance. Our battalion commander knows exactly what they're doing, which is why he's holding back his rage. Mar stays totally calm, thinking, "We have a solid plan, but we can't use it in this state. Trust me, you'll want to see how this bloodbath unfolds. Stick with me here." Marcus totally knew the current situation relying entirely on those maniacs could completely ruin us. They needed a spark of hope right now. He knew that shifting the army's morale was critical, especially with the enemy screaming non-stop taunts. And what were they mocking them for? looking like a bunch of completely clueless virgins. Right on cue, Enkrid reached out, patted Andrew on the shoulder, and calmly told him to relax. He promised the kid would get his chance to unleash all that bottled-up anger very soon. Andrew froze for a second, totally caught off guard. But Enkrid kept up the encouragement, casually telling him it was fine and there was absolutely no shame in being a virgin. He told him to save that fiery rage for the real battle. Andrew panicked, quickly arguing that he was not even angry to begin with. He swore he was serious. Meanwhile, the guys behind them were mercilessly judging him, joking that the kid's bird had not even left its cage yet. Auden couldn't hold back his teasing, asking his brother in arms why he didn't just dedicate his pure self to God. Ragnar stood nearby, casually adding that he just had to wait, and one day he would finally understand. Hearing all this, Andrew completely lost his cool. Why was everyone suddenly ganging up to bully him today of all days? Jem was laughing so hard he could barely breathe, reminding him there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The army behind them watched the whole exchange, totally confused as to why everyone was calling Andrew a virgin. They wondered if he had taken the bait yet. He was actually pretty handsome, so how could he still be a virgin? The relentless teasing made him explode, screaming for everyone to shut their mouths since he was not angry. But the soldiers down below were still cracking up. One even offered to introduce him to his super famous brothel right in the capital. Andrew roared in absolute frustration, yelling that he didn't need any of that. Jackson saw the chaos and warned them that the bullying was going a bit too far. But Enkrid did not see it that way at all. He figured Andrew was young and just needed a moment to loosen up. Chris watched the entire scene unfold, completely unsure if they were being serious or just messing around. But somehow, Enkrid had naturally shifted the topic and completely changed the heavy mood. He could not help but think that the guy was genuinely bizarre. Then Chris suddenly asked if the captain had anything to say to the troops. Enkrid calmly replied that he would pass on the speech. But then, right out of nowhere, he pitched an idea. He had a plan. Enkrid listened and simply noted that it sounded straightforward enough. Chris then stepped back to his position, feeling incredibly confident. He knew that with just a few well-chosen words, their captain could completely shift the tide of this entire war. Now pay attention here, because this is where the momentum shifts. Enkrid raised his voice, announcing himself to the mad squad. He would take the lead. Their strategy was super simple. They were going to ride that insane wave of momentum straight to victory, winning this brutal war for the sake of their kingdom. Just before this, Chris had told Enkrid to show absolute fearlessness toward the enemy. The goal? March right up to the very edge of their firing range and provoke them. Vengeance watched this, totally confused about what he was trying to pull. Enkrid calmly remarked about leading the squad right after hitting the front lines. Annoyed by the bad luck, Vengeance instantly snapped back, telling him to just shut his mouth. Vengeance quickly warned him that he would catch an arrow if he pushed up that far, demanding to know what the hell his plan was. The crowd glared at Enkrid with pure disgust, calling them empty shells. But Enkrid just stared right back, completely unfazed. Enkrid flashed back to his conversation with Chris. He had genuinely wondered how exactly he was supposed to provoke these guys. He had admitted he had nothing special to say. Chris casually told him to just go out there and wing it, adding that their great captain definitely had a natural talent for this kind of thing. Back in the present, Enkrid spoke up, asking the enemy what exactly he was. Why was he carrying a hungry ghost's head on his shoulders? Hearing that, the enemy soldier instantly lost his temper and cursed. While his squad cracked up laughing, Vengeance was absolutely stunned. The guy had planned this all along. He knew exactly how effective that face was, literally Jenny's worst nightmare. Then Enkrid acted all understanding, claiming it was his fault for not grasping things with his narrow vision. But he did not stop there, pushing the taunt even further to drive them totally insane. He asked if the guy's mother was a hungry ghost too. The Aspen soldier, completely enraged, started screaming insults at Enkrid. From behind, Auden noted that even the gods would punish someone for saying words like that. Ja was laughing so hard his stomach hurt, pointing out that Enkrid clearly wasn't human. Andrew totally agreed with the savage insult, saying you could not pay someone enough money to touch a face like that. Where did he even learn such a brutal way to trash talk? Marcus just looked at him helplessly, wondering if the captain had been holding onto those insults for a long time. The enemy could not take it anymore. He declared a duel, demanding he step forward so he could slice off his filthy tongue for the mockery. Enkrid watched this and smirked inwardly. You and I both knew they would take the bait. The trap was set for a duel, and now he just needed to crush him. But right then, someone holding an axe stepped in. Confused, he asked where the captain thought he was going. Jackson walked up too, pointing out that his wounds had not fully healed yet, right? That is when Enkrid realized a massive problem. He had to act natural, or they would totally figure out his real condition. He glanced at Andrew and said that was enough. He ordered the rookie to kill the guy in return. Getting those orders, Andrew hyped himself up, swearing that for the Gagner family, he needed nothing else and felt zero shame. But then, the humiliation of being called a virgin suddenly hit him again, Fired up, Andrew drew his sword, radiating pure killer intent. All of this fury was just because that bastard had screamed it out loud. Meanwhile, the Aspen soldier was still running his mouth. Cursing them as a bunch of slaves, the enemy demanded they bring out the guy who mocked him, asking if he was too scared to fight. Andrew lost his patience, told him to shut up, and aggressively charged forward. He swore to rip that disgusting mouth wide open. However, the seasoned Aspen soldier easily dodged Andrew's initial strike with zero effort. Marcus watched closely, noting that any Aspen soldier bold enough to demand a duel was incredibly experienced. They could easily strike down most ordinary men. These guys were definitely not pushovers to deal with. The clash between him and the Aspen soldier was absolutely brutal. Right now, Andrew's face looked twisted in intense struggle. Then, the enemy fiercely lunged forward, trying to ambush Andrew directly. From the back, Zem commented that the kid's willpower was honestly not bad. A second later, roaring with heavy killing intent, Andrew put everything he had into a massive sword swing against the enemy. He reminded himself of who he was, Andre Gagner. No matter what crazy adversity blocked his path, he flashed back to the weight on his back, pushing through whatever pain came his way. Back then, Zem's weight made his entire body tremble, but Andrew still pushed with all his might to lift him. Slapping back to reality, his blade plunged straight toward the Aspen soldier's throat. He would overcome absolutely everything for his dream. In a flash, Andrew seized the upper hand in this life-or-death battle. He actually laughed, mocking his fallen opponent. He claimed the guy was way too weak compared to his own insane resolve. From behind, they stared at Andrew, realizing he had always been talented, but surrounded by pure monsters, he was just overshadowed. His squad cheered wildly at the sight, amazed that the so-called virgin was doing an incredible job. They screamed for him to finish it. So what do you and I take from this? Enkrid realized the kid had finally become a true warrior, a real part of the Mad Squad. Embracing the madness himself, Andrew screamed out his taunt. "Did you see that, you bastards? Let's dive straight into the chaos." "I am totally ready." Marcus just grabs his head in defeat. "Why would you say that here?" Rem bursts out laughing. "What an absolute idiot." Meanwhile, Ragna and Auden actually start clapping and praising the guy. It is so ridiculous that even Enkrid cannot help but crack a smile. Chris isn't surprised at all. He figured the captain wouldn't fight directly, but honestly, this strategy is way more effective. High above, Marcus realizes the perfect moment has finally arrived. He immediately orders his troops to charge forward and absolutely smash through the Aspen formation. Instantly, the soldiers flood down, slamming right into the Aspen ranks. The battlefield turns into an absolute bloodbath in seconds. Seeing the carnage, the Aspen troops start screaming warnings to each other. Norelia forces hit the flank hard. The enemies frantically shout at each other to shift their defense. Marcus is quietly calculating every single move, knowing perfectly well they are completely distracted by that vicious rear flank attack. A split second later, he roars out an order for the archers to ready up. Instantly, every single archer raises their bow high into the air. A massive storm of arrows rains down on the Aspen army. Enkrid, Zem, and the team immediately fall back. The Aspen soldiers end up taking the full, brutal hit of that volley, while Marcus watches everything from above. The tide of the battle is completely shifting. Look closely at those Aspen fools. No matter how many cheap psychological tricks they try to pull, the absolute rule of the battlefield never changes. Raw power always claims the final victory. The enemy troops realize things are going horribly wrong and desperately beg for orders. All eyes lock onto Har, the captain of the Greyhound squad, waiting for his next move. He immediately barks out his command. "Everything is perfectly set up. It is time for us to fall back." Hearing this order, a twisted, excited grin spreads right across his face. The Norelia forces quickly realize that Aspen is actually retreating. They are running away with their tails tucked right between their legs. "We did it. We actually won the battle." Chris is completely stunned watching this unfold. Sure, they were being pushed back, but why is Aspen retreating this incredibly fast? Up above, Marcus immediately senses that something is horribly wrong. Now pay close attention here. This is the turning point. His lieutenant asks if they should hunt them down, but Marcus instantly raises his hand. "We fall back too. Those bastards are absolutely plotting something deadly." Har is moving fast, rushing straight back to the military camp. His expression right now is incredibly grim. When he finally steps inside the tent, several figures are already waiting. A few of them are heavily cloaked, their faces completely hidden in the shadows. The commander turns and asks if he passed on the message. Har immediately reports the mission is complete. The hidden units are currently laying low, waiting at a secure location far outside the camp. The commander starts mocking the enemy. Those Norelia scumbags are still using the exact same tired tricks. They just pile troops at the border and let their heavily armored turtle infantry charge in blindly. That is literally all they know. But Lord Apnea, his strategy operates on a totally different level. Banner always said that a small, elite strike force could completely dominate the entire battlefield. The pure strength of knights proved that fact long ago. But here is the catch. Those elite killers do not necessarily have to be actual knights. His face goes completely serious. The true victors of this brutal war will be Aspen. Fast forward to the very next day at the Norelia camp, where someone casually flicks a coin into the air. Chris is getting a really bad feeling about all this. It has been 2 whole days since they returned from the front lines, just waiting around. It feels way more like the terrifying calm before a storm than an actual war zone. Right now, Aspen only has 2 real options: fall back or deploy their irregular warfare units. The commander has already prepped the troops just in case the enemy decides to launch another magical strike. They have completely doubled the scout patrols, but still absolutely nothing. Just zero activity. What on earth is the Aspen army actually plotting? The suspense is seriously starting to drive him crazy. And what is wrong with those guys, acting so ridiculously carefree in the middle of a literal war? Right at that exact moment, a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Is it finally time to make a move? You felt that shift, right? Enkrid is totally shocked by Yang showing up. What are you doing here? He asks. She answers calmly. Is it really that strange? If a commander personally checks on a rising star during wartime, you should feel honored. I mean, why else would I come all the way down here myself? Your recovery time has been long enough to avoid any suspicion. So, how about we kick things off with a nice, light sparring match? Ragnar looks completely confused. Wait, we are doing this right now? Enkrid instantly draws his blade, a sharp glint in his eye. Last time you guys held back because of my injured arm. Today, no more holding back. Ragnar gets dead serious, gripping his weapon tight. Good, because I never plan on taking it easy anyway. A split second later, Ragnar launches a brutally vicious strike, and the two clash in an absolute frenzy. As they trade heavy blows, Enkrid analyzes the fight. Ragnar's strikes are terrifyingly sharp. There is a genuine, elegant beauty in the exact trajectory of his blade. Meanwhile, my own sword style is rough, wild, and totally unpolished. But honestly, that raw grit is exactly what I have been forging over all these bloody years. It is a savage mix of moves I have picked up from endless battles. Ragnar desperately raises his blade to parry Enkrid's fierce attack, his mind rapidly racing with his own tactical analysis. What was the name of that completely bizarre sword style the captain used again? The dirty mercenary style or whatever. Ragnar stares intensely as Enkrid furiously swings his blade, completely breaking the standard flow of combat. With a burst of speed, Ragnar smoothly dodges a lethal slash. He instantly realizes the sheer problem here. Enkrid took the traditional longsword style he taught him and warped it into a completely terrifying new ability. But wait, right at that moment, Enkrid draws a second blade, dual-wielding. He locks into a fierce combat stance. Before Ragnar can even blink, the deadly tip of the sword is inches from his face. Luckily, Ragnar's insane reflexes kick in, and he barely dodges to the side. He is absolutely mind-blown by the dual-blade style. Enkrid just stares back with ice in his veins. This is the path I have chosen. Hearing that bold claim, Ragnar smirks. Then I will have to break those dual swords. Surging with explosive power, Ragnar swings his massive weapon with everything he has. The two monsters clash again in an earth-shattering exchange. Ragnar locks eyes with him, his voice heavy with pure fighting spirit. Our battle is nowhere near over yet. Enkrid just throws his head back and laughs at the sheer thrill of it. These two titans are so perfectly matched, it is completely impossible to predict the final winner. Watching from a distance, Zem starts anxiously biting his thumbnail, clearly irritated by the whole spectacle. Is that lazy bastard actually fighting at full strength right now? Man, if only I hadn't lost that stupid bet. Hurry up already, it is my turn next. Meanwhile, Jackson watches the intense clash and quietly thinks to himself, I am usually never the proactive type, but right now, I seriously want a shot at fighting the captain. But suddenly, Jackson's expression completely shifts as he notices a hidden detail in the fight. He quickly turns away to compose himself. Calm down, acting like a battle-crazed maniac is just not me. Auden closely analyzes the fight, quietly muttering a dark promise. Sometimes you just need to be more ruthless. When it is my turn, I will completely snap all of your joints. Wait, hold on, my new technique is not finished yet. I almost sent you straight to God. Chris just stares at the entire group in pure disbelief. Are any of you actually sane right now? Oh wait, I completely forgot. These lunatics were never normal to begin with. Yang casually glances at the hyped-up crowd, shaking her head. They are literally acting like impatient toddlers. Even the laziest guys here get insanely fired up whenever Enkrid is involved. Seriously, why is that? There is just something about him that makes it impossible to look away. Honestly, I feel the exact same way. Yang finally caves and mutters, if I get the chance, I really want to fight my fiancé too. Hearing that, Chris just facepalms in total despair. Great, Even our brilliant leader has caught this battle-crazy disease, and that is where we leave this wild squad. Rem completely snaps and starts screaming. I cannot take it anymore. Hurry up. It is my turn. If anyone cuts the line, I will absolutely end you. All right, let's dive into an absolute bloodbath of a chapter. She glared at Zem, asking if that counted as insubordination. Meanwhile, Enkrid was completely mind-blown. These guys were beasts. They definitely held back during sparring, but right now, he could finally see their true, raw competitive drive. He locked his eyes on Ragna, who was standing right next to him. Then he noticed Y's deeply serious expression, making Enkrid feel pretty satisfied. The day they came back from scouting the high grass, he swore he would bring that exact intense look out of them once again. Pumped up, he told them to talk less and fight more. He wasn't going to stop until he had crushed every single one of them in battle. Time flew by, and night quickly fell. Enkrid was absolutely dead on his feet, collapsing onto the bed. Che immediately reminded him to wash up first. Jen just waved it off. Let him be, the guy is completely exhausted. Chris walked over, calling them a bunch of meatheads. How many times did they plan to spar? They just recovered, and now they were collapsing again. Hearing that annoyed him, their big-eyed guy looked like a starving hawk. While everyone kept chatting, Enkrid completely passed out. When he finally opened his eyes, he was standing inside a forest. He quickly realized something was off. A dream. The boat and flower field from before were entirely gone. Suddenly, a massive flock of flying beasts darkened the sky above him. A group of people charged right at him, ready for war. Enkrid instantly knew where he was a flashback to his old mercenary days. It was their brutal fight against the demon birds. Right then, a young man hiding behind a tree flashed a wicked, twisted smile. Enkrid clearly saw his face. That guy's sudden appearance left him completely shocked. He remembered Jupin protecting him, shouting to stop messing around and to fall back immediately. Jupin raised his shield, tanking the demon bird's heavy strikes. His squad might have been loudmouths, but they were incredibly loyal to him. This very crew saved his life when he was just a weak, starving wanderer. These good people took him in with zero hesitation. Enkrid remembered the exact moment someone ambushed Jupin from behind. He watched in pure horror. Jupin was completely blindsided by the sudden, cowardly attack. With Jupin fatally distracted, the demon birds swarmed in. The rest of the team was paralyzed by the traitor's betrayal, and many were instantly dragged away to their deaths. Someone grabbed Enkrid, screaming that they had to retreat. A split second later, that same comrade died, shielding him from an attack. Now, pay close attention here. This is where it gets tragic. Their strongest fighter was slaughtering his own team. He just laughed, telling them there was no escape. Every single one of them was going to die right there. Enkrid still couldn't wrap his head around this insane betrayal. The traitor calmly explained that he got a much fatter payout. Wiping out a pathetic mercenary group was just cleaning up the trash. Plus, hearing them constantly whine about friendship was making his ears bleed. Showing zero respect, the guy literally spat on his fallen comrade. Blinded by absolute rage, Enkrid recklessly charged at him for revenge. Instantly, his sword was effortlessly swatted away. The traitor grabbed Enkrid by the throat, sneering that letting a weak kid live wouldn't change a single thing. Just a pathetic loser. Enkrid froze, totally shattered by those deeply humiliating, venomous words. The gap in power was massive. Watching his family get slaughtered was pure agony, sure, but surviving purely out of a killer's pity, that was the ultimate, soul-crushing torment. But dedicating his entire life to revenge would just mean playing into the traitor's hands. So he buried that heavy grief deep inside, moving forward for his own dream. Still, if he had been stronger back then. Enkrid imagined the killer's mocking face again. Should I finish you this time, Enkrid? The guy possessed a terrifying strength he still couldn't rival. Suddenly, Esther woke up feeling extremely strange. She had burned through all her energy just to heal his fatigue. Yet he was so exhausted he couldn't even react to danger. Was he really going to repeat that same fatal mistake? Right as dawn broke, loud alarm sirens shattered the silence. Disoriented, Enkrid had no idea what was happening until Zem gave him the rundown. Those Aspen bastards were finally crawling out of their holes. Zem looked outside, ordering everyone to move out. Ragnar just woke up, still half asleep and groggy. Everyone snapped into action, rallying together. Chris smirked, complaining that fighting this early was terrible for his skin. Enkrid stared at Esther, recalling the mysterious voice from his dream. Why did it make him think of her? He walked over, gently patting her head, telling her to guard the camp properly. He quickly rushed out to join the others. In seconds, the Norlea army was ready for battle. You and I know things are about to escalate. Zem glared at the horizon, hoping the enemy brought a worthy excuse for making him wait. Enkrid totally agreed with that hype. He wondered what hidden trump card the Aspen forces actually brought. Suddenly, the Norlea soldiers froze in absolute terror as a trembling commander screamed to open fire. The reason for their panic? A colossal, towering giant had appeared. Cursing in fear, they desperately drew their bows, unleashing an absolute rain of arrows at the massive beast. But those tiny arrows did zero damage. Enkrid could only stare in pure disbelief. He realized what this monster truly was. It effortlessly started butchering the Norelia ranks. Instantly, the battlefield turned into a total bloodbath filled with desperate screams. The backline troops panicked as they watched their comrades fall. The giant's suffocating aura was paralyzing everyone with raw terror. The monster just laughed, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Enkrid quickly analyzed the threat. The non-human races on this continent were entirely driven by primal desires. Elves worship nature, dwarves were absolutely obsessed with forging metals, and beastmen put expanding their packs above everything else. Dragonkin were solitary fighters, while giants, they thrived purely on bloodshed and mindless slaughter. Using their massive bodies to inflict brutal violence earned them the title of Crimson Beasts. Jackson spotted the real threat, a double-wing assault. Soldiers scrambled, screaming about enemies flanking hard from the right. Then total panic erupted about enemies on the left. Chris screamed. If they didn't hold the front, they'd be entirely surrounded and wiped out. Captain, yet Enkrid stayed completely calm. We just stopped them. Trust me, you'll want to see his next move. Let's dive right into the madness. Yang steps up, making her move. I told you, she says. Someone's already holding the left flank, so I'm heading over there. Enkrid looks at her, totally skeptical. Yang immediately shoots back with a smirk. What? No good luck kiss before I go? But he shuts that request right down. Straight up, denied. She teases him for being so cold. Meanwhile, he watches her walk away, analyzing the chaotic battlefield. Even in this mess, with the commander taking the left, they still have that giant up front and enemies on the right. Suddenly, a guy nearby starts stretching his limbs. Maybe I should put on a little show to keep things fun. Watch closely, Captain. You're going to have to learn this. Enkrid stares at him, totally weirded out. Why is this guy smiling like a maniac? What the hell is he planning to do? Rem steps forward, totally pumped. So thrilling. This takes me right back to my very first time on the battlefield. He admits he never had the heart of a beast, but even so, he never flinched when an axe came flying straight at his face. Yet I still trained like crazy to master the beast heart technique. Trust me, it is way more useful than it actually looks. My heart is beating faster, pumping blood through my entire body. Nearby, Norelia's soldiers are panicking, screaming for help and begging to fall back. Is there really no retreat order? The massive giant is still ruthlessly slaughtering them. Right then, Rem charges into the chaos. Gripping his axe, he sprints straight at the monster without a single drop of fear. He instantly unleashes a brutal slash right into the giant's body. Everyone watching is absolutely terrified by the sheer scale of this fight. But Rem? He is dead serious, launching attack after attack. Now he is pushing with everything he has to block the giant's crushing strike. The insane pressure starts forcing Rem violently backward. Compared to this towering monster, his body looks ridiculously small. Rem feels a massive shift inside him. Veins bulging, muscles expanding, his internal density completely transforming. The ritual technique sparks right in his heart and violently erupts through his entire body. Now watch this closely, this is where it gets absolutely wild. Rem roars, using every ounce of his new power to fight back against the giant. He announces his ultimate move, the Frenzied Heart. With a massive heave, Rem knocks the beast backward. His heavy axe spins wildly through the air like a lethal propeller. The clash between them unleashes a terrifying shockwave. The wind pressure alone is strong enough to blow the regular soldiers right off their feet. Everyone is paralyzed with absolute horror watching this epic showdown. Rem just keeps wildly charging in with his axe. The giant isn't backing down either, swinging its weapon right back. It mocks him, calling him a pathetic bug and telling him to get out of the way. But right then, Rem plants his foot straight on its massive body. He grabs the giant's beard, uses the momentum to swing around, and buries his axe deep into the back of its head. The giant screams in pure agony. A second later, it furiously sways Rem away like a fly. He lands hard, staring at his weapon. Damn it, our weapons are way too weak for this. Suddenly, someone tosses Rem a heavy spear. He quickly reaches up and catches it flawlessly midair. Gripping the new weapon, Rem looks over his shoulder in total surprise. A guy behind him yells to take the weapon and keep fighting. He can't help but smirk. You bastards actually know how to read the room, huh? The soldier then screams for everyone to help the crazy axe guy out. Keep the weapons coming. Do not let him run out. United, the troops charge forward to take down the giant. Watching this, Enkrid realizes Rem is actually fighting on par with a monster. No, maybe he's even stronger. That kind of raw power is definitely not something a normal human should have. Don't tell me this is the insane technique I have to learn next. Suddenly, Ragna steps up with a reminder. Enough observing, Captain. Right now, they're just playing around. Cheese walks over too, chiming in on the plan. The commander has the left, Rem is totally handling the giant. If we just clear out the right side, we can easily flip the enemy's numbers advantage. Hearing this solid plan, Captain Enkrid nods in quiet agreement. Analyzing the situation, Enkrid says, if I can't see the rest of our guys, that means the rest of the platoon has already charged in. Ragna, what about you? He casually offers to tag along, saying sitting around is way too boring. Right now, Enkrid forces himself to push aside his excitement about learning that epic new skill. The number one priority right now, leading this massive battle to victory. This fierce clash has already turned the entire field into a bloody mess. A soldier rushes over to help Ven up. Lieutenant, this is all my fault. The injured officer grits his teeth, telling him to shut up and stay back. Meanwhile, a mysterious guy in a black cloak approaches. So touching. But how long can you really hold out? Suddenly, a blade strikes. You and I both knew someone was about to crash this party. Enkrid dashes in, knocking the cloaked man completely back. He then looks at Ven and mocks him. You look absolutely pathetic right now. Ven instantly snaps back in anger. Shut your mouth. This wound is a badge of honor for saving my comrade. Ven looks up at the captain who just saved him, while the cloaked guy seems genuinely surprised to hear Enkrid's name. The enemy stops hiding and pulls back his hood. Enkrid is completely shocked when he finally sees the guy's face. The cloaked man just flashes a wicked, twisted smile. Long time no see. Don't tell me you forgot the name of your old comrade. Jackson. Seeing the tension, Ragna gets curious. A friend of yours, Captain? Enkrid's mind immediately flashes back to the past. Back in the day, whether he liked it or not, he had to bow his head to this absolute trash. Back then, he wouldn't have even dared to argue when he called them friends. But things are totally different now. Instead of a traitor who deceived and murdered his own teammates, he'd rather acknowledge someone who risks their life to save a comrade. Enkrid remembers his fallen squadmates, the ones who sacrificed everything to keep him safe. He realizes that those people were his true friends, not this snake standing in front of him. After a tense moment of silence, he finally speaks up. Oh, I remember your name. Enkrid doesn't hold back at all, dropping the most insulting name he can think of. When Jackson angrily questions him, Enkrid just casually shrugs and says he made a mistake. Actually, that was just a nickname. Your real name is Pathetic Bastard. Humiliated, Jackson completely loses it in a fit of rage. You lowly insect, acting so high and mighty. He attacks, but Enkrid stays perfectly calm and effortlessly blocks the devastating strike. There's one thing I forgot to give back to you when we parted ways. You pathetic bastard. A split second later, he easily parries Jackson's sword away. Jackson is genuinely shocked by how strong Enkrid has become. Radiating pure killing intent, Enkrid declares, "This is revenge for my fallen friends." The traitor can't help but scoff back. Revenge? I was wondering how a piece of trash like you even survived. So that's why. Watching from behind, Chiz feels totally weirded out. Captain, are you fighting alone again? Someone else steps up. He is definitely dead. Trust me, you must see this.